Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When Zhou Yuan mentioned that the United team had an upcoming competition, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow in doubt. Captain, you should know my strength well. Unless we're talking about top-tier martial artists, most of them won't pose a challenge to me. Is there really a need for me to participate? Zhou Yuan chuckled. Relax. This competition is for you to face top-tier martial artists. The United team has a ranking system. The top 5 are all at the level of great martial artists. And this time, a dozen martial experts from Guanghui base will be participating too. Chen Yang's interest was piqued. So, where do you think I'll rank? I want you to take first place, Zhou Yuan said directly, not leaving room for doubt. Chen Yang scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. You think too highly of me, Captain. I'm still just a martial artist, not a master. This time, external strength augmentation techniques are prohibited, unless absolutely necessary. I'll send you the participant list later. That's enough for now, those guys still won't let me go. Zhou Yuan gestured helplessly to the nearby members of the 4 major families, who were glaring his way. All right, Chen Yang nodded and parted ways with him. After escorting Lu Xian home, he brought Gao Xiong back to the villa. The lights inside were still on. As soon as Chen Yang stepped through the door, his parents were there waiting, anxious. Yang, are you okay? Mother Chen rushed to him in panic. I'm fine, Mom. Really? Chen Yang turned in place to show he was unscathed. You scared us half to death, she scolded gently. How did you end up messing with the Zhao family? When we got home, the house was in chaos. I thought you'd been kidnapped. Didn't I call and tell you I was safe? Chen Yang tried to reassure her. Father Chen walked over, his brow furrowed. I know the Zhao family is one of the 4 great clans of Yanqing. They won't take this lightly. We're old, it doesn't matter what happens to us. But you're still young. If anything dangerous comes up, even if we have to give up this house, your safety is what matters most. Understand? Chen Yang smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Dad, don't worry. You know what a grandmaster is, right? Like the city lord of Yanqing? Well, someone like that has my back. Even the city lord wouldn't dare touch me. He had to speak in metaphors for his parents to understand just how safe he actually was. Father Chen sighed. I don't really understand the world of cultivation, but just promise me, no matter what happens, don't let your sister suffer. I promise, Dad, Chen Yang said, voice firm. I'm fine, Dad. Chun Yuling chimed in from her wheelchair. You should have seen it, brother was amazing. Even the law enforcement director had to bow and apologize to him. Okay, enough excitement. Go shower and get to bed, Chen Yang interrupted with a grin, gently pushing her toward her room. As he watched Chen Yang retreat into the bedroom, Mother Chen touched her husband's arm and whispered, let the boy handle things. He's growing up. I know, Father Chen replied, eyes heavy. I just hate that I can't help him. With a sigh, he sat down and opened a bottle of white wine. The next morning, Chen Yang awoke from meditation. Although the Zhao family matter was behind him, he had no plans to grow complacent. In the world of cultivators, there was only one rule: if you're not advancing, you're falling behind. Strength wasn't something you achieved in one leap, it was built, bit by bit, day after day. Realizing it was already 8 a.m., he got up and had breakfast. Yuling, I won't be home this afternoon, he said while putting on his shoes. Okay, brother. Be safe, she replied. Chen Yang then drove to Gao Xiong's home. Brother Yang. Fatty was already up and waiting. He lit up the moment Chen Yang stepped out of the car. Let's go. Let's get the factory paperwork sorted today. Right behind you, Brother Yang. When they arrived at the government building, the atmosphere was different. People who had once ignored them now looked their way with respect, even admiration. Whispers filled the air. That's him, the one who made Zhao Minghui kneel. Gao Xiong's face turned red as he shrank beside Chen Yang. Brother Yang, everyone's staring at me. Well, you were on TV, Chen Yang smirked as he pressed the elevator button. Upstairs, Chen Qin was already waiting at the office door. You knew I'd be here this early? Chen Yang asked with a chuckle. Magpies were chirping outside my window. Chen Yang grinned. I figured it had to be my lucky day. He ushered them into his office warmly. Brother Yang, can this guy really predict the future? Gao Xiong whispered, a little too loudly. Chen Yang chuckled under his breath. The fat man couldn't tell a polite metaphor from a real prophecy. Sit, Chen Yang said, pulling out a canister of premium tea. He brewed a fresh pot and served them with unexpected hospitality. The treatment was leagues better than before, and Gao Xiong looked both honored and overwhelmed. I've looked into the land you asked about. You can purchase it now, no red tape. Thanks, Brother Chen, Chen Yang nodded. The funds are ready. But I might need more than 5,000 square meters. I'd like to expand it. Chen Yang was confused. Why would a beverage factory need so much space? Isn't that a bit excessive? He had no idea that Chen Yang's true plan wasn't just a factory. He intended to build a secret underground base, his fallback, in case disaster ever struck Blue Star. Little Silver's warnings about a possible demonic invasion still rang in his ears. Whether it happened or not, Chen Yang intended to be prepared, for his family, for his people. I plan to expand later. Maybe build a tower for company operations, Chen Yang said casually. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. You must be pretty confident in this venture. Any chance you'll give me a sneak peek? You'll see it when the product's done, Chen Yang smiled, taking a sip of tea. Gao Xiong sipped too but made a face. This stuff's too bitter. Once we get our drink line going, I'm not touching this again. Chen Yang laughed. Fatty, you plan to serve sodas to high-end clients? Talk about bringing the price down. Hey, we can make a tea-based drink. Young people don't like bitter stuff. Flavored drinks will sell better, Fatty shot back. Chen Yang paused. That actually wasn't a bad idea. Not bad. I already have a few hit recipes in mind. Chen Yang looked between them, his curiosity deepening. But seeing Chen Yang was keeping his cards close, he didn't press. Brother Chen Yang suddenly said, can I ask something personal? Of course. No one else is around, Chen Yang nodded. You're a member of the Chen family. With your position, why were you so afraid of the Zhao family before? I figured someone in your role wouldn't be easy to push around. Chen Yang's smile faded. He lifted his cup slowly, sighed, and looked out the window. Ah, if only it were that simple. Chen Yang fell silent for a long moment, the air between them still and thoughtful. Then, he finally spoke. Brother, I won't hide anything from you, he began slowly, eyes fixed on his teacup. You've probably already guessed, I'm still only a martial artist. Among the Chen family, I was born with the lowest cultivation talent. At one point, some of the elders even suggested expelling me from the clan altogether. His voice held no bitterness, just quiet reflection. My father stood against them. He offended quite a few powerful people just to keep me in the family. Under his protection I stayed, but when he died in a beast tide, I lost everything. I was still young then, and without him, I became an outcast, mocked, ignored. Even the bodyguards would sneer behind my back. Looking back, I honestly don't know how I endured those years. Chen Yang listened intently. And then came business. That was the only place I found strength, Chen Yang continued. While others from wealthy families lived comfortably, I clawed my way up. With nothing but the Chen family name and sheer determination, I slowly built a foundation. He gave a small, bitter smile. When I finally reached my current position, the clan started acknowledging me again. But in their eyes, I'm still just a failure. A man who can't cultivate, who's only good for making money. They see my branch as a stain on the Chen name. He raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, the weight of his memories sinking into his shoulders. And this cultivation level I have now? It wasn't gifted, it was bought. With my own money. Do you see now why I avoid provoking the Zhao family? I can't afford to put everything I've built at risk. The room fell silent for a moment. Born into a prestigious family, but without cultivation talent, Chen Yang had endured contempt and suppression. No matter how capable he was in business or politics, the Chen clan valued only strength, only those who could wield power with their fists. It's so unfair, Gao Xiong muttered. Aren't business and leadership important too? Why should only cultivators be respected? You don't understand, Chen Yang explained calmly. Brother Chen is from the main bloodline of the Chen family. That comes with enormous inherited interests. It's not that he wasn't allowed to do business, it's that others were jealous of his potential advantages. So they did everything to suppress him. I guess I don't get it, Too complicated, Fatty mumbled, shaking his head. Chen Qin gave a soft, tired laugh. To be born into a great family, it isn't always a blessing. Chen Yang suddenly looked up, his gaze firm. Brother Chen, do you want to rise again? The question froze Chen Qin. His fingers trembled around his teacup, but he quickly steadied them. I'm too old for dreams, he said with a hollow smile. I've accepted my place. Maybe you have, Chen Yang said gently, but what about your children? The glint in Chen Qin's eyes flickered. Chen Yang had seen it before, a hidden fire buried under years of disappointment. I know you have 2 children, and from what I gathered, their talents are average at best. If nothing changes, they'll face the same exclusion you did. Chen Qin looked away, his expression conflicted. You're right. I don't care what happens to me anymore, but I don't want my children to suffer the same fate. There may be hope, Chen Yang said quietly. Your meridians, if they're blocked, that might be why you've never been able to cultivate properly. My master's been studying this. He believes that with proper treatment, like specialized spiritual liquid, blocked meridians can be opened. Chen Qin's eyes widened. Are you serious? Chen Yang nodded. If you truly want to try, I'll bring you some of that spiritual liquid. It can help stimulate and open the meridians. If it works for you, I'm confident it will work for your children too. Chen Qin was visibly shaken. Brother, if you can really help us, I swear from today onward, I'll follow your lead. He wasn't just saying it. Chen Yang had risen like a star in Yanqing. Many suspected he had a mysterious backer, perhaps a grandmaster. Chen Qin had done his research. Chen Yang's rise from a warrior to where he stood now in just a month was unheard of. Don't worry, Chen Yang said with a calm smile. I'll bring the spiritual liquid soon. If it works, you'll be able to cultivate your children too. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm with you all the way, Chen Qin said with conviction. This was more than just a treatment, it was a chance to reclaim his dignity and a future for his children. Chen Yang had his own plans too. He didn't just want to help Chen Qin reclaim some respect, he wanted to help him rise to the very top. He wanted Chen Qin to become the head of the Chen family. If Chen Qin had known what Chen Yang truly envisioned, he might have laughed in disbelief. All right, Chen Qin said, collecting himself. Let's not waste more time, let's handle the land acquisition. Great. Don't worry about the budget, Chen Yang replied. Get me as much land as possible. I plan to start construction soon. Hearing that the real business was starting, Fatty, who had been nodding off, immediately perked up. The plot we discussed earlier still has lots of open space nearby, Chen Qin said. With a little effort, I can secure the rest. Perfect. Let's go take a look. Chen Qin called out to his assistant. Xiao Zhang, postpone today's meeting. I'm stepping out. Yes, Mr. Chen, the secretary replied, shooting a curious glance at Chen Yang and Gao Xiong. These two were the hottest names in the city right now. The land acquisition went smoothly. Chen Qin had already paved the way, and with Chen Yang's backing, everything moved efficiently. With the site secured, construction would begin soon, and after that, recruitment. Chen Qin agreed to oversee the construction. As for recruitment, Chen Yang had something else in mind. Fatty, I want you to handle the recruitment process, Chen Yang said. Me? Really? Gao Xiong's eyes lit up. You'll need to find honest, reliable people at the ground level, Chen Yang said. But more importantly, we'll need strong management, HR, operations, factory engineers, marketing specialists. Every department needs capable hands. Be strict with the screening, we don't want freeloaders. Got it, leave it to me. Fatty beamed with pride. Still, Chen Yang looked thoughtful. To make things easier, I'll assign you 2 assistants to help get things rolling. That way, you'll have more time to focus on planning. Gao Xiong stood up straight. Brother Yang, I won't let you down.
When Gao Xiong heard that there was an assistant, his thoughts had already flown to other places. Brother Yang, I will choose this assistant, right? Gao Xiong's wretched expression revealed his thoughts at this time. Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while, and didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Gao Xiong participate. After spending some time registering the application requirements on the website, Chen Yang decided to prepare an office first. From the issuance of the land certificate to the completion of the construction, it will take at least 1 month. The construction of the factory building can use a simple steel frame structure. Chen Yang plans to build the factory in 2 shifts, which can be shortened to half a month. And then we need to purchase the equipment of the factory. I really don't know much about the equipment. It seems that I have to ask professionals. Chen Yang was thinking. The next day, the land certificate came down. Chen Yang was a little surprised by such a fast speed. It seemed that Chen had indeed done a lot of work. After all the formalities were completed, Chen recruited a construction team to enter the factory. Chen Yang decided to wait for the factory to be built, and then slowly plan the underground base in his mind. Chen Yang rented an office building near the square in the inner city as a place to work in the city. The things that need to be done to start a factory are beyond Chen Yang's imagination. Even with the body of a martial artist, Chen Yang is still a little bit powerless. It was already the 4th day after finishing the office area on this floor, and Gao Xiong also received many calls from applicants. Because the conditions offered by Chen Yang were very generous, and there were many applicants. In the office building, Gao Xiong was wearing a black suit and kept fiddling with his tie. "Brother Yang, am I handsome like this?" Gao Xiong kept asking in the mirror. "Shui, you are not going on a blind date, why make it so complicated?" Chen Yang was speechless. For the first time recruiting, you must leave a good impression on people. Gao Xiong laughed. How could Chen Yang not know Gao Xiong's careful thoughts? But it doesn't matter, if he can really find a suitable one, it would be a good thing. "Hello, is this the Coke Company?" A beautiful woman knocked on the door. Gao Xiong looked at each other, his eyes straightened. "Come on, please take a seat." Chen Yang pushed Gao Xiong and said, "Hello, my name is Xieburuo. I'm here to apply for the position of assistant. Here is my resume." The beauty sat down politely, and then handed the resume to Chen Yang. Just looking at Chen Yang's young face, I felt a little suspicious in my heart, but I always felt like I had seen it somewhere. Chen Yang flipped through it casually. The beauty in front of him graduated from the finance department of Yanqing University. She often won awards in the school and her resume is very good. "Did you know what our company does before you come here?" Chen Yang asked. I took a look. "Your company has only been established for 2 days, and it is in the field of beverages. I study finance. I believe it can still be of great help to the company." Xieburuo replied. "Well, I want to ask, are you Chen Yang?" Xieburuo said with some uncertainty. Chen Yang was used to this kind of thing, so he nodded without making any waves in his heart. "Ah, it's really you. Great, I'm your fan, and I hear about you a lot at school," Xieburuo said excitedly. Gao Xiong on the side went from being excited at the beginning to stretching his hips with a face. He is also someone who has been on TV, so why doesn't anyone become his little fangirl? "Can you tell me about your strengths?" Chen Yang asked. "I can manage the company's big and small affairs, and I'm also quite talented in marketing." After chatting with Xieburuo for a while, Chen Yang felt that this girl was pretty good. "By the way, are you hiring product developers here?" When the conversation was about to end, Xieburuo suddenly asked. "Why, do you want to try other positions?" Chen Yang said strangely. "No, I have a friend who is about 30 years old. She has more experience in this area and also has the idea of changing jobs," Xieburuo said. "Okay then, tell her to come over and have a look." Chen Yang nodded. "The next interview will be left to you and Mr. Gao next to me. You should be able to do it, right?" Chen Yang smiled. Now, Xieburuo was flattered. He was not very optimistic about this company at first, but after learning that the boss is Chen Yang, Xieburuo has changed his opinion, and even had expectations for joining the company. "Well, let's try first." Chen Yang got up and said. Seeing that Chen Yang gave up his seat, Gao Xiong stretched out his hand behind his back and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Yang entrusted the two of them to be responsible for the next matter, while he was going to take some time off. Just as Chen Yang lay down, the phone rang. "Team Week." Chen Yang answered the phone. "I will start participating in the competition tomorrow. I have already sent you the information. There are a few of them who must pay special attention." Zhou Yuan called and said. "So fast?" Chen Yang has a lot of things these days, but since it is a team game, he must participate. "Okay, I'll definitely be there." Chen Yang replied. "Fatty, I won't be here tomorrow, so I'll leave things here to you. Qian will send 2 helpers over there, and if you don't understand anything, just ask them." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang got up and said to Gao Xiong, "Don't worry, brother Yang. With me here, it's absolutely fine," Gao Xiong said with confidence. Xieburuo next to him covered his mouth and snickered when he heard it. This fat man is not very old, but he has learned to speak well. Seeing that Gao Xiong was so confident, Chen Yang shook his head and left the company. The players participating in this competition are all the elites of the joint team. If they compete with each other without using the power field, Chen Yang can't guarantee that he will definitely win. It's so stressful. Fighting spirit was aroused in Chen Yang's heart. After absorbing the blood and psychic liquid of the 5th order fierce beast, the realm of meat refining has reached great success, and now there is only one chance to complete the cultivation. Chen Yang checked his talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation realm, intermediate martial artist. Power, 58 tons. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, intermediate comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Speed force, low level. Strength talent, intermediate perception, there is a chance to comprehend the field of strength. Field of strength, lower level. Ice talent, top level. Water elemental, top level. Fire elemental, top level. Bloodthirsty, top. Shadow, top. The number of special talents in his body has reached a terrifying level, and Chen Yang is very confident in himself. If he hadn't been afraid of exposing his various talents, he would have no problem defeating a high-level martial artist who had no domain after he had comprehended the domain of speed, force, and strength. But Zhou Yuan has already said that he can't show the power field unless it is absolutely necessary, so Chen Yang can only rely on the speed force. The low-level speed force can provide Chen Yang with a strength increase of about 5 times, and his strength is already stronger than many junior great martial artists. Combined with other talents, he should be able to fight against middle-level great martial artists. Let me see how good you are, Chen Yang shouted in his heart. The next day, Chen Yang came to the base of the joint team early. At this time, the joint army was as lively as the Chinese New Year, and there were all kinds of reporters crowded outside the door, but unfortunately they were all blocked from entering. Chen Yang parked the car at the gate. He opened the window and saw that there were many luxury cars parked around. Chen Yang turned on his talent for perspective, and there was a team member participating in the competition sitting in each luxury car, and there were many unfamiliar faces that Chen Yang had never seen before. Just when Chen Yang opened the car door and was about to get out of the car, a cool sports car drove up outside the door. The reporters hurriedly gathered around to get the first shot. The people inside seemed to enjoy this feeling and parked the sports car at the door. It's Xiaozhan. Seeing the car door open, there was a sudden exclamation from the door. Xiaozhan greeted everyone with a smile. Seeing that the other party was so close to the people, the reporter quickly handed over the microphone. Xiaozhan, are you also here to participate in the United Team friendly match? Xiaozhan took the microphone and nodded. That's right, I ran here from the Guanghui base on purpose this time. Do you have confidence in this friendly match? The reporter asked again. Of course, I'm the strongest group in the combined team at Glory Base, and I believe I'm still the same here. Xiaozhan replied without hesitation. Then what kind of ranking do you think this competition can achieve? Hearing this question, Xiaozhan showed a meaningful smile. No one. Xiaozhan believed in himself. This guy. Chen Yang checked the opponent's talent curiously. Human, Xiaozhan. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 364 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, top, speed, advanced, self-healing, top, absorption, top. Seeing Xiaozhan's talent, Chen Yang was a little envious. Self-healing ability is almost equivalent to immortality. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as the head is still there, it can be restored to its original state. The absorption ability can convert all the opponent's attacks into one's own energy, and then counterattack. The combination of these two special talents is simply invincible. No wonder Xiaozhan dared to say that he won number 1, and he really wasn't talking big. And this person is also one of the people Zhou Yuan emphasized in the message to pay attention to. Seeing that there were many people around Xiaozhan, Chen Yang squeezed in to copy the other party's talent and then left. Xiaozhan looked at Chen Yang's back strangely. Others were eager to get closer to him. Why did this guy come and go? Walking into the base, Chen Yang immediately spotted Han Chen. Brother Chen, are you participating too? Chen Yang asked. Of course, I don't even look at who I am. The talented player Han Chen, how could I be missing? Han Chen said intentionally. I owe a beating. Chen Yang was speechless. While the two were chatting, a beautiful figure stood beside them. Han Mensi, you are here. Han Chen said hello. Chen Yang took a look and immediately looked away. As soon as he saw Han Mensi, he couldn't help thinking about what happened last time. Chen Yang, do you ignore me when you see me? Stinky man. Han Mensi gritted her teeth and said. Han Chen showed a strange expression. He was so familiar with Han Mensi who often stayed with him. Seeing Han Mensi's expression, those who didn't know thought Chen Yang was a heartless person. Ahem, Sister Han, I didn't provoke you, did I? Chen Yang said with a guilty conscience. I heard from the captain that you will also participate in the friendly match, and then we will compete again. Han Mensi declared war. Chen Yang didn't know how to answer, but looking at Han Mensi's talent again, she was about to break through as a great martial artist soon. Let's talk about it at that time. After all, it depends on how the lottery is arranged, right, Brother Chen? Chen Yang winked at Han Chen and said. Unexpectedly, Han Chen pretended not to see it, but pretended to answer the phone and walked aside. This competition, if I meet you, I will definitely make you look good. Han Mensi threatened with clenched fists. Chen Yang didn't know what the other party ate wrongly today, so he could only smile wryly. Half an hour later, the members of the team arrived one after another. Chen Yang found that everyone he knew came, and the others he didn't know should be the martial masters and great martial masters that Han Chen often mentioned. Quiet. Zhou Yuan did not know when he came to the hall. He drank lightly, and his vitality spread the sound. The hall fell silent, and Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Today's contest is between Yanqing and Guanghui. Although it's a friendly match, I don't think you want to lose Yanqing's face, right? Just outside, several people from the Guanghui base said they are confident of winning. No. 1. I want to ask if you have confidence. Have. As soon as Zhou Yuan's words fell, all team members immediately got up to answer. The friendly match will start soon. First, there will be a competition between great martial artists. In the afternoon, there will be a competition between martial artists, and finally there will be a competition between great martial artists. There will be a lottery later. Great martial artists do not need to draw lots. Those who are not on the field should pay attention to observe the actions of their opponents. Take any game lightly, understand? Zhou Yuan said. Understand. Everyone answered in unison again, with momentum like a rainbow. After a while, Chen Yang and Han Chen came to the competition field outside the base together. The team members of the glorious base had already assembled. Seeing Chen Yang and the others coming out, they all burst out with infinite fighting spirit. Chen Yang was also touched by this atmosphere, and the idea of winning welled up in his heart. The players from both sides sat on both sides of the auditorium separately. The first round of draws began, and the first player to play was Lu Shan, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Seeing that Lu Shan was the first to play, Chen Yang became interested in the suspense of this match. Lu Shan's avatar talent, Chen Yang, is the one with the deepest experience. As long as he has enough vitality, he can even keep the other party from finding the real person. Lu Shan was fighting against a red-haired boy about 23 years old. He was 1.7 meters tall and looked very tall. When the game started, Lu Shan took out a bunch of hidden weapons and attacked the opponent. Seeing that he was surrounded by hidden weapons, the red-haired boy immediately burst out with vitality to block the hidden weapons. Lu Shan's actual combat skills are very powerful. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent blocked her, she had already moved close to the opponent's side and her body was split in two. The red-haired boy saw two unexpected expressions in Lu Shan's eyes. At first, he saw that the other party was a girl, and he looked down upon it. It was this slight contempt that made him lose the opportunity and fell into the opponent's rhythm. The two Lu Shans drew out their daggers and flanked the boy. The boy reacted quickly, but facing two people at the same time, his defense was somewhat overwhelmed. In just 1 minute, the red-haired boy had several wounds on his body. Flame fist. The red-haired boy burst into flames and punched Lu Shan on the right, and a fire shield appeared on the side to resist the damage of the other clone. Lu Shan clung to her fists to avoid the opponent's attack, and then the two bodies gathered vitality on the dagger and cut at the boy at the same time. Seeing that Lu Shan was so flexible, the boy panicked for a while. He quickly spread the fire element all over his body, and he instantly turned into a fireman. Lu Shan was not afraid of the temperature of the flames, her vitality protected the two avatars, and the dagger easily cut through the flames. The back of the dagger slashed hard on the boy's neck, and the boy lost the match. Lu Shan is really flexible. With the avatar talent, she can think of this trick to win the game. I thought she was a long-range attack player. Sun Qian said with emotion. Lu Shan carried a bow and arrow made from the body of a ferocious beast on her back. It was this bow and arrow that confused the boys thinking that the other party was good at long-range attacks, and did not guard against the other party's approach. Seeing that Lu Shan easily won the game, Team Yanqing burst into cheers. Team Brilliance also showed a stronger fighting spirit, but Xiaozhan and those great martial artists looked down on such small fights. The morning passed quickly, and the competition of the great warriors finally ended with Yanqing winning number 1. Soon came the lottery session for the martial arts masters. Han Chen was a little surprised to see that Chen Yang didn't go to the lottery. If I participate in the martial arts draw, you don't have to play. Chen Yang saw Han Chen's doubts and explained. Han Chen thought for a while, even the great martial artist was punched flying. If Chen Yang really went up, it would really be nothing to them. Your opponent won't be a great martial artist. Han Chen was surprised. The captain arranged it like this anyway. Chen Yang said. Hey, why don't you go? You won't be afraid. Han Mensi came over and shouted. The captain won't let me go up. Why don't you ask him? Chen Yang shook the pot and said. Damn it, you're lucky. If that's the case, you can watch my sister and me show off my power in the audience. Han Mensi said confidently. The competition quickly reached a heated stage. Han Chen and Han Mensi easily eliminated their opponents, and both advanced to the final. Finally, it's almost over. Sitting here makes my bones crumble. Xiaozhan stretched his waist and said when he saw that the martial arts competition had reached the final. That woman is interesting, I like it. A long-haired man next to him stared at Han Mensi and said. Han Mensi is top-notch in terms of figure and face, coupled with her rare talent in space power, she can easily become the focus of the competition. Of course such an excellent woman belongs to me, you'd better stop joining in the fun. Xiaozhan half-jokingly said. Since brother Xiao also likes it, why don't we compete? How about chasing after whoever wins? The long-haired man challenged. No problem, I'm afraid you will be defeated first by others. Xiaozhan took the gauntlet and said. Hehe, just wait and see. The long-haired man clenched his fist, and the bones made a cracking sound. In the end, it was Han Mensi who competed for number 1. Her opponent was also a woman who belonged to Team Glory. The other party gestured provocatively to Han Mensi, and the momentum of the two collided invisible. The opponent had obviously been studying Han Mensi's talent. At the start of the match, instead of rushing to attack, she made a defensive move. This woman is terrifying. I don't know what talent she is, but she can predict all my attacks. Han Chen was defeated by this woman. After hearing this, Chen Yang curiously checked her talent. Human, Zuxia. Cultivation realm, senior martial artist. Power, 83 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, medium, speed, top, precognition, high. It's actually this kind of talent. Chen Yang secretly marveled at himself. No wonder Han Chen has a super sensor and can be predicted by the opponent. It turns out that all of Han Chen's offensive methods have long been seen through by Zhu Xia. Sister Meng is going to be devastated. Chen Yang guessed. No way, the space talent is so powerful, can't you beat that woman? Han Chen didn't believe it. I don't know, let's see. Han Mensi obviously thought the same way. Seeing the other party making a gesture to her, her violent temper immediately came up. Teach you to be a man. Han Mensi disappeared in place, and then kicked at a very tricky angle. The corners of Zhu Xia's mouth rose slightly, and her combat skills erupted instantly. Phantom palm. Zhu Xia instantly turned sideways and slapped the top of the head with a palm. Han Mensi was startled. It was too late to hold back her strength, so she could only forcefully receive the palm. Something unexpected happened to Han Mensi. Zhu Xia seemed to know where Han Mensi was going in advance, and the phantom palm avoided Han Mensi's toes and hit her in the abdomen. Han Mensi only had time to mobilize her vitality to return to defense, and this palm knocked her into the air. Puff. After just one move, Han Mensi spat out blood. This palm Zhu Xia didn't use her full strength, it seemed like she did it on purpose. Han Mensi is very uncomfortable now. This feeling is just like when she was sparring with Chen Yang. The last punch was like seeing through the talent of space, which made her suffer a lot. Han Mensi was no longer impulsive, but recuperated her physical injuries. The other party's confident smile made her feel that the power of space was useless, and the palm just now was definitely not a coincidence. Did she know in advance where I'm going to attack? Han Mensi wondered in her heart. The teleportation speed of the power of space is very fast, and the time to appear is only a few tenths of a second. If it is not a coincidence that he can judge where he is attacking from in such a short period of time, then it has something to do with the opponent's special talent. How can we judge the special talent of the other party? Han Mensi thought of a way. She took out a long sword and stabbed at the empty space casually. Just when everyone was wondering, a small crack suddenly appeared in front of the tip of the long sword. The front end of the sword passed through the crack, and when it reappeared, it was behind Zhu Xia. Zhu Xia seemed to have eyes on her back, and she dodged the sword without turning her head. How so? Han Mensi was very confident in this move. No one would have guessed that the sword pierced the air on the surface, but actually traveled to the back of the opponent through the power of space. But Zhu Xia did dodge very easily, and seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Han Mensi realized that something was wrong. Obviously a single attack could no longer threaten the opponent. Just when she was about to use her ultimate move, Zhu Xia rushed over suddenly. The distance between the two was already short, and it was less than a blink of an eye in front of the martial artist. Han Mensi teleported away quickly, but the other party's vitality still hurt her. Zhu Xia didn't seem to want to give Han Mensi a chance to breathe, so she attacked Han Mensi one after another. With the judgment in her heart, Han Mensi knew that she would definitely suffer in a head-on confrontation, so she constantly used teleportation to change positions to avoid Zhu Xia's attack. The scene suddenly became very strange. Every time Han Mensi appeared, Zhu Xia's attack arrived. Immediately after Han Mensi disappeared again, Zhu Xia changed direction in an instant. This situation lasted for several minutes, and the two of them stopped until most of the energy in their bodies was consumed. You can predict my attack, Han Mensi said out of breath. The continuous use of talents made Han Mensi's vitality almost bottom out. If she hadn't received the opponent's slap at the beginning, she should still be able to persist for a while. Although Zhu Xia was also a little tired, overall she looked more relaxed than Han Mensi. The two have never collided with each other except for the initial confrontation, and this round seems to be ending in a dramatic way. You lose, all your attacks are useless against me. Zhu Xia finally spoke. Zhu Xia's words strengthened Han Mensi's thoughts. Since single target attacks have no effect, then only. Han Mensi wanted to use the power of space combat skill when the opponent relaxed his vigilance, and the space collapsed. But this time it was still the same as before. Han Mensi didn't even have time to prepare. Zhu Xia attacked again. I don't believe you can do it. Han Mensi disappeared again. This time Zhu Xia's expression finally changed, and she quickly made a defensive move. Han Mensi disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Everyone looked at the arena, but they didn't know where Han Mensi teleported to. Look, it's in the sky. Seeing Zhu Xia releasing her vitality and looking into the air with a dignified face, everyone followed her gaze and looked up. Sure enough, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the air and fell with the wind. The breeze on both sides blew Han Mensi's long hair. Han Mensi closed his eyes and spit out a few words softly. The space collapsed. As Han Mensi's words fell, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, and sharp-eyed people noticed that Zhu Xia's body was kneeling slowly towards the ground. Crack. The sound of a shattering mirror woke everyone up. It was the space around Zhu Xia that shattered. The power of space was pushed to the limit, and all the vitality in the body was swallowed up by this combat technique. Puff. Zhu Xia finally couldn't hold it anymore. The space talent was already very strong. Even if she had the foresight, she couldn't stop the attack of the space collapse. The clothes on her body were torn apart. Zhu Xia knelt on the ground with a plop, and even the ground sank a meter. Oh. A deafening explosion formed a circle of thick smoke around Zhu Xia, and when the smoke cleared, Zhu Xia was unconscious in the deep pit. Han Mensi also lost her vitality and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing that Zhu Xia had passed out, she raised the corners of her mouth and fell down on the competition stage. Sister Meng. Chen Yang couldn't help trembling when he saw that Han Mensi had exhausted all his vitality. Han Mensi seemed to have heard Chen Yang's voice. She slowly opened her eyes, resisting the pain in her body, and stood up. Congratulations to Yanchinj for winning no one. The captain of Team Glory clapped his hands and said, "Yay, we won." Han Chen shouted excitedly, and soon, the entire Yanchinj team also burst into warm cheers. After a long time, Zhu Xia was carried down by the medical staff. Han Mensi swayed and walked slowly to sit in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang could feel the disorder in her body and was a little worried. "Sister Meng, you should drink this." Chen Yang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and handed it over. Han Mensi glanced at Chen Yang suspiciously, then took a sip of the spiritual liquid without even asking. The spiritual liquid flowed to Han Mensi's whole body, and a warm feeling made Han Mensi almost groan. The dried-up vitality recovered a lot in an instant, and Han Mensi's pale cheeks also had a tinge of blood. "You gave me such a good thing, don't you want to apologize?" Han Mensi had a strange expression on her face, but her voice was much gentler. "Sister Meng, let's take it as it is." Chen Yang scratched his hair restlessly with his small hands and replied, "Thank you," Han Mensi said softly. Chen Yang was taken aback, and when he looked at the other party again, Han Mensi had already closed his eyes and began to adjust his breath. "Next is the competition of great martial arts masters. Do you want to participate?" Han Chen asked. "Wait a minute, the great martial artist doesn't need to draw lots, so don't worry," Chen Yang said. "The rules of the friendly match of the great martial artists are somewhat different. Each side sends one to the field, and it is up to oneself to choose who to send. Huang Qingyun, will you go up or should I go up?" Finally, when the main event came, Xiao Zhan cheered up a bit. "Isn't there someone else here? I'll go later." As soon as Huang Qingyun's words fell, a great martial artist was dispatched from the Guanghui base. The first person to get up was a man with short hair. He was wearing a tight combat suit, and the muscles inside were faintly visible. "Du Zitang, I knew this guy couldn't stand loneliness." Xiao Zhan pouted and said. Du Zitang pushed his heels slightly, and his body jumped down from the auditorium like a beast. "Du Zitang asks for advice. I don't know who Yanchinj will send to die." Du Zitang's eyes were as sharp as lightning, scanning the Yanchinj team. Some ordinary great warriors and warriors were stared at by him, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. "Stomach hurts, haha, the name is interesting," Chen Yang said with a smile. Although Chen Yang's voice was not loud, the great martial artist's ears were so sensitive that he instantly locked onto Chen Yang's figure. "Little martial artist, make noise." Du Zitang glanced at Chen Yang, activated his mental power, and planned to give him a small punishment. Sensing the incoming mental power, Chen Yang didn't panic at all. Thinking silently in his heart, the opponent's attack was immediately disintegrated. Du Zitang's eyes were fixed. He was very surprised that Chen Yang sitting there was completely unscathed. He didn't know who resisted his attack. "Why, does Yanchinj only send martial artists to show off their tongues? I come." Chen Yang glanced at the speaker, who was a woman in her 30s. Chen Yang recalled that this woman was called Li Yatong, who had the ability to transform into deserts. "He's a tough guy," Chen Yang thought to himself, but Du Zitang's fire element seems to be somewhat restrained, so Li Yatong won't lose, right? Seeing Li Yatong falling in front of him, Du Zitang looked him over carefully. Li Yatong is very tall, with shoulder-length short hair, wearing a simple white combat uniform on the upper body, and black pants on the lower body, which are somewhat similar to jeans, and the colors on the top and bottom form a very strong contrast. "Hey, I said beauty. Is there no one in your team? I'm too embarrassed to hurt you." Du Zitang naturally knew Li Yatong on the opposite side. When doing missions before, Yanchinj often cooperated closely with the Guanghui base, so the team members also knew each other. Du Zitang knew what the opponent's special talent was, so he didn't care too much about it. "Could it be that you really have a stomachache today and are in a hurry to go back to the bathroom?" Li Yatong mocked. Hearing that Li Yatong also mocked his own name, Du Zitang was finally angered. "Let's start," Du Zitang said in a low voice. Li Yatong didn't talk nonsense. As soon as he came up, he gathered his vitality in his right arm and punched out. At the level of a great martial artist, weapons are generally not used in duels, for fear that someone will take advantage of them, and secondly, it is easy to accidentally injure the team members. Therefore, although it can be regarded as the pinnacle duel between the teams, it is still full of punches. Of course, Du Zitang would not be afraid of a woman. He also raised his fist and went up. The two fists collided. Li Yatong stepped back a little. In the first confrontation, Du Zitang took a little advantage. Although the opponent was a woman, Du Zitang showed no mercy. After fighting each other a few times, the warm-up was finally over. Burning flames surged from Du Zitang's body, and even in the auditorium, everyone could feel the frightening temperature. Du Zitang has two top talents of wind element and fire element, and the fire element alone can be cultivated to the point of frightening. Li Yatong saw that the other party was using a special talent, so she also turned into yellow sand and turned into a huge sand man on the spot. "Yatong, don't you know that sand is afraid of fire?" Du Zitang laughed, and before Li Yatong could answer, the flames immediately formed a small tornado and hit Li Yatong. Li Yatong's gigantic sand man is more than 10 meters high, and it is still growing as time goes by. Facing the fire tornado, Li Yatong didn't panic, just punched the fire tornado. The truck-sized fist scattered the fire tornado with a single punch. I thought it was over, but the scattered fire tornado actually condensed again, and spread along Li Yatong's dehumanized body to the whole body. Oops. When touched by the hot flame, the surface of Li Yatong, who had turned into a sand person, condensed into a crystal state. This guy is pretty good at chemistry. Chen Yang muttered in his heart. Li Yatong, who was trapped in the crystal body, slowed down, and she had no choice but to abandon the sand on the surface to break it. Seeing that Li Yatong's huge sandman had condensed a layer of vitality to protect himself from the flames, Du Zitang laughed and manipulated the fire element to repeat the old trick. The effect this time is obviously not as obvious as before. With the vitality protection, the damage caused by the flame to Li Yatong is minimized. Under the effect of huge desertification, Li Yatong's strength was amplified to the extreme. The huge sandman more than 10 meters high punched the playing field, and Du Zitang had no choice but to dodge. I thought that Li Yatong had the upper hand, but since Du Zitang chose to play first, he naturally had his own cards. The wind element was finally no longer hiding, only to see that the two talents of wind and fire combined to form a more powerful force. The wind and fire started a prairie fire. Du Zitang used his strongest combat skills, and he saw Du Zitang's side sweeping towards Li Yatong's sandman like a flame from hell. Li Yatong didn't back down either. Her strength was stronger than Du Zitang's now. Facing the powerful combat skills, Li Yatong also chose to fight hard. The huge sandman also turned into a sandstorm and slammed into the wind and fire. For a while, the whole place was filled with sand and dust, mixed with flames and lightning, which was very spectacular. This situation lasted for a few minutes before it slowly stopped. The vitality in Li Yatong's body had bottomed out. After the sand and flames disappeared, the two appeared on the ground at the same time. Du Zitang didn't expect the opponent to be so good at fighting. The two fought for several minutes, and the duel between combat skills didn't stop until their vitality was almost exhausted. Hey, my stomach hurts, are you okay? Li Yatong asked panting. Du Zitang didn't speak after hearing this, and took advantage of this time to recover quickly. Li Yatong saw that the other party was silent, and Sandhua made another move. This time her body did not turn into a sandman, but condensed many tiny sand needles floating in the air. Since you don't surrender, I'm sorry. Heavy rain, pear blossom, needle. The sand needle shot towards Du Zitang like an armor-piercing bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Du Zitang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly gathered his strength to block the sand needle with flames. But this time he was self-defeating. The crystallized sand needles did not stop but became more threatening. Seeing this, Du Zitang had no choice but to surrender. Seeing Yanqing win the first round, Team Brilliance fell silent. This guy, he didn't take it down in the first place, it's too embarrassing. Xiao Zhan said dissatisfied. After desertification, Li Yatong is really powerful. She can exert a strength of 300 to 400 tons with a strength of more than 200 tons. Li Yatong also returned to his seat and began to replenish his vitality. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan jumped off his seat without waiting for others to come out. Xiao Zhan. After seeing the faces of the players, the members of the Yanqing team exclaimed. Xiao Zhan is ranked 4th in Team Glory, but those who are familiar with him know that Xiao Zhan has not used his full strength, and the combination of his special talents is very powerful. It can be said that there is no opponent at the same level, and his goal has already been placed on the high-ranking martial artist. This guy actually played so quickly, it seems that he wants to overwhelm the momentum of our Yanqing team. Han Chen immediately saw what the other party was thinking. In the previous Great Martial Artist competition and the Martial Artist competition, Yanqing's team won number 1. In this final round, the Guanghui base will try their best to compete for the ranking no matter what. Which one of you has confidence? Zhou Yuan looked at the team members around him and asked. Although this Xiao Zhan is only ranked 4th, others say that his strength may be able to compete for the first place. If he sends someone else, he will probably bring shame on himself. A white-haired man said. Xiao Zhan is only 27 and years old. Being able to have this kind of strength already shows that he is very talented. Let me go, this second match cannot be given to the opponent. It was Wei Xiang who was talking. His strength ranked 2nd in Yanqing's joint team. It shouldn't be a problem to send him down. Be careful. Seeing Wei Xiang going into battle, Zhou Yuan nodded and exhorted. Okay, wait for my good news. Wei Xiang left an afterimage on the spot, and when the afterimage disappeared, his body had already appeared on the field. Wei Xiang? He actually sent him on the field. Chen Yang checked Wei Xiang's talent. Human, Wei Xiang. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 458 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, top, speed, top, simulation, top, gravity, top. After seeing Wei Xiang's talent, Chen Yang was very surprised. Both simulation and gravity are rare talents, and both talents are top-notch, plus the strength is greater than the other. This game will be interesting. Xiao Zhan just blinked his eyes, and there was a 32-year-old man in front of him. After seeing the person coming, Xiao Zhan put away his playful smile and became serious. Being able to rank 2nd among the great martial arts masters of the Yanqing team, his strength is naturally beyond doubt. Wei Xiang, please enlighten me. Wei Xiang clasped his fists and introduced himself. Xiao Zhan, I've heard of Yanqing Wei Xiang's name for a long time. It's my honor to have the opportunity to learn about it today. Xiao Zhan also clasped his fists and said, "Then don't ink, just start." Wei Xiang stepped back and said, "It is good." As soon as Xiao Zhan finished speaking, his eyes shot at the other party like a sword. Wei Xiang was not to be outdone, his gaze was like a torch. Seeing that Xiao Zhan didn't strike first, Wei Xiang rushed forward without hesitation. The simulation spread all over his body in an instant, and the surface of Wei Xiang's body turned into a hard alloy. He was as fast as lightning, and his punching speed turned into an afterimage. There was no fear on Xiao Zhan's face. Facing the metallized Wei Xiang, he didn't dodge. Instead, he turned into an afterimage and fought the opponent. There was only the crackling sound of hand-to-hand combat, and it was unknown how many times the two sides collided in just a few seconds. The players in the audience were blinded and couldn't see clearly how the two were fighting. This guy actually dares to go head-to-head with the metallized brother Wei. He is a werewolf, a little more than a ruthless man. Zhou Lun, who was sitting at the top, said, "Don't underestimate the opponent. Haven't you noticed that Xiao Zhan's speed is very fast, even I can hardly see his shots clearly." A man who looked 31 and said solemnly, "Yu Cheng, don't overestimate others' prestige and underestimate your own. Our Wei Xiang is number 2 in the entire joint team, how could he lose to the opponents? No. Zhou Lun said unhappy, "You can't say that. Haven't you noticed that after the simulation, Wei Xiang's strength has broken through 500 tons, but that Xiao Zhan has fought Wei Xiang for so long, and he seems to be able to do it with ease, without a trace of fatigue. This shows that Xiao Zhan's strength is not weaker than the simulated Wei Xiang," said a woman with short hair. "Sister Wang, I don't like to hear these words anymore. What does it mean to be not weaker than others? This Xiao Zhan must be trying to save face and hold on." Zhou Lun retorted in disapproval. "Whether you insist on it or not, we will know later." Wang Ye's gaze was always on the two people who were fighting, and she didn't move away for a moment. The two had been fighting for more than 5 minutes in an afterimage. Other great martial artists would have been unable to hold on, but they had no intention of resting at all. The sound of flesh and metal colliding constantly came from the center of the venue, as if a world-class pianist was playing Beethoven. Wei Xiang's heart has already set off a turbulent wave, his strength is clear to him, and being able to face him head-on for so long has already shown the opponent's strength. No, his strength is obviously weaker than mine, this guy must have used his talent. Wei Xiang judged in his heart. Although he had heard of Xiao Zhan's name, he had never cooperated with him. However, Wei Xiang also did his homework in advance, knowing that Xiao Zhan has a special talent for absorption. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why the opponent can persist for so long under my own simulation is because of the use of the absorption talent. It was discovered. Xiao Zhan saw the thoughtful expression on the other side, so he hit hard, and then backed away. The two sides reached a tacit agreement and stopped at the same time, and the two retreated to both ends of the field to face each other. "Brother Wei, if it's just an attack of this level, I'm afraid it won't be able to hurt me," Xiao Zhan said with a smile. "Of course, you have been silently weakening my strength by absorbing talents. No wonder you haven't fallen into a state of fatigue after fighting with me for so long. But I have more energy in my body than you. If this continues, you should support me first. Can't you stay?" Wei Xiang asked tentatively. "Don't worry about this, Brother Wei, I still have more vitality," Xiao Zhan replied without revealing any flaws. Seeing that the other party was still calm, Wei Xiang knew that he had to show some real kung fu. Otherwise, if the fight continues like this, it may not be possible to tell the winner in an hour. Well, be careful. Wei Xiang no longer simply attacked this time, but put his gravity talent on Xiao Zhan instantly. Xiao Zhan was caught off guard and his body trembled. With this tremor, Wei Xiang rushed over and struck with all his strength. Bang Shan fist. The vitality in Wei Xiang's hands gathered into a vortex, and the moment it touched Xiao Zhan's body, the vortex exploded. Because the sudden gravity made Xiao Zhan's body lose balance, facing Wei Xiang's punch, Xiao Zhan's condition can be said to be extremely poor. The collapsing mountain fist exploded on Xiao Zhan's body, a huge blood hole appeared in Xiao Zhan's abdomen, and the ground was also stained red with blood. "Excuse me." Seeing that the other party was seriously injured, Wei Xiang cupped his fists and apologized. This combination is almost a fatal blow to the unsuspecting person. Even if he is prepared, the sudden gravity will make people lose their balance, unable to defend at their best, and thus fall into a disadvantage. Ahem, this move is really powerful. Xiao Zhan vomited blood and said while covering his stomach. "Hurry up and bandage the wound." Seeing that the other party was seriously injured, Wei Xiang said worriedly. "Brother Wei doesn't think he just won, does he? The competition has just begun." Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Wei Xiang showed displeasure on his face. "This has lost its combat effectiveness, why are you still talking big here? Brother Xiao, don't force yourself, after all." Before he finished speaking, Wei Xiang showed a look of astonishment. Under his gaze, Xiao Zhan let go of his hands covering his abdomen and stood up steadily. "Although Brother Wei's methods are powerful, I can still bear it. Let's continue," Xiao Zhan said easily as if nothing happened. Wei Xiang looked at the bloody hole in Xiao Zhan's abdomen, and with just a few words, the wound was gone. Self-healing. Wei Xiang instantly knew about Xiao Zhan's second talent. Thinking about it carefully, I don't think it's strange. There are no two special talents. How can I be qualified to compete for the number one of the team? But the second talent is self-healing, which is really beyond Wei Xiang's expectations. Other viewers were also stunned by this scene, absorbing talent and self-healing. Isn't this Xiao Zhan an invincible Xiao Qiang? How do you fight this? Zhou Lun's eyes widened. Isn't this kind of talent a scam? The self-healing talent should also consume energy. It seems that this game will take a long time to get the result. Wang Ye analyzed. On the playing field, Xiao Zhan suddenly smiled. Brother Wei, after beating me for so long, I should pay you back. What? Wei Xiang became alert, and instantly entered a state of metallization all over his body. Bengshan Fist. Xiao Zhan made a posture, which is exactly the starting posture of Bengshan Fist. Wei Xiang felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. He suddenly felt a huge weight on his body, and when he adjusted his posture, the Bengshan Fist from the opposite side had already come in front of him. This punch is not only the power of combat skills, but also mixed with all the energy absorbed by the two people in the previous battle, and finally condensed this super-enhanced version of collapsing mountain fist. Facing the Bengshan Fist he used twice as much as before, Wei Xiang showed a wry smile on his face. This collapsing mountain fist is mixed with the tyrannical aura of destruction. Facing the enhanced version of combat skills, he fell into a sluggish state for a while. This punch perfectly restored Wei Xiang's previous combo. The explosion hit the metal body, and Wei Xiang was smashed hard into the ground, creating a chasm 3 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep on the ground. Wei Xiang. Wang Ye exclaimed. It would take a long time before she finished speaking, and Xiao Zhan slapped her hard. Only then did everyone know why Xiao Zhan took Wei Xiang's full blow, just to absorb Wei Xiang's combat skills and return them to the opponent at this time. What a terrifying talent. The harder you hit, the greater the counterattack you will receive. It's almost impossible to attack. Yu Cheng's pupils dilated and said in amazement. What can we do? Isn't Xiao Zhan invincible? Zhou Lun said unwillingly. It's a pity that the captain has been promoted to the master, otherwise he can be ruled. Wang Ya didn't know what to do. He Wen, I can only rely on you. Wang Ya looked at the man next to him who had been silent and said. Zhou Lun and Yu Cheng also set their sights on this man. The man nodded and decided to go down to meet in person. Brother Wen, are you sure? Wang Ya asked. It should be possible. Although his special talent is very powerful, it should have a limit. As long as he breaks through this limit, the opponent should be powerless. He Wen saw the key to breaking the game at a glance. Simple to say, but not so easy to implement. Breaking the limit requires a very powerful blow, so that Xiao Zhan has no chance to recover. I'll try it. As He Wen said that, he jumped off the stage and stood in front of Xiao Zhan. Just as he was about to speak, another man stood opposite him. Wheel fighting is not so good. I, Huang Qingyun, should come and meet you. The long-haired man introduced himself. Xiao Zhan nodded and gave up the playing field. Chen Yang looked at Huang Qingyun curiously. Huang Qingyun was the third-ranked great martial artist of Team Brilliance, and his strength was beyond doubt. Chen Yang checked Huang Qingyun's talent information. Human, Huang Qingyun. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 532 tons. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talents, strength, top, speed, top, mind control, top, manipulation, top. After reading Huang Qingyun's talent information, Chen Yang immediately understood that the other party should be a great martial artist with outstanding mental strength. I saw that the other party was about the same age as Xiao Zhan, and even had a very high cultivation talent, so he was destined to become a master in the future. Let's look at He Wen's talent. Human, He Wen. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 563 tons. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talents, strength, top, speed, top, lightning, top, slowness, advanced. After seeing He Wen's talent, Chen Yang became very interested in slow talent. Speed and slowness are relative. If He Wen comprehends the supernatural speed force, combined with the slow talent, the opponent will not have to let it be slaughtered. This duel was full of highlights. Even Chen Yang didn't know who would win the match. Huang Qingyun, I know you. Your spiritual talent is very powerful. He Wen said. Haha, each other. I heard that you are the strongest person in the Yanqing team. If I defeat you, will I become the strongest person in Yanqing? Huang Qingyun laughed. That also depends on your ability. He Wen looked calm. At the beginning of the battle, Huang Qingyun used 2 special talents on He Wen without hesitation. With the talent of clairvoyance, Chen Yang saw a pair of big hands suddenly appearing in the sky. I saw a transparent fishing line wrapped around each finger, and these fishing lines fell vertically towards He Wen. He Wen seemed to have sensed it, and the slow talent was activated instantly, and everything around him slowed down. He Wen looked up, and the moment the transparent fishing line was about to touch him, He Wen disappeared in place. Affected by the slow talent, Huang Qingyun's movements became very sluggish, and he could only forcibly consume Yuan Li to offset the impact on the special talent. After he fully recovered, He Wen had already come behind him. Ben Thunder Palm. There was a burst of lightning on He Wen's body, and the purple thunder-covered palm hit Huang Qingyun's back. Poor Huang Qingyun just broke free from the slow impact, and the opponent's combat skills have already reached his back. This palm almost vomited out the food he ate at noon. Huang Qingyun hurriedly opened the distance and used his talent for manipulation to harass the opponent again. He Wen was vigilant and kept avoiding it. Although the talent of slowness could affect reality, it had very little effect on Huang Qingyun's mental power. Seeing this, Huang Qingyun quickly recovered from his injuries, and mind control also attacked He Wen. Facing the harassment of manipulative talents, He Wen finally fell into the illusion of mind control. Seeing He Wen staying where he was, Wang Ye and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Spiritual talent is so strong that it cannot be resisted. Seeing that He Wen had hit his trick, Huang Qingyun smiled. Although your realm is higher than mine, I am still stronger than you in terms of spiritual power. Huang Qingyun didn't talk nonsense, and kicked He Wen with explosive combat skills. Are you going to lose? Zhou Lun said unwillingly. I thought it would be at least evenly matched, but I didn't expect that the winner would be decided so soon. Not yet, He Wen is pretending. Zhou Yuan suddenly said. Seeing that He Wen was about to be kicked by Huang Qingyun, this unsuspecting kick would definitely seriously injure He Wen. Just when the vitality of the toes was almost enough to touch He Wen suddenly opened his eyes, and Huang Qingyun's movements slowed down again. Sorry, you fell for it. He Wen lowered his head to hide, and a person had appeared beside Huang Qingyun. Huang Qingyun realized something was wrong, but it was too late for him to change the direction of his combat skills. Thunder and lightning enveloped the entire arena, and Huang Qingyun lost. Yeah, a burst of warm cheers erupted from the Yanshinj team. Speaking of which, Huang Qingyun was also very aggrieved by the loss. He could never imagine how the other party could get rid of his control. How did you do that? Huang Qingyun asked unwillingly. You don't think, in my slow talent, I can't break free from your control? He Wen said. Huang Qingyun immediately understood that the slow talent slowed down the time around He Wen. He thought that the other party was still under his control, but he didn't know that the other party had already got rid of the mind control and manipulation in advance. Of course, being able to do this also shows that the other party's mental power is very terrifying. Otherwise, no matter how much time there is, he will only be immersed in the illusion and become a puppet. Now I can deal with you. He Wen looked up at Xiao Zhan and said. Don't you take me seriously. Li Xing, who was ranked second on the opposite side, said slowly. Seeing Li Xing appearing on the stage, He Wen showed a dignified expression. Let's stop talking nonsense, just use your full strength. Li Xing said calmly, with an indescribably relaxed expression. In that case, it's not too late to defeat you first. A terrifying thunderstorm erupted from He Wen's body, and his slow talent enveloped the opponent. It's useless to me. A layer of light curtain spread out on Li Xing's body to offset the slow field. It was the first time he saw a light curtain that could offset the slow field, and Chen Yang also paid attention to it. Check talent. Human, Li Xing. Power, 587 tons. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talents, strength, top, speed, top, atomic destruction, top, weakness, top. Weakened talent. Chen Yang secretly guessed that it should be this thing that resists the talent of slowness. Seeing that his slow talent lost its effect, He Wen didn't care. His strongest strength besides his body was his lightning talent. Since the opponent intends to decide the outcome with one move, He Wen naturally maximized his lightning talent. The purple lightning was continuously compressed under He Wen's control, and finally formed a thunderball with a diameter of less than half a meter, and even the color was somewhat black. What a terrifying power! Although sitting far away in the auditorium, Han Chen could still feel the violent energy raging in the thunderball. Li Xing raised his right hand high, and the vitality around him gathered towards his palm. The red light condensed into a palm-sized ball in Li Xing's hand, which was much smaller than the thunderball in He Wen's hand. Of course, He Wen didn't feel that he was sure of victory because of the size of the opponent's moves, and the result would only be known after the fight. Black field thunder explosion. He Wen shouted with difficulty, and the terrifying thunder ball smashed towards Li Xing's body. Li Xing aimed his palm at the thunderball, and a layer of vitality protection had emerged on his body, and then, the red light beam formed by the destruction of atoms hit the thunderball. The atomic destruction and the thunderball collided together and produced a deafening explosion. Many people covered their ears and dared not look at the arena. Even some weaker warriors fell into a state of aphonia, and a trace of blood flowed from their ears. A circle of dazzling light spots spread out from the middle of the arena, and everyone fell into blindness for a while. When the vision slowly recovered, two black figures gradually became clear. Who's winning? Everyone looked at the arena expectantly, only to see a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters in the middle of the arena. He Wen knelt on one knee, trembling all over. On the other side, Li Xing lowered his right hand. The sharp-eyed person noticed that his body was also trembling slightly, as if he was digesting the damage caused by the huge impact just now, but the state is much better than He Wen. A draw. Wang Ye and others looked at the two people who were motionless on the field and whispered, "You are strong." Li Xing opened the mouth and said. He Wen stood up stiffly and looked at the other party. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had no possibility of attacking at this time. The opponent's talent scattered all the vitality in the space, and the red light beam was like the sickle of death, almost harvesting his own life. I lost? He Wen said sadly. What, even Brother Wen lost? Zhou Lun was unwilling to accept this result. If he hadn't just been a junior martial artist, he would have rushed forward and had a good fight with the opponent. The members of the brilliant team swept away the previous haze, with proud expressions on their faces. Even He Wen, the opponent who ranked number 1, lost to Li Xing. The result of this round is self-evident. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the backbone of the team. Brother Li's special talent even scares me. Xiaozhan originally wanted to compete for the first place, but now he doubts whether his absorption talent can withstand the opponent's atomic destruction. Let's announce the results. Li Xing saw that the opponent conceded defeat, so he looked at the referee and said calmly, "Hold on." Zhou Yuan suddenly said, "Why, if you lose, you lose. Don't you want to admit it?" The captain of Team Glory said, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. "Bai Yang, you've known me for so long, do you think I'm a person who likes to go back on my word?" Zhou Yuan said, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. "Then what, do you want to play? We agreed before, since it is a friendly match, of course the captain is not included, otherwise you can play alone in this match." Bai Yang said with some jealousy. Both are high-ranking martial arts masters, but the opponent breaks through to the Grand Master one step ahead of himself. Zhou Yuan is still very young now, and maybe he will be able to touch the realm above the master in the future. Of course not. I want to leave some time for your team members to rest. After all, there is still one person on my side who disagrees. Zhou Yuan explained. Oh. Hearing what Zhou Yuan said, Bai Yang quickly scanned the opponent's contestants. Except for a few unfamiliar faces with lower levels, Bai Yang didn't find anyone who could compete with Li Xing. Could it be that the other party still wants to struggle? Xiao Zhan smiled. Maybe it is. Who doesn't know that this round of the great martial artist is the highlight of the entire friendly match, and the opponent must not be reconciled? Huang Qingyun pursed his lips and said. Bai Yang glanced at Li Xing, saw that the other party nodded, so he also agreed. In that case, let's rest for a while. I'm really curious who else has the guts to compete with our Li Xing. Bai Yang didn't think that the other party could still send someone out. Even if they did, it would be nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Captain, we have no one left, you won't let us go? Zhou Lun asked hurriedly. Yeah, even if Brother Wen can't beat him, we definitely can't. Yu Cheng also gave up. If you lose, you lose. At worst, you just win it back next time. Wang Ya said unhappy. She is not as skilled as others, and she can only accept it helplessly. Don't worry, it's not you. Zhou Yuan shook his head and stopped talking. Seeing the captain's expression, even He Wen showed a trace of curiosity. Who could make the captain pay so much attention? Hey, Chen Yang, you keep saying that you are going to deal with a great martial artist. The captain is not talking about you, is it? Han Chen asked with an exaggerated expression. Chen Yang nodded and answered Han Chen's question. Don't be kidding, the opponent is Team Glory's number 1, not those inexperienced guys from the Zhao family. Even Zhao Kuang might not be his opponent. You just deliver food when you go up, it's too embarrassing. Han Chen said with a look of disbelief. If you say that, I won't give you something good next time. Chen Yang joked. Don't, you're my big brother. When big brother comes out, let alone Li Xing, even Team Glory's captain is vulnerable. Han Chen immediately changed his face and complimented him. Chen Yang, stop joking. Han Mensi said angrily from the side. I'm not kidding, you'll know later. Chen Yang said helplessly. I know you have a master behind you, maybe he left you with many life-saving methods, but this is a friendly match, and the use of foreign objects is prohibited. Han Mensi explained. Seeing Han Mensi's expression, Chen Yang could only smile embarrassingly. Han Mensi didn't see the scene where Chen Yang punched the great martial artist flying, so he naturally didn't expect that the captain had long listed him as the target of the great martial artist. Chen Yang knew that explanations were superfluous, so he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Seeing that Chen Yang stopped talking, Han Mensi thought that his words had played a role. I don't know if the captain has any back UPS, otherwise this game will have to admit defeat. Han Mensi also said a little unwillingly. How about we make a bet? Chen Yang said suddenly. What bet? Han Mensi asked. Just bet that the Yanchinj team will win. Chen Yang said. What's the point of gambling? If I really win, I can promise you a request. Han Mensi agreed without thinking. It is good. Chen Yang became interested. What if we lose? Han Mensi asked. Those big bright eyes seemed to be thinking of how to trick Chen Yang. If you lose, it's up to you. Chen Yang believed himself. An hour passed quickly, and Li Xing said that he could continue to play. Zhou Yuan, my team members are ready. Who do you plan to send on the field? Bai Yang stood up and asked. Zhou Yuan and Chen Yang looked at each other. Seeing Zhou Yuan nodding, Chen Yang stood up slowly. It's me. Chen Yang exerted his strength slightly and jumped down from the auditorium. Hey, you're crazy. Before Han Mensi could react, Chen Yang appeared on the field. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't listen to persuasion, Han Mensi stomped his feet angrily. The Yanchinj team saw that Chen Yang was going to be the last to appear on the stage, and there was an expression of disbelief on their faces. Isn't he a martial artist? How dare he face Li Xing? A strange team member was puzzled. Is Chen Yang crazy? The other party is a great martial artist, not a martial artist. There is a word missing in the middle. Lu Shan was also surprised. Sun Qian watched Chen Yang strolling into the middle, and didn't know how to speak. He recognized Chen Yang's strength. Others may not know it, but he saw that Chen Yang really defeated Zhao Weiman. But Sun Qian still didn't think that Chen Yang could defeat Li Xing. The reason why Zhao Weiman was defeated by Chen Yang was largely because of his contempt for martial artists. In a real fight, it was hard to say who would win. This Li Xing was definitely stronger than Zhao Weiman, at least he would have no problem facing two Zhao Weimans. Zhao Weiman didn't know that he had somehow become a combat unit. A female figure sitting in the distance did not show much surprise. She has short hair and is Kuishi. Kuishi is the only one who knows that Chen Yang has multiple talents, but she probably can't imagine that Chen Yang has many special talents. Why haven't you seen this person before? Team Glory looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. As Yanchen's secret weapon, he shouldn't have no impression, right? Judging from his aura, this guy should be just a martial artist, right? Is he deliberately pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Xiao Zhan looked at Chen Yang and was also a little puzzled. Haha, is there no one in your team? You actually sent a martial artist out. At first, Bai Yang also thought that Chen Yang was the other party's secret weapon, but when he felt the aura of a martial artist on the other party, he finally couldn't help laughing. There was an uproar at the scene. Warrior, I thought I was wrong. I didn't expect that I was really a martial artist. Could it be that Zhou Yuan broke through the master and burned his brain out? Huang Qingyun laughed softly. I don't only see him, even this martial artist is out of his mind, and he won't be afraid of shame if he runs down. Xiao Zhan said in a strange way. Li Xing also frowned. Captain Zhou, I respected you a lot in the past, especially at such a young age. You have broken through to become a grandmaster. We look up to you for your strength. But this is not a reason why you can humiliate us, right? Li Xing said calmly, but there was a hint of anger in his words. Hi, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang revealed his identity and said, Chen Yang, have you heard of it? The brilliant team had a lot of discussion. I seem to know who he is. Some time ago, a master appeared in Yancheng, and it was on the news. That person seems to be Chen Yang's master. I heard that Chen Yang almost wiped out the Zhao family. If I am not mistaken, this boy should be him. Du Zitang said. Even if there is a master teacher, you can't insult people like this. Don't look at where this place is. Even if the master comes here in person, he wouldn't dare to do this. Xiao Zhan said disdainfully. That said, I have an impression, but after all, it is because there is a teacher behind him, otherwise even a junior martial artist can torture him to death. Huang Qingyun sneered and said, this farce should be over, let's announce the result quickly, we are still in a hurry to go back to eat. Bai Yang didn't dare to speak too presumptuously after hearing everyone's discussion, for fear that Chen Yang's teacher would come and make trouble for him. He is the last player on our side. As long as you win him, you can declare victory. Seeing that everyone was discussing, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and said, I don't accept it. If Yancheng's team is of this kind, I even feel that it is a shame to be called a joint team with you. Li Xing suppressed the anger in his heart and refused. Yeah, that Chen Yang, you go back, don't embarrass yourself here. Xiao Zhan said haha. Seeing that everyone was discussing about the same, Chen Yang finally spoke. Could it be that you dare not send someone out? Oh, I understand. You are afraid of being defeated by a martial artist like me, and you will lose face. How about this, who is called Xiao Zhan, right? I allow you to be with Li Xing play. Chen Yanjian said calmly. Oh, that's right. In my eyes, except for Li Xing, everyone else in your team is rubbish. There was silence on the opposite side, and after a few seconds, countless curses swept over. Chen Yang remained unmoved, but looked at Li Xing with firm eyes. I, Chen Yang, never speak big words. Since I stand here, it means that I must have this strength. Brotherly, do you dare to accept my challenge? Hearing Chen Yang's plain language, Li Xing seemed to see the indomitable momentum of the other party. It's over, I'm over pretending now. Han Chen covered his forehead and dared not look at it. It's just nonsense, Captain, how could you let him play? Han Menzi looked at Zhou Yuan anxiously and said, just watch it, he will bring us a surprise. Yuan Zhou didn't care. In that case, I will fulfill you. Li Xing finally couldn't bear it and jumped down from the auditorium. Seeing that Chen Yang was unmoved, the aura of the middle-ranked great martial artist all pressed on Chen Yang. Ignoring the opponent's hostility, Chen Yang turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan, as if he didn't feel the aura of a middle-level martial artist. Captain, if I win, it won't be the martial arts round, right? What if the opponent doesn't admit it? Chen Yang asked with his big innocent eyes blinking. This kid is too emotional. Zhou Yuan couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, you belong to the round of the great martial artist. Zhou Yuan forcibly held back his expression and said, that's good, by the way, that Xiao Zhan, do you want to come down together? Chen Yang asked Xiao Zhan of Cao Bao. Damn it, I wish I could go down and beat him to death right now. A martial artist couldn't help cursing. Can't you find death? Xiao Zhan's eyes were fixed, revealing a murderous look. It doesn't matter, anyway, one more of you is not too much, and one less of you is not too much. Chen Yang made a helpless gesture and said, I don't know him, and it would be embarrassing to say that. Lu Shan also covered her forehead in embarrassment. It's embarrassing now. Sun Qian laughed. Let's start. Li Xing wanted to end this farce quickly. Although I don't know why the other party can ignore his breath, but after all, he is just a martial artist and cannot turn the sky. Seeing Li Xing's impatient expression, Chen Yang nodded. Wait a moment. Seeing that Li Xing was about to fight, Chen Yang suddenly called to stop. Why, do you regret it? Li Xing asked. I knew this kid was here to make trouble. Seeing that Chen Yang had no intention of doing anything, Huang Qingyun said disdainfully, No, it's too uncivilized to just fight like this. Since it's a friendly match, we have to shake hands. After all, this is the last match. Chen Yang walked over with a smile and held out his hand. Li Xing refused in his heart, but the other party's request was not too much. After hesitating for a while, he still held hands with Chen Yang. Copy talent. Copy succeeded? Li Xing felt something flowing towards Chen Yang in his body, but this feeling disappeared in a flash, like an illusion. Seeing how easily he obtained the other party's talent, Chen Yang showed a strange smile. Li Xing had an ominous premonition, but seeing that the other party was also a martial artist, he shook his head to get rid of this absurd feeling. Can we start? Li Xing asked. Let's start. Chen Yang finally got serious, and the coercion on his body instantly overwhelmed the aura of a great martial artist on Li Xing's body. What happened? Before making a move, Li Xing felt something was wrong. How could the coercion exuded by a martial artist be more terrifying than his own aura? This is unscientific. Do not care. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't move, Li Xing slapped him in the chest. This palm of Li Xing only used -% of his strength. He is very clear about the gap between a martial artist and a great martial artist. Even if he only used -% of his strength, he almost reached the limit of the martial artist realm, which should be enough for the opponent to feel uncomfortable. What he doesn't know is that soon he will be slapped in the face and understand what is the limit of a real martial artist. Facing Li Xing's 2 layers of strength, Chen Yang ignited a scorching flame in his arm and punched him. Puff. One punch and one palm collided together, and there was no quick defeat as everyone imagined. Chen Yang caught the palm very easily. What is Li Xing doing? Don't you have to give way? Seeing Chen Yang's relaxed expression, Xiao Zhan said angrily. Maybe Li Xing wants to give the other party a little face? After all, the other party has a master teacher, so he has to be scrupulous. Huang Qingyun explained. Li Xingyun really thought so at the beginning. He originally planned to use only -% of his strength to end the match, but after the palm match, he was already a little shocked. His 2-layer strength has reached about 120 tons, even exceeding the limit of a martial artist by -tons. But Chen Yang not only took it, but he didn't seem to use his full strength. This guy, is it because of his special talent? Li Xing guessed in his mind, otherwise, how could a mid-level martial artist display such strong power? In that case, the 3rd floor. Li Xing poured some vitality into his palm, and hit Chen Yang again. This palm is a full -tons. Li Xing does not believe that the other party can handle it with ease no matter what. However, Chen Yang threw a punch flatly, and still did not take half a step back. How is this possible? Li Xing had some doubts. Could it be that the opponent's talent is so perverted that he can actually increase his attack several times? Li Xing's guess was correct. The superposition of bloodthirsty rage and other talents fully increased Chen Yang's strength by 3 or 4 times. Calculated in this way, Chen Yang's ordinary blow has exceeded 200 tons. If I hadn't copied the talents of so many great martial artists today, my strength would not be so high, Chen Yang thought to himself. Since the copying talent was upgraded, every time he copied someone else's talent, he could get -% of the target's vitality. The vitality of a great martial artist is more than 10 times that of a martial artist. Even if it is only 1%, it is still very much for a martial artist. However, Chen Yang's physique is different. Under the tempering of the spiritual liquid and the phantom beast art, his meridians are much thicker than those of ordinary martial artists. Li Xing won't play anymore, will he? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't feel oppressed at all, Xiao Zhan said dissatisfied. It was a joke for a martial artist to challenge a great martial artist, let alone a genius like Li Xing. Hurry up, I have an appointment tonight. Huang Qingyun laughed, seeming a little sleepy. On the other side, seeing Chen Yang easily catch Li Xing's palm, Lu Shan was a little excited. Although he will lose, he is proud enough to be able to make 2 moves against the great martial artist. Interesting. Li Xing whispered. Next, I will use -% of my strength. Li Xing reminded in a loud voice. And many more. Chen Yang interrupted suddenly. What? Are you going to admit defeat? Li Xing asked. The 5th floor is too few, you should use all your strength, that's the way to deal with He Wen. Chen Yang said. What is he doing? Courting death. Han Menzi blushed with anger. Are He Wen and him in the same realm? Even He Wen almost missed it. If Li Xing really used that trick, he would definitely be wiped out. Li Xing was slightly disappointed after hearing Chen Yang's words. Originally, seeing that the other party was able to catch his 3rd level of strength, his view of Chen Yang changed a little. But as soon as he had a slight liking for Chen Yang, the other party brazenly wanted to court death, which made Li Xing frown again. Chen Yang, it's still too late to admit defeat. It's not a shame to lose to me, Li Xing persuaded. Hey, why do you like dogs to look down on people? Chen Yang's eyes were like rainbows, and various talents of mental power invaded Li Xing's brain at the same time. Li Xing suddenly felt bad, his brain was hit hard by a giant hammer, and his eyes became blurred for a while. Li Xing staggered back a few steps, the flame on Chen Yang's arm burned again, this time he compressed most of his natural strength into his fist. Tiger Brilliant Fist. A white tiger rushed towards Li Xing wrapped in flames. Li Xing was still mentally under attack. When he felt threatened, he raised his hands, and a delicate long sword appeared on his chest at some point. Boom. This punch sent Li Xing to the edge of the arena, leaving a deep ditch on the ground. This punch was very similar to Xiao Zhan's final counterattack. Seeing Li Xing being repelled, the members of Team Glorious exclaimed in disbelief. What just happened? Xiao Zhan said suddenly. Li Xing was attacked by mental power. I suspect that the other party has special spiritual talents. Huang Qingyun said solemnly. Even he felt a little threat from the blow just now. It seems that this martial artist is really unusual, and even a great martial artist needs to face it seriously. I'm not mistaken, am I? Chen Yang. He actually repelled Li Xing. Wang Ya dare not believe it. Why did Li Xing stand there without moving? If it wasn't for blocking Chen Yang's attack in the end, even a great martial artist would be injured. Zhou Lun was puzzled. Brother Wen, do you see anything? Yu Chang saw that several people didn't know what happened, so he asked He Wen. This guy is not as simple as he appears on the surface. His strength is not weaker than that of a junior martial artist. Maybe none of you are his opponents. He Wen could tell at a glance that Chen Yang's blow just now had reached the limit of a junior martial artist, otherwise Li Xing would not have chosen to use weapons to resist the damage. How is it possible? He is only an intermediate martial artist, how can he be so powerful? Zhou Lun didn't believe it. Han Mensi also had the expression of living in a dream. Seeing Chen Yang catch Li Xing's 2 moves, she was already very proud of Chen Yang. But the surprise that Chen Yang brought her was even greater. The Huhuang fist repelled Li Xingyun so far, and the degree of shock was far greater than Xiao Zhan's counterattack. Weaken. Li Xing shouted 2 words in a low voice. The influence of mental power on him was finally not that serious. Seeing that his chest was scorched black, which was the trace left by his combat skills just now, Li Xingyun once again looked at Chen Yang with admiration. Yes, you really brought me a big surprise, but if it's just that, it's not enough. Li Xingyun adjusted his posture and said. You don't think it was my all-out attack just now, do you? I just hope you face up to this game, and don't feel regretful if you lose later. Chen Yang looked into Li Xing's eyes and said carefully. Who does he think he is? How dare he talk to Li Xing like this? He really thinks that he has 2 brushes. Du Zitang had long since disliked Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang being so arrogant, he wished that Li Xing would beat him up violently. I understand. Seeing the other party's serious eyes, Li Xing seemed to understand something. Are you sure you want me to use that trick? Li Xing asked suddenly. If possible, I hope you can break through the limit. Chen Yang made a gesture of please. Okay, since you want to see it, I will satisfy you. Li Xing lowered his long sword, then raised his left hand high. A red light appeared in the palm of his hand. Oh my god, is Li Xing crazy? To use this trick, Chen Yang will die. Han Mensi exclaimed. Captain, go and stop him. Lu Shan also hurriedly shouted. Wang Ya and others turned their heads to look at Zhou Yuan. Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't make the slightest move to make a move, they couldn't restrain their desire to rush down. Chen Yang still has his back, don't worry. Zhou Yuan stopped. What else can he do? Han Mensi could not wait to use the power of space to teleport Chen Yang away from the arena. She was just about to make a move when a guru's pressure pressed her body hard on the seat. Look carefully, this is a great opportunity for you. Zhou Yuan reminded. What are you looking at? See how Chen Yang turns into ashes. Everyone was full of doubts and had no choice but to turn their attention to the arena. They only hoped that Chen Yang would really have a backhand that everyone didn't know about. Otherwise, with Li Xing's combat skills, there is no hope of survival. The red light ball condensed on Li Xing's left hand, which was much smaller than the previous move against He Wen in terms of size. Ready. Li Xing reminded that the red beam formed a laser and shot towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang unhurriedly deployed the speed force, leaving an afterimage of Chen Yang in place. The red light beam formed by atomic destruction pierced Chen Yang's body. Han Mensi screamed and wet his eyes. Xiao Zhan watched with satisfaction that the atomic annihilation tore Chen Yang's figure into pieces, but Bai Yang's eyes widened, realizing something was wrong. After a few seconds, Li Xing ended his atomic destruction talent. Seeing that Chen Yang disappeared, he sighed regretfully. After all, I still didn't catch it. I said, just this, isn't enough. Chen Yang's voice appeared in Li Xing's ear. Li Xing's heart beat violently. He didn't know when Chen Yang appeared behind him. What happened? Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank slightly. He thought that Chen Yang was torn apart by the atomic destruction, but he didn't expect it to be an afterimage. Wang Ya and others didn't know what happened, but He Wen saw some tricks. Did Chen Yang use the domain just now? He Wen asked uncertainly. Zhou Yuan nodded, affirming He Wen's answer. It's scary, Chen Yang really owns the domain. Han Mensi asked excitedly. Yes, you can try to feel it, maybe you can find some inspiration. Zhou Yuan replied. He is also carefully observing the use of the speed force. Since breaking through as a master, he feels that the aura of heaven and earth and special talents seem to be closer to him, and he can vaguely touch the existence of the speed force. Knowing that what Chen Yang used just now was domain power, everyone exclaimed. Generally, only great martial artists can comprehend domains. Chen Yang is only a martial artist, so one can imagine how monstrous his talent is. There were envious looks in the eyes of several people. Use all your strength. I won't show mercy this time. What should have been said by Li Xing jumped out of Chen Yang's mouth instead. Li Xing nodded stiffly. He also felt a strange power just now. This kind of power is different from special talent, but very similar to the power he has been pursuing. Could it be that he is so confident because Li Xing felt great pressure. If the opponent really comprehended the power beyond his reach as he thought in his heart, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose this match. This time, I will use my strongest blow. Li Xing clenched the long sword tightly, and all the red light condensed on the long sword. What is this trick? Xiao Zhan and Huang Qingyun watched Li Xing's movements curiously. They felt more terrifying power from the delicate long sword than before, even surpassing the move against He Wen. Broken Star. River. Li Xing's aura reached its peak. He had completely put away his contempt for Chen Yang, and regarded him as a more terrifying opponent than He Wen. Cut. The atomic destruction talent and the long sword were integrated into one, and the delicate long sword that seemed to be broken at the moment broke out at Chen Yang with an incomparable sword force. Speed force. The world in Chen Yang's eyes slowed down, and he could even see the opponent's combat skills clearly. The talent of perspective reflected the flaws of the opponent's combat skills into Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang could have chosen to avoid this blow, but he didn't. Let me see how strong you are. Bloodthirsty, frenzy, coercion, psyche, plunder, gravity. All the special talents that can be used are gathered in the right fist, and with a dragon chant, Chen Yang's right fist seems to be transformed into a unicorn arm. Long Huang Fist. This was Chen Yang's strongest blow except in the field of strength. The vitality in his body was crazily poured into his right arm. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Yang punched Li Xing's terrifying blade. He's crazy. That's what's on everyone's mind. Even though he had a chance to avoid Li Xing's attack, he had to bite the bullet and confront him head-on. This is simply reckless behavior. Chen Yang turned into a golden beam of light and hit the destructive red sword, and the huge shock wave sent the entire venue flying. The center of the collision forms a vacuum zone that completely empties the surrounding vitality, and even atoms cannot survive in it. Before this, no one would have thought that Chen Yang would actually dare to face Li Xing, but when the two energies collide with each other, no matter what the outcome of the match is, Chen Yang's name will be remembered by everyone and become an unstoppable obliterated traces. The playing field became unrecognizable under the collision of the two energies. When everything quieted down, everyone held their breath and stared at the center of the deep pit. The site turned into a huge pit with a diameter of 80 meters and a depth of -meters. The two figures looked at each other face to face, and the world fell into silence at this moment. Puff. A figure fell slowly, with a trace of unwillingness. He closed his eyes. Li Xing. Bai Yang rushed to the middle of the deep pit and helped Li Xing up. At this time, Li Xing's body was in a mess and his meridians were all in disorder. Bai Yang quickly injected vitality into Li Xing's body to repair his injury. Chen Yang won. Han Mensi stared at the center of the pit with wide eyes, and the tall and straight figure was Chen Yang. 1. The Yanchinj team had already given up any hope. Seeing Chen Yang miraculously defeating Li Xing, everyone seemed to wake up from their sleep and let out deafening cheers. Du Zitang's legs were weak right now, but fortunately he didn't really provoke Chen Yang, otherwise he would probably be the one lying on the ground. In the last confrontation, all the audience couldn't believe their eyes. Chen Yang actually did it, and he will become a legend in the realm of martial arts. Anyone else want to try? Chen Yang raised his head and looked at the members of the brilliant team with sharp eyes. Du Zitang quickly lowered his head, fearing that the other party would call him off. Xiao Zhan didn't dare to speak anymore. The last scene still feels a little unrealistic when he thinks about it now. Why can a cultivator at the level of a martial artist erupt with such terrifying power? Even if he has the talent of self-healing, he might be reduced to ashes in the explosion. Li Xing tried his best. He never used his last move even against He Wen. This time we were convinced of the defeat. Bai Yang hugged Li Xing and said, then immediately disappeared into the arena. Li Xing's current body urgently needs treatment, otherwise it will be difficult to recover in the future. Seeing that no one was willing to fight anymore, Chen Yang stretched himself. Am I dreaming? Lu Shan shook Sun Qian and asked. It's okay, I'm dreaming too. Sun Qian replied with a dull face. In the corner of Kuishi's mouth raised a smile. Chen Yang always brought her surprises. She even couldn't help but think of that resolute, handsome face with incomparable confidence. After this friendly match, no one dared to say that Chen Yang was humiliating himself. Every time I hear Chen Yang's name, the last scene of fighting with Li Xingyun will automatically appear in my mind. Sister Meng, remember your bet. At some point, Chen Yang had already returned to Han Mensi's side. It wasn't until Han Mensi came to her senses that she saw Chen Yang laughing, and a tear fell unconsciously from her moist eye sockets. Where did Chen Yang experience such a scene? He thought he had offended Han Mensi, so he apologized quickly. Forget it, just treat it as a fart, and I'll go first. Chen Yang hurried away and left the auditorium under Han Chen's strange eyes. After it was announced that Team Yanchinj had won number 1, everyone remembered to look for Chen Yang. Chen Yang hid a long time ago. Instead of leaving immediately, he transformed into another person and squeezed into the members of Team Glory. In the toilet, Du Zitang was lying on the toilet. Just as he came out to use the toilet, he was severely punched in the back of the head. Sorry, borrow your appearance. Chen Yang turned into Du Zitang. As for why it was him, it can only be his bad luck. Are you polite? If Du Zitang was sober at this time, he would definitely ask the other party back. Chen Yang frantically copied all the talents of the other party. He originally wanted to copy Bai Yang's talents, but he couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Du Zitang, why are you touching me? Zhu Xia looked at Chen Yang angrily. Chen Yang didn't care so much. He ran away after copying, and if he caused trouble, it had nothing to do with him. After copying all the talents such as prediction, Chen Yang turned his target to his teammates. After working hard for half an hour, the vitality in Chen Yang's body increased a lot. Back in the car, Chen Yang sang boy and left the army. As for the following celebration, he didn't bother to participate. Just say that your body is injured and you need to rest. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Yang decided to ask Gao Xiong how it was going. Hello, fatty, where are you? Chen Yang called. I'm eating, and there are several employees of the company with me. Brother Yang, are you done with your work? Do you want to come together? There was a noisy voice from Gao Xiong's side. It should be on the wine table. Okay, I'll come over. Hearing that Gao Xiong said that he was having dinner with several employees, Chen Yang was a little curious about who he had applied for. According to Gao Xianfa's location, Chen Yang soon came to a luxurious restaurant. Brother Yang, here. Gao Xiong spotted Chen Yang coming in at a glance, and under his leadership, the two walked into a box with singing. Okay, who chose this place? Chen Yang asked curiously, because according to his understanding, this kind of place is unlikely to be chosen by Gao Xiong. Yes Ruruo, how about it? Please be satisfied. Gao Xiong said proudly. Yo, it's only been a day, Ruo called, did you agree? Chen Yang knew that Gao Xiong didn't have this taste. What's the matter? The name is so unfamiliar, I let them call me fat. Gao Xiong introduced Chen Yang to everyone. Apart from Gao Xiong, there were 7 other people at the dining table, 3 women and 4 men, eating happily. Hello, Mr. Chen. Several people stood up and shouted. The others looked at Chen Yang curiously, but Xieburuo looked calm. Mr. Chen, are you the one on the news a few days ago? A woman wearing glasses asked in surprise. Yes, my name is Chen Yang, and I am a practitioner. Chen Yang made a simple self-introduction. What do you mainly do? Can you briefly tell me about me? Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Song Ji, and I specialize in management. This is my brother, Qin Junhao, who specializes in programming. A weak-looking man stood up and introduced. My name is Su Qian, and I'm also engaged in software and planning. A man wearing glasses got up and said. Among the other 2 women, the one who wears glasses is for advertising, and the other is a friend of Xieburuo who came from another company. Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Su Rodong. I used to be a research and development staff of Jingxi Company, and I am familiar with beverages. Ruruo said that the company here has just started, there is a lot of room for improvement, and at the same time, I need help, so I thought about coming here. Su Rodong said. I've heard Ruruo talk about you, and she thinks highly of you. Chen Yang nodded. Sure, fatty, I found so many people at once. I checked and found that there are people from every department. Then I will take this opportunity to talk about the company's plan. Chen Yang sat down and talked. We are a new company, and I already have detailed ideas for product development. Su Rodong will test my formula at that time. There is basically no need to worry about the product. The most important thing is production and advertising. Chen Yang expressed his thoughts while eating. Although Chen Yang looked very young, after Chen Yang's planning, everyone looked at Chen Yang with admiration. No one dared to ignore his ideas because of his age. As far as the plans Chen Yang said today, even the largest company in Yanqing may not be able to achieve such a comprehensive plan. After all, Chen Yang has a lifetime of experience more than others. There are many things that people from Blue Star have never seen, but he understands them very well. Fatty, since we have all the people in the early stage, let's start to divide the work. Leave the assistant to Ruruo. You are in charge of some matters and personnel of the company. The factory will be built soon. We now need advanced technicians and employees. You have to hurry up to get these fat people in place. In terms of technical employees, I will always find a few people for me. Remember, technicians must read people with books, do you understand? Chen Yang emphasized. As for publicity and development, don't worry. Although our company has just started, we have sufficient funds. We must have the best software and publicity planning, and try to open the market within a week. After talking for another half an hour, the dinner was finally over. It was the first time for Chen Yang to experience the pain of being a leader. Before, he didn't understand that a leader could talk for so long just for a meeting. After implementing it himself, he realized that there were many things that he hadn't noticed before. However, making money from this factory is no longer Chen Yang's primary goal. What he needs is to rely on the company to attract talents and become a leading enterprise in Yanqing. What Chen Yang needs most now is a safe fortress, and building a factory is his first step. After the meal, Chen Yang invited them to the bar to hold a big stage. Under the influence of alcohol, several strangers also became active. Brother Yang, what do you think of Ruruo? Gao Xiong asked secretly. If Ruruo is 4 years older than you, are you sure you want to find a girlfriend? Chen Yang looked at him with a smile on his face and asked. What's wrong with the 4th-year-old, as the saying goes? The first female college girl holds a golden rooster, the second female college student holds a golden pot, the third female college student holds a golden brick, and the female college senior student is blessed with longevity. Brother Yang, my luck has arrived. Gao Xiong had a smirk on his face, and it seemed that he had fallen into the abyss of love. Fine, as long as you don't mind. As for the matter between the two of you, I'm quite in favor of it. It would be great if it can be done. Chen Yang encouraged. Okay, Brother Yang. With your words, I feel relieved. To be honest, I fell in love with her at first sight. Seeing Gao Xiang's demented face, Chen Yang was also secretly happy. Chen Yang could tell that Xieburuo was indeed very talented in managing the company. If they can really become a pair with Gao Xiang, they will be able to help him better in the future. So from the bottom of his heart, Chen Yang still supported Gao Xiang's idea. It's a pity that Ma Ji and Yaziang are still in college, otherwise they could have been called together. Chen Yang thought in his heart. Inside the Zhao family villa, a man and a woman sat leisurely on the sofa. The man looked about 35 or years old. He crossed his legs, as if he regarded the villa as his own home. Zhao Kuang and the others looked at the two with unnatural expressions, and even Zhao Weiman showed a respectful expression. Is there any result from the experiment here? The woman asked. Human experiments are already being done at the glorious base, and some people have already taken the improved magic liquid, and they seem to be in very good physical condition at present. Zhao Kuang replied. I heard that an experimental subject escaped there before. Did you catch it in the end? Yes, the authorities sent a lot of people to look for it, but there is no news. I guess, she has already entered the crack. Zhao Kuang guessed. I've already talked to Modu about the attack on the site. They attach great importance to this aspect. By the way, some bad news has come out recently. What's going on with your branch? The woman brought the topic to the Zhao family's apology. This. Zhao Kuang hesitated for a while, but still told the whole story in detail. Needless to say what was added. It's really trash. You not only failed yourselves, but also disgraced the entire Zhao family. Are you sure that Grandmaster is not from Guanghui base or Yanchinj? Said the woman. I'm sure, I haven't heard of this character before. And now we don't know the name of the other party. After all, he is a master, and I am a great martial artist. I dare not resist at all. Zhao Kuang was a little unwilling to say. Leave this matter to us. The man said suddenly. It's interesting to be able to make a fifth-order ferocious beast a beast pet. The man became curious about the master Zhao Kuang mentioned. Is the Devil City planning to make a move? Zhao Kuang asked tentatively. If you dare to bully the Zhao family, you will have to pay a price. Uncle is just about to come over, and you can ask him to do it then. The man didn't seem to care about the master. When Zhao Kuang heard the other party say this, there was a trace of expectation on his face. The Zhao family in Yanchinj is just a branch of the Zhao family in the magical capital, and there is little contact between the two families. If they hadn't come to investigate the matter of the black crystal this time, the other party would not have sent someone over. Although the two men and women in front of them are only 35, their strength has already reached the level of high-level martial arts masters. Once they understand the field, they will soon be able to step into the realm of masters. The Zhao family in the Demon City is very powerful. They have 4 practitioners in the realm of Grand Masters, and one of them is in the realm of high-ranking masters. Chen Yang didn't know that he had caused a lot of trouble. He never imagined that there was such a backer behind the Zhao family in Yanchinj. Of course, this matter still needs to be checked first to see how the situation at the Guanghui base is. If there is no problem, I will be able to avenge you soon. The woman picked up her teacup and said. Thank you, cousin. Zhao Kuang said gratefully. Chen Yang has been busy with the company's affairs recently. Under his plan, the company is slowly getting on the right track. It didn't take long to recruit more than 100 people. Now when I visit the company, everyone is very motivated. In about 16 days, the factory has been fully built. Chen Yang used his in-depth learning talent to research all the recipes of Coke and Sprite, and left the rest to Su Rudong. In the laboratory, Su Rudong looked at Chen Yang in surprise. She has never seen a talent with this kind of talent. Relying only on her own palate, she can create new flavors that have never been seen before. And this kind of thing called soda is very novel. Once it appears in the market, it will definitely be liked by young people. Remember, confidentiality must be done well. We can't allow others to be competitive. Our current advantage is the unique and novel taste. I will give you a tea recipe after a while. Chen Yang said contentedly while drinking a glass of black soda. Wow, Brother Yang, this thing is really cool. Gao Xiang excitedly added ice cubes to it, and quickly gulped it down in one gulp. Of course, you don't think I just opened the factory without preparing anything. Chen Yang laughed. Gao Xiang smiled awkwardly. He had indeed thought this way before. Su Rudong didn't know what to say. She prepared a large number of beverage recipes, and even planned to work overtime overnight to make a product that could sell well. Otherwise, the new company will have nothing and will lose a lot in a short period of time. But Chen Yang has done all the work of the entire R&D team by herself, and the rest is just to adjust the taste and programming process, and she doesn't need to use her own brain at all. Doing a simple job with a high salary, Su Rudong could imagine that as soon as the new drink goes on sale, it will soon become the mainstream. A week later, the factory has been able to produce products smoothly. Under the bombardment of Chen Yang's money, the whole Yanchinj knew about this drink called soda. At the opening ceremony, Chen Yang let everyone taste it for free. Tens of thousands of bottles of Coke and Sprite were prepared on site, and many people couldn't wait to open them and drink them. Wow, what kind of fairy taste is this? It's so delicious. A boy only felt a strange thing filling his throat and stomach, and he patted his stomach contentedly with the sound of hiccups. The scene was very hot, and tens of thousands of bottles were distributed in one go. Chen Yang hurriedly sent more people to prepare to order over. He didn't expect that the publicity effect of his free tasting would be so good. This trick has been played badly on Earth, but it still attracts many people who are greedy for cheap every time. But Blue Star seldom has this kind of publicity, so as soon as Chen Yang's advertisement came out, it immediately attracted many people. After they have tasted the soda, the product will be released to the market, and people will even rush to buy it. Mr. Chen, your method is very good. I believe it won't be long before the entire Yancheng will be filled with our products. Shen Chunro from the planning department flushed with excitement. You did a good job. When the opening is over, please eat delicious food. Chen Yang smiled. Yeah, Mr. Chen is the best. Shen Chunro jumped up happily. Outside the opening ceremony, a man and a woman looked at Chen Yang curiously. Zhao Kej, what are you doing over there? Why are there so many people? The woman asked curiously. It should be the opening ceremony. I heard that it seems that Chen Yang has set up a beverage company, which can attract so many people. Zhao Kej also showed curiosity. Zhao Lu, why don't we go and have a look? Zhao Kej said with a little interest. Okay, it would be better if we did some sabotage or something. Zhao Lu showed an evil smile, and those who didn't know thought she was a little girl who didn't grow up. Hearing what Zhao Lu said, Zhao Kej nodded in agreement. The two parties already had conflicts, and if they could cause some scandal at the opening ceremony of the other party, it would be regarded as venting their anger for their cousin. The two walked through the crowd to the freezer, looking curiously at the red and blue packages of Coke and green Sprite. It's so delicious, I want more. A girl tried to grab a bottle of Sprite after drinking a bottle of Coke, but the surrounding security stopped her. Today, those who come to the scene can only get one bottle for free. If you want to try other flavors, you can buy them after they are on the shelves in major shopping malls tomorrow. The security guard said to the girl. How can it be? I want to drink it now. How much is a bottle? I want to buy it. The girl said hastily. I want to buy it too. Several students around also shouted. Sorry, not for sale today. The security guard refused. What? Not for sale? Why? If you have money but don't make money, is this boss crazy? The students did not understand Chen Yang's behavior. Not only the students, but even the security guards and the people who distributed drinks didn't understand why Chen Yang did this. After the tens of thousands of people tasted it once, they still remembered the taste of the soda, and they couldn't wait to have another bottle. If it goes on sale today, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of bottles will be sold. The company's employees didn't know why the sale was banned at first, and they didn't realize it until Chen Yang explained what hunger marketing is. Boss, you are too powerful. You can think of such a method. The tens of thousands of people on the scene can't buy drinks, and they will all become our free publicity manpower. I, the planner, have thought of so many plans, and the bosses, it's a world of difference. Su Qian said embarrassedly. It doesn't matter, you just need to implement my ideas well. You have only come into contact with these things now, so you find them novel. When you stay in the company for a long time, you will learn more about sales methods. Chen Yang patted Su Qian's shoulder and said. Outside the freezer, Zhao Lu saw that everyone around her said it was delicious, so she asked for a bottle out of curiosity. When the bottle was opened, a stream of gas rushed out, and many small bubbles appeared in the soda, which looked very interesting. Zhao Lu took a shallow sip, and the expression on her face was particularly exciting. My god, they're right, it's so delicious. Is it? Zhao Kej was not interested in these things at first, but when he saw that everyone around him looked intoxicated, even his cousin, he finally couldn't resist asking for a bottle. Swallowing the cold cola into his throat, Zhao Kej was also overwhelmed by the strange taste. Zhao Lu, this is a great business opportunity. Zhao Kej shouted in a flash of inspiration. What happened? Zhao Lu asked puzzledly. Look around here, everyone is full of praise for this soda. If we bring it to Shanghai and sell it, wouldn't the whole city be crazy about it? Zhao Kej told Zhao Lu what was in his heart. That's right, if we know how to produce, people in the entire magic city will become our customers. Zhao Lu's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good opportunity. Let's go, let's meet this Chen Yang. If he is sensible, let us cooperate. Let him kneel down and apologize for what happened before. Otherwise, I will let his opening ceremony become a closing ceremony today. Zhao Kej walked forward to the stage with his chest straightened out. Who is Chen Yang? Zhao Kej raised his head and shouted. Boss, someone is looking for you. Shen Chunro reminded. Chen Yang had noticed these two people a long time ago. Although they were well hidden, Chen Yang still discovered the identities of the two great martial artists. There are not many great martial masters in Yancheng, let alone high-ranking great martial masters, and even each of the four major families has only one high-ranking great martial master. I'm Chen Yang, what's the matter? Chen Yang raised a smile and asked. Know who we are? Zhao Kej said with an arrogant expression. I don't care who you are, but if you're making trouble, I think you may be in the wrong place. Chen Yang opened a bottle of soda and said. Hehe, this little Yancheng is indeed a small place, and even the words are so cute. If someone in Motu dares to treat us like this, I'm afraid they will have to resign the next day. Zhao Kej laughed loudly. Are you from the magic capital? Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, a little surprised. Why, now you know you're afraid. Zhao Kej seemed to enjoy the feeling of being respected by others. Idiot. Chen Yang walked away without looking back, leaving behind Zhao Kej, who was stunned. What did you say? How dare you say those two words to me? Zhao Kej didn't react until Chen Yang walked away. Furious, he rushed up and grabbed Chen Yang's back collar. In his eyes, Chen Yang is just an ant in the realm of a martial artist. With his strength as a high-ranking great martial artist, wouldn't he simply crush him? Zhao Kej, pay attention, this is Yanchinj. Zhao Lu did not stop Zhao Kej's behavior, but just reminded him a little. Chen Yang had expected Zhao Kej's action a long time ago. Before the opponent's arm touched the collar, Chen Yang had already kicked him sideways. This kick had a force of more than 200 tons. Zhao Kej didn't expect the opponent to resist. Facing the sudden kick, he had no time to dodge, and a black shoe print appeared on his chest. Zhao Kej's body staggered back 2 steps. After seeing the shoe prints on his chest, Zhao Kej's aura of a great martial artist erupted instantly. Boy, no one dares to treat me like this in Shanghai, you are courting death. Seeing Zhao Kej getting angry, Zhao Lu shook her head and stood in front of Zhao Kej. Don't be so impulsive. Although this is only Yanchinj, there is also a city supervisor. If you accidentally kill Chen Yang, it's not easy to wipe your ass at home. Zhao Lu persuaded. Let go of me, I must abolish him today. Zhao Kej didn't burn his head with anger, he just wanted to destroy the other party. Zhao Kej, could it be that you are also from the Zhao family? Chen Yang was a little surprised. I thought Zhao Kuang and his family were the only ones in the Zhao family, but now there are 2 high-ranking great martial artists who are younger than Zhao Kuang. You don't deserve to know. Zhao Kej poured vitality into his hands, and hit Chen Yang with a whistling palm. Chen Yang wasn't very good-tempered either. Seeing the other party being aggressive, he finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. This time and again, he challenged his own bottom line again and again. It seemed that the Zhao family was really at odds with him. Mind teleportation. Chen Yang activated the speed force to teleport the 2 of them out of the city, and he followed closely. In the city, he didn't dare to attack with all his strength, for fear of hurting the people. But outside the city, Chen Yang didn't have any scruples. Under the swiftness, Zhao Kej's movements became very slow. All of Chen Yang's talents gathered his hands, and he punched Zhao Kej flying. Zhao Kej didn't expect Chen Yang to be so powerful, and with the blessing of super speed force, this punch immediately made his chest twitch, and the clothes on his upper body turned into a beggar's outfit. Where is this? It wasn't until Zhao Lu realized that she was teleported outside the city. She looked at Chen Yang in astonishment, and she didn't expect that Chen Yang had this ability. Looking for death, I'll kill you. Zhao Kej's special talent was fully mobilized, and the vitality of heaven and earth attacked Chen Yang under Zhao Kej's control. Sanqing fist. Zhao Kej punched Chen Yang with a punch. This punch contained all his anger and was bound to tear Chen Yang's body apart. Humph. Chen Yang superimposed the speed force and the power field, and the power beyond the limit of the great martial artist sent Zhao Kej flying again. Caij. Zhao Lu hurried over to check on Zhao Kej's injuries. The strength of Chen Yang's punch even made her feel a little scared. Zhao Kej spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was severely injured. Damn, come again. Zhao Kej took out an elixir and swallowed it. His aura rose, and just as he was about to strike with all his strength again, a guru's aura descended from the sky. Stop. A majestic voice came from the sky. Zhao Kej's body stopped, and the vitality he just raised was suppressed. The coercion in the air made Chen Yang's heart skip a beat. He raised his head and saw a strange figure slowly descending. City Lord. A name came to Chen Yang's mind. Zhang Beicheng? Who is coming? Zhao Kej put away his previous arrogance and looked at the city lord solemnly. Although his family is not afraid of the Grand Master, but now that his uncle is not around, if the other party destroys his body and traces, the loss outweighs the gain. I am the Lord of Yan City, Zhang Beicheng. Zhang Beicheng fell to the ground. His voice was like a boom, and the 3 of them took a step back. So strong. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. Although Zhou Yuan is also a master, Chen Yang did not feel such coercion when facing the captain. He was able to repel the 3 of them with just 1 sentence, and he deserved to be the city lord who had been with the master for many years. Chen Yang secretly compared the gap between himself and Zhang Beicheng. Unless he breaks through the great martial arts master, he must not be the opponent of the city lord. Zhao Kej has met the city lord. Knowing that the person who came was the lord of Yan City, Zhao Kej's expression softened a little. I don't know why the city lord stopped me. This Chen Yang insulted my Zhao family. Death is not a pity. Zhao Kej asked. Zhang Beicheng glanced at Chen Yang with a trace of gentleness in his eyes. I have known everything about Chen Yang and the Zhao family. Speaking of which, your Zhao family is at fault. There is no great martial artist named Zhao Kej in Yanchinj. You are from the Zhao family in the Devil City, right? Zhang Beicheng said. That's right, since the city lord knows that I am from the Zhao family in the Devil's capital, and hopes to give him a hand, I must kill him today. Whether it is right or wrong, it is a fact that Chen Yang insulted the Zhao family, and this cannot be let go. Zhao Kej spoke aggressively. It's so majestic. You want to kill me just because you want to kill me? Threatening the members of the joint team in front of the city lord, this Zhao family somehow survived in the Devil's capital. If it were me, I would definitely drive the Zhao family out of the Devil's capital. Chen Yang said without flinching. Your Zhao family is really going too far. Do you want to bully people in Yanchinj in front of me? Zhang Beicheng also stood by Chen Yang's side. Hearing what the city lord said, Zhao Kej's eyelids twitched, realizing that it was almost impossible to make Chen Yang pay the price today. Zhao Lu has met the city lord. Zhao Lu watched for a long time, and only then did she speak. Let's leave things like this for the time being. My uncle will come to Yanqing in person soon, and then we will visit again. Although Zhao Lu's tone was flat, both of them could hear the threat in Zhao Lu's mouth. Hehe, since the Zhao family is interested, I will wait for you at the city lord's mansion. Zhang Beicheng seemed very disgusted with Zhao Lu's threat. Both grandmasters have their own tempers, not to mention not coming now. Even if the grandmaster of the Zhao family really came, he would not be afraid. How could he be threatened by a great martial artist? Zhao Kej, let's go. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng didn't eat oil and salt, Zhao Lu said in a cold tone. Good luck to you. Zhao Kej gave Chen Yang a vicious look, and the two of them disappeared immediately. Thank you, the city lord. Seeing the two walking away, Chen Yang thanked them. You're welcome. Even if I don't show up, the two of them won't be able to threaten you. I've already heard about the friendly match of the joint team. Even Li Xing isn't your opponent, so these two won't be much stronger. Zhang Beicheng smiled. Come on, go to my house and have a chat. Zhang Beicheng asked. Then respect is worse than obedience. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. The other party only helped him once. If he refused, it would be a bit embarrassing for the other party. A few minutes later, the two sat down in the hall of the city lord's mansion. The decoration of the city lord's mansion is very luxurious, a bit similar to the style of the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe. The two sat down on the sofa, and a secretary stepped up to pour a cup of tea for Chen Yang. City master, I wonder what's going on this time. Chen Yang was puzzled. He has never dealt with the city lord, or even met him face to face. If he hadn't occasionally seen Zhang Beicheng's face on TV, he might not have recognized him today. Hehe, can't I call you over if I have nothing to do? Could it be that I, Zhang Beicheng, are so shameless? Zhang Beicheng picked up his teacup and laughed. The city lord misunderstood, but came over suddenly, feeling a little uneasy. Chen Yang quickly explained. I don't know about you yet. If others see Grandmaster, they might pee their pants. You often stay with your master, so how could you be frightened by my Grandmaster's breath? Zhang Beicheng took a sip of tea and said. I just happened to be shopping with my daughter this time, and saw you arguing with them, so I followed. Hearing Zhang Beicheng's explanation, Chen Yang felt a little more relaxed. However, his teleportation ability must have been noticed by Zhang Beicheng, so I don't know how he would feel about it. Chen Yang is not afraid of his ability being exposed now. He will become a great martial artist in a short time, and the Grandmaster will not be his opponent by then. Your new company is pretty good. My daughter is always praising your new drink. I haven't seen her so excited for a long time. Zhang Beicheng praised. Thank you, the city lord, for your compliments. These things are nothing more than small troubles. Chen Yang said modestly. If the daughter of the city lord likes it, I will send someone to bring you a few cars at that time. In addition, there will be new products on the market at that time. I will definitely let your daughter taste it as soon as possible. Zhang Beicheng laughed out loud after hearing Chen Yang's words, very satisfied. Lure, come out. You were discovered by Chen Yang a long time ago when you were hiding there. Zhang Beicheng shouted to the upstairs with a smile. Hearing his father's voice, Zhang Lu walked out from the corner of the wall with a slightly red face. Zhang Beicheng is only 52 years old now. He gave birth relatively late, so his daughter looks very young, only around 21. Chen Yang, oh, no, I should call Mr. Chen now. Nice to meet you. Zhang Lu walked to the sofa with light steps and said, Miss Zhang flatters me too much. I'm just starting now. I'm not a boss. If you can afford it, just call me by my name. Chen Yang got up and said, okay, then I'll call you Chen Yang, and you can call me Lure, and don't say such polite words about Miss Zhang anymore. Zhang Lu also corrected Chen Yang's address and said, Chen Yang, I don't know where your master is from and what's his name. Seeing that his daughter and Chen Yang had finished introducing each other, Zhang Beicheng asked. Chen Yang knew that he had finally gotten to the point. Master, he never said where he was from. He said his surname was Song, and we haven't seen each other very much recently. We only know that it should be not far from Yanqing. Chen Yang replied. I don't know if Chen Yang didn't say anything on purpose. Zhang Beicheng couldn't deduce who it was from the only sentence he had, and he only had a rough goal in mind. Could it be the Song family in Yangcheng? Zhang Beicheng said to himself. I'm not sure about this. Does City Lord Zhang have anything to ask master? If you're in a hurry, I can call him now. Chen Yang asked. Oh, it's okay, it's just that the Zhao family is not easy to mess with. If there is any trouble involved at that time, I don't know if your master can deal with it. Zhang Beicheng found an excuse and said. Chen Yang scolded Zhao's family inwardly. He didn't know if he could cope with it. At least it must be difficult before stepping into the great martial arts master. City Lord, is the Zhao family in this demon capital very powerful? Chen Yang was puzzled. I don't know much about the devil's capital, but the Zhao family has heard about it. After Zhang Beicheng took a sip of tea, he revealed the strength of the Zhao family in the magical city. The Zhao family in Yanqing was actually a branch of the Zhao family in the demon city many years ago, and they separated for some reason. As far as I know now, there are 3 grandmasters in the Zhao family in the demon city. One is a junior grandmaster. Level 1 is the intermediate level, and is now the head of the Zhao family in Shanghai. The last one is his father, who is about 80 years old now, and possesses the strength of a high-level grandmaster. After listening to Zhang Beicheng's introduction, Chen Yang had a general understanding of the Zhao family, the capital of magic. A family actually has 3 Grand Masters. This kind of strength can be regarded as the king and hegemony in any small town. No wonder Zhao Kej dared to speak so arrogantly. It should be due to the fact that his family has many masters to form a habit. Chen Yang is very disgusted with the Zhao family in the Demon City. If the other party really does something unforgivable, then he will destroy their base camp no matter what. Seeing Chen Yang's expression gradually serious, Zhang Beicheng thought that Chen Yang was worried about the Zhao family. Don't worry, as long as you're still in Yanqing, I can still protect you. And you have a Grand Master, the other party won't make a move so easily. This Zhao Kej should have never suffered setbacks before, so he acts so impulsively. Zhang Beicheng comforted him. Thank you, City Lord, for your kindness. Chen Yang said gratefully. Oh, you only know how to talk about this, it's really boring. Zhang Lu said boredly. If Luer is bored, why don't you go to my company? Chen Yang joked. Okay, I was called back by my father without buying anything today. Zhang Lu pursed her lips and said. Seeing his daughter complaining, Zhang Beicheng smiled helplessly. I have something I want to ask your master. If it is convenient, please pass it on to me. Zhang Beicheng took out an envelope and handed it to Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang took the envelope and nodded. He didn't know what it was that required the master to take action. Resisting the curiosity in his heart, Chen Yang did not open it for the time being, but put it away. Master Zhang, there are some things about me that I hope the Lord can keep secret for me. Chen Yang secretly had a special talent for teleportation. Haha, don't worry. I don't have the habit of talking too much. Zhang Beicheng agreed. Aren't you going to play? I've finished chatting with little brother Chen Yang. You go, remember to come back early. Zhang Beicheng got up and said. Great, let's go, Chen Yang. Zhang Lu couldn't wait to leave. The city lord has bid farewell. Chen Yang also got up to say goodbye. Come on, let's go shopping first. Zhang Lu dragged Chen Yang away. Zhang Beicheng shook his head helplessly, obviously doting on this daughter very much. After getting in the car, Zhang Lu rushed to drive by himself. Chen Yang was also willing to give it up to her, while he sat in the back and opened the letter that the city master had handed over to his master. With a trace of curiosity, Chen Yang carefully read the contents of the entire letter. The content mentioned above is roughly about the traces of the 6th order ferocious beasts found not far from the Glorious Base. The city owner of the Glorious Base and Zhang Beicheng decided to go to see it together, and invited the masters they knew nearby. According to Chen Yang's understanding, there are not many Grand Masters within a few hundred kilometers, and there should not be more than 5 who can participate in the siege of the beast this time. Chen Yang thought about it for a while and decided not to go. He is not a real master. If the other party sees his flaws, he will be in trouble at that time. Because of Zhao Kej's appearance, Chen Yang's desire for strength increased again. There was no chance to copy the talent of the city lord just now, otherwise he would soon be able to enter the ranks of high-level martial artists. After walking around the inner city with Zhang Lu for a long time, Chen Yang took her to the company's party at night. The publicity this time was very successful, and when the products are released tomorrow, it will definitely cause another sensation. Chen Yang also invited Qian to become the 3rd largest shareholder of the beverage factory, and the 2nd largest shareholder was of course Fatty. It won't be long before the fat man becomes a billionaire. Qian also noticed Chen Yang's propaganda. Originally, he was only interested in Chen Yang's own evil talent and the power of the master behind him. After this promotion and product innovation, Qian had to admire this very young boy. Others are still playing in college at the age of 20, but Chen Yang has already started his own company and is so successful. Qian is very curious about what is in Chen Yang's brain. Who would have imagined that a child from a slum could achieve what he is now in just 2 months? Brother Qian, don't worry. Not only do I want to spread our products all over Yanqing, but I also want to let them spread throughout China. Chen Yang patted Qian on the back and said, going to the whole of China? How is this possible? Just the transportation between a few cities is a problem. Qian disagreed. I have a solution in terms of transportation. Now let's do a good job in the Yanqing market. But the most important thing is to find a way to improve your status. If you let the Qian family know that you are a shareholder of the Coke company, and one day the Coke company will make money. You have more money than the entire Qian family, do you still need to look at other people's faces? Chen Yang's plan made Qian see a bright future. It is still early to say, but he believes that this young man will be able to achieve this step. Brother Qian, let me take a look at your body for you later, Chen Yang said suddenly. Today, Qian was excited for a while. Since Chen Yang said that he had hoped to practice, he couldn't help thinking about it every night. Well, if you fix it one day earlier, you can practice sooner. Chen Yang had the spiritual liquid in his hands, and he was very sure that Qian would become a great warrior. As for whether one can become a martial artist, it depends on the other party's fortune. After dinner, Zhang Lu clamored to go to the bar. Chen Yang nodded helplessly. When he came to the bar, Chen Yang saw Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing at a glance. Seeing them again, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. Hi, what a coincidence. Chen Yang stood behind Zhao Minghui and said hello. Zhao Minghui turned back suspiciously. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head and saw Chen Yang behind him. He jumped up in fright. How did you come? Zhao Minghui asked in horror. Lin Bing was chatting and laughing just now, even hugging a beautiful woman King Guo. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, she immediately shut her mouth. It's a coincidence. Our company happened to be here for a party, so I saw you by such a coincidence. Chen Yang said casually. Seeing Gao Xiong behind Chen Yang, Zhao Minghui remembered what Chen Yang told him to walk around in the future. Zhao Minghui had no intention of playing at this time, and quickly said that he had something to leave. Master Zhao, why are you leaving so early? Why don't you stay and play? Zhang Lu came over and said. Seeing Zhang Lu and Chen Yang together, Zhao Minghui felt dizzy. Why did the city lord's daughter get involved with Chen Yang? A resentment rose in Zhao Minghui's heart. Ever since he met Chen Yang, bad things happened one after another. The other party brought all the bad luck to him like a broomstar. But thinking of the two big men from the Devil's City, Zhao Minghui felt a little more confident. Let you be proud for a while. When the master of the Devil City comes over, even your master will kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhao Minghui shouted in his heart. Seeing the resentment on Zhao Minghui's face, Chen Yang didn't know what the other party was thinking. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Bing quickly dragged Zhao Minghui away. Brother Chen Yang, I'm really sorry about what happened before. We won't disturb your party anymore. Chen Yang didn't make it difficult for the two of them, and let them leave. This Zhao Minghui seems to have a deep resentment towards you. Zhang Lu said. It doesn't matter, but the Zhao family is indeed in some trouble. It is said that they are going to have a grand master over there, and today they met two people who are threatening your father. Chen Yang briefly told what happened during the day, and Zhang Lu gritted his teeth. These guys are really restless. If the master from the Devil's City comes to trouble you, I will let my father beat them all over the place. Zhang Lu fiddled with his fist and said fiercely. Thank you so much, let's go and drink. Chen Yang changed the topic and said. Okay, I like drinking the most. Zhang Lu couldn't wait to drag Chen Yang to the seat. After a noisy night, everyone parted ways. Chen Yang came to Qian Qin's home to unblock his meridians. The two young people in the family looked at Chen Yang curiously. She should be the daughter Qian Qin was talking about. Who? There are still guests at this late hour. Qian Qin's wife came out to greet her with a smile. Hi sister-in-law, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang introduced politely. You are Chen Yang, wow, I finally saw a real person. The boy looked at him curiously and said happily. You're that big guy on TV. The daughter was also very surprised. No, I'm not a big shot, I'm just making trouble. Chen Yang was embarrassed to say. Come in, I'll prepare some snacks. After Mrs. Jian invited Chen Yang to the sofa, she immediately ran into the kitchen. No need, sister-in-law. Chen Yang wanted to refuse, but seeing Mrs. Jian being so polite, he couldn't say no more. After eating snacks, several people chatted for a while in the living room. Seeing that it was getting late, Qian Qin signaled his wife to take the child into the room to sleep. Brother Qian, let's start. Chen Yang saw Qian Qin's impatient expression and said without ink marks. Okay, what am I going to do? Qian Qin asked at a loss. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, just practice as before. By the way, take off your shirt. Chen Yang pointed to an open space and said to Qian Qin. Qian Qin took off his shirt and sat down excitedly. Chen Yang took out the spiritual liquid and asked Qian Qin to drink some. The spiritual liquid entered his throat, and Qian Qin suddenly felt his body burn. Steady your mind, there may be some pain in the future, don't worry. Seeing that the psychic liquid had worked, Chen Yang activated his perspective talent and put his hands on Qian Qin's back. A cool breath poured into Qian Qin's body, and with the help of perspective, Chen Yang successfully manipulated his vitality to break the blockage of the meridians in Qian Qin's body. It took a full hour for Chen Yang to finish dredging Qian Qin's body. The spiritual liquid continued to nourish Qian Qin's body along the dredged meridians. Qian Qin felt that the vitality in his body was getting stronger, and soon reached the peak of a warrior. It's almost there. A drop of cold sweat also fell on Chen Yang's forehead. The process of dredging the meridians was more complicated than he imagined. Fortunately, with the help of the talent of clairvoyance, Chen Yang finally completed this step. All that remains is to break through the limits of warriors and help Qian Qin step into the realm of great warriors. Qian Qin insists on practicing every day, and he is already proficient in the operation of the exercises. If it wasn't for his poor foundation, Qian Qin would not have been trapped in the realm of warriors. Chen Yang poured some spiritual liquid into Pao Qin's mouth again, and the vitality in his body was stimulated by the spiritual liquid to circulate more quickly. When he was about to reach the peak, Chen Yang assisted Qian Qin in manipulating his vitality to hit the bottleneck. Boom! The vigorous vitality finally broke through the bottleneck that hadn't been loosened for many years. Qian Qin felt his brain clear up for a while, and another world seemed to open up in his body. Breakthrough! Qian Qin was excited and was about to open his eyes, but was stopped by Chen Yang. Keep your mind and absorb the remaining spiritual liquid. Chen Yang's voice came from behind his ears. Qian Qin hurriedly stabilized his mind, and operated the exercises to absorb the remaining spiritual liquid. After another hour, Qian Qin finally stopped practicing. He looked at Chen Yang excitedly, his eyes moist with tears. Thank you, thank you. At this time, thousands of words could not express his gratitude to Chen Yang. Qian Qin stretched out his trembling hands and held Chen Yang tightly. Brother Qian, you're welcome. Since it's something I promised, I will try my best to do it. Chen Yang understood Qianqin's mood very well at this time. 2 months ago, when he was bedridden and suddenly able to practice, he was in the same mood as Qianqin is now. Brother Qian, strengthen your body first these few days, and then I will spare time to help you solve the problems of the 2 children. Chen Yang said. Thank you. From now on, if there is anything I, Qianqin, can do, I will do my best. Qianqin swore. Are you willing to be the head of the Qian family even if you are asked? Chen Yang asked suddenly. What? Qianqin was taken aback for a moment. He never thought that the young man in front of him would have such a bold idea. How could it be possible? Brother Qian, do you trust me? Chen Yang interrupted Qianqin and asked. Of course I believe it. It's just about being the head of the Qian family. Since you believe in me, just wait. One day, I can help you realize it. Chen Yang affirmed. Looking at Chen Yang's confident gaze, Qianqin felt a little impulse in his heart. Okay, since my brother said yes, I will definitely obey my arrangement. Qianqin said firmly. Seeing the fighting spirit in Qianqin's eyes, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. It was already late at night after leaving Qianqin's house. Looking at the sky full of stars, Chen Yang was touched in his heart. In less than 3 months, I have changed from a bedridden student to a martial artist who is now envied by everyone. If it wasn't for the pain from pinching himself, Chen Yang would have thought it was a big dream. Presumably Qianqin felt the same as himself. For 40 years, he was disappointed again and again, and now he has finally embarked on the path of cultivation. From now on, Qianqin will be tied to the big boat of Chen Yang. The first step has been completed. The next step is to attack their industry and let Qianqin take over. Chen Yang already had a plan in mind, and he believed that Qianqin would become the person the Qian family wanted to curry favor within a short time. In a mountain range 200 kilometers away from the glorious base, a humanoid monster was talking to a group of ferocious beasts. The humanoid was wearing strange clothes. If Chen Yang was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was Tan Ro. At this time, Tan Ro possessed a unique consciousness. She stepped on a red fire dragon, and even the 5th order fierce beast could only lie obediently in front of the fire dragon. Tan Ro seemed to be planning something. The fire dragon under her feet suddenly soared into the sky, and a dragon's breath sprayed into the distant forest. Human screams came from the flames. Before they even had time to call for help, all the corpses were reduced to ashes under the terrifying dragon's breath. An hour ago, the gathering of ferocious beasts attracted the attention of Guanghui base. They sent a team to find out, but what they didn't know was that none of the team survived. In the joint team of the glorious base, a group of officers were busy observing the imaging map in a distant mountain range. According to the analysis of various imaging images, there are at least 24 5th-order beasts gathered in this area. There is even a more terrifying aura than the 5th-order beast. If there is nothing wrong with the equipment, this more terrifying aura must be the 6th-order beast. How is it? Is there any news from the team now? Bai Yang asked many officers. The team suddenly lost contact after entering the mountains. I don't know if it was a special reason that caused the equipment to lose contact or all the equipment was damaged together, said a correspondent. You are stupid. If special factors lead to the loss of contact, won't they send someone out to contact us? There was a worried look in Bai Yang's eyes. Send another team over there and keep them away. If there is no accident, the first team must be wiped out. Let the second team be careful, Commander Bai Yang said. Seeing that his subordinates immediately carried out the order, Bai Yang and the officers of the combined forces began to discuss. I'm afraid the general will have to take action on this matter. A single blow from the 6th order ferocious beasts can wipe out the warriors. If they invade the base, the entire glorious base will be devastated. It was Li Xing who spoke. The general is already looking for someone to plan this matter. Some time ago, a fire dragon was found in the salamander's lair. The general went to investigate at that time, but finally returned without success. Today, I found so many fierce beasts gathered together. Will it be with the dragon? What about the fire dragon? An officer thought. I heard that the master of the Zhao family over in Shanghai is coming, said another officer. There must be a lot of things that can make the Grandmaster dispatch. Let's see what the second team can find. After Bai Ying finished speaking, he fell silent. Xiao Zhan and others also felt that this matter was not that simple, and it might be another wave of dark beasts. The next day, Chen Yang sat in the company's office and kept paying attention to the reports of various departments. As he thought, soda, as a new beverage, quickly caused waves in the market. With the publicity of yesterday's opening, the entire Yanshan knew about the existence of Coke and Sprite. After drinking this drink, there will be a special gas rolling in the chest. Many people rushed to buy it just to experience this feeling, and soon all the stock in the factory was swept away. Boss, just now the square said it was out of stock. Su Qian ran over and said, I know, let the factory speed up the progress, all overtime today, the wages will be doubled. In addition, the new factory must be ready to build. You let Gao Xiong handle this matter. Chen Yang planned in an orderly manner. Just after he ordered everything, Zhou Yuan called. Captain, what a good thing. Chen Yang put down the affairs in hand and stood up and asked. Knowing that you are a busy person now, how dare nothing disturb you? Zhou Yuan joked, then immediately became serious. Come to the base quickly, something happened at the Guanghui base. Hearing Zhou Yuan's serious tone, Chen Yang felt bad. It is definitely not easy to make even the Grandmaster feel troublesome, and Chen Yang thinks of many things at once. The Zhao family, which has never been heard of in the magical capital, is planning to send a grandmaster here. Could it have something to do with this matter? Chen Yang's guess was inseparable. Even the letter Zhang Beicheng gave him already explained everything, but Chen Yang didn't think about it. When he came to the base of the joint team, Chen Yang found that except for a few people who had something to go out to perform missions, the other personnel were all present. Team leader Chen Yang came in and greeted Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan nodded to him, and when the other members saw Chen Yang coming in, they all turned their eyes to him. It felt unnatural for Chen Yang to be stared at by so many people, so he found a seat and sat down. An hour later, all the members of the team arrived, even the officers of the joint force. Not only Chen Yang, but even Han Chen and the others realized that something big had happened. Everyone is here, our meeting will begin now. Zhou Yuan opened the video and released a picture. This picture is an image of the mountains a few hours ago. The color on it is the rank of the beast. The darker the color, the higher the rank of the beast. There is a purple image in the middle, and the purple image represents the 6th order fierce beast. Beast. Zhou Yuan explained. A 6th order ferocious beast. The meeting room was in an uproar, and Zhou Yuan threw out such an explosive message at the beginning. Chen Yang instantly remembered the envelope that Zhang Beicheng asked him to hand over to his master. It only said that he needed the help of a cultivator at the level of a master, and this was probably what he was referring to. Have you confirmed that it is a 6th order beast? Wang Yi asked. That's right, the Radiance base has prepared an atomic laser cannon as a defensive weapon. In order to prevent accidents, we need to send a troop to station at the Radiance base. Because this image is located closest to the Radiance base, if anything goes wrong, the entire base will be devastated. Zhou Yuan explained the reason for calling everyone. How many people are you going to send? He Wen asked. Because it is suspected that a beast horde may form, so this time we will leave a big martial artist in charge, and everyone else will go there. Zhou Yuan replied. As it was about the life and death of the Guanghui base, Zhou Yuan did not hesitate, and directly sent out all the joint forces in Yanqing. What if the other side doesn't attack the glorious base? Zhou Cheng asked. If these ferocious beasts do not attack the glorious base, then we will take the initiative to attack and destroy the 6th order ferocious beasts. Zhou Yuan's words caused everyone to discuss. Suppressing the 6th order ferocious beasts was something they never dared to think about before. Every time there will be a 6th order ferocious beast in the beast tide, but it will be wiped out only after paying a huge price. As for taking the initiative, they never thought about it. What is the state of this 6th order beast? Chen Yang asked a crucial question. The imaging map can only find roughly the same level of ferocious beasts, and the specific realm can only be known after contact. Zhou Yuan pointed to a slightly lighter color. These are 5th order beasts. If they are allowed to survive, they will definitely become 6th order beasts in the future. There are 3 tasks for this mission. First, prevent the glorious base from being attacked. Second, destroy the 6th order beasts. Third, kill all the 5th order beasts. Hearing what the captain said, Chen Yang immediately understood that this trip would be a disaster. If the 6th level ferocious beast was at the lower 6th level, it might still succeed under the joint encirclement and suppression of several masters. But Chen Yang always felt that this fierce beast was not that simple. Looking at the location of the image, Chen Yang found that it was only more than 100 kilometers away from the previous salamander lair. Could it be that guy? Chen Yang was startled, and suddenly thought of the fire dragon he met under the lake. It can't be it. Chen Yang muttered in his heart that sub-fire dragon is a top-level 6th order beast, and it was only one chance away from successfully breaking through the 6th order and becoming a 7th order existence. According to his understanding, the city lord of Yan City and the generals of the Guanghui base are both middle-level grandmasters. Even with the addition of the grandmasters of the Zhao family and Zhou Yuan in the magical city, they are probably no match for the fire dragon. It shouldn't be so coincidental, right? Chen Yang shook the rising thoughts out of his head. Captain, what if the target of the beast is Yanqing? Han Mensi suddenly worried. So we plan to take the initiative this time. Regardless of whether the beast plans to attack the base or not, we will destroy it. Zhou Yuan returned. Chen Yang didn't know whether he should tell Zhou Yuan what he was worried about. However, seeing that Zhou Yuan and other masters are planning to take the initiative to attack, it is probably useless to say it, and it will only increase troubles. Do. Suddenly there was an alarm in the army. Zhou Yuan frowned, and looked at a correspondent who rushed into the conference room. Glorious base requests assistance. The correspondent passed the message from the glorious base to Yuandao Zhou. The beasts are attacking. Zhou Yuan looked at the information above, with a solemn look on his face. So fast, a large number of ferocious beasts are only 100 kilometers away from the glorious base, and a small-scale beast tide has already formed. After reading the information, Zhou Yuan stopped writing. Assembly of the joint forces, take all the weapons we can bring, we will set off in half an hour. Zhou Yuan issued an order and said, yes. The correspondent hurried out, and there were noisy footsteps outside. Everyone should have heard just now that the ferocious beasts have already assembled towards the glorious base. Yu Cheng, you stay in Yanqing and the others prepare the items. Let's set off quickly. This time, all the equipment in the arsenal can be selected. When the time comes, report it directly to me. There are still 29 minutes. Let's act. When Sun Qian and the others heard this, they hurried to the arsenal. Because it is related to the survival of the glorious base, all the destructive weapons of the team can be brought out and used. The duration of each beast tide is relatively long. If you only rely on your vitality or your body to fight, you will soon become exhausted. Therefore, in such large-scale battles, persistent lethal weapons are the main means of attack. Chen Yang didn't expect that there would be a beast horde so soon. The company's affairs had to be handled by Xiebayo and Gao Xiong. In addition, with the help of Qian Qin, there shouldn't be any major problems for a while. Chen Yang, don't you want to choose equipment? Han Chen asked curiously when he saw Chen Yang sitting motionless on that chair. I don't need it, you go, Chen Yang said. Chen Yang's vitality control talent allowed Chen Yang to recover his vitality extremely quickly. Coupled with the tempering of the spiritual liquid, even if the vitality in his body was completely consumed, Chen Yang could recover to 10% in only minutes. As long as he is careful not to overuse his vitality, the recovery speed can still be equal to the consumption speed. Chen Yang, I will go there with the city lord first, you should speed up, and I will give you the command right here for the time being. Zhou Yuan trusted Chen Yang very much. Although Chen Yang has no experience in commanding operations, Zhou Yuan was deeply impressed by Chen Yang's decisiveness and handling of the matter in the previous missions. And later on, Zhou Yuan also heard about all the decisions of Chen Yang's company. He was able to do so many things that shocked the business world. He hoped that Chen Yang would become an excellent conductor both in public and in private. The last point is that as a member of the team, Chen Yang is almost the strongest combat power other than him. At this level, I believe that Chen Yang's judgment will definitely be better than ordinary people. Zhou Lun, Wang Yat, you all came from the army before. You are here to assist Chen Yang. Is there a problem? Zhou Yuan turned to Zhou Lun and asked. No problem. Zhou Lun and Wang Yat answered at the same time. Okay, now I temporarily promote Chen Yang's military rank to colonel. See you at Guanghui base. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he left the meeting room without stopping. If Chen Yang had been appointed as the conductor before, Zhou Lun and the others would not have agreed anyway. In their eyes, Chen Yang was a rookie after all, and he had no combat experience. But after the friendly match, several people began to change their views on Chen Yang, so they had no objection to Zhou Yuan's arrangement. Brother Lun, Sister Ya, I don't know much about combat, why don't you guys take command? Chen Yang was afraid that he would not be convinced, so he took the initiative to mention it. Since the captain dares to entrust you with this important task, it means that you must have the ability. Don't worry, if you encounter any difficult decisions, I will give you an opinion. Wang Ya said with a smile. Zhou Lun also nodded in agreement with Wang Ya's words. Since this is the case, then I will bite the bullet and go. Hurry up and prepare, we will gather at the gate. Chen Yang accepted his identity and said. It is good. The two did not hesitate, and hurried to the arsenal to choose what they needed. Since the whole army is dispatched, there is no need to worry about the beasts in the mountains on the road. Moreover, the Guanghui base is under siege. According to common sense, the road from Yanchinj to the Guanghui base should be safe. Chen Yang made several phone calls to tell Gao Xiong about what happened at the Guanghui base. He would definitely not be able to come back these days, so he could only tell him to ask Qian Qin if he had anything to do. Half an hour later, outside the joint forces, 100,000 soldiers were ready to go. Chen Yang sat on an off-road vehicle and inspected the group of soldiers. Hello, all soldiers. I am a new colonel, and I am now serving as a commander. I know that many people may doubt me because of my age, and feel that I am not worthy of being a commander. Now the glorious base is in crisis, I don't have too much time to explain to you. As a Chinese soldier, what is the first military law you learn? Tell me loudly. Chen Yang radiated his vitality, and his loud voice reached the ears of every soldier. Resolutely obey all orders from superiors. 100,000 soldiers stood up and shouted. Speak up, haven't you eaten? Chen Yang raised his voice and asked. Resolutely obey the command. The voice of 10 people was deafening like thunder. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone knows the military law, I will not repeat it again. Anyone who violates the military law and disrupts military discipline will be killed without mercy. Chen Yang stopped writing, and directly used the simplest way to win over the army. Just after Chen Yang said a few words, a huge figure descended from the sky and let out roars. The soldiers quickly drew out their weapons and aimed at the suddenly appearing beast. Don't panic, this is my beast pet. Chen Yang jumped on Xiaoan and said. Little Silver was also very excited, raised his head and screamed, and kept beating his chest with both fists. Xiaoan's way of appearing on the stage stunned everyone. Many people only heard that Chen Yang's master had a 5th-level beast pet, but they had never seen it. Only when you see it in person, you will know how shocking this scene is. Seeing Chen Yang standing on the shoulder of the berserk giant ape, all the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the soldiers disappeared immediately. It's so handsome. It would be great if I could stand on the head of this giant ape. Han Chen said enviously. Chen Yang released his coercive talent, and everyone immediately felt that Chen Yang stood in front of everyone like a mountain. Seeing that the soldiers were all shocked by him, Chen Yang's goal was also achieved. Listen to my order now, the mechanized troops are behind, the infantry is in front, let's go. With Chen Yang's order, soldiers rushed out of the city in batches. More than 2,000 armored vehicles lined up in a long queue, and the mechanized troops at the end were wearing mechas and sitting on exclusive vehicles. In addition, there were various missile troops sandwiched in the middle, and as the fighter planes in the sky roared over his head, Chen Yang's blood was also boiling at this time. As a firefighter in his previous life, he had longed to go to the battlefield. After more than 20 years, the throbbing hidden in his heart finally emerged. Pass my order, the troops will advance at the fastest speed. Send a group of team members to open the way ahead, and report to me immediately if there is anything unusual. Chen Yang commanded. Understand. The messenger beside him immediately conveyed Chen Yang's instructions. With the personnel of the joint team leading the way ahead, the troops can also speed up with confidence. Xiaoan narrowed his body and squatted on the car, looking around curiously. Even though the armored car was a bit bumpy, Xiaoan didn't feel any discomfort, but found it interesting. This time, the speed of going to the glorious base was much faster than before, because there was no need to rest halfway, and the mighty troops quickly traveled half of the distance. Commander, there has already been a fight at the Radiance base. At present, they are all attacking by low-level beasts, and they probably want to consume the strength of the Radiance base first, the correspondent said. Have all the fighter planes arrived? Give the command over there to Zhou Yuan, and bombing can be carried out when necessary, Chen Yang said. Along the way, the fighter planes were not intercepted, and the main force of the beast horde seemed to be gathered at the glorious base. Give me the image. Chen Yang thought for a while and said. The imaging map was quickly passed to Chen Yang, and it showed that there were fierce beasts all over the mountains and plains outside the Guanghui base. At a rough glance, it must be within a range of 1 or 2 kilometers. It was the first time that Chen Yang saw so many fierce beasts, and Chen Yang was also frightened. Although he had experienced the beast tide, he was only a student at that time, so he was not qualified to know the specific information of the beast tide. But the calamity beast that appeared at the end left a deep impression on Chen Yang. Countless artillery bombarded calamity, but the opponent was unscathed. Presumably, several Grand Masters fought together to drive him away in the end. At our current speed, we should be able to arrive at Guanghui base in an hour's journey, so that the troops can be ready for battle at any time, and all weapons must be in a ready state, Chen Yang ordered. Since it was a beast tide, it must be a ferocious beast with no end in sight. When they did not break through the defense line of the glorious base, so many of them would definitely attract the attention of the beasts, and there would definitely be attacks on the last stretch. Chen Yang also stood on the roof of the car and watched at any time. During the last half hour of the journey, he turned on his perspective talent to observe carefully. Once a fierce beast comes into view, it is immediately ready to fight. Soon, it was only 10 minutes away from the glorious base. Standing on a high place, you can even vaguely see the outline of the glorious base. I saw that the south of the glorious base was full of dense black shadows, and countless artillery bombardments burst into red flames in the black shadows. Yanshin's fighter planes have already joined the battle, and there are fighter planes constantly flying back and forth in the sky. Missiles one after another kept falling into the beast tide. Although each missile could kill a large number of beasts, the gaps were quickly filled by the successive beasts. How do you keep it? Seeing so many ferocious beasts, Chen Yang's scalp tingled. Suddenly, a group of black shadows attacked the troops from the side. Chen Yang's eyes were fixed, and his perspective talent was brought to the extreme, and he quickly saw that they were a group of gold-eating insects. Gold-eating insects are the most common beasts in the beast horde. They are of low rank, but reproduce extremely fast. A nest of gold-devouring insects can easily reproduce thousands of them within a month, and every time the nest has not been discovered, it has already gathered in a small scale. Prepare to deal with the enemy, Chen Yang shouted. Zhou Lun and others looked at Chen Yang suspiciously, and even the scouts were a little puzzled. There is still some distance from the glorious base. Why did Chen Yang order to prepare so early? You must know that the equipment on the car did not detect any traces of ferocious beasts around. Hurry up, this is an order. Seeing that his subordinates were at a loss, Chen Yang immediately said seriously. The speed of the troops slowed down, and the soldiers held their guns, a little nervous. Is it a mistake in judgment? No beast was found for a full 3 minutes, and the officers under him began to question Chen Yang. The detection equipment on the car can only detect within 1 kilometer around, so they can understand that they can't find the beast coming. Stop the car and get ready to fight. Chen Yang was unmoved, and with the talent of clairvoyance, he could see the movement of the beast at a glance. The dash armored vehicles and missile vehicles all stopped, and after a while, the monitoring equipment on the vehicles showed dense red dots approaching the team. Form a formation and shoot with ordinary firearms. Chen Yang continued. The gold devourer is just a first-order ferocious beast. Its characteristic is that the carapace on its back is very hard and its invincible teeth can eat most metals. However, if you prepare in advance, ordinary bullets can kill them within a certain effective shooting distance. The soldier opened the safety of the gun and pointed the muzzle forward. The rustling and crawling sound of the gold-eating worms gradually entered the ears, and with the command to fire, the gun burst out with orange sparks and poured bullets out. The gold devourer's body was pierced by a large number of bullets, and the yellow blood spattered on the ground looked disgusting. Zhou Lun looked at Chen Yang in surprise. Even the monitoring equipment didn't detect the arrival of the gold-eating bug. How did Chen Yang know so long in advance? Because they had enough time to prepare. The soldiers only used ordinary bullets to kill a large number of gold-eating bugs. Chen Yang looked into the distance again. A large number of bloodthirsty mad wolves rushed towards the team through the trees on both sides of the road. Everyone, don't let your guard down, there will be a tier-beast coming soon, Chen Yang reminded. It took a long time after he finished speaking before a larger red dot appeared on the monitoring equipment. This time, the soldiers had to admire Chen Yang. The martial artist's observation ability surpassed the professional monitoring equipment, and he didn't know how to do it. The number of gold-eating bugs was endless, and the convoy was dispersed by a long queue. Prepare armor-piercing bullets. Ordinary bullets cannot cause damage to tier-beasts. Seeing that the bloodthirsty mad wolf was only a few hundred meters away, Chen Yang quickly asked the second batch of soldiers to supply more firepower. The armor-piercing bullet pierced into the body of the bloodthirsty mad wolf with blue flames. With Chen Yang's advanced preparation, the team did not suffer any casualties in the face of 2 rounds of attacks from the beast. Keep going, keep the fire output. Seeing that the team withstood the attack of the beast, Chen Yang let the armored vehicle continue to drive forward. The huge tires crushed the corpses on the ground, and under Chen Yang's command, the team advanced in an orderly manner. 10 minutes later, at the end of the road ahead, the appearance of the Guanghui base finally appeared. At this time, the glorious base was surrounded by ferocious beasts. If the joint troops wanted to approach, they had to pass through the beast tide on the side. General, there are too many beasts at the north gate behind us, and the soldiers seem to be unable to hold on. In the glorious base, the soldier said to Bai Fengshi, "How many people do we have?" Bai Fengshi frowned. "The people who can be sent are basically at the south gate. If we withdraw people at this time, if a fierce beast rushes over, we may suffer heavy losses." The subordinate replied. "What about the Lin family? Don't other practitioners want to go?" Bai Fengshi said doubtfully. The Lin family said that it's not time for them to make a move. As for other mercenaries and other practitioners, they still have to guard the side doors on both sides, and they can't get away. Bai Fengshi pondered for a while after listening. This beast tide has just started, and the combat units on his side are already insufficient. If it drags on for a while, the gap will be even bigger. Team Zhou, when will Yanshin's support arrive? Bai Fengshi asked. They are already outside the base, but now they are blocked by the beast tide, and they are now trying to find a way to break through. Zhou Yuan replied. Then let the brothers in the north hold on for a while, the reinforcements will arrive soon. Let the artillery support a few waves. Bai Fengshi ordered. Soon, the artillery fire in the base carried out carpet bombing on the beast hordes in the rear, and the pressure on the soldiers over there suddenly decreased a lot. Command, Captain Zhou said, let's break into the base from behind. The correspondent under him raised his head and said, okay, let the brothers cheer up immediately and let the mechanized troops open the way. Chen Yang immediately issued an order. The mechanized troops immediately pushed forward from the rear of the convoy. When all the loading vehicles stopped, soldiers in small mechs jumped out of the loading vehicles. The small mechs are more than 5 meters high, and those who control the mechs are warriors. They react quickly, and with the help of the mechs, they can even display their peak strength at the 3rd level. Prepare to fight a bloody road, all armored vehicles do not fall behind the team, and the missiles are ready to clear the field. Chen Yang glanced at the distance from the north gate of Guanghui base to his feet. If he advances slowly, he should be able to rush across in half an hour. The mech popped out 2 sharp alloy swords from both hands, and they were in unison, killing the beast tide in front of them. The missiles were quickly deployed, and following Chen Yang's order, dozens of missiles were distributed to clear the road ahead. Chen Yang immediately let the team move forward. Under the suppression of heavy firepower, it was difficult for the beast horde to get close to the team. The small mechs are called heavy bodies. They are made of special alloys, and there are high-grade primordial stones behind them as kinetic energy. With solid alloy protection, even in close combat, it is difficult for fierce beasts to cause damage to the heavy body. With the efforts of the soldiers, the support slowly approached the glorious base. At this time, Yanshin's team seemed to have attracted the attention of the beasts. The beasts that were originally focused on attacking the defense line in the south of the base diverted part of their strength and turned towards Chen Yang. After Chen Yang found out that the situation had changed, he immediately asked the team members to prepare to attack. There are more than 100 4th-tier beasts approaching from the southwest, and there are 7 5th-tier beasts. Brother Wen, take a few of you to get rid of the 5th-tier beasts. Brother Chen, take someone to destroy the 4th-tier beast's beast. Commander, there are more than 100 tier-ferocious beasts, and we martial artists don't have that many combined. Han Chen wailed after hearing this. Don't worry, I'm with you. Chen Yang gave Xiaoan a look, and Xiaoan understood, and the corners of his mouth raised. Finally it was its turn to make a move, and Little Silver couldn't wait. Xiaoan leaped high, and instantly completed the movement of changing the body in midair. The little violent giant ape, more than 10 meters high, plunged into the beast tide like a monster. When the 4th order beasts saw a violent giant ape suddenly appear in front of them, their lower limbs even trembled slightly. Seeing Xiaoan make a move, Han Chen jumped out of the car excitedly. Immediately afterwards, Han Mensi and other martial artists followed closely behind and killed the 4th order ferocious beast. Under the leadership of the rampaging giant ape, Han Chen and the others are in a state of invincibility. I saw Han Mensi holding a long sword, and every space teleportation could stab the long sword into the deadly part of the beast. While hammering the beast, Xiaoan stuffed the fresh limbs of the beast into his mouth. After a while, Little Silver's body was covered with blood, and the huge ape face looked extremely ferocious. Wei Xiang, who who had turned into metal, did not hesitate to kill the fifth-order beasts. With Chen Yang's clairvoyance, even in the tide of beasts, he could still quickly find the beasts that might pose a threat. The troops here resisted very easily, and under the suppression of huge firepower, they quickly opened a smooth road. Most of the more than 100 fourth-order beasts were dealt with by Xiaoan alone. As for the fifth-order beasts, although they couldn't kill them immediately, they couldn't take it easy with Wei Xiang and He Wen. Chen Yang saw that he couldn't deal with the fifth-order fierce beast for a while, so he stretched his muscles and bones, and his whole body suddenly rose and fell into the beast tide. Command. The soldiers in the car immediately exclaimed when they saw it. They were worried that Chen Yang would be surrounded. But soon they realized that they were worrying too much. Chen Yang's speed was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly with their naked eyes. They saw a flash of fire moving through the beast tide. Following the activation of the speed force, Chen Yang smashed through the abdomen of a fierce beast like lightning. Vitality compound. There was an extra vitality sword in Chen Yang's hand, and the head of a fifth-order beast was cut off immediately. Taking advantage of being surrounded by beast hordes, Chen Yang quickly put away the beast's corpse, and then turned his attention to another fifth-level beast. These fifth-level beasts were all of low-level fifth-level strength. Chen Yang and others just took a little more time to deal with the rest of the fifth-level beasts. Seeing that the troops were approaching the north gate of the Guanghui base, Chen Yang sent a signal to retreat. In this way, the Yanchin's troops arrived at the back of the Guanghui base safely and without any danger. When they found that Yanchin's support was coming, cheers erupted in the Guanghui base, and all the soldiers cheered up and began to slaughter the beasts at the north gate. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the north gate of the glorious base was finally taken over by Chen Yang. Brothers, you have worked hard, leave it to us. Chen Yang said to the glorious troops guarding the north gate with admiration. The soldiers at the north gate cast grateful glances at Chen Yang. They seized the time to rest, and waited for the next attack of the beast horde. Zhou Lun, Wang Ya, you keep Dash brothers to guard here, and I will take the other brothers to join the captain. Chen Yang handed over command of the north to Zhou Lun Shuo and Wang Yadao. Zhou Lun and Wang Ya nodded embarrassingly. They didn't care about Chen Yang's command before. When Yanchin's reinforcements came to the glorious base intact, they had to admire Chen Yang and Zhou Yuan's vision. Leave it to us. This side is not the target of the main attack. It will definitely be defended. Zhou Lun packed the ticket and said, okay, the rest of the brothers follow me. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, more than 1,000 armored vehicles drove towards the base. The glory base is much smaller than Yanchin's. In just 10 minutes, Chen Yang and others arrived at the main entrance of the glory base. On the south side of the glorious base, countless ferocious beasts kept rushing towards the main entrance. Looking at the ferocious beast that is tireless and fearless of life and death, Chen Yang has a premonition that this is a very difficult battle. Captain, City Lord. Chen Yang shouted at Zhou Yuan and Zhang Beicheng. Zhang Beicheng nodded to Chen Yang, then looked solemnly outside the line of defense. How about it? I see that you were besieged by the beast tide before. Did you lose a lot? Zhou Yuan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and asked. There shouldn't be any losses. With the mechanical troops opening the way, those beasts of the first and second ranks are as easy as cutting watermelon. It's just that the primordial stone consumption is relatively high. As for the beasts of the fourth and fifth ranks, I have already eliminated them. Chen Yang said. Okay, the north gate has been taken over by reinforcements, right? Zhou Yuan asked. Well, the brothers from the Guanghui base have already withdrawn. They are taking the time to rest now. With our troops here, it shouldn't be a problem. And I let Zhou Lun and Wang Ya stay there to take command. Chen Yang explained the situation one by one. Okay, now we only need to pay attention to this side of the defense line. Let the Yanchin's troops go down and prepare for the handover. The beast horde is about to attack again. Looking at the fifth order ferocious beast approaching in the distance, Zhou Yuan ordered. Chen Yang followed Zhou Yuan's gaze and saw a group of bouncing beasts approaching from a distance. It was the poisonous toad that had attacked Yanchin's reinforcements before. The previous few toads were quickly eliminated by the joint efforts of Wei Xiang, He Wen, and Chen Yang, but the poisonous toads that appeared now seemed to be more ferocious. Chen Yang checked the talent of the poisonous toad. Beast, poisonous toad. Cultivation realm, level dash. Power, 593 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top, speed, top, poison, top, concentration, top. Most of these poisonous toads are above the middle 5th level strength, and they are all extremely talented. If they are allowed to rush to the front of the base defense line, human losses will be immeasurable. General, do you want your people to go or my people? Zhou Yuan turned his head and asked. Let's go. We only fought against them half an hour ago. We know their methods better. He Wenmao recommended himself. I'll go too. This is the glorious base. We can't keep sending reinforcements up. It was Li Xing who spoke. He wiped the long sword in his hand and looked at Chen Yang with fighting spirit in his eyes. Chen Yang smiled at him, knowing that the opponent was a little unwilling to lose in the previous friendly match. Since you all want to go, let me send Li Xing and Du Ziteng here. They are more destructive. Bai Fengshi said. Then Wei Xiang, He Wen, leave it to you. Zhou Yuan said to the two of them. It is good. He Wen's eyes also burst out with fighting intent. Last time he lost to Li Xing in the competition, this time he won't be at a disadvantage in dealing with the poisonous toad. Both of them have special talents with extremely destructive power, and it's really hard to say who is more lethal. After metalizing, Wei Xiang rushed directly towards the poisonous toad. His moves were very simple, with infinite power erupting between punches and legs. Du Zitang was very coquettish. He summoned a huge fire tornado and moved it towards the poisonous toad. All the beasts around the fire tornado were attracted into it, and a road was cleared for a while. So strong. The soldiers opened their mouths wide when they saw the effect of the fire tornado. They didn't expect that humans could also achieve the effect that only missiles can achieve. The soldiers recognized this man as Du Zitang of the brilliant United Team, and they cheered him on by shouting Du Zitang's name. Du Zitang enjoyed this feeling very much. The fire element is very powerful in this kind of large-scale battle, especially the low-level fierce beasts, which burn a large area. Seeing Du Zi stealing the limelight, He Wen knew that it would be impossible to rely on Wei Xiang. Every move and style of Wei Xiang is unpretentious, and it is still a bit difficult to achieve such an effect. In order not to lose Yanqing's face, He Wen instantly launched a thunderstorm. There was a sudden roar in the sky at dusk, and a bolt of lightning 5 or 6 meters thick fell from the sky and exploded on the ground. The beasts within a range of more than 10 meters were immediately blown to nothing. This flash of lightning was just the beginning, followed by more and more lightning bolts, soon covering He Wen's area like a torrential rain. He Wen stood against the thunderclouds as if he was crossing a catastrophe. No grass grew under his feet or wherever he went. The giant poisonous toad seemed to be a little afraid of the attack of the thunder element, and it released a poisonous mist towards He Wen. He Wen has long known the method of the poisonous toad. A thunder wall blocked all the poisonous fog from He Wen 100 meters away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, He Wen instantly moved to the back of the poisonous toad. The giant poisonous toad has a special talent of mental concentration. Under the activation of the talent, He Wen is like a slowing down mosquito in its eyes. The huge red tongue swept towards He Wen with foul-smelling saliva. Of course He Wen knew the toad's attack method, and the slow talent covered the toad's body. He Wen threw a thunder ball into the toad's big mouth. Although possessing mental concentration, the giant poisonous toad is affected by the talent of slowness. It can see the opponent's movements, but its own body can't keep up with its thinking. It can only watch the thunderball explode in its mouth. The poisonous toad suffered from pain. Its attack method was suppressed by He Wen's talent. It seemed very aggrieved that it couldn't reach the target despite all its strength. On the other side, Li Xing's long sword burst into red light, and the poisonous toad stuck out its tongue and swept towards his body. Li Xing cut off the scarlet tongue with a backhand sword. Under the suppression of all kinds of heavy firepower, the beast horde was still unable to break through the defense line. Seeing the stalemate, a black mass of strange birds flew into the sky in the distance. Second-order lovebirds. Chen Yang quickly recognized the flying beasts, and saw the group of lovebirds pressing towards the glorious base like a black cloud. Many fighters were not as flexible as the lovebirds. Once they were surrounded, they would burst into flames and explode. Let the fighter planes come back and activate the anti-aircraft guns. Seeing that the fighter plane suffered heavy losses, Chen Yang said hastily. The fighter planes withdrew from the front battlefield, and more than giant anti-aircraft guns rose from the city walls of the base, and countless bullets shot laser-like ballistics in the air. Lovebirds are very flexible. Seeing that they are easily hit by anti-aircraft guns when gathered together, they quickly separate and attack the ground from different directions. Fiery fireballs are launched from the lovebird's mouth, and each fireball can explode a spark on the ground. Ordinary soldiers raised their guns and fired, but the effect was not very obvious, and casualties appeared soon. Although lovebirds are only ferocious beasts, they are more numerous, and the soldiers have nothing to do with them. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Bai Fengshi was ready to make a move. The coercion of the Grand Master covered the air, and the second-level lovebirds were frightened by this coercion, and they collided with each other and smashed to the ground without even using Bai Fengshi. Bai Fengshi raised his right hand high above his head, and the fire elements gathered in the air under his control. Snapped. Bai Fengshi snapped his fingers, and the fire elements were all ignited immediately, and the air suddenly burned up, looking like the end of the world. The lovebirds were surrounded by flames, and they screamed in pain, but to no avail. Soon, a large number of lovebirds were all reduced to ashes under the attack of Bai Fengshi. Sensing the master's method, Chen Yang's heart stirred up waves. With just a random snap of the fingers, this group of lovebirds who were a great threat to the ground were burned to death. The speed of clearing the field was faster than more than 20 anti-aircraft guns. Chen Yang checked Bai Fengshi's talent. Human, White Peak Stone. Cultivation Realm, Intermediate Grandmaster. Power, 5,932 tons. Cultivation Talent, Low-Level Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Low-Level Perception, Strength Field, Low-Level, Speed, Low-Level Perception, Super Speed Force, Low-Level, Fire Element, Spiritual Level, Ice, Spiritual Level. Seeing Bai Fengshi's talent, Chen Yang was shocked. The combined power of the two domains can even reach tens of thousands of tons. This punch is equivalent to a small nuclear bomb? Seeing that Bai Fengshi has two kinds of domains, how can the master of the Zhao family be weak? Chen Yang felt great pressure. The reason why he was able to fight across classes was because he possessed dual domains, but this advantage disappeared in front of the Grandmaster. If the Zhao family were determined to deal with him, they might not even have a chance to escape. Chen Yang thought about ways to deal with the Grandmaster, but after thinking about it for a long time, he still had no idea. It seems that I have to find a way to steal the talent of the Subfire Dragon. Only when I get the middle-level power field can I have the capital to fight against the Grandmaster. Chen Yang thought silently in his heart. The fighting continued until 7 o'clock in the evening. The soldiers have been fighting continuously for 5 or 6 hours. Although there are shifts, such high-intensity fighting still makes them very tired. The attack of the Beast Tide was much smaller, and the pressure on the defense line of the Guanghui base was not as great as before. After another hour, the Beast Horde finally stopped attacking. The sky was completely dark, the soldiers lowered their weapons, their faces were bloodshot. Finally stopped. Chen Yang sighed. The earth was shrouded in darkness, but the perspective talent was not affected by the darkness. Chen Yang looked forward, the ground was stained black and red with blood, and there were piles of corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground. It's too tragic. If all these beasts are absorbed by me, wouldn't it be possible to break through to a great martial artist in one day? Chen Yang's heart was eager to move. What are you thinking? You are not used to facing the Beast Tide for the first time, right? Zhou Yuan's voice woke Chen Yang up. It's a little bit. Every time the Beast Tide comes down, I don't know how many people will be lost to end it. Chen Yang sighed. This is the first day, and tomorrow's battle will only be more intense. Zhou Yuan looked a little worried. This time the Beast Tide is a bit different. I feel that there must be a 6th-order fierce beast behind it controlling all of this. I don't know if there is enough ammunition in the base. If we continue to fight like this, we will be in a difficult battle in a short time. After listening to Zhou Yuan's words, a trace of sadness rose in Chen Yang's heart. In just one afternoon, the human side lost thousands of people. If the Beast Tide never recedes, there will be no one knows how many soldiers will survive in the end. Let's go to eat, there is still a tough battle tomorrow. Zhou Yuan left aback and said. Chen Yang shook his head, and followed him away from the city wall. The base is no longer as prosperous as it was before, and many civilians are hiding at home behind closed doors. Chen Yang and Xiaoyan were walking on the empty street, and most of the passers-by they saw were practitioners. When they arrived at the hotel, Han Chen and other team members had already started. Why did you come here? Seeing Chen Yang coming in, Han Chen quickly waved and asked. Go slower. Chen Yang sat down and replied. Han Mensi glanced at Chen Yang, then lowered her head and started eating on her own. I don't know how long this Beast Tide will last. I heard that people from the Demon City have also been sent over. As soon as Han Chen finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion at the door. If Chen Yang felt something, he turned around and saw that it was Zhao Kej and his group. Behind Zhao Kej was a middle-aged man with short hair, who should be the uncle Zhao Kej was talking about. Zhao Kej's uncle looked young, but judging from his age, he should be almost 60. The Zhao family is here. Han Chen immediately recognized the other party's identity. The Zhao family in this demon capital has some relationship with Zhao Kuang. I wonder if they will trouble you. Han Chen was a little worried. Don't worry, even if there is a deep hatred at this time, you have to hold back, otherwise it will disturb the morale of the army. Chen Yang said indifferently. I'm afraid that after the Beast Tide is over, they will find a reason to embarrass you. Han Mensi suddenly said. Probably not. After all, there are so many people watching, so spreading the word won't have a good impact. Chen Yang said while holding the vegetables. However, Chen Yang Jiao looked at Zhao Kej, and when the other party found out that Chen Yang was also present, he immediately said a few words to the man behind him. When the man behind heard this, he frowned and walked towards Chen Yang. Patriarch Zhao, where are you going? Seeing Zhao Kai walking to another table, Bai Fengxi asked in confusion. It's a bit of a personal vendetta. Zhao Kai came behind Chen Yang, and the guru aura on his body pressed on Chen Yang. Chen Yang had sensed Zhao Kai's hostility for a long time, and seeing the other party's Grand Master coercion, Chen Yang remained unmoved. Chen Yang, call you arrogant, now that my uncle is here, why don't you kneel down? Zhao Kej's contemptuous expression made everyone at the dinner very disgusted, but with the support of a master behind him, no one wanted to touch this bad luck. Who are you? Chen Yang said calmly. Good boy, I heard Cai Je say that you are so arrogant that you don't even pay attention to the Zhao family, the capital of the devil, but now you see that it is true. Seeing me dare to speak like that, I am not afraid that I will destroy you. Zhao Kai said lightly, with a hint of anger mixed in between his words. Little Silver next to Chen Yang seemed to want to make a move, but Chen Yang shook his head to stop him. You can't talk nonsense. When did I say that the Zhao family in the devil capital is not in your eyes? After all, I have never heard of it. It is not good to slander me like this. Chen Yang was still eating on his own, without any sign of nervousness. Instead, Han Chen and Han Mensi put down their bowls and chopsticks, resisting Zhao Kai's coercion. Court death. Zhao Kai grabbed Chen Yang with one hand. Never before had a martial artist dared to talk to him like this. This is not a place to make trouble. Zhou Yuan shot to block the way. Oh, Grandmaster Zhao, why are you angry? You can't force your anger on me just because I don't study much and I haven't heard of Demon City. Chen Yang stood up pretending to be surprised. Everyone in the hotel almost laughed out loud when they heard this, and secretly admired Chen Yang's courage in their hearts. Dare to criticize Zhao's family in Luomedu in front of so many people, I'm really not afraid that the other party will make trouble for him. Captain Zhou, why are you blocking me? Zhao Kai saw the man in front of him and asked. Chen Yang is a member of the joint team. Isn't it good for you to do this? I don't know where Chen Yang offended you. Is there anything you can't talk about? Zhou Yuan asked back. Chen Yang insulted my Zhao family, is that enough reason? The momentum on Zhao Kai's body climbed to the peak and pressed towards Zhou Yuan. Everything has to be reasonable. I've never met you. What kind of insult is there? Do you have any evidence? Chen Yang smiled. Evidence? What I say is evidence. Zhao Kai glanced at Zhou Yuan disdainfully. He was just a junior grandmaster, not his opponent at all. This is why you deliberately found fault, and you shot at will without evidence. Now even if I don't need to say it, everyone should know the strength of the Zhao family in the devil's capital. Chen Yang laughed out loud. Straight. Zhao Kai grabbed Chen Yang again. Zhou Yuan wanted to stop him, but was forced away by the vitality of Zhao Kai. So strong. There was a trace of powerlessness in Zhou Yuan's eyes. He had just broken through to the Grandmaster not long ago, and his strength did not exceed 2,000 tons. But Zhao Kai surpassed Zhou Yuan's limit with a random blow, and only by using the domain can he make 2 moves with Zhao Kai. Seeing Zhou Yuan being forced away, Chen Yang turned sideways to hide. Zhao Kai's big hand seemed to have suction. No matter how Chen Yang avoided it, he still couldn't escape his attack. Divine speed. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, opened the domain and left directly. Want to run? Zhao Kai snorted coldly, and his own domain also opened up. Stop, this is my territory. If you want to make trouble, please leave. Seeing Zhao Kai's reluctance, Bai Fengshi immediately expanded his domain and appeared in front of Zhao Kai. Zhang Beicheng also stood behind him. His attitude was very obvious. You all want to protect that kid. Zhao Kai was a little surprised by the attitude of several people. Isn't it too much for the Zhao family to bully the small with the big? Zhang Beicheng said. It is true that Chen Yang and the Zhao family in Yanchinj had conflicts, but it was all Zhao Kuang's fault. Could it be that the Zhao family in your demon capital also doesn't distinguish right from wrong and insists on holding on to the braids? Zhang Beicheng's momentum was also released, and he looked at Zhao Kai without fear. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng's aura was not weaker than his own, Zhao Kai had a little bit of a retreat. Let me let him go, but he must kneel down and apologize. Zhao Kai put away the Grandmaster breath and said, or how about I call my master over and leave you here? Facing Zhao Kai's attitude, Chen Yang was very upset and took out his mobile phone and threatened. The fighting continued until 7 o'clock in the evening. The soldiers have been fighting continuously for 5 or 6 hours. Although there are shifts, such high-intensity fighting still makes them very tired. The attack of the beast tide was much smaller, and the pressure on the defense line of the Guanghui base was not as great as before. After another hour, the beast horde finally stopped attacking. The sky was completely dark, the soldiers lowered their weapons, their faces were bloodshot. Finally stopped. Chen Yang sighed. The earth was shrouded in darkness, but the perspective talent was not affected by the darkness. Chen Yang looked forward, the ground was stained black and red with blood, and there were piles of corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground. It's too tragic. If all these beasts are absorbed by me, wouldn't it be possible to break through to a great martial artist in one day? Chen Yang's heart was eager to move. What are you thinking? You are not used to facing the beast tide for the first time, right? Zhou Yuan's voice woke Chen Yang up. It's a little bit. Every time the beast tide comes down, I don't know how many people will be lost to end it. Chen Yang sighed. This is the first day, and tomorrow's battle will only be more intense. Zhou Yuan looked a little worried. This time the beast tide is a bit different. I feel that there must be a 6th order fierce beast behind it controlling all of this. I don't know if there is enough ammunition in the base. If we continue to fight like this, we will be in a difficult battle in a short time. After listening to Zhou Yuan's words, a trace of sadness rose in Chen Yang's heart. In just one afternoon, the human side lost thousands of people. If the beast tide never recedes, there will be no one knows how many soldiers will survive in the end. Let's go to eat. There is still a tough battle tomorrow. Zhou Yuan left aback and said. Chen Yang shook his head, and followed him away from the city wall. The base is no longer as prosperous as it was before, and many civilians are hiding at home behind closed doors. Chen Yang and Xiaoyan were walking on the empty street, and most of the passers-by they saw were practitioners. When they arrived at the hotel, Han Chen and other team members had already started. Why did you come here? Seeing Chen Yang coming in, Han Chen quickly waved and asked. Go slower. Chen Yang sat down and replied. Han Mensi glanced at Chen Yang, then lowered her head and started eating on her own. I don't know how long this beast tide will last. I heard that people from the demon city have also been sent over. As soon as Han Chen finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion at the door. If Chen Yang felt something, he turned around and saw that it was Zhao Kej and his group. Behind Zhao Kej was a middle-aged man with short hair, who should be the uncle Zhao Kej was talking about. Zhao Kej's uncle looked young, but judging from his age, he should be almost 60. The Zhao family is here. Han Chen immediately recognized the other party's identity. The Zhao family in this demon capital has some relationship with Zhao Kuang. I wonder if they will trouble you. Han Chen was a little worried. Don't worry, even if there is a deep hatred at this time, you have to hold back, otherwise it will disturb the morale of the army. Chen Yang said indifferently. I'm afraid that after the beast tide is over, they will find a reason to embarrass you. Han Mensi suddenly said. Probably not. After all, there are so many people watching, so spreading the word won't have a good impact. Chen Yang said while holding the vegetables. However, Chen Yang Jiao looked at Zhao Kej, and when the other party found out that Chen Yang was also present, he immediately said a few words to the man behind him. When the man behind heard this, he frowned and walked towards Chen Yang. Patriarch Zhao, where are you going? Seeing Zhao Kai walking to another table, Bai Fengshi asked in confusion. It's a bit of a personal vendetta. Zhao Kai came behind Chen Yang, and the guru aura on his body pressed on Chen Yang. Chen Yang had sensed Zhao Kai's hostility for a long time, and seeing the other party's Grand Master coercion, Chen Yang remained unmoved. Chen Yang, call you arrogant, now that my uncle is here, why don't you kneel down? Zhao Kej's contemptuous expression made everyone at the dinner very disgusted, but with the support of a master behind him, no one wanted to touch this bad luck. Who are you? Chen Yang said calmly. Good boy, I heard Cai Je say that you are so arrogant that you don't even pay attention to the Zhao family, the capital of the devil, but now you see that it is true. Seeing me dare to speak like that, I am not afraid that I will destroy you. Zhao Kai said lightly, with a hint of anger mixed in between his words. Little Silver next to Chen Yang seemed to want to make a move, but Chen Yang shook his head to stop him. You can't talk nonsense. When did I say that the Zhao family in the devil capital is not in your eyes? After all, I have never heard of it. It is not good to slander me like this. Chen Yang was still eating on his own, without any sign of nervousness. Instead, Han Chen and Han Mensi put down their bowls and chopsticks, resisting Zhao Kai's coercion. Court death. Zhao Kai grabbed Chen Yang with one hand. Never before had a martial artist dared to talk to him like this. This is not a place to make trouble. Zhou Yuan shot to block the way. Oh, Grandmaster Zhao, why are you angry? You can't force your anger on me just because I don't study much and I haven't heard of Demon City. Chen Yang stood up pretending to be surprised. Everyone in the hotel almost laughed out loud when they heard this, and secretly admired Chen Yang's courage in their hearts. Dare to criticize Zhao's family in Luomedo in front of so many people, I'm really not afraid that the other party will make trouble for him. Captain Zhou, why are you blocking me? Zhao Kai saw the man in front of him and asked. Chen Yang is a member of the joint team. Isn't it good for you to do this? I don't know where Chen Yang offended you. Is there anything you can't talk about? Zhou Yuan asked back. Chen Yang insulted my Zhao family, is that enough reason? The momentum on Zhao Kai's body climbed to the peak and pressed towards Zhou Yuan. Everything has to be reasonable. I've never met you. What kind of insult is there? Do you have any evidence? Chen Yang smiled. Evidence? What I say is evidence. Zhao Kai glanced at Zhou Yuan disdainfully. He was just a junior Grand Master, not his opponent at all. This is why you deliberately found fault, and you shot at will without evidence. Now even if I don't need to say it, everyone should know the strength of the Zhao family in the devil's capital. Chen Yang laughed out loud. Straight. Zhao Kai grabbed Chen Yang again. Zhou Yuan wanted to stop him, but was forced away by the vitality of Zhao Kai. So strong. There was a trace of powerlessness in Zhou Yuan's eyes. He had just broken through to the Grand Master not long ago, and his strength did not exceed 2,000 tons. But Zhao Kai surpassed Zhou Yuan's limit with a random blow, and only by using the domain can he make 2 moves with Zhao Kai. Seeing Zhou Yuan being forced away, Chen Yang turned sideways to hide. Zhao Kai's big hand seemed to have suction. No matter how Chen Yang avoided it, he still couldn't escape his attack. Divine speed. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, opened the domain and left directly. Want to run? Zhao Kai snorted coldly, and his own domain also opened up. Stop, this is my territory. If you want to make trouble, please leave. Seeing Zhao Kai's reluctance, Bai Fengshi immediately expanded his domain and appeared in front of Zhao Kai. Zhang Beicheng also stood behind him. His attitude was very obvious. You all want to protect that kid. Zhao Kai was a little surprised by the attitude of several people. Isn't it too much for the Zhao family to bully the small with the big? Zhang Beicheng said. It is true that Chen Yang and the Zhao family in Yanchinj had conflicts, but it was all Zhao Kuang's fault. Could it be that the Zhao family in your demon capital also doesn't distinguish right from wrong and insists on holding on to the braids? Zhang Beicheng's momentum was also released, and he looked at Zhao Kai without fear. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng's aura was not weaker than his own, Zhao Kai had a little bit of a retreat. Let him go, but he must kneel down and apologize. Zhao Kai put away the Grand Master breath and said, or how about I call my master over and leave you here? Facing Zhao Kai's attitude, Chen Yang was very upset and took out his mobile phone and threatened. You dare to threaten me? Zhao Kai looked at Chen Yang with lightning-like eyes. Chen Yang was also desperate at this time, and ran away at worst. He didn't believe that Zhao Kai could catch him. Aren't you just relying on how many masters you have in your family? In the eyes of my master, you are nothing. When my master breaks through to the martial arts, the first one will destroy you. When Chen Yang told a lie, his heart didn't beat and his face didn't turn red. He looked at Zhao Kai calmly, as if there was something wrong. Wu Sheng? As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. A Grand Master is already the limit of human cultivation, and as for martial saints above a Grand Master, there are very few in the entire Hua Kingdom. If Master Chen Yang can really break through to the martial saint, not to mention the Zhao family, even the entire demon city can walk sideways. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Zhao Kai didn't know that he was talking nonsense, and suddenly his heart beat a little. Zhang Beicheng was obviously on Chen Yang's side. If Master Chen Yang came here now, maybe he could really keep him. Everyone is here to deal with the beast horde, so there's no need to hurt your peace. Patriarch Zhao, calm down too, let's eat first. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Bai Fengshi quickly persuaded him. Zhao Kai was hesitant at first, but when he saw that Bai Fengshi had given him a step, he also nodded. Han Menxi's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. She looked at Chen Yang sadly, as if saying that there are so many things going on wherever you go. Zhao Kaj was also very angry when he saw so many masters defending Chen Yang. It's a pity that my father didn't come, otherwise I must make Chen Yang look good. Zhao Kaixin didn't think so. He got a message from Chen Yang's words that Chen Yang's masters were at least high-level masters. If Chen Yang hadn't lied, it would be really difficult to abolish him. Unless Zhao Kai's father took action, he would definitely not be able to deal with Chen Yang's master with the strength of his mid-level master. Zhao Kai's father is over 80 years old, he has been in the high-level Grand Master realm for 20 years, and there is only one chance to become a top-level Grand Master. Father, what should we do? Can't we just forget about it? Zhao Lu asked. This matter needs a long-term plan. If Chen Yang's master is really a high-level master, then your grandfather will have to step in. Zhao Kai said solemnly, completely gone from the arrogance he had before. Chen Yang couldn't eat any more at this time, so he took Xiaoan and left the hotel with his stomach full of anger. Xiaoan screamed a few times, as if to comfort Chen Yang. It's really deceiving, little silver, let's go, I'm going to break through. Chen Yang felt great pressure. If the Zhao family in the Demon City finds out that the master they are talking about is fake, Zhao Kai will definitely attack him without hesitation. Unless Zhang Beicheng keeps defending himself, he can only escape in embarrassment. But the monk can't run away from the temple if he can run away. His company and family are in Yanchinj. Does he just give up the career he just started? Chen Yang doesn't want his family to be in danger. To break this deadlock, he must break through the realm of a great martial artist as soon as possible. The beast swarm in the glorious base is obviously a good opportunity for him to break through. Chen Yang collected a lot of blood from the 5th order beasts today. Taking advantage of the fact that the beast swarm has stopped, Chen Yang decided to use the corpses of the beasts outside the base to make a breakthrough. With a teleportation, Chen Yang and Xiaoan appeared outside the base. Many soldiers were cleaning the corpses outside the base overnight. Although the corpses of these low-level beasts were not worth much, they could still make up for the army's weapon consumption. Chen Yang found a place far away. In order to prevent being discovered, he deliberately changed his appearance to that of a middle-aged man. Released the corpses of the 5th order poisonous toads collected, Chen Yang blasted out a piece of land as a pool for storing blood, endured the feeling of nausea and pumped out all the blood, and handed over the remaining corpses to Xiaoan to devour. Chen Yang stripped off his clothes and jumped into the pool. The Huanjuju and Yuan Li control operated at the same time, and the blood in the pool soon boiled. The muscles of the body gradually became stronger. After absorbing a large amount of blood from the 5th order ferocious beast, Chen Yang's body training finally reached the state of great perfection in meat training. Chen Yang did not stop the tempering of the body. He took out 2 bottles of spiritual liquid and swallowed it in one gulp. His body seemed to burn instantly. Chen Yang endured the pain of quenching his body, and the spiritual liquid continued to replenish the consumed vitality. Half an hour later, there was only a loud bang in his body, and Chen Yang had reached the state of bone refining. Chen Yang let out a long breath, and there was a crackling sound coming from his whole body. At this time, Chen Yang's strength had reached 99 tons. As long as he swallowed some spiritual liquid, he could quickly break through to the realm of a great martial artist. The remaining spiritual fluid in the body was completely absorbed by Chen Yang. Chen Yang stood up and chose a place with the most corpses of fierce beasts. The magnetic talent allowed Chen Yang to float in the air. Chen Yang pushed the decomposition talent, melting talent, and devouring talent to the extreme, and the corpses of the beasts around him quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Yang is now like a tireless devouring machine. Whenever the beasts on the ground under his feet are devoured, Chen Yang will immediately change places. Little Silver also imitated Chen Yang and activated the talent of devouring. The corpses of several poisonous toads were quickly digested by Little Silver. Its strength continued to grow, and soon exceeded 600 tons. Little Silver, continue. Chen Yang took out 100 bottles of psychic liquid and threw them to Xiaoan. He knew that this opportunity was very rare for Xiaoan. A large number of corpses of 5th-level beasts and countless corpses of low-level beasts can quickly increase Little Silver's strength. With the quenching effect of spiritual liquid and recovery of vitality, Little Silver might also be able to reach the top 5th-level realm. The corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground disappeared in large swaths, and Chen Yang and Xiaoyan devoured the power of the ferocious beasts recklessly. After a while, Chen Yang felt like he was about to explode. 101,102, 200. Chen Yang resisted the temptation to break through the great martial master and kept improving his strength. After a few hours, Chen Yang's strength had reached tons. The ultimate strength of a martial artist is 100 tons, but Chen Yang has many special talents, and he has cultivated his body to the level of bone refinement. With the help of decomposition talent, Chen Yang can separate impurities and absorb purer energy. Many people have thought about breaking through the power limit of the realm, but they all failed. Chen Yang is different from others. His unique advantages allow him to ignore the physical bottleneck of practitioners. After reaching 200 tons of strength, Chen Yang felt that he could no longer swallow anymore. Now he seems to be able to break through the bottleneck and become a great martial artist with a little effort in breathing. Since it can't be increased, let's break through. Chen Yang swallowed a bottle of psychic liquid, and the vitality in his body instantly broke the bottleneck that blocked the martial artist. A coolness swept over Chen Yang's brain, and the vitality in the air could be vaguely seen even without the talent of clairvoyance. Is this the realm of a great martial artist? Chen Yang felt the power of the explosion. After breaking through to the great martial artist, his strength had reached 500 tons. Counting the increase in speed force and strength field, he can already break through 10,000 with one punch. If he meets a grandmaster who only comprehends the power of one field, he can blow him up with a single punch. Chen Yang calculated the gap between himself and the grandmaster. Because he possessed many special talents, the increase in domain strength was very exaggerated. If it is a grandmaster, even if he uses the domain, his strength will be doubled to tripled. Based on Zhang Beicheng's strength, his limit should be about -tons with the increase in speed force and power field. The Zhao family, wait to die. Chen Yang shouted in his heart. Relying on the current strength alone to deal with the Zhao family still seems a bit insufficient. Chen Yang didn't know how powerful the high-ranking master of the Zhao family in the Demon City was, but no matter how powerful he was, he would definitely not be a match for Yao Wolong. A crazy plan appeared in Chen Yang's mind. He was going to copy the middle-level power field of the Subtermander. He had been eager to move about this idea before, but now that he has broken through to a great martial artist, it is finally possible to implement the plan. If you really raise your power domain to the middle level, even a high-level grandmaster will not be your opponent. Seeing that it was still dark, Chen Yang continued to decompose and devour the corpses of the surrounding beasts. After becoming a great martial artist, the devoured energy became very scarce, and low-level beasts could no longer meet Chen Yang's needs. It would be great if there were hundreds of fifth-order beasts. Chen Yang thought in his heart. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Chen Yang still tirelessly absorbed the energy of the beast. Just when he reached 800 tons of strength, Little Silver let out a roar. Little Silver is about to break through. Chen Yang opened his eyes happily. 100 bottles of spiritual liquid was 1/5 of his stock. When Chen Yang looked at Xiaowen's side again, the 100 bottles of psychic liquid had been completely turned into energy for Xiaowen's breakthrough. As if that wasn't enough. Chen Yang looked at Xiaowen's painful expression. He kept using the golden core in his body to sprint the bottleneck, but after coming down many times, the bottleneck didn't let up at all. Little Silver was a little unwilling, seeing that the opportunity to break through was right in front of him. How could he give up? After many collisions, even Jin Dan let out a sobbing sound, but Xiaowen still continued. Forget it, who told you that you are my beast pet? Seeing Little Silver's painful expression, Chen Yang knew that it lacked the energy to break through, and looked at the spiritual liquid in his space pocket. Chen Yang shook his teeth and took out more than half of it in one breath. Little Silver, open your mouth. More than 200 bottles of psychic liquid were poured into Xiaowen's mouth, and with a roar, Xiaowen's body became huge. 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. Little Silver had already turned into a real berserk giant ape, and the berserk talent in his body was activated, and his deafening roar shocked the entire radiant space. What's the situation? Han Chen woke up from his sleep. He looked out the window. The roar sounded familiar. It's the monkey. Zhang Beicheng opened his eyes, and he could feel a terrifying aura slowly forming. Want to break through the 6th level? Dream. A ray of light shot out in Zhao Kai's eyes. The aura emanating from outside the base could feel that Xiaowen was breaking through the critical moment of the 6th level. If he made trouble at this time, if he was not careful, Xiaowen would be seriously injured, or even fall into the realm. Of course Zhao Kai recognized that this aura belonged to the monkey beside Chen Yang. He blinked and disappeared into the room. Father. Zhao Lu felt her father leave, and she quickly got up and put on her clothes to chase after him. Zhao Kej was also awakened by the roar. Not only him, but all the civilians in the Guanghui base heard Xiaowen's roar. They hid under the blankets and shivered, thinking that the beast tide was coming. Chen Yang is always paying attention to Little Silver's physical condition, and now it is only one step away from breaking through the 6th level. In less than half an hour, Little Silver would be able to step into the 6th level gate. At this moment, Chen Yang felt several auras rushing quickly from the city. Chen Yang frowned. It was Zhao Kai who came. Does that guy want to? Zhang Beicheng felt Zhao Kai rushing out of the city. If Chen Yang was there, wouldn't Zhao Kai not be able to resist? Thinking of this, Zhang Beicheng got up quickly. Zhao Kai stopped in midair, and after stepping into the Grandmaster, he can control the vitality of the world at will, and flying is no longer a dream. Who are you? Looking at the man next to the violent giant ape, Zhao Kai showed a defensive look. I thought Chen Yang would be here, but I didn't expect Chen Yang to meet another middle-aged man instead. Who am I? What does it matter to you? Chen Yang put on a mysterious look and said indifferently. Are you the master? Chen Yang said. Zhao Kai asked tentatively. He didn't feel the aura of a master from Chen Yang, so he was very puzzled. But he would definitely not admit to Xiaowen's aura. Since Chen Yang was not there, it could only be his master. Chen Yang knew his flaws, so he didn't intend to admit it or deny it. If you have nothing to do, then leave. Chen Yang said while checking Zhao Kai's talent. Human, Zhao Kai. Cultivation realm, intermediate grandmaster. Power, 5,893 tons. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talents, strength, low-level perception, strength field, low-level, speed, low-level perception, super speed force, low-level, wind element, spiritual level, gravity, top level. Seeing that the other party did not admit it, Zhao Kai became more courageous. This giant ape is a ferocious beast, so you can't keep it. If you have nothing to do with it, please leave. Zhao Kai didn't intend to say too much. He would strike first, and then it would be revealed immediately whether the other party was a grandmaster. Seeing Zhao Kai deliberately attacking Xiaoyan, Chen Yang snorted coldly. The top-level coercion talent imitating the Grandmaster's breath pressed Zhao Kai with all his strength. Zhao Kai's body paused, and all the aura in his body burst out. Zhao Kai still chose to do it. Chen Yang snorted coldly, and the speed force and power domain were activated instantly. With all the special talents blessed, Chen Yang punched Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai felt a fatal threat. If he didn't dodge this blow, he would be seriously injured. Helpless, Zhao Kai had no choice but to give up attacking Xiaoyan and face Chen Yang with his palm. Divine speed. Zhao Kai's palm met Chen Yang, and a huge shock wave erupted from the center of the two. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang copied all of Zhao Kai's talents. Field duplication detected. Is it fused? Yes. Fusion failed? It's a pity for Chen Yang. After the special talent level is high, it's hard to upgrade easily like before. Because Zhao Kai was forced to fight back, this palm was caught off guard. Under Chen Yang's double domain, his body couldn't bear the huge force and was smashed into the ground. Zhang Beicheng saw this scene as soon as he arrived. He looked at Chen Yang in surprise, a little afraid of Chen Yang's strength. I don't know what your name is. Zhang Beicheng asked. Song Min. Chen Yang said lightly. Brother Song, I don't know what conflict you have with this Zhao Kai. Zhang Beicheng said strangely. This berserk giant ape is my senior brother's pet. This guy doesn't ask anything, and directly shoots at my senior brother's pet. Get out of the way, I can't get around him. Chen Yang made a gesture to attack, but Zhang Beicheng hurriedly stopped him. Brother Song, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. The beast tide is ahead, although Zhang Beicheng doesn't like Zhao Kai, but he won't let him lose here. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng wanted to stop him, Chen Yang withdrew his vitality unwillingly and snorted. When Zhao Lu and Zhao Kej rushed over, they found that Zhao Kai crawled out of the ground in a panic, with their mouths wide open, not knowing what happened. Zhao Kai looked at Chen Yang resentfully. This punch made him lose face in front of all the masters. If he hadn't been able to grasp the opponent's strength, Zhao Kai would definitely entangle him to the end. Father, are you alright? Zhao Lu hurriedly asked. I am fine. Zhao Kai came to Zhang Beicheng's side and apologized to Chen Yang unwillingly. Sorry, I was reckless. Just after Zhao Kai finished speaking, Little Silver's aura began to rise continuously. For more than 10 minutes, Little Silver kept absorbing the spirit liquid that Chen Yang poured into its mouth. Finally, the bottleneck blocking Xiaoyan was slightly loosened, and as the spiritual liquid continued to merge, a crack appeared in the bottleneck. After a long time, when Xiaoyan's aura reached its peak, only a click was heard, and Jin Dan finally broke through the bottleneck. Roar! Xiaoyan raised his head to the sky and screamed excitedly, hitting the ground with a pair of gigantic fists, causing the whole earth to tremble. Great! Finally broke through. Chen Yang applauded Xiaoyan happily, but the price of this breakthrough was a bit high, and he only had about 100 bottles of spiritual liquid left. However, Chen Yang didn't regret it. As the opponents he faced were getting higher and higher, if Xiaoyan remained at the 5th level, the help to him would be very limited. Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide and roared at Zhao Kai. A gust of wind mixed with saliva blew across Zhao Kai's face. Zhao Kai promptly bounced Xiaoyan's saliva away with his vitality. Facing Xiaoyan's provocation, he forcibly held back the thought of making a move. Let you be arrogant for a while. When the time comes, I will kill you and make soup. Zhao Kai thought of dozens of recipes. Your name is Zhao Kai? Chen Yang asked coldly. Yes, you know me. Zhao Kai thought that the other party knew that he was from the Zhao family in Shanghai, and wanted to be more polite to him. So you are the one who bullied my nephew. Chen Yang's momentum changed, and his eyes towards Zhao Kai became sharper. Nephew. Zhao Kai looked confused. When did Chen Yang have another uncle? Zhang Beicheng thought a lot when he heard Chen Yang's words. This Song Min should be at the same level as him. It seems that Chen Yang did not lie in the hotel. His master is really breaking through the realm of martial saints? Zhao Kai also quickly thought of Chen Yang's words. If Master Chen Yang breaks through to martial saint, wouldn't the Zhao family be destroyed by then? Thinking of this, Zhao Kai immediately brought a smile on his face. No, this must be a misunderstanding. Zhao Kai said quickly. It's best to misunderstand. If you let me know that my nephew has been bullied, you and your family will be finished. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he took Xiaoyan and disappeared in place. Zhao Kej didn't know why the uncle was so afraid of Song Min. When he thought of Chen Yang having so many masters behind him, he felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Uncle, then Chen Yang. Shut up, let's discuss this matter in the long run. Zhao Kai glared at Zhao Changge and said coldly. Zhao Kej had no choice but to obey. Even Zhao Lu's father can't deal with Chen Yang. It seems that the previous loss can only be swallowed. Zhang Beicheng didn't expect the other party to leave so quickly. He wanted to ask Song Min if he would join them in besieging the sixth order beast, but the other party left before he could even open his mouth. Seeing that the matter was over, Zhang Beicheng shook his head helplessly. After several people returned to the glorious base, the sky had gradually turned white. The soldiers had already woken up from their sleep, and all the defense lines were ready. Bai Fengshi also woke up early, knowing that it was Xiaoan who broke through to the 6th level. He didn't go over to join in the fun. Let the brothers eat quickly, it will be dawn soon. Bai Fengshi said to his opponent. The ferocious beasts several kilometers away also slowly wake up, and when the sun rises, a ferocious battle will begin again. In the meeting room of the base, Bai Fengshi projected the imaging map on the big screen. According to the latest imaging analysis, today's beast tide is even crazier than yesterday. Hundreds of fourth-order beasts have gathered in the southwest, and our missiles may not be enough. Bai Fengshi told all the backup resources of the base, and everyone felt tense when they heard that the number of missiles in the Guanghui base was not enough. How about rushing to Yangcheng for rescue? Zhou Yuan said. It's too late. It will take at least 10 hours to come from Yangcheng. I don't know how many beasts' nests there are on the way. Maybe the rescue didn't arrive, and they all died on the way. Zhang Beicheng said. Is there no special talents such as teleportation? Zhou Yuan asked. I asked Yangcheng. Rescue is definitely not possible. As for the use of special talents to transport missiles, it needs to be planned in detail. But since Brother Zhao has come, why don't we start the beheading plan directly? Bai Fengshi said. It's possible, but it's a pity that Chen Yang's uncle was not left behind yesterday, otherwise the chances would be greater. Zhang Beicheng said with some regret. Zhao Kai's complexion was a little bad when he heard that. If that Song Min really stayed, he would definitely not want to act together. Chen Yang also murmured in his heart when he heard this, but luckily he ran fast, otherwise he would be exposed by then. Our plan from the beginning was to behead them. The beast hordes are generally controlled by 6th order beasts. As long as we repel or kill the beasts behind us, this beast horde might end early. Bai Fengshi said. Chen Yang, has your master received the letter? Zhang Beicheng suddenly turned his head and asked. Zhou Yuan and the others also looked at Chen Yang. If Chen Yang's master could come, the beheading plan would definitely succeed. Chen Yang shook his head. My master is in retreat recently, and he will definitely not be able to come here in a short time. Hearing what Chen Yang said, both Bai Fengshi and Zhang Beicheng showed regretful expressions. Since this is the case, then we will follow the previous deployment. I, Zhang Beicheng, Zhao Kai and Zhou Yuan will work together to find the 6th order beast behind us. Once we find it, we will encircle and suppress it immediately. Bai Fengshi drew a red circle on the map, and the red circle is the place where the 6th order ferocious beast is most likely to stay. I have a question to ask. Have you determined what kind of beast this 6th order beast is? Chen Yang asked curiously. As far as the existing instruments do not have this function, we will only know after seeing it. Bai Fengshi explained. It's not too late, let's go. Every second every night, our soldiers will sacrifice more. Hearing Bai Fengshi's impatient tone, Zhou Yuan and Zhang Beicheng hurriedly packed their things. Is what you promised before counting? Zhao Kai suddenly asked arrogantly. That's natural. No matter whether you kill this beast in the end, you won't lose any points that should be given. Bai Fengshi said with a smile. If it wasn't for Zhao Kai's request, as a great general, he wouldn't be so humble. That's good. After all, I ran so far from the magic capital, and I don't want to return empty-handed. After all, you also know how much risk there is in such a long distance. Seeing that Bai Fengshi agreed to himself, Zhao Kai felt much happier. Chen Yang was a little curious about what kind of deal Zhao Kai and Bai Fengshi had made. Even the Grand Master would have thought that what he got must not be simple. This time, Bai Fengshi might have cut off a piece of meat. Just when several people indicated that they could leave, Zhang Beicheng suddenly signaled to wait. Why don't you call Chen Yang? Chen Yang's giant ape has also broken through to the 6th level, maybe it can help us. Zhang Beicheng said. A low-level beast of the 6th rank, I can blow it up with a single punch. Zhao Kai didn't care. Fortunately, Xiao Yin was not in the meeting room, otherwise, after hearing Zhao Kai's words, he would have shown his real body and turned the meeting room upside down. No matter what, it still has the strength of a grandmaster. The more strength we have, the more protection we have. Zhang Beicheng frowned. Zhao Kai's words not only offended Zhang Beicheng, but also hurt Zhou Yuan's self-esteem invisibly. Zhou Yuan also broke through to the Grandmaster not long ago. Since Zhao Kai looked down on Xiao Yin, he naturally included him in it. Chen Yang, are you willing to take the risk? Zhang Beicheng asked with a smile. In the conference room, Han Mensi looked at Chen Yang in surprise. In just a few short months, Chen Yang has gone from a great martial artist to the point where even the Grandmaster pays attention to him. I really don't know how he cultivated and why he improved so fast. Zhao Kai snorted coldly and did not refute. Brother Chen Yang, if you can let your giant ape make a move, I can promise any of your requests when the beast tide is over. Bai Fengshi also offered attractive conditions. In the eyes of everyone, this condition is like a gold medal for avoiding death. How many Grandmasters can there be in the entire glorious base and Yancheng? With Bai Fengshi's words, wouldn't the Guanghui base just walk sideways? Of course, everyone did not forget that Chen Yang's giant ape was also a fierce beast comparable to the Grandmaster. With such a powerful beast as a beast pet, even if the Grandmaster wanted to touch him, he had to consider the consequences. After Chen Yang thought for a while, he was still somewhat interested in the beheading operation. The talent of the 6th level ferocious beast is exactly what he needs right now. No matter what, he needs to find a way to copy the talent of the ferocious beast to his hand, so as to quickly improve his strength. Otherwise, when the high-ranking master of the Zhao family came to look for trouble, Chen Yang would definitely have to run away with his head in his arms. In order to protect his family and gain a firm foothold in Yanqing, this operation seems to have a reason to go. Thinking of this, Chen Yang felt overwhelmed and decided to join this action plan. Okay, let's go with you. Chen Yang nodded and agreed. Seeing that Chen Yang really participated in the beheading operation, Han Mensi showed a trace of worry in his eyes. Don't be brave, you must leave in time if you encounter danger. Han Mensi exhorted. That's right, that's a 6th order ferocious beast. Chen Yang, you must be careful. Han Chen also said with concern. On the other side, Li Xing also cast admiring gazes. You have known me for so long, when did you see me doing something unsure? Chen Yang signaled them to rest assured. Chen Yang, I have never admired anyone in my life, except your courage. Li Xing said. Be sure to come back alive, I still have to find you to learn from. Okay, I will definitely come back alive. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Stop the ink, let's go. Seeing so many people caring about Chen Yang, Zhao Kai was very upset. He had already started planning in his heart, if there was a chance for Chen Yang to die in the hands of the beast, then his master would not be able to involve the Zhao family. Time is running out. Chen Yang, where is your beast pet? Bai Fengshi asked. Little Silver is playing outside, I'll call it over right now. Chen Yang blew a whistle, and within a few seconds, Xiaoan walked through the gate and came to Chen Yang's side bouncing around. Knowing that the 6th order ferocious beast that broke through in the morning was the little ape in front of them, everyone looked at Little Silver with amazed eyes. Squeak. Xiaoan hugged Chen Yang's thigh and rubbed it back and forth very affectionately, without the ferocity of a 6th order beast at all. Is this guy really comparable to a master? The transformed appearance of Little Silver was very different from the 6th order ferocious beast in his imagination. If they hadn't seen its real body, the team members present would have thought it was a cute pet. Silver's hair became more white and shiny, and Xiaoyan, who stepped into the 6th level threshold, seemed to be more spiritual. Even the 6th order ferocious beast acted like a baby in front of Chen Yang. I really can't imagine how powerful Chen Yang's master is. Since we're all here, let's go without delay. After Bai Fengshi gave the task, he immediately urged. Little Silver, let's go. Chen Yang asked Xiaoan to jump on his shoulders, and they looked at each other before disappearing into the conference room. So fast. Han Mensi and the others exclaimed. The sudden disappearance of several people is not because they all have the talent of space power, but an illusion caused by the extreme speed. Zhao Kai wanted to increase the distance between himself and Chen Yang. He was surprised to find that even though his speed had increased to -%, Chen Yang behind him could still easily keep up. Whoosh! Zhao Kai's speed increased again, and the sound of breaking through the sound barrier sounded in the air. I can always get rid of you now, Zhao Kai thought proudly. When he looked back, Chen Yang was indeed left behind. Seeing Zhao Kai's deliberate expression, Chen Yang almost laughed out loud. A Grandmaster actually compares his speed with himself, and he is not afraid to tell a joke. Chen Yang's wind element was fully activated, and he was not thrown too far by Zhao Kai. A few people passed through the beast tide and came to the Ziyuling mountains not far away. This is the starting point of the beast tide, and it is also the place where the two teams sent by the glorious base disappeared last. Bai Fengshi signaled everyone to stop. Although there was no shadow of the 6th order beast yet, after stepping into the center of the mountain range, an inexplicable coercion hovered in the air. The aura is so strong, the beast should be nearby. Zhang Beicheng frowned and said, the stronger the beast, the more obvious its advantage over humans. With the improvement of their realm, the body's defense ability will naturally evolve. Even if you don't deliberately cultivate your physical strength, your physical body will be much tougher than human beings. Chen Yang turned on the talent of perspective, and the entire mountain range turned into lines of different thickness in his eyes. There. Chen Yang quickly found the location of the 6th order ferocious beast. When he saw the target clearly, Chen Yang's scalp tingled for a while. It turned out to be that Subtermander. Yao Wulong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Yang. Even though there was a mountain range between them, those eyes seemed to see through everything and found where Chen Yang was. A fierce light shot out from the pupils of the top 6th order ferocious beast. This was the first time that the talent of clairvoyance was sensed. Chen Yang knew something was wrong. Seeing that the fire dragon had been disturbed, he immediately began to think about the retreat route. Don't move forward, the beast has already found us. Chen Yang quickly reminded. Nonsense, even I didn't find out, you can. Before Zhao Kai finished speaking, he was interrupted by a dragon chant. Everyone suddenly felt a breath locking them in. This feeling obviously surpassed their strength by a lot. No, this guy is a top-level 6th order beast. There was a trace of cold sweat on Zhao Kai's forehead, and this kind of coercion could not be emitted even by his own father. There is no doubt that the driving force behind this beast tide is this top-level 6th order beast. Go back. Chen Yang saw the subfire dragon break through the cave and rise into the sky. A fiery dragon's breath sprayed towards the position where everyone was, and before the dragon's breath reached their eyes, the surrounding trees began to burn. Chen Yang quickly left the place with Xiao Yin, and the dragon's breath instantly melted the place where they stayed just now. The sound of whistling wings came from the air, and when they looked up, a pair of desolate eyes were staring at them. Dragon. Zhao Kai felt his body stiff. He never thought that this time the fierce beast was actually a dragon. It's not a real dragon, it's a sub-dragon at best, Chen Yang said. Several people listened to Chen Yang's words and observed carefully. Sure enough, except for the eyes, the body of the sub-Charmander did not have the legendary dragon scales, but was more similar to dinosaurs in ancient times. General Bai, what should we do now? Zhou Yuan raised his head with difficulty. The coercion of the top-level 6th order beast made his blood freeze. On the contrary, Chen Yang was better. He had seen the sub-fire dragon a long time ago, and he had a certain immunity to the sub-fire dragon's coercion. Moreover, he himself has the talent of coercion, and among several people, he is the most relaxed one. Bai Fengshi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The aura of this ferocious beast was too strong. Under the pressure of the opponent, he could only display less than 10% of his strength. Zhao Kai is already considering whether to run away. Facing such a powerful beast, there are no 10 grandmasters who can't kill it at all. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll leave, Bai Fengshi said in a low voice. If this fire dragon attacks the radiant base, within a quarter of an hour, the entire radiant base will be reduced to ashes. Bai Yang quickly informed the higher UPS that a top-level 6th order beast appeared in the Guanghui base, asking for support. Bai Yang. Bai Fengshi swears, the communication equipment is completely disabled here, and his orders can't be conveyed at all. Yao Wulong looked at the people below jokingly. When it found Chen Yang, it suddenly let out a roar. It was the guy below who stole the crystal he was protecting. He thought that the other party would die on the other side of the crack, but he didn't expect to appear in front of him again alive. At the same time, Zhao Kai and others became the targets of the sub-fire dragon. In its eyes, everyone who stayed with Chen Yang deserved to die. Seeing the change in Yao Wulong's eyes, Chen Yang knew something was wrong. Thinking of the process of stealing the magic crystal, the sub-fire dragon in front of him must want to tear himself apart. Chen Yang even suspected that this beast tide had something to do with him. Perhaps it was because of Chen Yang's behavior that the sub-fire dragon was angry, which launched a large-scale beast tide. Everyone stop hiding, let's do it. Bai Fengshi's eyes were fixed, and he shouted under pressure. Chen Yang quickly checked the talents of several people. Bai Fengshi possessed the spirit-level fire element and the spirit-level ice talent, so he should be able to withstand the attack of the sub-fire dragon for a while. Zhang Beicheng has an annihilating spirit-level talent and a top-level divine body. I don't know if this annihilating talent can cause damage to the sub-fire dragon. Little Silver, be careful, Chen Yang whispered to Little Silver. After Xiaoan stepped into the 6th level, her strength had already reached 3,000 tons through the baptism of spiritual power. It's a pity that it only comprehends the field of power now. If it has dual fields, it can still deal with the fire dragon for a while. Little Silver nodded, looking at the sub-fire dragon above his head with serious eyes. It also let out a roar, and its body of more than 30 meters set off a gust of wind, clearing out a field around it. Dozens of 20-meter-long ice blades condensed on the top of the Beifeng stone pierced the sub-fire dragon, and Zhao Kai also pressed 100 times the gravity on the sub-fire dragon in an instant. The sub-Charmander swung its tail and was about to smash the ice blade, but the sudden gravity made it press down on its body, and the giant tail and the ice blade were staggered. The ice blade pierced all of Ya Honglong's body, leaving a few slight bloodstains. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Bai Fengshi snapped his fingers, and Ya Honglong's body was instantly frozen. Quick, I can't last long, Bai Fengshi shouted hastily. Zhang Beicheng put all his strength into his legs and jumped onto Ya Hualong with his whole body. Destroyed. A black light appeared in Zhang Beicheng's hands, and he manipulated the vitality of heaven and earth to gather on his arms and punched Ya Hualong's head with a fist following the black light. Seeing that this was a good opportunity, Chen Yang stepped on the little silver head, and the gravity talent acted on Ya Hualong together. Boom! The ice crystals shattered, and the sub-Charmander's head hit the ground heavily, with faint blood flowing out from its nostrils. Copy succeeded. The same talent is detected. Is it fused? Yes. Successful fusion. The voice next to his ears was as melodious as fairy music, and before Chen Yang had time to check his talent, Ya Hualong had already broken free from Bai Fengshi's control. Roar! The inferior fire dragon spread its wings on the ground, and countless dragon breaths sprayed towards the surroundings. Chen Yang hurriedly backed away, but Xiaoan jumped up high and sat down on Ya Hualong. Rage! Devour! The sub-fire dragon's head was annihilated and a piece of flesh was cut off, and Little Silver also smashed hard at the previous wound without hesitation. Bang bang bang! The dragon's head that the inferior fire dragon had just raised came into close contact with the ground again. The sub-fire dragon finally got angry. It was shaken all over, and Little Silver was thrown flying by it. Damn! Ya Hualong kept roaring. Although he didn't speak, the voice of Ya Hualong emerged in Chen Yang's mind. The dragon force opened up instantly, and a radius of 1 kilometer was blocked by the fire dragon. It's this trick again. Chen Yang was very impressed with the talent of dragon power. Under the blockade formed by dragon power, even the power of space could not escape. Zhao Kai also instantly unfolded his strength talent and speed force, and the wind element was driven to the extreme on his body. He punched the energy wall formed by the dragon force, only a ripple. So strong. Zhao Kai's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't break the blockade in front of him with a full blow. Wouldn't they be caught in the urn now? Hurry up and find a way to break through this layer of energy, otherwise we will all be trapped here. Zhao Kai shouted anxiously. Yahualong raised his head and looked at Zhao Kai in the distance, seeing that the other party wanted to break his dragon power. There was a trace of teasing in his eyes. The terrifying power field covered Zhao Kai, and this time it was Yahualong who started to fight back. The huge dragon claw grabbed Zhao Kai's back, and Zhao Kai found himself locked by the opponent's breath, so he had no choice but to turn around and bump into the dragon claw. Wind field. Several tornado wind blades formed around Zhao Kai, and the gravity talent pressed towards the whole body of the sub-fire dragon, wanting to directly attack the sub-fire dragon's internal organs. Under the strength field, sub-fire dragon tore apart the gale field with one claw. Zhao Kai was hit by this claw, and there were 5 bone-stained bloodstains on his chest. The sub-charmander doesn't seem to be affected by the talent of gravity. Its internal organs are very tough. Even if it bears 100 times the gravity, it is only slightly injured, and it is not a serious problem. Zhao Kai's body collided with the energy wall formed by the dragon force and fell to the ground. His stomach was broken open by the sub-fire dragon's claw. If it wasn't for Yuan Qi's continuous repair of his wound, this claw would have killed him. Seeing that Zhao Kai was seriously injured in an instant, Bai Fengxi and Zhang Beicheng felt powerless for a while. Zhao Kai and them are both middle-level grandmasters. Even if Zhao Kai is not an enemy, they will not be any better. Zhou Yuan and Xiaoan had no chance to attack. Zhou Yuan could only use matter flip against the fire dragon from a distance, but the power of the fire dragon was too strong, and the strength field plus the talent of matter flip completely offset it. City Master Zhang, I'm afraid this time there will be more bad luck than good luck. Bai Fengxi smiled wryly. The difference in strength is too much. The strength of this animal is almost over dash, and it also has dual domains. I'm afraid it will really fall here this time. Zhang Beicheng was a little reconciled, but the surrounding area was already blocked by the dragon force, and if he wanted to break through, he would have to bear the attack of the sub-fire dragon. Even Zhao Kai's full blow did not affect the enchantment formed by the dragon force, and it would take at least half an hour for them to break through. At the barrier, Chen Yang finally had time to check the talent he had just acquired. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Bloodline, lesser worm. Power, 999 tons. Cultivation talent, advanced comprehension. Special talents, strength, advanced comprehension, power domain, intermediate level, speed, advanced comprehension, super speed power, intermediate level, coercion, spiritual level, dragon power, spiritual level. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Chen Yang felt that he could knock out the peak Zhao Kai with one punch. The blood in Chen Yang's body seems to be a little different, which should be the reason why he copied the blood of the inferior dragon. This time, Chen Yang's luck was so good that not only his strength and speed talents were all fused into a high-level comprehension, but even his speed force was also fused into an intermediate level. Now he is weaker than Ya Honglong in terms of strength, but stronger than Hualong in terms of speed. Chen Yang guessed that with the blessing of the dual domains, the sub-fire dragon should be able to reach tons with a full blow. With all his talents and dual domains, he should only be inferior to Hualong. Although he can't kill the opponent, there is definitely no problem in escaping. Yahualong looked back at Bai Fengxi and Zhang Beicheng. 2 streams of turbid air spewed out from his nostrils. Let's fight for it. Zhang Beicheng said in a low voice. Bai Fengxi nodded, and took out a tube of potion from his pocket. Evolution fluid. Zhang Beicheng was shocked when he saw Bai Fengxi took out the medicine. Are you sure you want to use this thing? Zhang Beicheng hesitated. It's a matter of life and death, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Fengxi's heart was hardened. He took out the potion and poured it down his throat. The black magic liquid melted into Bai Fengxi's body in an instant. The muscles on his body exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the meridians surged like ferocious centipedes on Bai Fengxi's body. Chen Yang raised his head and looked at Bai Fengxi, only to see a black streak flashed across his pupils, which soon disappeared and returned to normal. Chen Yang checked the state of Bai Fengxi's body. Semi-exotic, white peak stone. Cultivation realm, senior grandmaster. Power, 8,756 tons. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talents, strength, intermediate perception, power field, low level, speed, intermediate perception, super speed force, low level, fire element, spiritual level, ice, spiritual level, self-healing, spiritual level. Under the transformation of the magic liquid, Bai Fengxi instantly stepped into the realm of a high-level master, and even his strength and speed talents became intermediate level comprehension. Bai Fengxi is very satisfied with the power contained in his body. Facing the sub-fire dragon again, he no longer has the fear before. Zhou Yuan, Lao Zhang, you go and destroy the barrier, and I will block this beast. Bai Fengxi didn't wait for Zhang Beicheng to open his mouth. The power field and the speed force unfolded at the same time, and the figure rushed to the sub-fire dragon with a whoosh. Sub-fire dragon naturally sensed the growth of the opponent's strength. Seeing that the opponent swallowed the magic liquid, it opened its mouth angrily, and the dragon's breath was like a volcanic eruption, and it spit towards Beifengshi. The clothes on Beifengshi's body melted instantly, and even his skin was scorched. The self-healing talent continued to recover, and Beifengshi saw that the ice talent was compressed to the extreme, and punched the dragon's breath through. Roar. The subfire dragon also kept maintaining the dual domains. Seeing that the dragon's breath hadn't burned Beifengshi to ashes, it hit Beifengshi's fist with its claws. Beifengshi looked like an ant in the eyes of Subfire Dragon, but it was the power of this ant that shocked him. The dazzling light exploded in the barrier, and there was only a click, and the barrier seemed to be broken. Good chance. Zhang Beicheng hastily used the annihilation talent on the enchantment, and the enchantment formed by the dragon force gradually showed signs of collapse under the continuous corrosion of the annihilation talent. Chen Yang hurriedly called Xiaoan to help. He punched secretly, and the barrier was finally broken. You guys run. Beifengshi swore to the death to drag Yaolong down. General Bai, what are you going to do? Zhou Yuan asked quickly. I can do it myself. Beifengshi no longer paid attention to others, and devoted himself to the battle physically and mentally. Zhang Beicheng struggled for a while, then pulled Zhou Yuan away. He silently prayed in his heart that Beifengshi could return safely, otherwise the glorious base would surely fall. Let's call for help first. Lao Bai, hold on. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng was going to drag him away together, Chen Yang looked back at the seriously injured Zhao Kai, with a murderous look in his eyes. Little Silver, let's go first. Chen Yang temporarily gave up the idea of killing Zhao Kai. Later, he would use his avatar and the city lord to leave, and then sneak back by himself. The surrounding scenery receded quickly. Chen Yang stood on the shoulder of the violent giant ape and secretly transformed into a clone, while Zhang Beicheng and Zhou Yuan were not paying attention, turned into a shadow and fled back from the ground. The battle has lasted for 5 minutes, and every attack on Beifengshi has been exhausted. Although this way of fighting can stop the sub-fire dragon's pursuit, the vitality consumption in his own body is also very huge. After a few minutes, the vitality in the body has almost bottomed out, and the body's wound repair has also slowed down. Beifengshi's body was blown away again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body seemed to be about to collapse. Seeing that his limit had been reached, Beifengshi lay on the ground and laughed. You bastards, one day, humans will wipe you all out. Beifengshi had already given up the idea of escaping. He couldn't let the battle be involved in the glorious base. Yaolong is also tired of playing. The middle-aged man in front of him can't be defeated no matter what. Now that the opponent has no vitality to recover his body, Yaolong intends to use the last blow to end the man's life. The huge dragon claws came towards Beifengshi. Seeing that Beifengshi was about to be patted into meatloaf, a fiery figure suddenly appeared in front of Beifengshi to block the fatal blow. Fengming Fist. The third form of the Huanjuju started to work. Chen Yang's intermediate strength domain and intermediate speed force opened at the same time, and he slammed into the sub-fire dragon fiercely like a rocket. Sub-fire dragon was very annoyed by the sudden Chen Yang. Just as it was about to fight back, its brain suffered a needle-like pain, and the dragon power it just mentioned disappeared in smoke. There was a loud noise like landslides and ground cracks in the mountains, and the body of the sub-fire dragon fell to the ground fiercely. It landed exactly at the place where Zhao Kai was seriously injured, and the poor Zhao Kai had no time to escape, so he buried himself in the ground with sub-fire dragon. Sensing the disappearance of Zhao Kai's breath of life, Chen Yang grabbed Beifengshi and fled in an instant. When sub-fire dragon reacted, the two figures disappeared in front of his eyes. The vitality required to operate the dual intermediate domains at the same time is beyond Chen Yang's imagination. Even if his physique is already different from ordinary people, in this state, he can only last for 30 seconds at most. How to use these 30 seconds to complete the rescue and escape, Chen Yang calculated hundreds of times in his mind, until he confirmed that there were no omissions, and then took the initiative to attack at the critical moment. A sub-fire dragon can destroy a building in an instant with a full blow. Even if Chen Yang has the sub-dragon blood, he can't match him. In a short period of time, he may be able to hold on like Beifengshi, but once he exceeds his limit, he will still have to run away in embarrassment. 10 seconds later, he finally escaped from the Ziyuling mountain range. Hearing the unwilling roar in the mountain range, Chen Yang used his teleportation talent to return to the glorious base in an instant. Not long after Chen Yang left, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yaolong. Yaolong saw the woman under his feet making a whining sound, as if communicating. After a long time, the woman took out a magic crystal. Half of the magic liquid had been stored in it. The woman lifted the enchanted crystal high, and supported by her vitality, the enchanted crystal slowly flew in front of Yaolong. Subfire Dragon stared at the enchanted crystal for a long time, and finally made up his mind to inhale all the magic liquid inside in one gulp. The tearing pain spread all over the Subchermander's body, and under the purest magic liquid, the Subchermander's body began to mutate miraculously. Inside the room, Beifengshi slowly opened his eyes. What greets the eye is the white ceiling with a luxurious crystal chandelier. Beifengshi wanted to get up, but there was a tearing pain in his body. He wanted to mobilize his vitality to repair his body, but after trying a few times, he found that the vitality in his body was empty. A dim golden elixir was immersed in the dantian, and the surrounding meridians were almost dry. Where is this? It shouldn't be heaven. Bai Fengshi turned his head and found that he was staying on the most luxurious hospital bed in the army. The general is awake. The nurse waiting in front of the door noticed that Bai Fengshi had opened his eyes and exclaimed quickly. Zhang Beicheng rushed in from outside the ward, seeing that Bai Fengshi was fine. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your vitality is exhausted now, don't get up, take a rest. Zhang Beicheng injected his vitality into Bai Fengshi's body, and Bai Fengshi finally felt a little more comfortable. General, thank you for your hard work. Chen Yang walked in and said gratefully. If Bai Fengshi hadn't drank the improved magic liquid to forcibly raise his realm, they must have died in the dragon power barrier of Yawalong at this time. How's it going outside? Bai Fengshi asked hoarsely. The beast tide is still going on. We are already applying for assistance from Yangchang. We found a few great martial artists with teleportation over there. I believe it won't be long before the weapons we need will be shipped over. Bai Yang quickly told Bai Fengshi about the current situation. That's good, the beast didn't come after it, did it? Bai Fengshi asked quickly. Not for the time being. We returned to the base immediately after leaving the mountains, and we are now trying to find a way to evacuate civilians. Bai Yang revealed his plan. It's a pity that the base is surrounded by ferocious beasts from all directions. If you want to evacuate the civilians, you need to dispatch at least 5 to 6 great martial artists for protection. Is there no great martial artist with teleportation talent in Yanqing? Bai Fengshi asked. There is one. The great martial artist over there has already opened the transmission channel from Yanqing to Guanghui base, but it can only last for half an hour. Bai Yang sighed and said, after all, the distance between the two sides is still too far. Old Bai, how did you escape? Zhang Beicheng finally couldn't bear it. I don't know either. I only know that when I was about to faint, a man blocked the fatal blow for me. It should be that man who saved me. Bai Fengshi sighed. To be able to save you from the top 6th level ferocious beast, at least it must be a high-level grandmaster. I don't know who it is. If you know the name, you must thank you in person. Bai Yang said with some regret. Chen Yang snickered in his heart when he heard this. If Bai Fengshi and Bai Yang knew that person was him, he didn't know how he would feel. Where's my father? Why didn't my father come back? Zhao Lu rushed in from the door, shouting and asking. Your father? Bai Fengshi lowered his head in shame. He didn't have the energy to pay attention to Zhao Kai at all. If it wasn't for the appearance of that man, he would definitely be buried under the claws of the beast. Why didn't you save my father? Why? Seeing Bai Fengshi's silence, Zhao Lu felt like the sky was falling. Seeing Zhao Lu's heart-piercing roar, Zhang Beicheng had no choice but to drag Zhao Lu out. The general still needs to rest. This matter has nothing to do with the general. Didn't you see that he almost died too? Zhang Beicheng shouted loudly at Zhao Lu. Why is Chen Yang okay? Even the master died in the mouth of the beast, why is he okay? Seeing that Chen Yang was fine, Zhao Lu was filled with resentment. Miss Zhao, you have lived for more than 30 years, how come you talk like a child? Could it be that I, Chen Yang, died in the Ziyuling mountains, so you are happy? Chen Yang said coldly. That's right. You deserve to die there, you trash. Your mother shouldn't have given birth to you back then, you. Zhao Lu seemed to have found a vent, and cursed at Chen Yang like a demon. Snapped. Chen Yang slapped Zhao Lu on the face, half of Zhao Lu's face turned red immediately. You can scold me, but don't scold my family. Chen Yang turned his head and stopped looking at Zhao Lu. You dare to hit me, you dare to hit me. Even her father had never beaten her in this life, and this brat in front of him dared to treat her like this. The aura of a high-level martial artist erupted from Zhao Lu's body, and she was about to attack Chen Yang in the next second. Zhang Beicheng grabbed Zhao Lu and threw her out of the hospital. Chen Yang, you wait for me, I must kill you. Zhao Lu couldn't hold back Zhang Beicheng, so she had to shout angrily outside the hospital. Chen Yang picked out his ears, feeling a little unlucky. It was inexplicable that this kind of thing could involve himself. But Chen Yang knew in his heart that Zhao Kai's death had a lot to do with him, but he would definitely not admit it. Seeing Zhao Lu leave the hospital, the ward was finally quieter. Chen Yang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and handed it to Bai Fengshi. General, this is the spiritual liquid my master prepared for me. Drink some, it will help you recover your vitality. Hearing this, Bai Fengshi took a sip without hesitation, and the spiritual liquid quickly moistened the dry meridians, and soon the dim golden core flickered slightly. The vitality of heaven and earth began to flow into Bai Fengshi's body. Seeing the effect of the spiritual liquid coming so quickly, Bai Yang showed a little surprise. Thank you, I feel better. With the help of the psychic liquid, Bai Fengshi recovered -% to -% quickly. He lifted the quilt and planned to go to the front line to have a look. Father, be careful. Bai Yang supported Bai Fengshi and said worriedly. I'm fine. The front line is important. I just need to practice for a while and I'll recover. The self-healing talent in Bai Fengshi's body was activated, and soon it was intact. Chen Yang put away the remaining spirit liquid, and then followed Bai Fengshi to the defense wall. The artillery fire has not stopped since dawn. Looking at the hordes of beasts all over the mountains, even the Grandmaster seems a little powerless. How many missiles do we have? Bai Fengshi asked. There are only a little more than 100 pieces, and it can last for more than an hour if you save some money. Zhou Yuan came out of nowhere and said. Captain Zhou, thank you for your hard work, I almost let you die there. Bai Fengshi said in embarrassment. It's all for the country, why are you talking about this? And if the glorious base falls, Yanchinch will be the next to fall. I still understand the reason why the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Yuan Zhou didn't care. He didn't play much role in this encirclement and suppression operation. The main reason is that he is still young, and it is really too reluctant to face the top-level 6th Order beasts just after stepping into the Grandmaster realm. The support from Yang Cheng is coming soon. We don't have to worry too much about the beast tide at the moment, it's just the 6th Order beast behind it. Bai Yang showed a worried expression. Let's wait for the master from Yang Cheng to come over and talk about it. That beast is not easy to deal with. While talking, Bai Fengshi felt his power after being transformed by the magic liquid. Now he can deal with the 2 previous selves. If there are 4 or 5 high-level masters, it should not be a problem to deal with the evil dragon. Just as Bai Fengshi was thinking about what to do with the evil dragon after the reinforcements from Yang Cheng arrived, a roar came from the sky. Chen Yang and the others looked intently, and it turned out that the evil dragon had come. The figure of Yawalong changed from small to large, and Chen Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. Under the talent of perspective, the golden core in the opponent's body was a little different from what he saw before. Check the talent. Alien, Dragon. Bloodline, Greater Worm. Cultivation Realm, 7th level. Strength, 2 Mountain Force. Cultivation Talent, Advanced Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Intermediate Perception, Power Field, Intermediate, Speed, Intermediate Perception, Super Speed Power, Intermediate, Fire Element, Spiritual Level, Coercion, Spiritual Level, Dragon Power, Spiritual Level. Damn. Chen Yang rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that he was not mistaken, he understood that the disaster of the glorious base had come. General Bai, tell the brothers to run, this fire dragon has broken through to the 7th level. At this moment, Chen Yang felt a sense of powerlessness. This 7th level fire dragon only needed 1 dragon's breath to destroy half of the buildings in the glorious base. If there is no one to stop it, within 1 minute, the glorious base will disappear from the human map. What did you say? 7th level. Bai Fengshi thought he heard it wrong. How could there be a 7th order beast here? It must be that Chen Yang's realm was too low and was scared by the evil dragon. Old Bai, it seems to be the 7th step. Zhang Beicheng's voice suddenly trembled, and he stared at the black spot in the distance with wide eyes. For some reason, he had the urge to run away. The black spot in the distance was getting bigger, and with a dragon's roar, the beast tied in the ground became crazy as if they had taken a potion. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed towards the base desperately. Using the current state to describe it as a suicide attack, even with piles of corpses, they would have to break through the defense line. When the aura of the fire dragon came out, the human soldiers almost lost their fighting spirit. The coercion of the 7th rank ferocious beast made the blood of ordinary soldiers coagulate. Even if the ferocious beast rushed in front of them, many soldiers did not resist. Casualties expanded again, this time not only at the south gate, but also at the other 3 gates. Use all the missiles. Bai Fengshi's face showed the look of going to death. The 7th order fierce beast was an existence they could not resist anyway, but in order to protect more civilians from leaving, even if they lost their lives, Bai Fengshi would stop the fire dragon, even if only for a moment. Listen to my order, let all the soldiers break out from the north, and use missile bombing from the south to buy time for the breakout troops. Lao Zhang, Captain Zhou, please, I'm an old guy fighting it. Bai Fengshi's words were full of despair. No one would have thought that this evil dragon would break through to the 7th level. Otherwise, Bai Fengshi will definitely ask his superiors for help from Wu Sheng. Go, don't waste time. Seeing that the 2 were unmoved, Bai Fengshi roared angrily. Old Bai, I'll stay with you, Zhang Beicheng said suddenly. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want your daughter, your wife? Don't mother-in-law, if you don't go, how will they break through? Help me take care of my son. Bai Fengshi no longer gave Zhang Beicheng a chance to speak. The field of power and the speed force unfolded, and his figure immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go, there's no time. Zhou Yuan hurriedly urged. Zhang Beicheng looked at the back of Bai Fengshi leaving. He knew that now only Bai Fengshi could resist the 7th level fire dragon for a while. If the civilians cannot be evacuated within this period of time, those who remain will die in the fire dragon's breath. Seeing Bai Fengshi rushing towards Hualong desperately, Chen Yang knew that he would never come back after this trip. Even Bai Fengshi is willing to pay so much for ordinary people. If I do nothing, I will regret it in the future, right? Chen Yang stomped his feet on the city wall, watching the soldiers under his feet being thrown down by the beast one by one. Chen Yang felt some pain in his chest. Chen Yang, hurry up, what are you doing here? Han Mensi and Han Chen were directing everyone to evacuate. Seeing Chen Yang standing there motionless, they hurried over and shouted. Chen Yang looked back at Han Mensi, and he threw away the hesitation in his heart. You guys go first, I want to meet it. Chen Yang said in a low voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Mensi felt that something was wrong with Chen Yang's condition, but he couldn't tell. Let's go, I'll delay you for time. Chen Yang suddenly floated into the air, and Zhou Yuan and others all showed shocked expressions when they saw it, because they were sure that Chen Yang did not have the talent of flying, and he was not at the level of a master, but Chen Yang was indeed suspended in mid-air middle. Han Chen, tell my parents that I am safe, and if I fail to come back, help me take care of them. Chen Yang turned his head, and then told Xiaoyan also, Little Silver, you should also help them stop the beast tide. If you can, we will have a chance to meet you in Yanchinj. After Chen Yang finished speaking, before everyone could understand, his body turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the fire dragon. Chen Yang, you are crazy. Seeing Chen Yang disappear, Han Chen was taken aback. He never thought that Chen Yang would have the idea of blocking the fire dragon, which is the legendary 7th order beast. Even if the Grand Master is a slightly stronger ant in front of it, Chen Yang, as a martial artist, dares to face the 7th rank beast? Stop the ink, Chen Yang must have his own ideas for doing this, let's evacuate quickly. Zhang Beicheng's guru aura covered the entire city gate, and the soldiers at the foot of the city gate finally took a breath. Burst. Zhang Beicheng shot a black light out of the city, and a spherical explosion shock wave continued to expand, and soon a large area outside the city gate was cleared by Zhang Beicheng's talent. Listen, brothers below, quickly find a place to break through, we are about to abandon the glorious base. Zhang Beicheng's words made the soldiers at a loss, but after feeling the pressure of the fire dragon before, the soldiers also realized that this beast tide seemed to be unstoppable. Mensi, let's go. Seeing that Han Mensi was still in a daze, Han Chen grabbed her shoulder and tugged. Chen Yang, you must come back alive. A tear fell from the corner of Han Mensi's eye. Ming Ming didn't have much contact with Chen Yang, so why did he always appear in his mind? In front of Hualong, Bei Fengshi burst out with the most peak aura to face the opponent, but this aura is not worth mentioning in Hualong's view. Roar. The fire dragon roared at Bei Fengshi, and the huge wind and waves almost knocked Bei Fengshi away. Bei Fengshi stabilized his body and looked at the fire dragon in front of him. Although his heart was weak, he still had to find a way to delay it a little bit. Die to me, you bastard. Bai Fengshi's power domain and speed force are driven to the extreme, if not, his own attack on the opponent is like scratching an itch. Flames and ice turned into two dazzling rays of light and converged on both sides of Bai Fengshi. As he swung his fist, the two spiritual talents, one red and one white, overlapped each other to form an ice-fire hell and hit the fire dragon. The fire dragon didn't seem to have adapted to its own strength yet. Facing the fusion combat skills of dual talents, the fire dragon raised its head and screamed, expanded its power field, and spewed out a fiery dragon's breath. This time, the temperature of the dragon's breath was several times higher than before. Bei Fengshi's ice talent had just collided with the dragon's breath, and just touching it, the ice talent instantly melted into gas. The remaining fire element in front of the dragon's breath is like playing a big knife in front of Guangong. Even if the fire dragon is not serious, the dragon's breath still easily destroys Bei Fengshi's fusion combat skills without any effort, and finally hits Bei Fengshi. Bai Fengshi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was completely burned by the dragon's breath. If it wasn't for his talent for self-healing, this breath of dragon's breath might have killed him. Facing the attack of the 7th order fierce beast in person, Bai Fengshi knew that he might not be able to stop it for a long time. Even if I hit with all my strength, it would be like a child playing tricks in the eyes of the opponent. If the fire dragon opens the dual domain, within a second, I will die. Bai Fengshi resisted the pain in his body and floated in the air to look at the fire dragon. Seeing that the man in front of him was so persistent, the fire dragon didn't hesitate to grab Bai Fengshi with one claw. Seeing the familiar scene attack again, Bai Fengshi hastily mobilized the vitality of heaven and earth to gather in his chest. He threw a punch hastily. This time his body flew hundreds of meters, and was slammed into the ground. Bai Fengshi's ribs were all broken at this time. Even with the talent of self-healing, Bai Fengshi didn't bother wasting his energy on his body when most of his energy was consumed. General White. Chen Yang arrived 2 minutes late, and when he saw Bai Fengshi lying on the ground with a broken body, dying, Chen Yang felt angry. Chen Yang, why are you here? Cough cough, you are still young, and your talent is stronger than ours, you should evacuate. Bai Fengshi coughed up blood and said, General Bai, stop talking, drink this spirit liquid, and leave the rest to me. Chen Yang handed the spiritual liquid to Bai Fengshi, while he floated in the air and looked at the fire dragon coldly. You should understand what I'm saying. Why do you want to kill all human beings? Why don't you stay in the mountains and sleep obediently? Chen Yang roared at the fire dragon. The fire dragon didn't answer. In its eyes, Chen Yang was not even as powerful as Bai Fengshi. How could he, a giant, care about the cry of an ant? The fire dragon breathed out without hesitation, and the scorching flames engulfed Chen Yang's body. Just when it thought that Chen Yang had turned into ashes, a golden body burst out from the dragon's breath. The 7th order ferocious beast, but that's all, it can't even kill me. Chen Yang, who had activated his divine body and petrification talent, coupled with his physique in the realm of bone refining, forcibly withstood the blow of the fire dragon. Seeing that Chen Yang was submerged by the dragon's breath, Bai Fengshi thought that this talented boy had just fallen. When Chen Yang's body reappeared, a gleam of hope appeared in Bai Fengshi's eyes. Could it be that this young man still has something to do? Hey, silly dragon, don't you want to kill me? What do you think this is? A black crystal suddenly appeared in Chen Yang's hand, which was the magic crystal that the fire dragon had guarded before. Roar. Recognizing the magic crystal in Chen Yang's hand, the fire dragon began to tyranny. This crystal has been guarded for many years, but it was stolen by an ant. I thought the magic crystal had disappeared, but when I saw the magic crystal again, fire dragon's sanity became confused. Want? Punch me. The intermediate strength field and the intermediate speed force were instantly unfolded, and all kinds of special talents were unreservedly integrated on Chen Yang's right arm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had reached the level of bone refining, and possessed the talent of divine physique, Chen Yang's body would have almost collapsed due to the addition of so much strength. Try my strongest blow, Fengming Fist. As Chen Yang shouted, a huge fiery phoenix phantom appeared behind Chen Yang. The vitality of heaven and earth continuously condensed towards Chen Yang's chest. When Chen Yang felt that he could no longer hold on, the strongest blow that gathered vitality, domain, and various special talents shone with colorful light and hit the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon felt threatened for the first time. It opened its power field, and the dragon power gathered on the dragon's claws and grabbed Chen Yang. The Fengming Fist and the dragon claw collided fiercely, and a dazzling white light spread from the center of the two collisions to the radiance base. With a loud noise comparable to a crack in the sky, Chen Yang was sent flying hundreds of meters by this force. But Chen Yang's blow was not without effect, and the 80-meter-long body of the fire dragon on the opposite side was also blasted back. There was an incredible look in its pupils, as if it couldn't imagine why the ant in front of him, who was only in the realm of a great martial artist, could burst out with such terrifying energy. If he is promoted to Grand Master, wouldn't he not even be his opponent? Huolong wanted to kill Chen Yang in his heart. The powerful strength of one man and one dragon not only shocked Bei Fengxi under his feet, but even the glorious base a few kilometers away saw this earth-shattering collision. Chen Yang. Han Mensi felt that Chen Yang's power was mixed in this aura, but for some reason, it incorporated many other special talents. My darling, it seems that Chen Yang's master has left behind for him. Let's stopping stains. Chen Yang finally one time. We can't waste it. Han Chen pulled Han Mensi and said. Han Mensi came back to her senses, nodded and left the city wall. Zhou Yuan and Zhang Beicheng also felt the aura of this huge collision, and they couldn't imagine that this blow was caused by Chen Yang. It seems that he has master left behind. We don't have to worry about it. Zhang Beicheng quickly cleaned up the beasts in front of the city gate, and the soldiers behind him evacuated in an orderly manner under Zhou Yuan's arrangement. Silly dragon, come and chase me if you want. Chen Yang adjusted his breath and looked at the fire dragon and shouted. Before the fire dragon released the dragon power barrier, Chen Yang disappeared from the fire dragon's sight in an instant. Just as the fire dragon was about to deploy the dragon power barrier, seeing the target running away, it immediately locked onto Chen Yang's breath and chased after it angrily. Seeing that his method had worked, Chen Yang hurriedly fled in the opposite direction from the Guanghui base. Although the distance between the two sides was immediately opened, it was only an instant for Fire Dragon. After reaching the 7th level, even without using the speed force, ordinary speed can break through the speed of sound. Chen Yang kept thinking of ways to distance himself from the Fire Dragon. He pushed the wind element and the power of space to the extreme, and some special talents that were not commonly used were also integrated into the wind element by Chen Yang. A few minutes later, Chen Yang came to the Ziyuling Mountains. At this time, the vitality in his body was about to bottom out, so Chen Yang took out the spiritual liquid without hesitation and drank it. This was the first time Chen Yang used spiritual liquid to supplement the consumption of his vitality, and it was extremely wasteful to say the least. Because there was no time to refine it carefully, a lot of spiritual liquid remained in the body and could not be digested. With the supplement of aura, Chen Yang's vitality urges the special talent even more crazily. Huolong sees that he still can't catch up with Chen Yang, and his heart becomes more and more violent. The intermediate speed force instantly unfolded, and with the speed force helping the fire dragon resist the air resistance, its speed became a knot faster. Seeing the fire dragon behind him getting closer and closer, Chen Yang was a little anxious. If the fire dragon catches up with him, once the dragon power barrier is deployed to trap him, then he will really say GG. Chen Yang thought about how to escape from the chasing of the fire dragon. After thinking about it, he still only had that cave. The last time I was chased by a fire dragon, I escaped by relying on the cracks in the cave. Is it possible to repeat it this time? After Bai Fengxi swallowed the spiritual liquid, the injured part of his body recovered quickly. When he wanted to find Chen Yang's figure, the surrounding area was empty, only the wreckage left after the battle. Chen Yang, can you hear me? Bai Fengxi wanted to ask about Chen Yang's situation through the tactical headset, but he realized that his headset had been damaged in the previous battle when there was a squeak in the headset. Bai Fengxi hurried back to the Guanghui base to look for the headset. Seeing Zhang Beicheng guarding the city gate alone, he was moved beyond words. The teleportation channel opened by Zhou Chu continuously transported the civilians from the glorious base to Yanchinj. Fortunately, there was the spiritual liquid that Chen Yang gave her before, otherwise the vitality in Zhou Chu's body would have been exhausted long ago. Many people in the city passed through the portal in horror, and many belongings were scattered at home without time to pack. How long will it take? Bai Fengxi returned to the gate of the base and asked his subordinates. Seeing that Bai Fengxi came back safe and sound, his subordinates saluted Bai Fengxi excitedly. Report to General Bai. Guanghui base has already evacuated 30% of the civilian population, and they will all be evacuated in half an hour. Okay, speed up. Bai Fengxi also joined the battle to stop the beast tide. Seeing Zhang Beicheng, he hurriedly asked Chen Yang about his situation. Brother Chen Yang has lured Huolong away. We must not disappoint him. The glorious base may not exist, but people must survive. Bai Fengshi controlled the fire element to continuously burn the surrounding beasts. With the joint efforts of the two, the beasts were unable to break through the line of defense. Just when they thought it was safe for civilians to evacuate, a thin figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bai Fengshi looked up, his eyes revealed shock that couldn't be concealed. How could it be her? Zhang Beicheng also looked up when he heard about it, and saw a woman about 25 years old floating in the air. She was wearing a strange animal costume, and her mental state was very different from that of a human being. Master. Zhang Beicheng felt the aura emanating from a woman. He had never seen this woman before, and he didn't know where the guru came from. She's not human anymore. Bai Fengshi said suddenly. What? Zhang Beicheng was puzzled, not knowing the origin of this woman who suddenly appeared. Seeing that the ferocious beast turned a blind eye to her, Zhang Beicheng also realized that something was wrong. Profane. Demon King. The woman looked dull, pointed at the glorious base and said, Old Bai, what is this woman talking about? Why can't I understand a word? Zhang Beicheng was puzzled. Old Zhang, do you still remember the research on the black crystal at the Radiance base? Bai Fengshi asked. I know a little bit. The potion you drank before is an improved version of the liquid in the black crystal, right? Zhang Beicheng said with a thoughtful face. That's right, the black liquid can change a person's physique, but the unmodified liquid has very serious side effects. Bai Fengshi said. What side effects? Zhang Beicheng looked at the woman in the air and vaguely guessed something. The most primitive liquid has the best effect. Even a great martial artist can instantly improve his state after drinking it. But once he swallows the liquid, strange changes will occur in himself. In addition to the transformation of the body, even the mind will become different. Bai Fengshi pointed to the woman in front of him and explained. This woman is the first batch of experimental subjects, named Tanro. She was originally a junior great martial artist. After swallowing the potion, her realm was instantly promoted to a high-level great martial artist, and she had a very strong desire to attack everything around her. Due to the negligence of the researchers, she escaped from the Guanghui base. Since then, the station between the Guanghui base and Yanchinch has been attacked, and I suspect that all of this has something to do with her. Then is she still conscious now? Zhang Beicheng asked. I don't know, her thoughts and behaviors are no longer human, but more like creatures from another world. The other world in Bai Fengshi's mouth is the crack. Huaguo has explored the world in the crack many times, and even has a general understanding of the world there. Because he knew a lot about magic crystals, he speculated that Tanro had evolved into a new species. Otherwise, it is impossible for these fierce beasts not to have the desire to attack her. All of this is the effect of the liquid in the black crystal. Zhang Beicheng still wanted to ask questions, but Tanro in the air suddenly attacked Zhang Beicheng. Boom! Zhang Beicheng punched Tanro, only to see a power field appearing around Tanro, and the seemingly soft palm actually slapped Zhang Beicheng into the city wall. Pfft, Lao Bai, is this the mutation you mentioned? Isn't this too exaggerated? Zhang Beicheng spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Tanro's changes caught Bai Fengshi by surprise. Not long ago, Tanro was only a high-ranking martial artist. After a while, the other party has become a high-level grandmaster. Could it be that the dragon's sudden breakthrough to the 7th level was also related to Tanro? Bai Fengshi didn't have time to think carefully. He quickly attacked Tanro, trying to keep her. Tanro let out a beast-like roar, and under Tanro's shout, the beast behind her fell into a state of rage again. It turns out that the manipulator behind this beast tide is you. Bai Fengshi's eyes were fixed, seeing that the state of the beast changed with Tanro's roar. He immediately realized the reason for the beast tide. It's all my fault for not catching you, but since you're here, don't even think about running away. Bai Fengshi condenses two spiritual talents of flame and ice in his hands. Although the previous fusion combat skills did not cause damage to the fire dragon, it does not mean that his combat skills are not powerful. After all, the fire dragon is a 7th-order fierce beast, so it is reasonable to say that it cannot cause damage. Now Bai Fengshi's target is Tanro. Tanro has not broken through to the 7th level. Facing the fusion of ice and fire, she feels a great threat. Tanro's dual domains unfolded, and several terrifying bone blades suddenly protruded from behind and stabbed towards Bai Fengshi. The bone blade and Bai Fengshi's fusion combat skills collided, and there was only a click, and the bone blade on Tanro's back suddenly split open. Tanro was blown away by Bai Fengshi's punch, and the flames and ice continued to erode Tanro's body. Unexpectedly, Tanro's body seemed to be very tough. Even after being hit by Bai Fengshi with all his strength, Tanro didn't seem to be seriously injured, but the fierce light in her eyes was more obvious. Let me help you. Zhang Beicheng also opened up all the domains, condensed his talents in his hands, and threw them at Tanro's body. Seeing Zhang Beicheng's attack, Bai Fengshi rushed forward without hesitation to make up for it with a punch, and Tanro was caught in a pincer attack from both sides. Tanro let out a scream, and a strange energy burst out from Tanro's body. The attacks of Zhang Beicheng and Bai Fengshi arrived at the same time. This strange energy blocked all the talents of the two, and they fell into a stalemate for a while. Boom! Bai Fengshi pushed the power of the domain to the extreme. Seeing that he could not subdue the opponent, he made up his mind and issued an order to his subordinates. Prepare the plasma cannon. The full attack of the two did not bring serious damage to Tanro. Bai Fengshi saw that he could contain the opponent, so he decided to use the secret weapon of the Guanghui base to destroy the opponent. The plasma cannon is the most powerful mechanized weapon of the Radiance base. It needs 1,000 high-level primordial stones to be injected with energy at the same time to launch it. It is the last resort used to deal with high-level 6th-level beasts. Because the accuracy of the plasma cannon is not too high, it has not been used before. But now Bai Fengshi and Zhang Beicheng can restrain Tanro's movements. If the plasma cannon can hit the target, it will definitely injure it severely. Following Bai Fengshi's order, a meter-long fort suddenly rose behind the Guanghui base. I saw the muzzle forming a rectangle, and the berserk energy quickly condensed in the fort. In 3 minutes, the plasma cannon is ready. Bai Feng gave Zhang Beicheng a look. Zhang Beicheng instantly comprehended the meaning of Bai Fengshi, and gathered all his talents in his hands, forming a huge ball in a short while. Bai Fengshi kept entangled with Tanro. Seeing that Zhang Beicheng was ready, he quickly retreated, and at the same time, Han Bing was trapped towards Tanro. The vitality between heaven and earth mixed with the ice element of Beifeng stone continued to compress Tanro's body. Ice cubes began to condense on the surface of Tanro's body, and even the blood in her body was also in a state of coagulation. Seeing that Tanro was caught in the trap created by the Beifeng stone, Zhang Beicheng threw the annihilating black ball at Tanro without hesitation. Plasma cannon fired. Bai Fengshi shouted at the same time. Following Bai Fengshi's order, a burst of strong light erupted from the huge muzzle and fired a destructive laser towards Tanro's body. Even the Grand Master would not dare to take the risk to resist the energy in it, otherwise it would be turned into ashes in an instant. The annihilating light sphere submerged Tanro's body, and with the silent explosion, the destructive laser emitted by the plasma cannon finally hit the area where Tanro was. The annihilation talent and the plasma cannon kept impacting Tanro's body. Tanro let out a painful scream, and her lower body disappeared under the attack of the plasma cannon. Unfortunately, it missed. Seeing this, Bai Fengshi regretted. The power of the plasma cannon was so powerful that even Tanro, who had been unable to attack Bai Fengshi and Zhang Beicheng for a long time, was half destroyed by the plasma cannon. Tanro fell from the sky, and she made a strange sound that resounded through the sky. This thing is still powerful. The plasma cannon pierced through Calamity's body in one shot during the last siege of Calamity. Looking at the fort in Guanghui base, Zhang Beicheng said with emotion, "It's a pity that this plasma cannon can't hit the 7th order beast, otherwise it can also let the evil dragon taste the power." Bai Fengshi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tanro had lost her strength. On the other side, Chen Yang fled towards the previous cave. Regardless of the consumption of vitality, Chen Yang pulled the speed to the extreme, and soon found the crack. Chen Yang didn't know if he could succeed this time. If the fire dragon entered the crack with him, his plan would be declared bankrupt. Just when Chen Yang was about to go through the crack, the fire dragon behind him stopped suddenly and stopped chasing Chen Yang. Chen Yang stopped in the distance, staring at the fire dragon suspiciously. Huolong looked at Chen Yang with angry eyes, and after a few seconds of staring at each other, Huolong turned away unwillingly. Seeing the fire dragon flying towards the glorious base, Chen Yang realized something was wrong. If the fire dragon is allowed to fly back, no one in the entire glorious base can stop it. Chen Yang had no choice but to chase after him, and now he was the one who was embarrassed. It was difficult for the fire dragon to catch up with him before, and now he can't catch up with the fire dragon anyway. The speed of the two was almost the same. Now even if Chen Yang didn't care about his energy consumption, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the fire dragon after staying in place for half a minute. What about this woman? After Tanro was seriously injured, the 5th order ferocious beasts behind the beast tide also attacked Zhang Beicheng and the two of them desperately. Zhang Beicheng and Bai Fengshi hurriedly dealt with each other, but they didn't know how to deal with Tanro. "Let someone take it away, she is a very important experimental material," Bai Fengshi said coldly. "Isn't that good? She is human after all." Zhang Beicheng couldn't bear it. "Look at where she still looks like a human being. Will human beings grow bone spurs behind them? Can humans control beasts? If we find the secret to controlling beasts, it will be recorded in the annals of history for the whole world." Things. Bai Fengshi analyzed. "Well, since you've said that, let's take her away." Zhang Beicheng agreed. It had been more than half an hour since Chen Yang disappeared, and the soldiers outside the city had almost withdrawn. Some people in the city are unwilling to leave, saying that they will live and die with their houses. The people in the joint team are also very helpless, especially some poor people. For them, leaving the glorious base is no different from being sentenced to death. They have lived in the glorious base for an unknown number of years. If the glorious base is really going to be destroyed by fierce beasts one day, they are willing to be reduced to ashes together with the glorious base. Zhou Chu kept maintaining the teleportation gate between Yanqing and Guanghui base. At this time on the road, members of the coalition forces stood guard with guns at both ends of the road. There are too many civilians behind, and it is very inconvenient to move. Many people brought all their valuables with them, especially the Lin family and Zhou family. If it weren't for the fact that the portal was too small to pass through the car, they would even transfer all the family property. Is there any more behind? Zhou Chu's forehead was covered with sweat, and his entire back was also soaked. Seeing that there was only a desolate street left on the other side of the portal, Zhou Chu asked Bai Yang. "There is still a group of people who have not rushed over, they should be from the Lin family." Bai Yang frowned. It was clearly stated before that the portal would not last long, so why didn't the Lin family listen to persuasion? It was already approaching the agreed closing time, and if it didn't come again, Zhou Chu's limit was approaching. What about Captain Zhou and the city lord? Zhou Chu asked suspiciously. Team Zhou is with the armored vehicles. They don't intend to pass through the portal. There are too many vehicles behind, and they may not be able to support you. As for the city lord, they are buying time to evacuate. Bai Ying had a resolute look on his face, and he couldn't see the sadness of losing his father at all from his expression. It's not that Bai Yang doesn't want to vent. From the time Bai Fengshi decided to block the 7th level beast alone, he understood that this is the bounden duty of a soldier. Although his father may have died, he bought a lot of time for the civilians in the entire glorious base, otherwise he wouldn't have seen the glory base suffer a devastating blow. Just when Bai Yang hoped that his father would escape, there was bursts of dragon chant from the other side of the portal. Finally, Bai Yang's expression became a little unbearable, and his father still died on the battlefield. The aura of a 7th rank ferocious beast enveloped the entire radiant space. After Zhang Beicheng and Bai Fengshi found out that the fire dragon had turned back, their hearts sank at the same time. The fire dragon did not attack immediately, but landed outside the city gate and lay down in front of Tanro. Only then did the two realize that Tanro's last voice that resounded through the sky turned out to be calling for her companions. This woman actually got involved with the evil dragon. Unfortunately, I don't know how she controlled the evil dragon. Otherwise, the glorious base would not have to evacuate. Bai Fengshi looked at the fire dragon guarding Tanro and said thoughtfully. Huolong wanted to hold Tanro on his back, and the two wanted to fight for Tanro's body. Under Huolong's cold eyes, they had no choice but to give up their thoughts. Plasma cannon, aim at the dragon body and fire. Seeing that Huolong cared so much about Tanro, Bai Fengshi quickly asked the soldiers on the console to point their cannons at Huolong. Old Zhang. Bai Fengshi cast a look at Zhang Beicheng. This is a very good opportunity, maybe it can severely damage Huolong. Zhang Beicheng nodded, and the two covered Tanro with the domain at the same time. The combination of ice and fire and the annihilating light ball attacked Tanro at the same time. The fire dragon opened the dragon power barrier angrily, and blocked the attacks of the two with its body. The two combat techniques exploded on the wings of the fire dragon. Under the protection of the dragon force, the combat techniques did not cause much damage. Emission. Seeing that the plasma cannon was ready, Bai Fengshi pulled Zhang Beicheng back quickly. In just 1 second, a beam of terrifying and brilliant laser submerged the fire dragon's body. In order to protect Tanro, the fire dragon had to forcibly resist all the damage from the plasma cannon. Crack. The barrier of dragon power was shattered under the bombardment of the plasma cannon. The fire dragon picked up Tanro and was about to fly away when the barrier blocked it. At the same time, the body was shot by the plasma cannon, and one wing was shot through instantly. The fire dragon raised its head and screamed. It fell heavily to the ground, and its abdomen was also seriously injured. It works. Seeing that the plasma cannon can cause damage to the fire dragon, Bai Fengshi was overjoyed. Quick, fire another shot. Bai Fengshi said immediately. Report to the general, the energy is not enough. The other side replied helplessly. When Bai Fengshi heard this, he stomped his feet angrily. The energy consumed by each plasma cannon is astonishingly large, and even the savings in the radiance base can only fire 2 cannons. Huolong just happened to be hit hard now. If he could fire another shot, he might be able to keep the other party behind. There was a lot of blood flowing from the fire dragon's abdomen, and it was so heartbroken that it sprayed a dragon's breath towards its own wound. The flame scorched the wound completely. Although it was extremely painful, it also effectively stopped the bleeding. The fire dragon soared into the air, and its eyes were set on the plasma cannon that threatened its life. You go. Seeing that the fire dragon was about to attack the city, Bai Fengshi shouted. But the soldiers on the turret couldn't match the speed of the fire dragon. As soon as they left their seats, the fire dragon in the sky flapped its injured wings and angrily sprayed a pillar of fire from its mouth. Wherever the dragon's breath went, all the buildings melted into molten iron. The huge plasma cannon was instantly destroyed, and even the operators in the fort were reduced to ashes. The fire dragon still hasn't let go of its hatred, and the dragon's breath keeps burning the entire base. Bai Fengshi saw the base that he worked so hard to turn into like this, and his heart bleeds. Forget it, let's go. Seeing that Bai Fengshi wanted to go up and fight desperately, Zhang Beicheng quickly stopped him. Wait for us, wait for us. Seeing the dragon's breath coming, some practitioners of the Lin family frantically ran towards the portal. Seeing that they were more than 100 meters away, the dragon's breath passed over their heads, melting their bones immediately. Seeing the dragon's breath coming, Zhou Chu quickly closed the portal. Looking at the person who died tragically in the dragon's breath, Zhou Chu closed his eyes in pain. The line of defense was officially breached, and Zhang Beicheng fled towards the mountains with Bai Fengshi. Fire Dragon ignored the two of them, and poured his anger on the entire glorious base. Many civilians who did not have time to leave and prayed for the protection of the glorious base disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed before. The glorious base turned into a sea of flames. Looking from the air, it looked like a hell on earth. Chen Yang, who was in the distance, arrived with great difficulty. Seeing that the Guanghui base had been destroyed by the fire dragon, he felt some pain in his chest. In his previous life, what he hated the most was the sea of fire. Every time he faced the fire, he seemed to be fighting against a demon. In this life, he was even more powerless. Chen Yang clenched his fists and waited silently on the top of the mountain. He will always remember the scene of hell in front of him. Fire dragon, I must kill you, Chen Yang swore in his heart. The venomous sunlight shone on the wreckage of the Radiance base, and the city walls were so dilapidated that they couldn't even be distinguished from the wreckage. There are countless corpses outside the city walls, including human soldiers, cultivators from clans, and countless beasts. After the fire dragon saw the glorious base turned into a sea of flames, it roared in the air, as if to declare its strength. After a long time, the fire dragon finally left towards the mountains, and the beast tide gradually disappeared. The people of Yanchinj, who were hundreds of kilometers away, didn't know what happened. They just vaguely felt that there was a stone in their hearts, and they were very uncomfortable. Chen Yang did not choose to go home. Seeing the receding beast tide, he decided to find out. Huolong was obviously seriously injured, and if he found a chance, he might be able to kill him. Turning into a shadow, Chen Yang cautiously followed behind the fire dragon. After following for a full 20 minutes, he came to a hidden lair. The lair is in a crater, but it is completely different from the previous volcano. Seeing the fire dragon flying towards the inside of the crater, Chen Yang thought about whether to use the talent of perspective to observe. When he used the perspective talent to observe the fire dragon before, he still remembers the terrifying and desolate eyes. If Huolong finds himself again, the beheading plan will definitely fail early. This fire dragon should have too much mental power, so it is very sensitive to sight. But it is seriously injured now, so it may not be able to detect my existence. Chen Yang was tangled in his thoughts. What surprised him the most was that the woman on the fire dragon's back turned out to be Tanro. Could it be that Tanro turned the fire dragon into a different species and broke through to the 7th order beast? Thinking of this, Chen Yang felt that it was necessary for him to figure out the existence of the magic crystal. If Tanro could continuously create high-level ferocious beasts, he would have to kill this alien species no matter what. Chen Yang vaguely felt that Tanro had evolved into another species, and this species was likely to be the slave of the Demon King that Little Silver had mentioned. If this alien species is a slave that the devil wants to transform, maybe one day it will come to Blue Star because of the alien species. No, I must kill this possibility in the cradle. After Chen Yang figured out the possibility behind it, he no longer hesitated, and turned into a shadow and rushed towards the crater. Inside the crater, Huolong gently put the seriously injured Tanro down. A black crystal fell from Tanro's body. After Huolong saw it, a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Tanro's lower body was completely wiped out by the plasma cannon, only the upper body was still panting. The fire dragon didn't know what to do. It hesitated for a long time, and finally poured its vitality into it with the magic crystal in its mouth. Feeling the existence of vitality, the demonized crystal crazily absorbed the energy of the fire dragon. In just a few minutes, the vitality in the fire dragon's body suddenly bottomed out. Under the injection of the 7th level vitality, the magic crystal emits bursts of light. The vitality of the fire dragon is trapped in the crystal and slowly refined, and it won't take long for the magic liquid to be born. When the time comes, pour the magic liquid into Tanro's mouth to restore her vitality. The fire dragon closed its eyes wearily, and it began to absorb the vitality of the world, repairing the wounds on its wings and abdomen. It is difficult to fully recover from this process without half a day. The fire dragon seemed to be very relieved about this cave, and it didn't take long for it to fully enter the state of recuperation. Chen Yang quietly came to the top of the volcano. He secretly looked down, and saw a fist-sized black crystal scattered around Tanro. Huolong has already entered a state of recuperation, and Tanro is also unconscious. This is the best opportunity for Chen Yang. This fire dragon's body is too tough. Unless I can kill it with one blow, it will be difficult to deal with it when it wakes up. Chen Yang didn't know whether he should activate the perspective talent to check the physical condition of the fire dragon, otherwise he would attack without hesitation knowing that the fire dragon had just poured all its vitality into the magic crystal. Thinking of the scene where he saw the fire dragon protecting Tanro in the distance, Chen Yang had a feasible plan in his mind. Chen Yang drank a sip of the spiritual liquid, and the vitality in his body returned to its peak. With a thought in his mind, a clone appeared beside Chen Yang. Chen Yang wanted the avatar to catch Tanro, and then he thought of a way to sneak attack Huolong. Even if it fails, since there is still Tanro as a hostage, Fire Dragon should not act rashly. After implementing the next idea in his mind, Chen Yang quickly started to act. The avatar turned into a shadow and came to Tanro. Seeing that Tanro and the Fire Dragon didn't notice, Chen Yang felt that the plan was feasible. Chen Yang didn't let the avatar act rashly, but just hid it under Tanro's body. I sneaked behind the Fire Dragon and activated the talent of perspective. When the perspective talent is used to the limit, it can detect the opponent's weakness, but the Fire Dragon is a 7th level beast, and it is not known whether the perspective talent will work on it. After the perspective talent was fully activated, the body structure of the Fire Dragon clearly appeared in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang was overjoyed. At this time, the vitality in Huolong's body was completely consumed, and he didn't know what happened. Chen Yang saw such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? The talent of strength and the speed force immediately unfolded to cover the entire volcanic hole. Wind element, fire element, decompose, devour, berserk, bloodthirsty. All talents were activated. Chen Yang performed the third form of the Huanzhizhou, and his whole body turned into a fire phoenix and charged towards the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon just fell into the state of cultivation, and suddenly felt a familiar and disgusting aura around him. It quickly opened its eyes and looked at Chen Yang. At this time, Chen Yang's talents were driven to the extreme. With the addition of all special talents and combat skills, this punch has reached at least tons of strength. The fire dragon just woke up, facing Chen Yang's full blow. It quickly mobilized the vitality and dragon power in its body to defend. It's a pity that it forgot that it had injected all its vitality into the magic crystal before, and when it realized something was wrong, Chen Yang's fist had already hit the fire dragon's head. Boom! Huolong fell heavily to the ground, and his head was blasted into the rock by Chu Yang's punch. Blood flowed out, and the fire dragon roared unwillingly, wanting to spread its wings and get up from the ground. How could Chen Yang give it such a chance? Long Huang fist swung out immediately, and smashed the fire dragon into the ground with another punch. This is the first time in history that the fire dragon is so embarrassed. It is obvious that the other party is not as good as itself, but it kills it when it is the weakest. The fire dragon roared in pain, raised its claws and grabbed at Chen Yang. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Chen Yang has the blessing of the power field at this time, and he is not afraid to face the dragon's claw. Punches and claws collided together to make a huge roar that echoed throughout the cave, and the fire dragon's body was defeated again. Stop, or I'll kill her. Chen Yang's avatar also appeared in time and said with a long sword pointing at Tanro's head. Huolong was stunned for a moment, seeing Tanro being threatened. He was so angry that his nostrils were gasping heavily, and his pupils were about to pop out. Chen Yang also used the vitality to form a broadsword. Feng Minken's profound moves were superimposed on the broadsword, and he had absorbed the power of the fire dragon before, and this time it was all condensed on the blade of the broadsword. The fire dragon felt a fatal threat, because the vitality in its body was insufficient. It could only rely on physical strength to resist Chen Yang's attack. Seeing that Chen Yang's aura was very fierce, he even had the idea of fleeing. Seeing that the fire dragon wanted to escape, Chen Yang's avatar grabbed Tanro and put the long sword in his hand on his neck. As soon as the sharp long sword touched Tanro's neck, a bloodstain was cut. Huolong wanted to save Tanro, but he couldn't protect himself. He slashed at Huolong's neck without hesitation. Huolong was in pain, and kept shaking his head, trying to throw Chen Yang away. Chen Yang dropped the big knife, and was overjoyed when he saw that the blow had been cut firmly into the dragon's meat. As long as the fire dragon doesn't dare to run away, he will be able to consume the opponent to death. If the poor fire dragon knew that Chen Yang had been following him, or if he was not so eager to save Tanro, it would not have consumed all of its vitality. But things have come to this point. There is no room for regret. The fire dragon can only wave its dragon claws and grab Chen Yang's avatar. One more step and I'll kill her. Chen Yang's avatar grasped the hilt of the sword and exerted force on Tanro's neck. Blood spurted out quickly. The huge dragon claws stayed motionless in front of Chen Yang's avatar's forehead. Chen Yang was not merciful, and once again condensed a big knife in his hand and slashed towards the fire dragon's belly. The fire dragon's abdomen was seriously injured, and Chen Yang couldn't attack it when it was lying on the ground before. Now Huolong stood up, and the wound under his body was immediately exposed. The big knife cut into the abdominal wound mercilessly, the flesh and blood exploded, and the blade smoothly pierced through the dragon's abdomen without being particularly hindered. Swallow. Chen Yang activated his talent to continuously absorb the life of the fire dragon. The fire dragon retracted its claws and shot at Chen Yang. Chen Yang gave up the sword and retreated. Blood was pouring all over the ground. Huolong stared at Chen Yang in pain. The previous pride was gone in his eyes. Seeing that the fire dragon's breath of life continued to weaken, Chen Yang knew that this operation would be sure. At this time, Tanro woke up and felt the pain in her neck. Several bone blades pierced Chen Yang's avatar from behind Tanro. After completing this blow, Tanro lost her support and fell to the ground. Seeing that Tanro was awake, the fire dragon quickly grabbed the magic crystal and poured the black liquid condensed inside into Tanro's mouth. Chen Yang snatched the fist-sized enchanted crystal into his hand with a stride. This enchanted crystal was bigger than the one he got before, and obviously the alienation effect would be more obvious. The fire dragon propped up its body and crawled towards Tanro, then stared at Chen Yang with angry eyes. Even you have someone to protect, why don't you understand that human beings need to protect more things? Chen Yang looked at Huolong coldly, without sympathy in his eyes. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Huolong's eyes showed a strange light. It seemed to be free from alienation, and its thinking gradually became clear. Seeing the miraculous transformation of the fire dragon, Chen Yang was secretly surprised. I don't know how magical this magic crystal is. Even the 6th order sub-fire dragon will turn into a different species because of swallowing the magic liquid, and its thinking will fall into darkness. I'm sorry, you are a beast after all, so I can't keep you. But I can consider letting the alien next to you go. Chen Yang said to himself. The vitality in his hand turned into a spear. Goodbye. The power field was blessed on Chen Yang's spear, and Chen Yang stabbed hard, and the long hair sank into the fire dragon's head. Facing this last blow, Huolong seemed to give up resistance. Maybe it was because he had regained his clarity. Maybe it was because Chen Yang's last sentence might let Tanro go. No matter what the fire dragon thinks, its life will eventually disappear from this world. Chen Yang trapped Tanro with his thoughts, and seeing that everything was under control, he planned to devour the fire dragon's body on the spot. The fire dragon belongs to the 7th level fierce beast. Let alone killing a fierce beast of this level, it is very difficult to even meet it. Chen Yang was also lucky this time. Once the fire dragon recovers, unless he breaks through to a top-ranked martial artist or grand master, it will be impossible to kill him. There are 4 realms of body refining, skin refining, meat refining, bone refining, and heart refining. The realm of skin refining needs to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to temper the body, while refining meat needs to absorb the blood of fierce beasts, and as for bone refining, one must devour the flesh and inner alchemy of fierce beasts. When all the bones in the body turn golden, the realm of bone refining is complete. In the last step of refining the heart, one needs to obtain the blood of a fierce beast, temper the 5 abdomens and 6 internal organs. Once one reaches the state of refining the heart, one punch can be compared to a master. Because Chen Yang has the talent of devouring, he doesn't need to eat the flesh and blood of the fire dragon one bite at a time. Otherwise, the 80-meter-long body may not be able to finish eating for a year. Chen Yang sat on the back of the fire dragon, activated his devouring talent, and the 3rd layer of the Huanjuju was slowly running. Under the talent of devouring, the body of the fire dragon is continuously transformed into the energy of Chen Yang's bone refinement. The bones in the body were covered with a layer of gold at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just half a day, both of Chen Yang's legs were completely refined. The sky had already dimmed, and Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and a ball of flames appeared in his hands. I found some dry trees, and a bonfire was burning in the cave. Tanro's body, which was on the verge of death, was breathed by Chen Yang's vitality. He planned to cultivate the bone-refining realm to perfection before considering how to deal with her. In the middle of the night, Tanro groaned slightly. Chen Yang opened his eyes and saw the pained expression on her human-like cheeks, and felt a little bit unbearable. Oh, forget it, let you survive first. Chen Yang originally planned to use his spiritual talent to forcibly read Tanro's memory, but seeing that the other party was in such a poor state, Chen Yang doubted whether she would be able to persist if she really read the memory regardless of life and death. There are 2 ways to restore Tanro's vitality. One is to pour the magic liquid into her mouth. However, Chen Yang was afraid that the magic liquid and Tanro would have a wonderful reaction. If he accidentally broke through to the 7th level, he would shoot himself in the foot instead. Another way is to pour the spiritual liquid into Tanro's mouth. This method is the most reliable. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang poured Tanro a mouthful of spiritual liquid. Under the strong life energy of the spiritual liquid, Tanro's wounds gradually healed, but her lower body was still empty. Tanro had the strength to resist. She wanted to break free from the control of her mind, and the bone blade behind her stabbed fiercely. How could Chen Yang let the opponent succeed? The spiritual talent attacked the opponent's mind, and Tanro's body softened quickly. The devouring talent absorbed all the resistance that Tanro had. Tanro stared at Chen Yang with doubt and hostility with her big eyes wide open. Just when Chen Yang wanted to explore Tanro's memory, Tanro's stomach made a grunting sound. Hungry. Chen Yang paused and asked the other party. Tanro didn't seem to understand what Chen Yang said. Seeing this, Chen Yang cut off a piece of dragon meat, roasted it, and handed it to the other party. Relaxing her thoughts a little, Tanro looked at the lump of meat in front of her with a hint of resistance on her face. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten for a long time. Tanro finally couldn't bear the smell of the fire dragon barbecue. She propped up her upper body with her hands and slowly crawled towards the campfire. The animal clothes on her body were in tatters. Chen Yang took a closer look and found that Tanro was very similar to humans except for some abnormalities inside her body. It was a strange black mark on her neck that told Chen Yang that Tanro was probably a slave of some kind of existence. Rubbing his clean white arms on the ground, seeing that Tanro's clothes were full of holes, he blushed and took out a loose t-shirt from the space pocket and put it on Tanro. Chewing the roasted meat in her mouth, and tasting the deliciousness of the roasted meat, the resistance on Tanro's face became much less. Only then did Chen Yang carefully observe Tanro's condition. Tanro looks like the kind of woman who seldom socializes, her pure face is tinged with coldness, and her figure is considered to be on the upper side. A head of beautiful long hair was draped lazily on his shoulders. If Chen Yang didn't know that the other party's body had changed, he might really have thought that the other party was just a beautiful Yuji. Seeing that Tanro was interested in barbecue, Chen Yang cut off a few pieces from Huolong's body again. Can you understand me? Chen Yang tried to communicate with Tanro telepathically. Tanro's mind has been resisting Chen Yang's mental power. After trying for a long time without success, Chen Yang gave up this gentle idea. Forget it, let's finish the bone refinement first. Chen Yang decided to ignore Tanro after eating something. The devouring talent continued to absorb the powerful body of the fire dragon. After one night, Chen Yang finally covered all dash bones in his body with a layer of gold. At this time, if you look into Chen Yang's body, you will find that not only the danshan is filled with golden vitality, but every part of his body is shining with a faint golden light. Tanro looked at the man in front of her with complicated eyes. For some reason, when Chen Yang's mental power entered her brain, she had a sense of familiarity with Chen Yang. It's the last step. Chen Yang took out the golden pill of the fire dragon. In the end, it is necessary to absorb all the golden elixirs of the fire dragon to complete the bone refining practice. For this reason, Chen Yang took out all the remaining bottles of spiritual liquid for emergencies. The inner alchemy of Huolong was the size of an apple. Chen Yang swallowed the golden alchemy in one gulp, without the feeling of getting stuck in his throat. The golden alchemy quickly slipped into his stomach. Just when Chen Yang was about to refine the energy of the golden elixir, the tyrannical aura from the golden elixir stirred up Chen Yang's vitality. Chen Yang quickly suppressed it with his thoughts, and the vitality lake in the Danshan wrapped the golden elixir under Chen Yang's control. The tyrannical breath was absorbed by Chen Yang with his devouring talent, and Jindan gradually calmed down from the restlessness at the beginning. In this regard, the energy of the golden core continued to refine the bones of Chen Yang's whole body, and the effect was more obvious than that of the devouring fire dragon's body. Almost all the cultivation of the fire dragon is stored in the golden elixir. After refining half of the golden elixir, Chen Yang has a deeper understanding of the field of power and the speed force. Chen Yang felt that his talent seemed to have grown a little. In the past, he always simply copied other people's talent, but never seriously thought about the real meaning of the existence of the domain. In the process of refining the golden elixir, Chen Yang constantly realized that he changed from a soldier who could only use guns to an engineer who could make guns. When the last ounce of energy of the golden elixir was refined by Chen Yang, all the bones in Chen Yang's body underwent substantial changes. After Chen Yang opened his eyes, his strength had already broken through the limit of a great martial artist. Although his physical strength was already stronger than that of a top-ranked martial artist, Chen Yang's cultivation realm was still in the middle-ranked martial artist. This shows that there is still a lot of room for Chen Yang to improve. Even if he is facing a top-level grandmaster, Chen Yang can still fight one or two. Chen Yang now has the blood of a low-level sub-dragon in his body, and the fourth layer of the magic beast art is automatically activated in his body. As if a matter of course, Chen Yang's body training realm instantly broke through to mind training. Call. Chen Yang opened his eyes and exhaled a foul breath. After a night of practice, he directly stepped from the realm of bone refining to heart refining. If this spreads, I don't know how many people will be shocked. But this is not an exaggeration for body training. How many people can directly devour the 7th level fire dragon as the body hardening energy for their own cultivation? While other people were still training to kill the 4th level or even 5th level beasts, Chen Yang had already used the flesh and inner alchemy of the 7th level beasts. With such a large span of cultivation, if you can't cultivate to the state of mind refinement, wouldn't other practitioners who practice body refinement skills be exhausted to death? Chen Yang glanced at Huolong's body. Most of the flesh and blood inside had been devoured by him, and finally only a pair of skin was left lying limply on the ground. Putting away the dragon skin of the fire dragon, Chen Yang planned to use the dragon skin to make some defensive battle suits. Although he doesn't need it himself, his younger sister, Gao Xiong, and others are very suitable for wearing it. When wearing defensive clothing made of 7th order dragon skin, even warriors can't hurt them. Finally, the practice was completed, and the sun in the sky slowly rose. The sun lazily shone into the cave. Chen Yang looked at Tanro, and was about to find some memories from her mind. Seeing Tanro looking at him all the time, Chen Yang felt a little strange in his heart. Now Tanro is just like an ordinary person, and Chen Yang can't cruelly treat her as another creature. She is a heterogeneous. Chen Yang hinted to himself in his heart, thinking that the beast horde that invaded the Guanghui base might be controlled by Tanro. His heart finally turned cold. Mind control. Chen Yang used the ability copied from Tanro. I don't know if it was because Tanro broke through to the 6th level, but the mind control talent was unable to break through the opponent's mental barrier. How could this be? Chen Yang was annoyed for a while. Tanro's mind control talent had reached the spiritual level, because he had copied Tanro's talent before, and now he couldn't copy it anymore. His spiritual talent is weaker than that of the opponent. Even if the opponent is unable to resist now, it does not mean that he can easily break through the defense of Tanro's mind. Chen Yang fell into anxiety. If he wanted to forcibly break through Tanro's mental defense, he would have to keep torturing the opponent's body and make Tanro collapse. Otherwise, we can only try again when she is defenseless. Chen Yang didn't want to wait. He was very curious about why Tanro was able to control the beast tide and why Huolong would rather lose his life to protect her. If these problems were not clarified, Chen Yang might not even be able to sleep well. Can you even talk? Chen Yang unfolded his talents and tried to invade Tanro's brain again. Tanro groaned in pain, but she never let Chen Yang break through her mind. With an idea, Chen Yang took out the enchanted crystal that Tanro had been guarding before. This crystal must be very important to Tanro, otherwise she wouldn't take it so seriously. Seeing Chen Yang take out the magic crystal, Tanro's eyes finally changed. Is this thing yours? If you don't cooperate again, I will destroy this magic crystal. Chen Yang expressed his attitude. Tanro's pupils shrank, and then she struggled to get back the magic crystal. But she didn't have any vitality in her body. She was Chen Yang's opponent at this time. Chen Yang exerted a little force on his palm, and Tanro suddenly didn't dare to move anymore. She stared at the enchanted crystal tightly, for fear that Chen Yang would accidentally break it. Let go of your mind, or I will do it. While threatening, Chen Yang invaded Tanro's brain again with his mental power. This time, Tanro's resistance was not as strong as before, and it took Chen Yang a little time to finally find the other party's memory fragments. Tanro's spiritual sea was very chaotic, and scattered memory fragments were scattered in every corner. If it weren't for Chen Yang's patience, when he saw such fragmentary memories, Chen Yang almost gave up the idea of finding out. Oh, it's really troublesome. It seems that we can only search slowly. No wonder Tanro is unwilling to say anything, but occasionally she shows a trace of humanity. It turned out that she herself couldn't recall the previous memories, because her memories were all disrupted. Chen Yang picked up a memory fragment, which turned out to be about Tanro's childhood. At that time, Tanro was still an ignorant little girl. In her memory, her parents were both researchers of the Guanghui base. Due to the many daily tasks in the experimental base, Tanro and his parents did not have much time to meet each other. After reading the memory fragments quickly, Chen Yang had a little understanding of Tanro's birth. Picking up another memory fragment again, the scene in front of Chen Yang changed. This memory fragment records what happened when Tanro was around 20 years old. At this time, Tanro's cultivation talent had already begun to appear, and she had cultivated to the level of a warrior in just 1 year. With the help of her parents, Tanro is often able to obtain new laboratory results in the first place. With the help of a large number of improved genetic potions, Tanro quickly broke through to the realm of a great warrior. Just when Tanro officially stepped into the road of cultivation, Tanro's father had an accident in an experiment, and his life was hanging by a thread. To save her father, at least the level of a great martial artist is required. At this time, Tanro is only 23 years old. Even if she practices desperately, Tanro is still far from the level of a great martial artist. Seeing that her father was about to pass away, Tanro made a decision that no one could have imagined. With the help of her mother, she got the magic liquid in the enchanted crystal, which is an unimproved magic liquid. Because of the particularity of the experiment, the protection of the laboratory is very strict. Tanro had no choice but to pretend to be an experiment target and sneak into the laboratory. Soon, Tanro became the experimental subject of the first batch of magic liquid. At Tanro's request, her mother injected the concentrated magic liquid into Tanro's body. The mutation happened, and Tanro's realm continued to improve, and she soon stepped into the realm of a great martial artist. It was at this time that the side effects of the magic liquid were manifested. The memory behind Tanro is in chaos, and she seems to have fallen into a state of rage. Vaguely, Chen Yang heard Tanro's mother moaning in pain. The memory fragments ended here, and Chen Yang selected other memory fragments again. After a long time, Chen Yang finally saw what happened afterwards. Tanro was lying in front of the crack, and there was a very alluring woman in front of her. The coquettish woman kept her back to Tanro, and Chen Yang found that the surrounding environment was very similar to the cracked world he had passed through before, and the woman in front of him was probably the demon king that Xiaoyin talked about. At this time, there was an extra magic crystal in Tanro's hand, and the woman said something that Chen Yang couldn't understand. Just when Chen Yang wanted to take a closer look at the other person's face, the woman suddenly turned her head. A pair of strange and alluring eyes met Chen Yang's gaze. Chen Yang felt a sharp pain in his brain, and his mental strength was almost collapsed by the other party's gaze. Chen Yang felt himself plunged into endless darkness, and soon the world was spinning. When he was finally able to think, his mental power returned to Tanro's spiritual ocean again. What a horrible look. Chen Yang's soul was almost torn apart. Even though they only looked at each other for a second, that second seemed as long as a century. Slowly withdrawing from Tanro's spiritual sea, Chen Yang panted heavily to adjust his state. He couldn't even look at him for a second. What kind of realm could achieve such a terrifying effect? Chen Yang vaguely felt that the woman did not really exist, but an illusion that Tanro saw through the enchanted crystal. Thinking of this, Chen Yang opened his eyes and planned to study the magic crystal. Seeing that his hand was empty, Chen Yang trembled all over. The magic crystal was still in his hand just now. Why did it disappear in a blink of an eye? Chen Yang hurriedly looked around, and suddenly found that the magic crystal had fallen into Tanro's hands. The thought power was activated instantly, and Chen Yang was about to grab the magic crystal, but Tanro's eyes turned black, her eyes blurred, and the magic crystal shattered under her force. Stop! Chen Yang yelled, but it was too late. After the enchanted crystal shattered, a dazzling black light was emitted, and a crack formed quickly at the place where the enchanted crystal was broken. The enchanted crystal that was not destroyed by Chen Yang was actually shattered by Tanro, and the irresistible attraction absorbed Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang uttered a swear word, and before he could react, Tanro's body disappeared in place in an instant. After a long time, there was only a crack a few meters long left in the volcanic cave, as if nothing had happened. I'm careless. Chen Yang felt the same tearing feeling as when he passed through the crack before, but this time his body was not as fragile as before. Even if he didn't use his divine talent, Chen Yang could still resist the tearing of the crack. The body quickly traveled to the world in the crack. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar blood-colored sky came into view. Shaking his head and observing the surrounding scene, Chen Yang and Tanro were taken away by a big eagle and had already flown away. Chen Yang hurriedly got up and chased after her. It might be because of the eye contact with that coquettish woman before. Chen Yang felt that his mental state was very poor, and even his speed was much slower. Seeing that the big eagle was far away, Chen Yang remembered the direction and decided to restore his physical condition to its peak first. After finding a suitable place, Chen Yang sat down on the spot and began to adjust his breath. Yuan controlled the crazily running, and Chen Yang's body seemed to turn into a small black hole to evacuate the surrounding Yuankai in an instant. It seems that the mastery of Yuan has also been cultivated to great success. Chen Yang feels that the recovery speed of his Yuankai has increased again, and even the speed of cultivation is much faster. The world in the crack is full of vitality. Chen Yang felt that he could mobilize the vitality around him and turn it into his own attack method with a single blow. This should be the attack method above a great martial artist. Because the body training has reached the state of mind training, Chen Yang already has the strength beyond the top-level masters. After reaching this step, Chen Yang's perception of talent and cultivation of vitality surpassed many masters. Soon, his mental strength gradually stabilized, and Chen Yang was in a dilemma. This world must be much more dangerous than Blue Star. Even with the experience of entering last time, he doesn't think it's very safe here. However, there are obviously a lot of opportunities here. The last time he only obtained a puddle of psychic liquid, Chen Yang's cultivation made great progress all the way. The psychic liquid he had stored was not enough now, and he had also stepped into the realm of a great martial artist. If he wanted to increase his strength limit, it would definitely not be enough to rely on the psychic liquid left before. Chen Yang looked behind him, and he could leave here with just one step. After thinking a lot, he decided to go shopping. Anyway, the crack is here, and it won't run away. As long as he doesn't encounter a 7th-order ferocious beast, he will not be in danger. If he stays here for a while, he may find a spiritual object that is more powerful than the spiritual liquid. Thinking of this, Chen Yang changed his aura, and soon it was very similar to Tanro's aura. Spotting the direction in which Tanro disappeared, Chen Yang ran after her. After his body stepped into the realm of a master, Chen Yang's ordinary speed had already broken through the speed of sound. The scenery under his feet receded quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, Chen Yang found a city in the distance. Someone. Chen Yang stopped his body and used his perspective talent to check the situation inside. There are many strange creatures in the city, including legendary centaurs and ugly goblins. The whole city is like a gathering place for monsters. Occasionally, a group of people wearing strange costumes can be seen in the city. I don't know what species they are. What is incompatible with the city is a large number of strange technologies, and there is even a black terrorist warship floating above the city at the end of the city. Chen Yang realized that he had come to a remarkable place. In the past, if someone told him that there were aliens in the world, although he would remain skeptical, he would just laugh it off as a joke. He couldn't imagine that one day there would be strange alien creatures appearing in front of him, and the floating warship was obviously much more advanced than Blue Star's technology. But thinking about it, Chen Yang felt relieved again. Isn't the beast a creature of this planet? And the higher they are, the more intelligent they are. From a certain point of view, fierce beasts can also be regarded as a kind of alien monsters. Didn't Little Silver say that this planet has become the entertainment circle of the Demon King? How come there are so many creatures living here? Chen Yang was a little puzzled, wondering whether he should go in or not. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang turned into the appearance of a man in strange clothes in the city, and then prepared to step into the city. Crackling. At the entrance of the city, a group of lizard-like monsters blocked Chen Yang from the door. They spoke incomprehensible words to Chen Yang, and they didn't know what they were going to do. This group of lizard-like monsters seemed to be of low cultivation. Chen Yang pretended to be arrogant and secretly used mind control to invade one of the lizard men's thoughts, and quickly understood the opponent's intentions. It turned out that you need to pay the primeval stone to enter the city. After understanding the opponent's intention, Chen Yang took out a medium primeval stone from his pocket and threw it to the lizardman. Chen Yang, who has a talent for in-depth learning, quickly mastered the other party's language. Seeing that the lizard man was like a treasure, Chen Yang shook his head and walked into the city. Who is this guy? The shot is a medium prime stone, so rich. Some strange creatures behind looked at Chen Yang's back with shocked expressions. Didn't you see that the other party is a demon star? The demon star is a rich man. Maybe it is a big son who came out to play. A kobold said enviously. Chen Yang didn't know that the people behind were talking about him. The main reason was that he didn't have a low-level primeval stone in his hand, so he threw a medium primeval stone to the opponent. After entering the city, Chen Yang was dazzled by the scene in front of him. This is an alien city-state full of technology, and there are lizardmen in combat uniforms constantly patrolling the road. Chen Yang thought of the scenes he had seen in some movies and TV shows, and they were exactly the same. Just as Chen Yang was about to explore the street carefully, there was a sudden commotion ahead. What's the situation? Chen Yang stepped forward to join in the fun, and found a group of men in strange costumes carrying a crystal palanquin on their backs, and the surrounding humanoid creatures ran over and shouted excitedly at the crystal palanquin. Chen Yang was very puzzled by this situation, but since he was able to sit in the crystal sedan chair, he must be someone important. Brother, who is this? Chen Yang asked a Tauren beside him. You don't even know this, are you from the Magic Star? This is the daughter of the largest consortium in the Magic Star. I was lucky to come to the Beast City today. I heard that the richest sons of the Magic Star have come here just to win over this lady. There will be a martial arts competition in the Beast City Square later. If you can win the princess's heart in the martial arts competition, it will be a blessing in 8 lifetimes. The Tauren introduced Chen Yang very excitedly. Isn't this just a martial arts competition? Chen Yang complained in his heart. Then why is the martial arts competition held in the Beast City? Isn't there more people participating on the magic star? Chen Yang was puzzled. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Who doesn't know that Beast Star has discovered a 9th level fierce beast secret realm? The Demon King said that only people with strength below the 7th level can enter. If you are lucky and get a spiritual object, you can fly into the sky if you don't move. The Tauren looked forward to it. Secret realm. Chen Yang was secretly surprised. How powerful the 9th level beast was. Chen Yang didn't even dare to think about it. A 7th level fire dragon can destroy a city. If it reaches the 9th level, what is the difference between it and a Superman? Under the introduction of the Tauren, Chen Yang gradually understood the power of the 9th level beast. It turns out that once the beast breaks through to the 9th level, it can transform into a human form. Because of the low quality on the beast star, a full blow from the 9th level beast is even comparable to a large earthquake. Chen Yang raised a little interest. If it is true that only people with strength below the 7th level can enter, he can give it a try. Hearing the word Devil King from Nyuta's mouth again, Chen Yang suppressed the urge to ask. If he doesn't even know about the Demon King, the Tauren will soon suspect his identity and cause trouble. However, Chen Yang guessed that the Demon King is not even interested in the secret realm of 9th level beasts, so it seems that he must have at least 10th level strength. Chen Yang was worried that no one in the entire Blue Star could resist the 10th order realm. No wonder the Demon King was able to turn the entire beast star into his own back garden, and his strength was unimaginable. Chen Yang turned on the perspective to look at the young lady in the crystal sedan chair, and saw that this young lady had a delicate oval face, light yellow curly hair casually resting on her back, and the front corners of her forehead were slightly raised, revealing a pair of big smart eyes. A crystal-colored long dress tightly wrapped her attractive figure, and she wore a pair of stroppy high-heeled shoes on her legs. Her long jade-like legs seemed to have just been bathed in milk. Seeing that the lady from the big consortium was so stunning and moving, Chen Yang's eyes became dull. It wasn't until the crystal sedan chair gradually walked away that Chen Yang woke up from the peerless appearance just now. Chen Yang originally wanted to explore the entire beast city, but he couldn't get rid of that alluring face in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yang followed curiously. Hearing that the young masters with the most potential on the magic star have all come to the beast city, Chen Yang also really wants to see how strong the so-called young generation with the most potential on the magic star is. Arriving at the square, a viewing platform with a height of several meters has been set up in the center. The whole body is made of metal, like a strange metal car unfolded and formed. In the middle of the viewing platform is a large soft sofa of unknown material, on which sit a few young-looking men, who should be the young masters who participated in the competition this time. Only then did Chen Yang realize why he hadn't seen many magic star people before, and they all gathered here early. After a while, the crystal sedan stopped. When the eldest lady of the consortium stepped out of the crystal sedan chair, the audience burst into warm cheers. Many fans shouted with all their might, hoping that the goddess in their hearts would take a look at them. When the young people on the viewing platform saw Miss Consortium get off the sedan chair, they immediately got up to greet her. "Welcome Miss Nasha to come here, it is my honor to see Miss Nasha." A man in a white crystal suit was the first to step forward and said. Only then did Chen Yang realize that the daughter of the largest consortium was named Nasha. What a nice name. Chen Yang murmured. "Mr. Lake, it's a pleasure to meet you." Nasha showed a slight smile and greeted Lake. This smile made the people around them even crazier. "Miss Nasha, hello, my name is Wilson, please take a seat." A man in black formed a great contrast with the two of them. His appearance was also very handsome, and he smiled like a mixed-race star in a movie. Nasha nodded, and after a brief exchange with the others, she sat down by the sofa. "The Will family is really powerful, and they were able to win such a big beast star," Nasha said to the man in black. Wilson laughed, picked up a glass of red drink and toasted Nasha. Then there was a chat among several people. From their conversation, Chen Yang had a general understanding of Beast Star. The Beast Star used to be a planet with only fierce beasts. The Will family, one of the several big families of the Monster Star, discovered the Beast Star decades ago. For the people on the Magic Star, the Beast Star is of great value, not only rich in resources, but also a holy place for tourism. The travel in the eyes of the Magic Star people is different from the travel that humans think. To use more accurate words to describe it, it should be a place of trial. The head of the Will family is the Demon King that Little Silver spoke of, and they quickly invaded the entire beast planet. At that time, many 9th level fierce beasts fought with the Will family's fleet. After fighting for 3 full days and 3 nights, it was not until the Demon King made a move that the entire Beast Star was taken under his command. Every time the Magic Star people get a planet, they will turn the creatures on the planet into their own slaves. A simple and crude description is to treat the entire beast planet as a slaughterhouse. The tool for turning creatures into slaves is the magic crystal, and the magic liquid in the magic crystal can change the body of the creature and control its mind. Already % of the creatures on the entire beast planet have become tools of the Will family, and these slaves are still expanding until the entire beast planet has become mindless slaves. In addition to making slaves, enchanted crystals can also open cracks when broken. The places where these cracks lead are irregular, and there are tens of thousands of passages large and small on the entire beast planet. Some places lead to the endless void, and some lead to barren planets. After these tens of thousands of passages, there will always be some unlucky living planets. The Will family continued to invade other planets through these passages, and now the entire Beast planet has almost become a transit point. Chen Yang also knew a little about the origin of the magic crystal. These demonized crystals are all products bestowed by the demon god. The demon god is the master of the entire demon star. No one knows how strong he is. It is said that the demon god once punched the planet. But fortunately, there is no demon king here in the current Beast star, let alone the existence of a demon god. Families on the magic star often find planets that look like beast stars. Every time, they call this planet with only ferocious beasts the Beast Star, followed by a series of numbers. For example, the full name of this Beast Star is Beast Star 1573. The largest consortium of magic stars like Nasha may control hundreds of beast stars. Now that Miss Nasha is here, the sparring competition can start, said a blonde man. Warren, you are in such a hurry to play, said another lazy man. Of course, I would like to see if there are any strong men I like in this Beast Star, otherwise it would be good to accept a few as bodyguards, Warren said proudly. In that case, let's start the sparring match. Miss Nasha said that whoever wins the first place can make a request to Miss Nasha. I wonder if there are any warriors in my Beast Star who want to try. Wilson spoke. I come. A Tauren rushed to the ring impatiently, holding a huge axe in his hand, which was made of unknown material. 5th level, yes, it can let me exercise my muscles and bones. Wall fiddled with his neck twice and jumped off the viewing platform. Go ahead, lest you say I bullied you. Wall put on a coquettish posture and said to the Tauren. The Tauren looked solemn when he saw Wall playing. It is also not polite, the strength in its hands is gathered, and it uses the strongest blow from the beginning. Boom. The talent of the fire element spread throughout the giant axe, and the Tauren jumped high and slashed towards Wall. The huge bang hit the ring and formed a huge flame. The Tauren looked at his giant axe, and saw that the front was empty, and Wall had disappeared. Too slow. Wall's voice came from behind, and with his kick, the Tauren quickly turned to defend. The huge impact knocked the Tauren back to the edge of the ring. Chen Yang took a closer look, and saw that the hands of the Tauren trembled slightly, as if they were numb under Wall's foot. Not bad, actually took my kick. After Wall finished speaking, he quickly took a flying kick. This leg was even stronger, and the Tauren blocked it with all his strength, but was still kicked out of the ring. The Tauren stood up from a distance, its tiger's mouth had been split open, and blood had stained its fists red. That's right, being able to have low-level 5th level strength is considered a talent for cultivation in the entire Beast Star. How about it? Do you want to join me? Wall praised. Thank you, Master. The Tauren immediately squatted down and saluted. Wall was very happy to subdue a subordinate. He looked around the arena and asked if anyone else was willing to come up and try. Seeing that the Tauren of the 5th rank were all defeated, the outside of the arena fell into silence. Haha, Wall, why are you bullying others with a low 6th level? I'll try it with you. The white-clothed man jumped down, and the 6th level breath on his body instantly climbed to the peak, which turned out to be a low-level 6th level strength. Chen Yang has a new understanding of the strength of the two. I thought that my cultivation talent was already very high, but I didn't expect that there were so many strong people outside of Blue Star. If this is placed on Blue Star, it must be someone who dominates one side. Thinking that he has only practiced for a short time, Chen Yang is not discouraged. Although his realm is not as high as the opponent's, his overall strength has already surpassed them. Rake, can't hold back so soon. Wall's hands warmed up. Open the barrier, or they will destroy the entire square. Nasha said softly. It is good. Wilson pressed a button, and a layer of blue light rose from the side of the ring, covering the entire ring. Chen Yang observed the talents of the two. Magic Star, Wall. Lineage, High Demon Race. Cultivation Realm, Tier 6. Power, 2,365 tons. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Intermediate Perception, Power Field, Low Level, Speed, Intermediate Perception, Super Speed Power, Low Level, Fire Element, Spiritual Level, Mind Power, Spiritual Level. Magic Star, Lake. Lineage, High Demon Race. Cultivation Realm, Tier 6. Power, 2,401 tons. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Intermediate Perception, Strength Field, Low Level, Speed, Intermediate Perception, Super Speed Force, Low Level, Water Element, Spiritual Level, Gravity, Spiritual Level. Seeing that the two of them are so talented and both have dual domains, Chen Yang gave them a high look. Come on, let me see how your Wall's Dragon Fist is. Rick challenged. In that case, I will satisfy you. Facing Lake, Wall put away his previous casual expression, and thick black air emerged from his body, and his aura also climbed to the peak. Are you planning to have a showdown before it even starts? Nasha seemed very interested in the battle between the two. They're all short-tempered, but it's quite enjoyable to watch like this. Wilson laughed. The fire element condensed into a dragon shape around Wall, and with the eruption of demon energy in his body, Wall's arm revealed a faint aura of tyranny. Seeing that the opponent really has the strongest combat skills when he makes a move, Lake no longer hesitates. His talent just matched the opponent's, and the water element formed a big bird behind him, which looked somewhat similar to the rock golden eagle. Dragon Fist. Seeing that the opponent was getting ready, Wall launched the power field and the speed force, and the talent condensed to the limit rushed towards Lake. The fire element turned into a fire dragon and entangled on the devil energy. At first glance, it looked like two giant dragons entangled with each other and attacked Lake. The big eagle behind Lake also let out a scream. The magic energy and water element on his body merged together and collided with the opponent's black and red fire dragon without fear under his own dual domain. Neither of them used the second talent in this blow. It was a collision of real strength. The magic dragon and the big eagle entangled each other, and a huge water vapor erupted from the center of the collision and enveloped the entire arena. Everyone couldn't see clearly outside the arena. They could only see the bright lights of red and blue colliding in the dense fog. The power of the Grandmaster caused the energy barrier to roar, and with a huge explosion, the first competition between the two ended. The dense fog formed by the water vapor gradually dissipated, and the figures of the two finally appeared. I saw Wall half kneeling on the ground, vaguely losing to the opponent. Haha, you lost. Lake seemed to be fine, but Chen Yang still noticed that Lake's hands were trembling slightly. Obviously he had suffered a lot of damage from the blow just now. I'm not proficient in the field of strength, so I won't be wronged if I lose to you. Wall very generously admitted his failure. Chen Yang had a slight liking for Wall. This guy had a big heart, and he was not depressed because he lost to the opponent. Anyone else want to try? Lake looked at all the creatures under the ring and said. Seeing that no one answered in the arena, Lake felt bored. This sparring match was originally an entertainment game before entering the secret realm. If it ended so early, wouldn't it be too boring? It doesn't matter if you can't defeat me, as long as you can stick to 2 moves in my hands, you can become my Lake's guard. Lake also realized that his realm was too high, and people under the ring did not dare to make a fool of himself. Hearing Lake say this, some people in the arena also started to try. Even if you don't get the reward from Miss Nasha, it's not bad to be able to become Lake's guard. The creatures and magic star people around Chen Yang also started to talk about it. A moment later, a kobold jumped onto the ring with a big knife in his hand. I'll try. The kobold should be at the 5th level of strength, and it shouldn't be a problem if he wants to hold Lake with 2 moves. Sure enough, the kobold quickly took the 2 moves, and Lake also readily let the other party join the guard team. Is there anyone else? Why doesn't anyone from the magic star want to try it? After several rounds of competition, no alien came to the stage, and Lake was a little dissatisfied. Lake looked at the audience, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw a satisfactory goal. Hey, it's you, do you want to come up and try? Lake said to Chen Yang. Chen Yang shook his head and declined the invitation. He didn't want to be in the limelight in the arena, and it would be troublesome if he attracted attention. Nasha saw that Lake identified Chen Yang on the stage, so she looked at him a few times. Medium level 5, looks like he's only in his 20s, he's quite talented. Nasha said with bright eyes. Miss Nasha can make him your bodyguard if she likes it. Wilson joked. Indeed. Nasha thought for a while. Chen Yang's appearance was very strange. He didn't look like the son of a big family. Without the support of a big family, it is possible to cultivate to such a level at this age, so it is not a disadvantage to recruit them. This brother seems to have good qualifications. Are you interested in becoming my bodyguard? Nasha said. Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while. He didn't expect that his middle level 5th level strength would actually arouse the other party's interest. He didn't know how to answer for a while. Why don't I take this opportunity to become Nasha's bodyguard? Maybe it will be easier for me to enter the secret realm then. Chen Yang nodded slightly at this thought. Thank you Miss Nasha for your kindness, I am very honored. Slow down. It's not that easy to become Miss Nasha's bodyguard. Miss Nasha, let me help you see if he's qualified. Don't be a rotten carrot by then. It's not useful. Rick stopped suddenly. The main reason is that Chen Yang rejected his invitation, which made him feel very humiliated. As long as Nasha speaks or Chen Yang agrees, he must get rid of Chen Yang with 1 move, making him disqualified from being a bodyguard. I wonder if you would like to. Nasha was quite interested in Lake's proposal, so she asked Chen Yang. Now that he has decided to join Nasha's bodyguard, Chen Yang certainly has no reason to refuse. He nodded and jumped onto the ring. Seeing that the other party really came up, Lake's hands began to itch faintly. Since you are going to be Miss Nasha's bodyguard, the requirements for you will definitely be higher. I will increase my strength later. Do you think there is a problem? Rick asked in public. The intention of his words was very sinister. In front of Miss Nasha, the other party would definitely not want to refuse, otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Miss Nasha? If he agrees, he can increase his strength openly, and the opponent will definitely not be able to catch his fist by then. No problem, as long as Miss Nasha is happy. Chen Yang said calmly. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Lake felt angry. When the others talked to Ms. Nasha, who didn't have an attentive face, and whoever had a flat face like Chen Yang. Are you ready? Rick asked suddenly. Ready. Chen Yang nodded, and found that the other party's mentality was a little strange. Then I'm going. The power in Lake's hand increased to %. In the previous battle against Tier 700, Lake only used 3 layers of strength, and even with only 3 layers, the strength reached tons. Now that his strength has increased to %, he believes that the opponent will not be able to catch this punch no matter what. A force of nearly 1,000 tons struck towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang's face remained unchanged. He was thinking about how to receive the punch. If it's too embarrassing, it seems a bit embarrassing. But if it's too easy, won't it be too ostentatious? When Chen Yang was still struggling, his fists had already roared. It's over, this guy is scared stupid. Wilson shook his head and said. Nasha didn't expect that the cultivator she recognized would pull her hips like this. Seeing the fist approaching in the blink of an eye, Chen Yang took a small step sideways, dodging Lake's attack. Okay. Wilson and Nasha were surprised at the same time. It should be very easy for Lake's power to target a 5th-level cultivator, but this guy escaped so easily, it seemed that he was not under any pressure at all. Seeing that his fist had failed, Lake's face turned black. He only missed the punch when he was distracted and didn't lock the opponent's breath. Lake reacted quickly, and the second punch immediately hit Chen Yang. This time, he was sure that he had locked onto Chen Yang's body, and the other party would definitely not be able to escape. Unexpectedly, when Chen Yang lowered his head, his body slid away again. The feeling of the attack being missed made Lake very uncomfortable. Seeing that the 2 moves had passed, Lake's face darkened. I asked you to pick up 2 tricks from me, how could you avoid it? Is this still called pick up? Rick said with a dark face. The audience under the ring was still applauding Chen Yang at the beginning. It seemed very reasonable to hear what Lake said. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I just need to hide, but I didn't expect to have to catch it. Chen Yang scratched the back of his head and said embarrassingly. What does it mean to think that you can just dodge it? Isn't it easy to avoid a 6th-level attack with a 5th-level strength? The audience under the ring laughed out loud. Insanity. Lake was furious, and under his control, the vitality of heaven and earth sealed off Chen Yang's surroundings. Like is serious, this kid is probably going to be unlucky. Wilson laughed when he saw that Lake was controlling his vitality and restricting Chen Yang's actions. Do you want to stop him? Let's see, I'm quite curious about this cultivator. Nasha blinked her big eyes and said. All the vitality on the ring was solidified. If other 5th-order cultivators stood on it, let alone resisting, it would be very difficult to breathe. This guy is too much, isn't this clearly bullying others? Wall was a little annoyed. Although Lake indicated that he would only use 4 levels of power to deal with Chen Yang, after this operation, not to mention 4 levels, even 3 levels would not be able to be resisted by a 5th-level practitioner. Burst. Lake turned his vitality into the magic energy he had cultivated, compressed it on his fists, and threw it at Chen Yang's body. This time, he not only locked all his mental power, but even the surrounding vitality became a helper to limit Chen Yang. Facing Lake's aggressive punch, Chen Yang sneered. He has just refined the realm of body refining to the level of heart refining, and now he can reach the 6th level only by relying on his body. It's a good time to use you to try the effect of body training. Chen Yang looked at Lake's demonic fist, and stretched out his hand to block it. Is he crazy? He wants to block Riek's fist with his body. Wilson sneered. It must be Lake who has controlled all the vitality around him. This cultivator has no time to mobilize the vitality, so he can only do this. According to Wall's analysis, he felt that Lake's actions were too much. Boom. There were not too many collisions of sparks. Under the worried eyes of everyone, Chen Yang easily clenched Lake's fist, as if the other party just punched Chen Yang slightly. Seeing this scene, Wall stood up in shock. Because Chen Yang has a 5th-level strength, there is no energy barrier raised outside the ring, and Wall can clearly feel the power that Lake wields. It was this punch that exceeded the limit of the 5th level that was blocked by Chen Yang lightly. In his opinion, it was impossible to happen anyway. Lake was even more shocked than Wall. He is very clear about the power of this punch. Facing an ordinary 5th-order cultivator, no matter how talented the opponent is, it is impossible to resist it so easily. Lake felt that this punch hit a hard alloy, and the magic energy did not cause any damage to the opponent. This cultivator is actually a body refiner. Wilson saw something strange about Chen Yang. He could feel that Chen Yang didn't mobilize the vitality in his body. This punch was completely blocked by physical strength. Miss Nasha, this should work, right? Chen Yang withdrew his palm, turned his head and asked. Damn. Seeing the audience under the ring go from contempt to shock to ridicule, Lake was filled with hatred towards Chen Yang. This strange cultivator didn't take himself seriously at all, otherwise why would his body, which clearly possesses strength beyond the 5th level, frequently evade his attacks? Seeing Chen Yang turn his head to talk to Miss Nasha, Lake was full of tyranny. Pick me up again. The devilish energy on Lake's body was overwhelming, and this time he used his real power. The devilish energy completely covered Lake's arm, and he punched fiercely, with a force exceeding tons. Chen Yang also became angry in his heart, and he kept showing weakness, but he didn't expect that the other party was still chasing after him. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Chen Yang mobilized his vitality, and a huge white phantom appeared behind Chen Yang. As Chen Yang turned around and punched, Lake's 2,000 tons of strength stopped abruptly in front of Chen Yang. Boom. The huge explosion set off a storm of energy, and the surrounding creatures were overwhelmed by this energy. There was a strange gleam in Nasha's eyes, which even Lake couldn't solve for a while. She was already deeply curious about this strange practitioner. Okay, that's it. He is fully capable of becoming my bodyguard, Nasha said. Lake was very shocked at this time. Although he didn't use his domain and talent, how could he be blocked by a cultivator who was only at the 5th level? Could it be that the cultivation state of this cultivator has reached the 6th level? Lake couldn't believe it. There are very few people who practice in the direction of body training. Unless they have a unique bloodline in body training, ordinary practitioners will still pay more attention to the cultivation of vitality. Lake is sure that he has never seen this cultivator in front of him. If the other party has such a high level of body training, he shouldn't be so unknown. This warrior, what is your name? Nasha asked kindly. Hello Miss Nasha, just call me Chen Yang. Chen Yang bent slightly, and said in a simple manner, Chen Yang. Lake was sure that he had never heard of such a person. Seeing that Nasha was very satisfied with this guy, he became anxious. Miss Nasha, this guy's name has never been heard, but his strength is so powerful. I suspect that he was sent by some malicious family to assassinate Miss. Rick made it up indiscriminately. Hearing this remark, there was an uproar in the arena, and it seemed that what Lake said made sense. Seeing that everyone doubted his identity, Chen Yang looked at Lake without haste. Master Lake is probably confused. You insisted on me coming up just now, didn't you? Could it be that you sent me to assassinate Miss Nasha? Chen Yang looked at Lake like an idiot and said. Hearing this, Lake's face turned dark. He originally wanted to arouse Miss Nasha's scruples, but he didn't expect to lift a stone to shoot himself in the foot, and was beaten up by Chen Yang. Miss Nasha, I won't do this kind of thing. Rick quickly cleared his mind. Okay, I got it. Chen Yang, which family cultivator are you from? You are so powerful, why have I never heard of it? Nasha asked curiously. Miss Report, I am a casual cultivator, without father or mother, and has been alone all the time. It is because of my relatively high cultivation talent that I have the strength I have today. If I hadn't heard that a secret realm was discovered on the Beast Planet, I would not have come here. Chen Yang explained. How can a casual cultivator be so powerful? You are lying. Lake grabbed Chen Yang's braid and accused him. Mr. Lake is really arbitrary. Just based on the next sentence, I can judge that I am not a casual cultivator. I really admire it. If Mr. Lake doesn't want me to stay with the young lady, I won't force it. I am a loose person in the first place, and there is no restraint. It's pretty good too. Seeing that Lake had been attacking him verbally, Chen Yang felt a little annoyed. It was originally a good opportunity to sneak into Nasha's side, but as a result, Lake kept messing up. Miss Nasha, you see, this kid admits that it doesn't matter, he must have other plans. Rick said excitedly. Mr. Lake, thank you for your kindness. Since you don't know Chen Yang, you shouldn't doubt his identity. After all, you chose him. Nasha's tone of voice to Lake was a bit cold. Seeing this, Lake could only stare at Chen Yang fiercely, and then return to the viewing platform with a cold snort. Since Mr. Lake feels that I have other plans, which will be detrimental to the young lady, I will not join the young lady's bodyguard group. Chen Yang didn't want to stay here too long, for fear of being seen by others. Chen Yang, please wait a moment. Nasha spoke quickly. If this kind of cultivation genius is lost from his own hands, it must be a very big loss. She had long seen that it was because of losing face that Lake insulted Chen Yang, which in itself did not mean that there was something wrong with Chen Yang. Miss Nasha, is there anything else? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. Being my bodyguard with your talent is indeed a bit aggrieved. I want you to follow me. What do you think? Nasha asked expectantly. Follow? Is this any different from a guard? Chen Yang was puzzled. Of course there is a difference. As long as you join my family and become a member of the consortium, I can give you cultivation resources or other things you need in the future. As long as your vitality reaches the 6th level, I may even give you right. Nasha explained happily. Chen Yang understood Nasha's thoughts. Before, he just wanted to become a thug, but now he was interested in his cultivation talent, so he wanted to train himself. After quickly thinking about the pros and cons in his mind, he pretended to be happy and immediately agreed to Nasha's invitation. Welcome to become a member of our consortium. From now on, you will no longer be a helpless casual cultivator. Nasha wins over. Thank you ma'am. Chen Yang nodded his thanks. Most of the subsequent sparring was the assessment of the big family's selection of guards. Except for a few big family sons who challenged Lake, Wilson didn't make a move until the sparring ended. Just when everyone thought that Lake was number one, a bloody light suddenly flew towards the square in the distant sky. Haha, I'm not late. The blood light landed on the ring, and Chen Yang fixed his eyes, and saw that it was a burly man with dark red hair. I saw 2 pitch-black magic horns growing on the man's forehead, and a black beast coat was draped over his shoulders, revealing his muscular abs. Aaron. There was a hint of vigilance in Wilson's eyes. Obviously he didn't get along well with this man. I heard that there is a sparring match held here. Number 1 can make a request to Miss Nasha. I wonder who number 1 is now. Aaron looked up at the viewing platform and asked. The sparring is over. Number 1 is Mr. Lake. Wilson said lightly. Low 6th level strength can also get number 1. Wilson, it seems that you didn't make a move. Although Aaron's words were plain, he taunted Lake invisibly. The veins on Lake's forehead popped up. Chen Yang thought that the two would have a conflict, but he didn't expect that Lake suppressed his anger and didn't attack Aaron. It's really boring. The secret realm is about to start. Since the discussion is over, why don't we go to the secret realm together? Aaron suggested. We are selecting cultivators who are talented in cultivation as bodyguards. I wonder if Brother Aaron is interested. Nasha smiled. It's up to you to do these things. Aaron, don't need a guard. 1 person is enough. Aaron said confidently. Wilson, do you need to pick? Nasha turned her head and asked. Forget it, the secret realm is about to open, and there will be opportunities in the future. Wilson shook his head. It's not too late, let's go. Wall was a little impatient, and got up and was about to leave. Let's go. Nasha glanced at Chen Yang and smiled like an angel. Chen Yang's purpose this time was to find Tan Ro and enter the secret realm. When he saw a few people preparing to set off, he followed Nasha closely. Among Nasha's bodyguards, the strongest one is at the 5th level. Besides the bodyguards, she should be the strongest. However, Nasha, as the daughter of the largest consortium of the Magic Star, her strength cannot be ignored. Chen Yang checked Nasha's talent, and her strength reached 4,319 tons, more than a little bit stronger than Lake and others. As for Wilson, who has a little more than 5,000 tons of strength, it won't take long for him to step into the advanced 6th order realm. A small aircraft slowly landed, and Chen Yang followed Nasha up. The technological level of the Magic Star is very high. This aircraft alone is equipped with many high-level weapons, which can even threaten the 6th level. While listening to Wilson's introduction, Chen Yang wrote down the various devices of the aircraft. It's a pity that there are not many medals on Blue Star, and Chen Yang doesn't know the design drawings of the aircraft. Otherwise, after collecting the materials by himself, he might be able to design an aircraft by relying on deep learning. Several people boarded the aircraft, and at 5 times the speed of sound, the Beast City quickly turned into a black spot and disappeared from Chen Yang's sight. This Beast Star should be 5 times the size of the Blue Star. In just 10 minutes, the aircraft came to a barren plain. The entire plain is a dark red land, which looks very depressing at first glance. When the aircraft landed, a group of Magic Starmen on the plane lined up outside the aircraft in 2 rows holding strange guns. Chen Yang took a look at the logos on the clothes of these Magic Star people. They should belong to Wilson's family. The plains are full of dense creatures, including races from other planets and forces from the Magic Star. Apparently, when everyone learned that there was a 9th level ferocious beast secret realm, they couldn't wait to come here. But since this planet belongs to Wilson's family, they respect Wilson very much. Wilson's own realm is not much higher than them, and these races should be the big figures behind Wilson. Wilson slowly stepped out of the aircraft and looked at the tens of thousands of people on the plane. He tidied up his clothes and looked at them calmly. Welcome the powerhouses from all planets to Beast Star 1573. As the younger generation of the Will family, I am very honored to have you here. I won't talk about other nonsense. If you want to enter the secret realm, you need to pay 100 coins per person. High-level primordial stones. As for the rules for entering the secret realm this time, everyone must be aware that practitioners below the 7th level can enter. But there is another requirement. Cultivators over 35 years old are not allowed to enter. If they are discovered, they will be hunted down by my Will family after they come out. Wilson explained the rules for entering the secret realm this time, and many creatures who wanted to fish in troubled waters were terrified when they heard this rule. Miss, some races are born slow in cultivation and have a very long lifespan. 35 years old is still a child for them. Doesn't this mean that they lose their qualifications before they start? Chen Yang was puzzled. After reading the memories of the previous lizardmen, Chen Yang learned a lot about the entire alien galaxy. Many races can live for hundreds of years, and their strength increases with age. Hehe, it seems that you have relatively little experience. The rules for entering this kind of secret realm are set by the Lord Demon King. As for the situation you mentioned, we will also change the rules according to different races. For example, if a race's normal lifespan is 75 years, the entry requirement will naturally be doubled to -years, so don't worry. The standard for this kind of rule is only the Magic Star people, and other races can be converted according to this standard. Nasha answered Chen Yang patiently. After hearing this, Chen Yang suddenly realized. It's just that when he heard the word Devil King again, he became more curious, not knowing what kind of existence this Devil King is. Chen Yang calculated casually, if the number of creatures that can enter the secret realm reaches 100, and each person pays high-level primordial stones, wouldn't the Will family get million high-level primeval stones at once? Chen Yang was secretly surprised when he got this number. And now he found a very embarrassing thing, that is, he didn't have enough high-level primordial stones. High-grade primordial stones are rare resources on Blue Star. Even the plasma cannon, the most powerful weapon of the Radiance base, only consumes 1,000 high-grade primordial stones at one time, but these 1,000 high-grade primordial stones are almost 1/5 of the storage of the Radiance base. Measured. Of course, this storage capacity does not include the storage capacity of other cultivators and major families, but even the turrets of the Radiance base are only prepared to launch energy twice, so one can imagine how rare 1,000 high-level primordial stones are. The Will family obtained 100 million high-grade primordial stones this time, which is probably equivalent to 1% of the total amount of Huiguo. Thinking about this amount, Chen Yang immediately felt that the Will family is too rich, no wonder the family can manage so many planets. While Chen Yang was thinking, there was some movement in the secret realm. Chen Yang looked up, and saw that the secret realm was shrouded in a multicolored light, which was very dazzling on the plane. There is an entrance with a diameter of about -meters in the place covered by the colorful light. The colorful light at the entrance is slowly weakening, and it should disappear in a short time. Those who want to enter the secret realm line up to pay primordial stones to me. If they find out that they want to break in directly, they will be killed on the spot. A loud voice came from the front of the secret realm. Chen Yang fixed his eyes and saw that it was a white-haired demon star. The realm of this white-haired demon star has actually reached the advanced 7th level, and there are probably very few practitioners who can compete with him in the entire secret world. For the magic star people, those who can cultivate to the 6th level before the age of 30 are peerless geniuses. Even Wilson, as the son of the Will family, is only at the middle 6th level of strength, so Chen Yang calculated that the highest person who can enter the secret realm this time should be at the highest level of 6th level. Miss Nasha, let's go, of course your tickets will be waived. Wilson made a gesture of please. When a few people came to the entrance of the secret realm, Chen Yang looked awkwardly at his space pocket, and there were only a few high-level primordial stones. What happened? Seeing that Chen Yang was a little embarrassed, Nasha asked. I don't seem to have enough high-level primordial stones. I wonder if I can exchange them with other things. There is also a pair of 7th rank fire dragon skins in Chen Yang's space pocket, which should be able to exchange for a lot of high-level primordial stones. Let me help you out. Nasha didn't expect that Chen Yang didn't even have 100 high-level primordial stones, but considering that Chen Yang was a casual cultivator, it was only natural that he was in such a difficult financial situation. No, since it's Miss Nasha's person, I'll just get rid of it. Wilson didn't care. Then thank you, Mr. Will. Nasha said with a beautiful smile. 100 high-level primordial stones is nothing to her, thanking Wilson is just pretending. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he became Nasha's subordinate, otherwise he would have to worry about the entrance ticket for a while. The enchantment at the entrance of the secret realm is about to disappear. According to previous experience, everyone will be scattered everywhere after entering. This is a magnetic tracking gun. Each person has one. After entering, you can follow the bullets to find nearby people. Wilson took out a strangely shaped metal gun and said. Nasha took one, thought for a while, and then handed it to Chen Yang. After you go in, you can come to me first. Chen Yang took the magnetic tracking gun and nodded gratefully. This gun is not very useful to him. He has a talent for magnetism himself. As long as others use the magnetic gun, he can find them quickly. But since Nasha gave him the gun, Chen Yang would naturally not refuse the other party's kindness. Seeing that Nasha cared so much about Chen Yang, Lake looked a little ugly. This poor boy actually dares to blaspheme my goddess. After entering, I will make you look good. Rick yelled in his heart. Chen Yang didn't know that Lake hated him so much, but even if he knew, Chen Yang wouldn't care. His idea is very simple. Since he can't find Tanro, he will leave Beast Star after he comes out of this secret realm. The best way is to make Nasha think that she is dead, so that even if she disappears, she will not pay attention. The enchantment at the entrance of the secret realm became more and more unstable as time went by. 2 hours later, under the action of the white-haired demon star, the enchantment of the secret realm finally shattered. Chen Yang and others were at the front, and the humanoid creatures who had paid primordial stones lined up to enter one by one. Some creatures wanted to fish in troubled waters, but before they got close to the entrance of the secret realm, they were killed by the white-haired demon star with a look. Seeing the ferocity of the white-haired demon star, those with small thoughts had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Wilson was the first to step into the beast's secret realm. His body quickly disappeared, and he lost his breath in the blink of an eye. See you inside. Nasha glanced at Chen Yang, and then stepped into the secret realm. Chen Yang took a closer look at the entrance to the secret realm. This entrance was somewhat similar to his teleportation ability. However, his teleportation ability can only lead to one place, while the entrance to the secret realm can randomly teleport the entrance to every corner. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, raised his right foot and entered the entrance of the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Chen Yang's brain felt dizzy. Soon this feeling disappeared, and when he opened his eyes, Chen Yang had already entered the secret realm. Looking around, it turned out to be tall trees. The shortest trees are 30 meters, and the taller ones are even 60 meters. This is actually a forest. Chen Yang looked at it curiously. He flew high, and when he reached the highest point, the forest under his feet could not be seen at a glance. I don't know how big this secret realm is, and he didn't see anyone else within his line of sight. Chen Yang took out the magnetic tracking gun and fired it towards the sky, and quickly determined the location of a companion. However, he didn't intend to search for it directly. The reason for firing this shot was only to expose his position. If someone finds him, Chen Yang doesn't mind protecting him. Focusing on one direction, Chen Yang turned on the perspective to find the treasure in the secret realm. The beast secret realm is equivalent to a small world of 9th level beasts, where there are many spiritual objects left by the master. After advancing for about 10 minutes, Chen Yang found a big tree full of aura. There are a few bright red fruits on the tree. Even if Chen Yang doesn't recognize them, he can tell that they are extraordinary spiritual things just by the attractive fragrance of the fruits. Chen Yang was about to think about how to pick them, when several humanoid creatures suddenly appeared under the tree. Looking at the red fruit on the tree, several humanoid creatures let out excited cries. It's actually a giant spirit fruit? After eating this thing, it can greatly increase one's own strength. Legend has it that only giants have this kind of spirit tree. I didn't expect it to appear here. A humanoid creature with 2.5-meter-long tentacles on its head shouted in surprise. From the memory of the lizardman, Chen Yang judged that these should be the gear race on the Mona planet. They were lucky to gather together so quickly. Several other humanoid creatures of the gear race rushed up to pick them. Chen Yang looked at them and sneered. These guys didn't know that there was a 6th-order boa constrictor sleeping on the giant spirit tree. Several humanoid creatures were about to touch the giant spirit fruit. Just as they were smiling happily, a black python suddenly poked its head out from the top of the tree, and swallowed a gear humanoid creature into its stomach with its tongue out. The poor gear humanoid didn't even have time to shout, and he became the meal of the black serpent. Sarah! Several gear creatures exclaimed. When they saw the black python clearly, their hearts jumped. How could there be no fierce beasts guarding the spirit fruit? It's a pity that they were so excited that they forgot to observe first. Chen Yang had discovered the existence of the black python a long time ago, but he didn't show up because of the appearance of the creatures of the gear tribe. The biological strength of these gear tribes are all middle level 5th level, and they can be regarded as masters in other places, but they are not enough in front of the 6th level boa constrictor. Several creatures of the gear tribe fled immediately, only to see the black python spit out several ice blades, and shot several creatures into serious injuries in an instant. The black python swam unhurriedly to the side of several gear creatures, and the creatures wanted to resist, and a few flames hit the black python as if it was tickling. Accompanied by several screams, the black python stuck out its tongue in satisfaction. Of course, Chen Yang wouldn't just watch it like this. While the black python was eating, he had turned into a black shadow and came to the giant spirit tree. Several giant spirit fruits were picked by Chen Yang. After thinking about it, he planned to move the whole tree into his space pocket. The time in the space pocket stops passing. If such a good spirit tree is placed here, Chen Yang feels that it is a pity. If the tree is moved together, maybe the tree can be planted on Blue Star in the future. At that time, friends will be able to eat a steady stream of giant spirit fruits. Just thinking about it, Chen Yang's heart has already begun to get excited. The black boa constrictor was quite happy to have a stupid prey automatically delivered to his door, but just as he hiccuped, he felt that the giant spirit fruit he was guarding was gone. The black boa constrictor turned around quickly, seeing that the giant spirit tree was empty. It let out a roar. Chen Yang's figure appeared. Since he planned to move the entire giant spirit tree away, he didn't care if he was discovered. Seeing Chen Yang appearing beside the giant spirit tree, the black python finally saw the culprit. It opened its ferocious mouth, revealing 2 terrifying fangs. Seeing that the black python was so hostile, Chen Yang didn't care. Instead, he stood on the branch and looked at the python easily. I know this is the spiritual fruit you guarded. If you want to take revenge, you can come here. But I have made a promise in advance, if you do it, you will die. Chen Yang squeezed his fingers and made a crackling sound. The black python couldn't hear Chen Yang's voice. Seeing that Chen Yang not only stole his giant spirit fruit, but also stood on the tree condescendingly looking at him, his head became hot, and he spit out a mouthful of icy breath towards Chen Yang. The vitality in Chen Yang's body was not mobilized. Seeing the ice breath rushing towards him, he simply punched the ice breath, and the ice breath melted instantly. Seeing Chen Yang defusing his attack so easily, the black python felt a little bad. The strength of this person in front of him seemed to be beyond his expectations, but if he just let him go like this, the black python would be unwilling. Feeling carefully the breath in the man in front of him, the black python judged that Chen Yang's strength should be similar to his own. After a few seconds of hesitation, the big black python swung its tail towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang temporarily gave up the idea of pulling out the giant spirit tree, and planned to play with the boa constrictor first. With vitality covering his hands, Chen Yang spotted the black python's tail and grabbed it in his hands. The big black python was startled, and before he could react, his entire body was thrown out by Chen Yang. The big black python turned over from the ground and faced Chen Yang. The huge power just now made it a little frightening. Being able to suppress himself only by the strength of his physical body, the black python hesitated for a while, and the power field in his body expanded instantly. It was thinking in its heart that if this blow still couldn't cause damage to the opponent, it planned to give up those giant spirit fruits. The black python spat out a stream of black venom, and the surrounding trees were already destroyed by the smell of the venom before they touched the venom, and the green leaves turned yellow instantly. When Chen Yang saw it, he also unfolded his field of strength, his vitality gathered, and he punched out. The black boa constrictor was shocked. The opponent's power field was obviously much stronger than it. With the blessing of the medium strength field, Chen Yang's physical strength has exceeded tons. Without any suspense, the black python was blown away with a punch, and there was a bloody hole in the middle of the huge python's body. Seeing that the black python lost its fighting power, Chen Yang came to the giant spirit tree. If you want to preserve the whole tree, the roots and soil below the ground must also be well preserved. Chen Yang used the talent of the earth element to raise the land in the entire area. The giant spirit tree was tens of meters high. Under Chen Yang's operation, it was like an earthquake within a kilometer around it. The other races in the distance only saw a huge spiritual tree rising from the ground, breaking through the entire forest barrier in an instant. Seeing the entire giant spirit tree appearing in front of him intact, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction, feeling very proud of his masterpiece. Just as he was about to separate the soil below from the trees, several beams of light in the distance flew towards the place where Chen Yang was. Giant spirit tree. A red figure appeared above Chen Yang. She looked in shock at the spirit tree rising from the ground in front of her and let out a shocked cry. The other 2 figures also rushed over immediately, and were a little shocked to see the giant spirit tree. No, why is there no giant spirit fruit on this tree? A man asked. I don't know. That's how I came here. I should ask him. The woman pointed to Chen Yang and said, Boy, did you take the giant spirit fruit? The man with black figure looked at Chen Yang and asked condescendingly. Chen Yang looked at the three in front of him. From the clothes on their bodies, it can be distinguished that these people are also from the magic star, and they don't know which family they belong to. However, Chen Yang was not interested in knowing which family they belonged to, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. Seeing Chen Yang sizing him up, the man with a black figure showed displeasure on his face. I asked you something, are you deaf? The man with the black figure scolded. Noisy, I hate it when people stand on my head and talk to me, come down. As soon as Chen Yang drank, the man with a black figure actually fell from the air. Puff. The man with the black figure fell down, and under the influence of the dual talents of mind and gravity, it was difficult for him to get up for a while. Stop. The woman with the red figure quickly waved a palm at Chen Yang. Chen Yang withdrew back, out of the range of the red figure's attack. The other man also fell down, looking at Chen Yang with hostility. Who are you? You dare to attack our Lei family? The man scolded angrily. Magic Star Lei family. Chen Yang showed a surprised expression. That's right, knowing that we are Lei's family, why don't you kneel down and apologize? The man looked arrogant. It's a coincidence that this can happen to me, Chen Yang muttered. The man in black finally got up from the ground. Seeing that Chen Yang was unmoved, his heart was filled with killing intent. This giant spirit fruit must have been picked by him, and it's useless to ask. If you dare to treat Lei's family like this, just abolish him and let him know how powerful it is. The man in black patted the dust off his body and said angrily, I think so too. Another man agrees. On the contrary, the woman in red seemed to be a little hesitant, and did not quite agree with the behavior of the two men. Forget it, after all, this giant spirit fruit was picked by someone else, and it was too late for us to find out later. The woman in red didn't seem to want Chen Yang to get hurt because of her words. Lei, you are just too soft-hearted. In the beast secret realm, whoever discovers the treasure belongs to him. Now that we have discovered it, it naturally belongs to us. The man took it for granted. That's right, and if you dare to treat Lei's family like this, you must make him suffer. After the man in black finished speaking, he punched Chen Yang. Chen Yang almost laughed out loud. The Lei family really has the same temper, and I don't know how they survived till now. It's too whimsical to want to deal with him with just a few middle fifth levels, right? Chen Yang opened up his body refining guru breath, and the fist of the man in black suddenly became weak when he was approaching Chen Yang. Sixth order. The man in black was blown over by a wave of air, and after he adjusted his posture, he looked at Chen Yang with shock in his eyes. I heard you want to educate me. Chen Yang said calmly. Yes, so what? I'm from Lei's family. When the man in black talked about the Lei family, he felt a little confident. Lei family, is it very powerful? What does this have to do with you snatching my spirit fruit? Chen Yang approached the man in black, his aura kept oppressing him. Feeling the incomparable power, the man in black lowered his head in humiliation to try to resist. Seeing that Chen Yang was so strong, the other man immediately put away his arrogance just now. This strong man, I'm sorry, we were negligent. Please be generous and let us go, my Lei family will definitely apologize. The man quickly apologized. In his eyes, life is the most important thing. Now stabilize the other party first, wait until the time comes and then investigate this guy's background and find him out. Lei also quickly apologized, hoping that Chen Yang would let the man in black go. Chen Yang chuckled, but it didn't weaken his suppression of the man in black. Since you said that you have a serious apology, why didn't I see your sincerity? Chen Yang said slowly. That man didn't expect Chen Yang to ask for something even though he knew he was from Lei's family. Even so, if he didn't give it, wouldn't it appear that he was very hypocritical? The man thought about it, and finally touched the bracelet on his left hand. Chen Yang looked at the bracelet on the man's hand. This is a unique space bracelet on the magic star, and each one is very expensive. The price of a space bracelet is around high-grade primordial stones, which is worth a ticket to a secret realm. However, the space bracelet on the man's hand is different from ordinary ones. It should be an advanced version, and the price is probably around high-grade primordial stones. Seeing that the man possessed such a luxurious space bracelet, Chen Yang was overjoyed, guessing that the status of these people in Lei's family must not be low. I have 100 kilograms of ulu metal, please accept it. The man took out a large piece of metal and handed it to Chen Yang Dao. Chen Yang took the metal and nodded. Although he wanted to rob them, it was too arrogant to do so directly, and he was afraid of causing trouble. Chen Yang snorted coldly, and withdrew his momentum and thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll let you go. If I encounter this kind of thing next time, it will definitely make you both look good. The two men quickly thanked each other, but Chen Yang could clearly see the unconcealable resentment in their eyes. It seems that these two guys didn't intend to end like this. Chen Yang thought in his heart that letting them go would definitely cause trouble. Thank you, let's go then. Seeing this, Lei quickly pulled the two men away, and seeing the three walking away, Chen Yang sent a clone to follow closely. The movement from the giant spirit tree attracted many people. Chen Yang quickly put the giant spirit tree away, dealt with the black python, and disappeared in place. Others who came after looked at the big hole in the ground, not knowing what happened. On the other side, the three hurriedly retreated from Chen Yang's side. The black-clothed man's face was blue and ugly. Too much deceit? Knowing that we are the Lei family, you dare to treat us like this, you simply don't take the Lei family seriously. When we find brother, we must let him avenge us. Another man agreed. Brother Lei Ming, let's forget it, it's our fault. Riley persuaded. Forget it, that kind of person should be sanctioned by the Lei family. Another man roared angrily, and just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? The man in black looked at the man in front of him warily. The man turned around, and it was exactly what Chen Yang's avatar had transformed into. Hand over your space bracelets, and I'll let you go, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Dream. Lei Ming held the space bracelet on his wrist and backed away slowly. No matter who the middle-aged man in front of him is, since he followed them, he must know that they are the Lei family. After knowing that they belonged to the Lei family, they still dared to come and grab their space bracelet, which showed that the other party was not afraid of the Lei family at all. Since you don't want to, don't blame me for doing it. The middle-aged man showed a strange smile and made a jerk sound. Lei Lin and Lei Ming shot immediately, and the man in black quickly gathered his energy to attack the middle-aged man. The domain aura on the middle-aged man exploded, and in his sight, the speed of the few people was pitifully slow. Puff puff. The middle-aged man swung a palm at each of the three, knocking them into the air with a huge force, and soon lost the strength to resist. It's the 6th level again. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the middle-aged man angrily. You will be hunted down by our Lei family if you do this. So what? The universe is so big, you can still find me. The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense, and directly took off the space bracelets of the three of them. You can't use our space bracelet if you take it away. There are special devices on it, and only those who are bound can use it. Seeing that the bracelet was taken away, Lei Lin hurriedly said. Oh, it seems reasonable. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then took out a long sword and pointed at the man in black. Thank you for reminding me, then please untie the space bracelet now. The man in black vomited blood when he heard the anger, and seeing the long sword piercing his chest, Lei Lin quickly agreed to the middle-aged man's request. I'll help you untie it. Please let my brother go. Lei Lin didn't expect that she would shoot herself in the foot with a stone. The matter has come to this point, she can only obey obediently. Chen Yang would like to thank Lei Lin in his heart at this time. If she hadn't reminded him, he might not be able to open these space bracelets. After unlocking all three bracelets and finding out the original owner's information, Chen Yang controlled the avatar and quickly disappeared in place. Damn it, I must kill you. Seeing that the middle-aged man who threatened him disappeared, the man in black stood up and roared angrily. He blamed all of this on Chen Yang. If Chen Yang hadn't had a conflict with him, how could he be targeted by this middle-aged man? Let's go to Lake, only he can help us avenge. Reluctantly, Lei Ming said hastily. Chen Yang didn't pay attention to so many things. With the space bracelet and the giant spirit tree in hand, he happily walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Half an hour later, Chen Yang came to an entrance. The entrance is a huge palace. The palace looks very vicissitudes of life, as if immersed for hundreds of years. There is a huge barrier outside the palace, and only by breaking through this barrier can one enter. Chen Yang didn't come out immediately, but controlled the avatar to try to break through the barrier with the power of space. It's a pity that the power of space can't pass through, it seems that it can only enter from the front. Chen Yang came out of the forest and found that Nasha was also outside the palace. Miss Nasha. Chen Yang walked over to salute. You're here too. It just so happens that we intend to forcibly destroy this enchantment, so let's help out when you come. Nasha smiled. Okay, miss. Nasha's smile surprised Chen Yang again. Seeing that Chen Yang also came to the palace, Lake showed a disdainful expression. I'm still in a hurry, everyone take action. Lake was filled with demon energy, looking like a great demon king. More and more people gathered outside the palace. Seeing that Lake and others planned to destroy the barrier of the palace, they also followed behind and were ready to enter at any time. I didn't expect you to be here too. A man fell from the sky, and Lake saw that it was Aaron from before. Miss Nasha, look at me, don't bother you to do it. Seeing that several people were about to destroy the barrier, Aaron smiled faintly, with a stronger devilish energy than Lake's. The 7th floor of the demon god art. The demonic energy on Aaron's body surged, and many strong men, including Nasha, were shocked when they saw Aaron's aura. The demon god art is a practice practiced by the most powerful families on the demon star. This exercise was written by the demon god himself, and it is the top cultivation technique on the demon star. There are a total of 10 levels in the demon god art, and each level corresponds to a different level. The aura released from Aaron's body is obviously the 7th level of the demon god art. Although they knew that Aaron had not broken through to the 7th level, it was obvious that the other party had already stepped into it. I believe that it won't be long before Aaron will be the first among them to reach the 7th level of strength. Lake's aggressive appearance just now suddenly weakened. In front of Aaron, his strength is really not enough for the opponent to see. Since brother Aaron is here, let's make a move together. Although Wilson was also shocked by Aaron's strength, he also had a backup and was not afraid that Aaron would be disadvantageous to him. Aaron seemed a little disdainful. He directly injected the magic energy into his arm, and punched the barrier of the palace. A loud noise spread through most of the forest, and apart from some ripples on the enchantment, there was no trace of shattering. Aaron frowned, a little surprised by the hardness of the enchantment. This enchantment should be arranged by the owner here himself. Although it has been so many years, it still maintains its operation, but it has been weakened a lot. Let's take action together, otherwise no one can get in. Wilson took out a big sword, and poured his own demon energy into the big sword continuously. Aaron is no longer stubborn, he has seen the hardness of the enchantment, and he also understands that everyone needs to act together. Nasha took out a pair of gold rings, which should be her natal weapons. The other people were also filled with demonic energy, and soon they joined forces to strike heavily on the barrier of the hall. Everyone's joint blow made the entire barrier tremble violently, but unexpectedly, the barrier still stood firm. Aaron was very surprised. You must know that even the 7th level powerhouse might not be able to take their joint blow. Strength field. Aaron no longer hesitated, and directly opened his own domain. Immediately afterwards, with the rapid force, Aaron's aura reached its peak under the dual domains. Wilson and the others didn't want to lose their aura. They launched the dual domains at the same time, and the magic energy was concentrated and smashed towards the barrier. The entire enchantment finally couldn't hold on. This layer of energy has maintained the palace for many years. Even if no one attacks, it may disappear automatically after decades. Under the joint attack of several people, the energy of the enchantment was exhausted, and only a click was heard, and the entire enchantment was completely shattered. Seeing the shattered barrier, the road leading to the palace emerged. I saw that this road was 1,000 meters long, and at the end of the road, a gate was tightly closed. Aaron hurriedly ran towards the palace, and practitioners of other races rushed over behind him. Chen Yang hurriedly followed behind Nasha, and came to the gate of the palace in the blink of an eye. The aura outside the palace is very strong, and many exotic flowers and plants cover both sides of the middle road. Many cultivators began to pick the spiritual objects nearby, but they were more curious about the palace. Chen Yang turned on the talent of perspective, and the talent of perspective, which is always invincible, was unable to see through the gate of the palace. It seemed that there was a strange energy flowing slowly on the walls of the entire palace, preventing his talent of perspective. Aaron was the first to come to the gate. He pushed hard and the gate opened slowly. A breath of vicissitudes rushed towards them, and everyone stared wide-eyed and looked inside. The inside was resplendent, and it turned out to be a golden mountain. Oh my god, is this 9th level ferocious beast a giant dragon, and it has collected so many treasures? Wall exclaimed, facing the huge golden mountain in front of him. He fell into obsession. Aaron rushed in without saying a word. There are all kinds of treasures on the golden mountain, and just by feeling their breath, you can know that these things are not ordinary things. Practitioners of other races also swarmed in, and just when Aaron was about to touch the golden mountain, a black energy hit everyone. With a deafening roar, a huge figure landed in front of Jinshan. Chen Yang saw that it was a 4-legged monster that looked like a dragon but not a dragon. This monster was completely black, with white hair on its head and back. Its eyes were fierce, and it stared coldly at the cultivators on the various planets in front of it. This is Yazi. Nasha was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the beast. Everyone looked at the monster in front of them as if they were facing an enemy. Yazi is the descendant of the legendary dragon, but the Yazi in front of him is not as terrifying as in the legend. Chen Yang checked the monster's talent, and it was only a middle-level 7th level strength. Fierce beast, Yazi, growth stage. Bloodline, lesser true dragon. Cultivation realm, 7th level. Strength, 3.2 mountain force. Cultivation talent, advanced comprehension. Special talents, strength, advanced perception, strength field, intermediate level, speed, advanced perception, super speed power, intermediate level, shadow, spiritual level, dragon power, spiritual level, coercion, spiritual level. Seeing such a terrifying beast in front of him, Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yazi, who is only in the growth stage, has the strength of the 7th level. If he reaches the mature stage, won't he break through the 8th level? Although this is only a low-level real dragon, Chen Yang is envious of the opponent's bloodline advantage. Aaron looked at the fierce beast in front of him with a dignified expression. Regardless of his usual arrogant appearance, he was still very cautious when facing the 7th level fierce beast, and did not make a move immediately. It seems that you have to kill it to get the treasure. The devilish energy in Wilson's body boiled up. Even in the face of the 7th order beast, Wilson had no intention of shrinking back. Miss Nasha, let's join hands. Aaron made an unprecedented proposal. Okay, I will restrict its actions, you attack. Nasha nodded, the golden ring in her hand shone brightly. Yazi was very angry at the people's invasion of its territory, and the dragon power enveloped the entire hall, so even if they wanted to leave, they would have to spend some time destroying the dragon power barrier. Many 5th level cultivators looked at Yazi in front of them and didn't even dare to vent their anger. They came in to try their luck, but who knew they would meet such a ruthless character as soon as they came. Roar. With Yazi's roar, a thick black mist emerged from its body and rushed towards everyone. Many cultivators with only 5th level strength were swallowed by the black mist before they even had time to dodge. There were bursts of heart-piercing wailing in the black mist, but the sound stopped abruptly, obviously losing its vitality. Aaron's fists glowed black and red. Facing the oncoming black mist, he burst out with endless fighting spirit. The huge fist slammed towards the black mist wrapped in demon energy. This fist only opened a hole in the black mist, and it was immediately filled up. Seeing this, Nasha waved out the golden rings in her hands. These pair of golden rings were a birthday present from her father. Even cultivators with 7th level strength must be careful of the attacks of the golden rings. Under Nasha's control, Jin Huan grew rapidly, and then slammed towards Yazi. Yazi raised his paw and slapped one gold ring away, but the other one took the opportunity to slip on its body. The golden ring tightened quickly. Yazi suffered from pain, and saw that the golden ring actually trapped Yazi's body firmly. Good chance. Aaron and Wilson immediately pushed the dual domains to the limit, punching and attacking Yazi's head fiercely. Not to be outdone by Wall and Lake, the demonic blood in their bodies boiled, and a dragon and an eagle entangled with each other and slammed into Yazi's body fiercely. Under the control of the golden ring, Yazi couldn't move, it could only control the thick black mist to condense into a solid body to resist the attacks of several people. Accompanied by the dragon force, the attacks of several people hit Yazi like a meteorite. Does it work? Chen Yang looked curiously into the black mist. The dense black mist surrounded Yazi's body, and the talent of clairvoyance couldn't find Yazi's body for a while. Strange, where did you go? Chen Yang can be sure that his talent for clairvoyance has not been blocked, but there is indeed no Yazi in the black mist. He was startled, suddenly realized something, and immediately left the place. Just after Chen Yang left the place, a bloody mouth broke out from the ground, and the 5th level cultivators around who had no time to react were swallowed in one gulp. Chen Yang stared at Yazi in front of him. The golden ring on it had disappeared. It turned out that it was the shadow talent that made it out of the control of the golden ring. Aaron and the others all looked surprised when they saw Yazi suddenly appearing behind them. They did not have Chen Yang's ability to check talents, so naturally they didn't know that Yazi's special talent was shadow. Be careful, the special talent of this Yazi is shadow, and its body may appear in every place. Chen Yang quickly opened his mouth to remind. Nasha glanced at Chen Yang unexpectedly, and could immediately judge Yazi's special talent, which would make them more prepared for the next battle. Shadow talent is very difficult to deal with, this is troublesome. Lake had plans to leave, but the hall was surrounded by Yazi's dragon power, and he couldn't break through without a certain amount of time. Seeing how fierce Yazi was, Aaron's fighting spirit was aroused. The blood of the demon race in his body was running wildly. Even if he knew that the opponent had the talent of shadow, he still killed him without hesitation. Devil King Fist. Aaron's strength has been brought to the extreme, and his special talent can vaguely suppress Yazi's shadow talent. The mysterious special talent invaded Yazi's shadowed body, and Chen Yang immediately felt a powerful spiritual storm. Clever. Chen Yang couldn't help but praise in his heart that the talent of spiritual power is almost the nemesis of the shadow. As long as the breath of Yazi is locked, the talent of spiritual power can easily invade the opponent's mind. Even with the talent of shadow, it is very difficult to defend against. While Chen Yang was praising Aaron, Yazi retracted the dragon power to form a special barrier. The barrier formed by dragon power can block any talent, even if it is not the same level of space power, it cannot break through. Aaron's spiritual talent was blocked by Longli, but he didn't panic. He didn't know when he had an extra pair of gloves. With the blessing of the gloves and blood, Aaron's strength has already surpassed the limit of the 6th level, and this blow is close to -tons. Feeling Aaron's strength, Chen Yang put away his contempt for the magic star. I thought I was the only one who could display such a powerful strength in a low-level state, but I didn't expect to see another one now. Of course, Chen Yang didn't feel that he was worse than the other party. Aaron himself was the top 6th order realm, and it was not too exaggerated to display such a strong strength. The powerful energy smashed the dragon power into pieces. Everyone thought that this blow would seriously injure Yazi, but a giant claw suddenly broke out from the black mist, and Aaron's double domain was immediately suppressed. It was Yazi who opened the dual domain. Chen Yang immediately saw the movements in the black mist clearly. The power field instantly countered Aaron, and the huge dragon claw sent Aaron flying, hitting the wall of the hall. Aaron's ribs were broken and his chest was sunken. Wall was shocked, even Aaron was not a match for Yazi, so wouldn't he go up to deliver food? Yazi didn't think about what Wall was thinking, it turned into a black mist and sent Wall flying with its claws. Seeing that the next target was Nasha, Nasha quickly recalled the golden ring to block her. Demonic energy was poured into the golden ring like money, and under the protection of the golden ring, Nasha was only sent flying more than 100 meters. Although she seemed the most relaxed now, only Nasha knew that nearly half of the demonic energy in her body had been consumed just by receiving Yazi's claw. If Yazi continued to attack her, she would be seriously injured if she didn't use her 3 claws. While Nasha was praying, Yazi did not shift his target. Seeing that Nasha was not seriously injured, Yazi attacked again. Damn! Wilson raised his long sword and slashed at Yazi. All the talents in his body were pressed towards Yazi. The long sword in his hand shone with red light, and the giant claws collided with each other, unexpectedly blocked the blow. Seeing that Wilson's long sword forced Yazi back, Chen Yang was a little surprised. The power of this Yazi's claws under the blessing of the dual domains exceeds 20 tons. To be able to resist such a powerful claw must not rely on his own strength. Chen Yang's guess was correct. This long sword contained his father's 8th level of strength. Even though it was not much, it could still stop Yazi for a moment. How about we run away? This guy is not something we can deal with at all. Wall paled, got up and asked. Okay, now Longli has withdrawn, take this opportunity to leave quickly. Who? Chen Yang, you come to lure Yazi. Lake was also in favor of the proposal. Lake, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yang may not be able to catch even one claw, how can he lure him? Nasha frowned. It's just an outsider. It's a good thing to buy a little time. Geniuses are everywhere. Isn't it right for him to dedicate himself? Rick took it for granted. Let me try. Chen Yang punched Yazzie with a golden light all over his body. Yazzie showed a look of disdain, and he slapped Chen Yang away with his claws. Copy talent. Of course, Chen Yang would not be really arrogant to stop Yazzie from buying time for everyone. All he did was to gain Yazzie's blood and talent. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't resist even one move, Lake cursed secretly. Stop farting, Chen Yang can't stop it. You go first, I'll come. The long sword in Wilson's hand erupted with dazzling light. With the blessing of the 8th level of power, he was temporarily able to fight Yazzie for a while. Yazzie also felt the threat of the long sword. It stared at Wilson with wide eyes. Wilson felt that he was locked in. If it wasn't for this long sword, he might have ended up in the same fate as Aaron. Aaron managed to calm down. He forcibly reset the bones in his body. After seeing Wilson make a move, there was no trace of ink, and he hurriedly ran towards the outside of the hall. Chen Yang, let's go. Wilson, be careful too. Nasha glanced at Wilson and warned. Wilson showed an expression wrapped around me, which made Nasha care about him, and he felt that it was all worth it. Chen Yang hurriedly followed Nasha out of the hall. How could he be so shrewd, willing to let go of the treasure in the palace? His avatar turned into a shadow and slowly entered from the bottom of the hall. Because Yazzie was attracted by Wilson's long sword, he didn't notice Chen Yang's clone for a while. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Yang quickly controlled the avatar to bypass the main hall and come to the rear of the palace. Originally, he could also steal some treasures from the main hall and leave, but since the treasures in the main hall are so rich, wouldn't the things in the back hall be better? It was with this thought that Chen Yang's avatar walked around to the rear without hesitation. Once out of the palace, Nasha looked at the palace worriedly. I could only hear the roar of Yazzie continuously coming from inside, accompanied by the roar of explosions, and I didn't know what happened to Wilson inside. The palace will definitely not be able to enter. Let's look elsewhere. I just hope this guy doesn't catch up. Wall recuperated the injury and suggested. I feel the same way. I don't know how long this secret realm will last. Since the palace is guarded by Yazzie, we can only see if there are any spiritual objects in other places. Nasha agrees with Wall. Then leave it alone. Aaron was in a hurry to recuperate his injury, and he didn't use his backhand. Unless it really endangered his life, he would not choose to just use it like this. Fortunately, his previous attack forced Yazzie to take back the dragon power. Coupled with Wilson's threat, he managed to escape from the palace by chance. Otherwise, his backhand will definitely be wasted on Yazzie, and he won't get anything by then, so the gain outweighs the loss. Chen Yang, I'm also looking for spiritual objects. Are you following me or looking for opportunities by yourself? Nasha asked. Miss Nasha, I want to go around by myself. Chen Yang replied. Seeing that Chen Yang had her own ideas, Nasha didn't force her, so she nodded and left. Then I'm leaving too. Wall said. More and more cultivators from other planets rushed over outside the hall. Hearing the roar in the palace, they fled quickly, fearing that the monsters inside would rush out. Just when Chen Yang was about to leave, a few familiar figures came running from a distance. They were the 3 Lei family members whom he had met before. Cousin. When the man in black saw Lake, his face showed excitement. Reina. Lake looked at the man in black in front of him with a hint of relief. I thought something happened to you, but fortunately, I met you. Come with me next. Cousin, you want to avenge us? Reina in black couldn't wait to complain. What happened? Rick was puzzled. We found a giant spirit tree, but it was robbed by someone. That person knew we were Lei's family and dared to do this. He obviously didn't take our Lei family seriously. Lake told everything that happened, and he added many things that were not there. Look, cousin, all our space bracelets have been robbed. If it wasn't for that person, we wouldn't be targeted. Renner stretched out his hand aggrievedly and said, That's right, cousin, you must help us. Lei Ming also cheered and added jealousy, but Lei Li didn't speak. It's unreasonable. Who is that person? Have you recorded his appearance? Lei Ke was furious. Someone dared to bully the Lei family. He really didn't take the Lei family seriously. The person he had to beat would cry for his father and mother? We don't know those 2 people either. There is one. When Lei Na was describing the appearance of the other party, Lei Li pushed him aside and pointed at Chen Yang. What? Reina looked in the direction Lei Li pointed. His pupils dilated instantly. It's him, cousin, look. Reina was so excited that he almost jumped up. When Lake looked back, he found that the person his cousin was talking about was Chen Yang. It's you? Lake looked at Chen Yang with an unnatural expression. That's right, cousin, it's him. Even if it turns to ashes, I'll recognize him. Lei Ming also spoke. Seeing this, Rick's eyes sharpened instantly. You dare to bully my Lei family? Lake looked at Chen Yang with sharp eyes like electricity and asked. Oh, your cousin's strength is not very good, but his ability to tell stories is quite powerful. Chen Yang chuckled. So you admit it. Rick flexed his muscles, ready to make a move. I found the giant spirit tree, but they wanted to steal my things later. Do I have to give them back? Chen Yang said calmly. He lied, obviously he robbed us. We discovered it first. Renner retorted. I don't care who discovered it first, hand over the giant spirit tree. The momentum from Lake's body spread out and pressed towards Chen Yang. Sorry, I won't give up my things. Chen Yang laughed. Seeing Chen Yang's arrogant attitude, Lake no longer hesitated. In that case, then I can only ask you to hand it over, but you may not be able to bear the consequences. After speaking, the devilish energy surged on Lake's body, and his white clothes slowly floated along with the devilish energy. With force under his feet, he slapped Chen Yang instantly. Mental focus. Chen Yang activated his talent secretly, and in his eyes, Lake's movements suddenly slowed down. A layer of golden light appeared on Chen Yang's hand. He clasped Lake's wrist sideways and threw it out. Lake didn't understand what happened. He stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes, unwilling to believe that Chen Yang could do that grab just now. Reina and the others looked at his cousin in disbelief. In their eyes, his cousin was a 6th-level practitioner and possessed the blood of the demon race. This level of strength belongs to the best of the same age in the entire Magic Star. The opponent looks younger than him. How could his cousin not be the opponent? Lake didn't believe it either. He judged that Chen Yang must have used a special talent. Thinking of this, his confidence increased a bit. Not bad, what kind of talent is this? Even I can't react. Rick adjusted his breath and asked. Does it have something to do with you? Since you want to trouble me, don't make trouble, call quickly, I have something to do. Chen Yang's avatar entered the apps. If he hadn't been entangled by Lake now, he would have speeded up the progress of searching for the treasure. Don't be ashamed. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't admit it, Lake didn't hesitate. I was very aggrieved in the ring before. At that time, I thought that Chen Yang was an ordinary 5th-order realm, but I didn't expect that the opponent was actually a body-refining practitioner, whose strength was already comparable to 6th order. Now he can finally use his full strength and beat up the opponent. Thinking of this, the water element talent on Lake's body was activated immediately, and Chen Yang was instantly surrounded by the energy formed by the water element in the air. If you still have time to apologize, I'll give you another chance. Don't be mother-in-law, hurry up. Lake still wanted to speak, but he was interrupted by Chen Yang. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, his eyes were black and fierce, and he let out a roar. If you don't want to drink a toast, you'll have to kneel down. Hundreds of times of gravity fell on Chen Yang in an instant, and Lei Na and Lei Ming became excited when they saw their cousin making a full shot. However, there was no expected scene of Chen Yang kneeling on the ground, only Chen Yang was still standing there relaxed, and Lake's gravity talent seemed to be offset by something. How is this possible? Lake's eyes widened. Strange things happened one after another. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that Chen Yang was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Since you don't make a move, it's my turn. The vitality of Chen Yang's body surged, and under his control, all the vitality around him turned into Chen Yang's helpers. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Chen Yang activated his slow talent and super speed force. His body instantly passed through the water element trap formed by Lake, and turned into a phantom of a white tiger to hit Lake. Lake quickly blocked it, but the opponent used the slow talent, and Lake's body couldn't keep up with his thinking at all. The Huhuang fist sent Lake flying, and under Lei Lin's exclamation, Lake fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With all the strength of the 6th level of physical strength unleashed, the defenseless Lake felt like he was falling apart. Cousin, are you okay? Reina hurried forward to inquire. He wanted his cousin to teach Chen Yang a good lesson, and took the giant spirit tree over by the way, but he didn't expect this to be the result. Lei Kei's face was as black as charcoal. The opponent was just a nobody, and he was the best genius of the Lei family. He never expected that the two would be completely defeated by him. Lake stood up, regardless of his injuries, he opened both domains. You forced me. The magic energy in Lake's body surged, and he turned into a huge black eagle in the blink of an eye. This is the strongest way for him to burn the explosive power of his own blood. The special talents are all integrated into the black eagle. With his loud shout, the black eagle is like a monster descending from the sky and rushing towards Chen Yang. Sensing the terrifying power of the demon blood, Chen Yang no longer hesitated. Then his own dual domains opened up, and under the control of Yuan Li, all the surrounding Yuan Qi gathered towards Chen Yang. Long Huang Fist. With a dragon chant, Chen Yang's body turned into a golden dragon phantom and collided fiercely with the black eagle. The force of this blow reached tons. The entire palace outside changed color as the two fought against each other, and some practitioners who watched the show retreated in fright when they saw such a powerful attack from the two. With a shocking sound piercing the sky, a white figure was blasted out of the center of the explosion. Lei Na Ding Yang saw that he was still his cousin. This guy is so strong, why have I never heard of his name in Magic Star? The humanoid creatures watching from a distance and people from other families of the Magic Star looked at the unscathed Chen Yang and talked a lot. The collision between the two really shocked many people. Lake's strength is also considered to be outstanding among his peers, and he has a high-level demon blood, and his cultivation skills are much stronger than others. Even so, under the condition of burning blood, Lake still lost to Chen Yang, which is enough to illustrate Chen Yang's horror. Faced with such a result, Lake couldn't bear the humiliation, and even fainted. Chen Yang adjusted his breath slightly, looking at the stunned three people. Chen Yang showed a slight smile. Are you still planning to seek revenge on me? Chen Yang's smile looked like a devil in the eyes of the three of them. They lifted Lake and ran away behind him immediately. Seeing that several people disappeared from sight, Chen Yang did not pursue them. Although there must be more good things in Lei Kei's body, Chen Yang is afraid that the other party will tell the family that when he leaves the secret realm, even Nasha may not be willing to offend the Lei family because of him. Chen Yang knew it well, and didn't do anything too extreme. The things in the secret realm are originally obtained by the strong, let alone the giant spirit tree he discovered first. Even if he really snatched it, letting others know can only be due to his lack of strength. After the matter here was over, Chen Yang found a secret place and began to manipulate the avatar that entered the apse. Under the control of Chen Yang, the avatar quickly searched for the spiritual objects in the apse. There are many larger houses in the apse, and the things stored in each house are different. Chen Yang didn't care so much. His clone quickly broke into a house, which turned out to be a pharmacy. Of course, Chen Yang wouldn't look carefully at the effects of these drugs. If he couldn't move the whole house, he would definitely throw the roof and tiles into the pocket of space. Looking at the medicines with different auras in front of him, Chen Yang quickly put them all into his pockets. Seeing that the pharmacy was almost the same, Chen Yang hurried into the next room. The next room was full of strange weapons and armor. Chen Yang tried to destroy the armor, but under his punch of compressed vitality, the armor was not damaged at all. Chen Yang threw all these equipments into the space pocket excitedly. If it is brought to Blue Star, it will definitely make the practitioners boil. Just after he put away all the equipment, Chen Yang suddenly discovered a strange Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube is blue in color and exudes a faint light. Chen Yang tried to use his vitality to perceive the purpose of the Rubik's Cube, but his vitality was instantly absorbed like a stone sinking into the sea. Not only that, Rubik's Cube seemed to have tasted the sweetness, his body was full of blue light, and he started to forcibly absorb the vitality in Chen Yang's body. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately cut off the supply of his own vitality. In just a few seconds, 1/5 of the vitality in his body was consumed. Without the supply of vitality, the blue Rubik's Cube returned to its original appearance. Chen Yang has a strong curiosity about this thing, but now is obviously not the time to explore the secret. He put away the Rubik's Cube, and then left the weapon room. The rest is the master's room. Chen Yang hurried in. Just as he stepped into the master's room, Yazzie from the main hall seemed to have discovered something, and sent Wilson flying with one claw. Seeing that Yazzie was attracted by other things, Wilson hurriedly fled towards the outside of the palace. The long sword in his hand had already dimmed a lot. If he persisted for a while, he would definitely be no match for Yazzie. Leaving the gate of the palace, Wilson looked inside unwillingly. Yazzie should be a subordinate of the master of the secret realm, maybe even a descendant, but according to his inference, the other party should not come out of the palace easily. Seeing that there was no way to obtain the spiritual object inside, Wilson had to give up. Jeju sensed that someone had entered the main room. It first wondered why it didn't feel someone intruding, then got angry and rushed towards the apse immediately. Chen Yang looked at a dragon cauldron suspiciously at this moment. This dragon cauldron looked quite old, and the aura of age on it seemed to come from thousands of years ago. Observing carefully, Chen Yang found that the dragon cauldron was engraved with dense patterns and characters. With the talent of clairvoyance, Chen Yang could see that what was engraved on it should be a practice method. Just when he was about to continue to explore the secrets of Longding, Yazzie's roar came from behind him. Sensing the aura of Yazzie, Chen Yang quickly put the dragon cauldron into his space pocket, and he fled on the ground, turning into a shadow and leaving. The avatar was originally something that Chen Yang could give up at will. Since he finally came in, of course he would not leave just like that. Chen Yang felt a strong aura coming, followed the aura, and soon found a back garden. I saw that there are countless exotic flowers and plants in the back garden, which are of better quality than the spirits outside the palace. What's even more amazing is that there is a small pond next to it, and the water in the pond continuously flows into the garden. Chen Yang became excited. The liquid in the pond was very similar to the spiritual liquid he had obtained before. But what attracted his attention more was a crystal gourd on the small pond. A drop of spiritual liquid was slowly forming at the mouth of the crystal gourd, and the spiritual energy inside was more intense than the spiritual energy in the pool. Nice one. Chen Yang hastened to do it. The water in the pond can be discarded, but this gourd must be taken. Although there is a lot of water in the whole pond, a discerning person can tell at a glance that the whole pond water is formed because of the existence of gourds. As soon as Chen Yang touched the crystal gourd, a bloodthirsty desolate atmosphere attacked him. At this time, Chen Yang no longer hid, his dual domains were opened, and his body held the gourd in his hands like lightning. The gourd may not look big, but its weight is beyond Chen Yang's imagination. Even if he is holding this gourd, he still has some difficulty. After finally stuffing the crystal gourd into the space pocket, Yazzie's huge dragon claws grabbed Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang teleported away from the original place, and his foresight talent was activated. He was surprised to find that he could only vaguely see Yazzie's next move. At first he wanted to check to see if there were any other treasures in the apse, but he also gave up resisting when he saw that Yazzie spread out the dragon force barrier to trap him. After cutting off the connection with the avatar, Chen Yang hurriedly left the place. The farther away from the palace the better. As Chen Yang expected, not long after, there were bursts of dragon chant in the palace. Yazzie was very strange. He clearly killed the man in front of him, but all the treasures in the palace disappeared. Seeing that the things he was guarding were stolen by this group of outsiders, his eyes were covered by black mist. In the next second, Yazi disappeared into the palace, and its body grew rapidly, reaching a height of 80 meters in just a few seconds. Yazi's aura climbed to the peak, and a huge roar spread throughout the secret realm under the dragon's power. Many cultivating creatures trembled with fright when they heard Jzi's voice, and even thought of escaping from the secret realm. What happened? Wilson looked puzzled. If this Jzi wanted to take revenge on everyone, he should have come out long ago. Why is it at this time? Just when Wilson was wondering, his breath was instantly locked by Yazi. It was Wilson who kept Yazi in check before, causing it to ignore the existence of Chen Yang's avatar. Because Wilson walked the slowest, Yazi quickly spotted him. Damn. Wilson sensed Yazi's eyes and knew something was wrong. If Yazi kept staring at him, he would be in big trouble. Yazi came out. Aaron in the distance also made a surprised sound. The appearance of Yazi is undoubtedly a huge disaster for other creatures. It wasn't long before the secret realm started this time, even less than half a day, but in less than half a day, they provoked a 7th-order fierce beast. If this Yazi wants to take revenge, countless creatures will die in the entire secret realm. Chen Yang also heard Yazi's roar, and he guessed that the other party must have been irritated by his actions. Thinking of how much he had removed from the palace, it would be no wonder that Yazi didn't chase him out. However, Chen Yang was not afraid. If he wanted to run away, Yazi would definitely not be able to catch up with him. After thinking about it, Chen Yang changed his appearance. Although there are still many things in the whole secret realm that I don't have time to explore, Chen Yang is not greedy. He was already planning to leave the secret realm, and he was able to get the giant spirit tree and crystal gourd. This harvest was already very good. Chen Yang searched for the entrance according to the previous direction, and not long after, he found a large number of cultivating creatures fleeing along the entrance. He was not conspicuous among the many creatures, and the demon star people outside didn't even look at him. What's the situation? Why so many practitioners have come out? The person who was not qualified to enter outside asked curiously. There is a towering monster inside. It's too terrifying, and it's impossible to survive if it stays inside. A magic star said in fear. Hearing the descriptions of the practitioners who came out, those who did not go in were even a little lucky. There are often fierce beasts guarding the secret realm in the secret realm, but the general strength is not so strong. This fierce beast in the secret realm is actually a yawn, and everyone feels scared just hearing the name. Once Yazi grows up, he will even be stronger than many 9th-level practitioners. At that time, it is estimated that only the devil can subdue it. More and more cultivating creatures escaped from it. Their faces were full of fear, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. The ferocious beast inside has gone mad. The aura is too terrifying. Many people were killed. The escaped cultivator described the situation inside incoherently, and the hearts of the people outside sank. There was a mid-level 7th-rank beast inside. Money back? Money back. Yes, refund the money. This time the secret realm is completely sent to death. I saw with my own eyes that the beast was provoked by Wilson. He killed us all by himself. The public opinion outside immediately turned to Wilson. If Wilson came out, I don't know what his expression will be. Of course, these have nothing to do with Chen Yang. Chen Yang left the secret realm a long time ago and rushed towards the crack where he left his breath before. Tanro must not be able to find it for a while, but Chen Yang already knows the reason why Tanro can control the beast through the memory of the lizardman. Many of the fierce beasts on this beast star have been transformed by the Demon King. They are constantly exploring new worlds. Demonized crystals are an important means to conquer the creatures in the new world. Once the magic liquid in the magic crystal is consumed, it will become a different species. These alien species can control the fierce beasts that have surrendered to the devil to enter the cracks and invade other worlds, and at the same time absorb vitality to provide energy for the magic crystal. As for Tanro, she is a special existence among heterogeneous species. There is a rumor that all creatures who have seen the devil will become his loyal servants, and Tanro is the lucky one chosen by the devil. It is for this reason that other ferocious beasts obey Tanro's orders. It is conceivable that this rumor is quite true. After this crack exploration, Chen Yang understood that the Demon King is a more advanced creature. Their strength is terrifying, and they continue to conquer other planets. If they are not careful, the Earth may become the next Magic Stars casino. After a long time, Chen Yang finally found the crack that he had crossed before. Chen Yang didn't enter the crack immediately, but found a suitable place to practice. The vitality on the Beast Star is much stronger than that on the Blue Star. Chen Yang uses the vitality of the Beast Star to control it. He had already cultivated to Dachan before Yuanli took control of it. This time, Chen Yang decided to raise his combat skills to Dachan. With the strong vitality of the Beast Star, Chen Yang is more comfortable in controlling the vitality. After several days of practice, Yuanli control finally broke through. At this time, Chen Yang felt as if he had become one with Yuanqi, and the control of Yuanqi was no longer an ordinary combat skill, but like Chen Yang's own talent. In Chen Yang's body, the original vitality lake also undergoes a wonderful change. When Yuanli mastered and practiced to perfection, the lake in the Danshan was covered with a layer of faint gold. At this time, Chen Yang no longer used Yuanqi, but purer Yuanli. It took a few more days, and all the vitality in his body was converted into Yuanli. Now even if he doesn't practice, the Yuanli in his body will follow it. Even with one breath, the vitality between the heaven and the earth can be transformed into more pure energy and stored in the Danshan. Although the lake in the danshan within the body becomes smaller, the shrunken lake stores more energy. Chen Yang could only hold on for half a minute before opening the double medium field, but now it is more than 1 minute. Call. Chen Yang opened his eyes, and the clothes on his body were slightly smelly. Taking a bath with the water element, Chen Yang entered the crack. Yanchen's joint team base. It's been more than a week, and there is still no trace of Chen Yang. Han Chen slumped on the sofa, with a dozen bottles of beer poured beside him, making the room look very messy. Seeing Han Chen's appearance, Zhou Yuan sighed deeply. Not only Han Chen, but even Han Mensi disappeared every day. I don't know where to look for Chen Yang again. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to enlighten Han Chen, the sound of high boots sounded outside the door. The door was opened, and when Han Chen heard the voice, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Have you found anything? Han Chen knew that it was Han Mensi who came in. No, I'll go see other places tomorrow. Han Mensi found a free place to sit down, her eyes were indescribably confused. Han Chen, I know that you have a good relationship with Chen Yang, and I also rely on Chen Yang's blessing to step into the Grandmaster. I am as worried about Chen Yang's life as you are, but I have asked the troops to search for it. You can't do it every day. Stay here and drink away your worries. Zhou Yuan said earnestly. Captain, leave me alone, I want to be decadent for a while. Han Chen picked up the wine bottle and took a sip. You have to wake me up today. Zhou Yuan shouted loudly. The destruction of the glorious base left indelible psychological scars on many people, and the same is true for Zhou Yuan. But he is the captain of the entire joint team. If even he falls into decadence, the entire Yanchinj army will fall into chaos. As the captain, he didn't want his players to fall into this state all day long. If one day that 7th tier fire dragon attacks again, what will Yanchinj do to stop it? Report. Just as Zhou Yuan was trying to find a way to cheer up Han Chen, the voice of a soldier came from outside the door. What's up? Zhou Yuan raised his head and asked. It's the mission from the Eagle Kingdom. They called just now and planned to rest in Yanchinj for a few days. They also want to compete with the joint team, replied the soldier. Embassy sparring. It was only then that Yuan Zhou remembered the notice sent by the above. If there are foreign missions passing by, they must be treated well. Thinking of the other parties' offer to discuss, Zhou Yuan had a thought in his mind. Han Chen, if you can give the team a good reputation, I will give you a special team to find Chen Yang. How about it? Zhou Yuan said. Hearing Zhou Yuan's conditions, Han Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true, including you Han Mensi, but if you lose, cheer me up. The team still has a lot of things to deal with. Don't just stay in the house all day long. Run around outside. Okay, I promise you, keep your word. Han Chen sat up from the sofa. If I win, you have to lend me all the equipment of the army. I will never give up until I find Chen Yang's body. Okay, I promise you, take a shower, and we will meet in the living room later. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Han Mensi. You come too. Han Mensi nodded slowly, but her eyes were confused and she didn't know what she was thinking. Captain Zhou, come to see Han Chen again. Behind him, Bai Fengshi just passed by, saw Zhou Yuan coming out of Han Chen's rest room and said, General Bai. Zhou Yuan nodded, and then told Bai Fengshi about the matter. Oh, I'm very ashamed to say this. It's all because of Chen Yang who attracted the attention of the evil dragon, otherwise I would have been slapped to death by the evil dragon. If there were not too many refugees coming in from Yanchinj recently, the army is busy with construction, I have already sent someone to look for him. I have the same thoughts as Han Chen, even if I die, I still want to see the body. Bai Fengshi decided. Since this is the case, I will ask General Bai to lead a team to help me watch over Han Chen and Han Mensi, lest they do anything unexpected. Zhou Yuan said. Don't worry, I will take good care of them when the time comes. Let's go, you should know that the foreign missions are coming, let's go to receive them together. General Bai said as he walked out of the base. Outside the base, a group of luxurious reception vehicles slowly drove into the gate of the joint forces. This is the country of Hua. Refugees are everywhere along the way. I really don't know how they spend every day. Let me say that such a country doesn't need cooperation at all. They have to beg us. In the reception car, a blonde man said disdainfully, Eddie, please stop talking. It seems that a 7th order beast attacked a base on their side. These refugees are all from the base. A woman stopped him from speaking. Nancy, you don't need to speak for these yellow people. Even the 7th level can't solve it. If you let them know that there are 8th level fierce beasts in this world, wouldn't they be scared to pee their pants? Eddie laughed smugly. Don't go too far, we are in someone else's territory now, I don't want to cause any trouble because of your speech. The head of the mission suddenly spoke. Yes, Captain Sam. Eddie lazily agreed. The reception car stopped, and Sam led all the staff out of the car. Welcome to the Eagle Nation mission. We have been a bit negligent in hospitality. If there is any dissatisfaction, please bear with us. Zhou Yuan walked up and stretched out his hand to say hello. Thank you. I heard that Captain Zhou is the youngest Grandmaster in Yanchinj. Now I say that it is as it should be. Sam held out his hand and smiled. The two held each other secretly, and Sam's strength turned out to be very strong. Obviously he was also a master. Knowing that the representative of the other party turned out to be the leader of the Grandmaster, Zhou Yuan also paid more attention to this reception task. Everyone has worked hard all the way, go ahead and sit down. Bai Fengshi also stepped forward and said, Sam looked at Bai Fengshi and didn't know who the other party was, but the aura emanating from the other party showed that this middle-aged man was not simple. I didn't expect there to be 2 grandmasters in Yen City. It really shocked me. Sam said politely. My name is Bai Fengshi, and I am a lieutenant general. Bai Fengshi introduced himself. Oh, I see, it's the general stationed at the Guanghui base. So here, I thought he died at the base. Eddie whispered to his teammates beside him. Grandmaster's ears are so sensitive. Seeing Eddie deliberately teasing the glorious base, the scene fell into silence for a while. Sorry, my men don't know the rules. Sam apologized on the surface, but he couldn't see the sincerity in his heart. It's okay, the matter of the glorious base is inevitable, and it may come to your place one day. If you know this matter, you can also prepare for future invasions. There was a hint of provocation in Zhou Yuan's words. Several people stopped talking, and then entered the joint base. The facilities in the joint base are still relatively luxurious, and the Eagle Nation mission no longer underestimated each other as before. We came here this time not only to stay in Yen City, but also because we heard that Huiguo's joint team is very powerful, and they are the elites in the army. I wonder if there is a chance to experience your demeanor this time, so that my team members can experience it, asked Sam, drinking his tea. Zhou Yuan looked at the few people and showed a meaningful smile. On the surface, what Sam said was nice, but his own purpose was to show off his might. Of course Zhou Yuan and the others could hear it, but since they were on the territory of the joint team, they were naturally not afraid. Of course, no problem. Our team members are also very interested in this sparring. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. I don't know what realm you plan to send to compete with us. Let the martial artist go first. Sam pointed to several young teenagers beside him and said. Zhou Yuan's eyes froze. These teenagers seemed to be around 22 years old, but they had already reached the realm of martial arts. This cultivation speed can be regarded as a top genius in Yanshinj. Then come with me, let's go to the playing field outside. Following Zhou Yuan's speech, a group of people followed to the place where the friendly match was held before. The arena has been restored to its original state, and there are no traces of previous damage. Zhou Yuan glanced at Han Chen, as if asking him if he could go up. Han Chen nodded. Finally had such an opportunity for Zhou Yuan to use a lot of resources to find Chen Yang, he would definitely not let it go. Following Han Chen's appearance, the mission also sent a martial artist. The two didn't say much, just introduced a few words casually, and the battle started immediately. Han Chen avoided the opponent's attack by virtue of his super sense, and because he swallowed the spiritual liquid Chen Yang gave him, Han Chen's strength was greatly enhanced. Seeing that he couldn't attack Han Chen, the other party became anxious. With the rhythm being grasped by Han Chen, this game seems to have ended early. Just when Han Chen was about to end the match with a full blow, the opponent suddenly swallowed a bottle of potion. Han Chen felt bad, so he hurriedly stopped him, but when he was about to interrupt the opponent with his fist, the medicine had already been swallowed. A huge force threw Han Chen away, and the young man looked much stronger suddenly. I forgot to introduce to you, this is a new drug developed by our research laboratory. It can greatly improve the strength, speed, and reaction nerves of a practitioner in a short period of time, and the side effects of this drug are very small. It only needs to rest for 2 days. All restored. With Sam's introduction, the situation on the field changed instantly. Han Chen relied on his talent to avoid the opponent's attack, but he was negligent in the end. Soon he was not paying attention, and he was punched by the opponent, spitting blood. Unacceptable. Seeing this, Han Mensi couldn't help clenching her fists. Seeing that Han Chen wanted to stand up and continue the game, Han Mensi stopped him. You rest first, I'll come? No, I must win, Chen Yang is still waiting for me. Han Chen was unwilling to give up. You have consumed too much vitality in your body. Didn't you notice that after the opponent swallowed the potion, even the vitality in your body recovered a lot? You are not the opponents. Han Mensi persuaded. Before Han Chen could refute, Han Mensi dragged him away from the arena. Captain Zhou, it seems that your team members are not doing well. Don't you have prepared any potions for enhancement? You must know that such a potion can save lives on the battlefield. Sam showed off. We don't need potions to defeat you, I'll be next. Han Mensi's voice appeared on the field. Seeing that the united team sent stronger players, Sam also signaled for a substitution. Soon, the mission also sent a girl. Han Mensi did not hesitate, she directly used the space talent to plan a quick victory. The power of space talent is very strange, you never know when she will appear behind you. At this time, the girls on the side of the mission also fell into this situation. Han Mensi herself is a top-level martial artist. Facing a girl who is lower than her level, Han Mensi's gifted attack makes it impossible for the opponent to defend against. The girl had no choice but to swallow a bottle of potion. Soon, like the boy before, she was full of strength, and even her vitality recovered a lot. This trick is useless to me. Han Mensi's voice came from the sky, it was her trick to defeat Zhu Xia before. The space collapsed. As Han Mensi's voice fell, the girl's body was instantly subjected to a huge force. She persisted for a while, but was finally defeated by Han Mensi. Han Mensi panted heavily after landing. The space collapse needs to consume a lot of vitality. Although the opponent has been defeated, the vitality in the body at this time may not be enough for the next game. That's right, the joint team really gave me a big surprise. Sam clapped his hands and said, as if he didn't intend to send anyone up. That's the end of the martial arts sparring. We didn't bring a few martial artists here, and we just brought them out to see the world. If we want to talk about the main force, we still need great martial artists. Sam asked the mission staff to take the girl down for treatment. Hearing what Sam said, Zhou Yuan nodded. Of course, no problem, I will try my best to meet the requirements of the guests. Zhou Yuan naturally wouldn't be afraid of the sparring between great martial masters. Since the Glorious base was destroyed, all members of the Glorious team joined Yanshin's joint team, including Li Xing of course. Let's send the weakest one here, but there is a secret weapon that I don't know if I can use it. Sam's words angered everyone present. What does it mean to send the weakest to the field? Is this looking down on them? What secret weapon? Zhou Yuan was puzzled. It's nothing. It's just a set of armor we developed. This set of armor can greatly enhance the strength of the user. That's why I said let the weakest players play, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to beat it. Sam clapped his hands, and a strange set of armor was brought in from outside the arena. Zhou Yuan's eyes froze. Isn't this the super beast armor that the research room is researching every day? Have they already developed it? Sure enough, Sam immediately answered Zhou Yuan's doubts. This is the super beast armor of our Eagle Kingdom. All the materials are extracted from ferocious beasts. This suit of armor is very light, and it looks like a piece of clothing after wearing it. However, in terms of strength, even the weakest great martial artist wearing him can instantly become the top martial artist. Sam's words confirmed Zhou Yuan's guess. Zhou Yuan showed doubts on his face, as if he was wondering whether the super beast armor was really as magical as the other party said. He Wen, go up. Zhou Yuan thought for a while and said to He Wen, no need, if the opponent really sends a junior martial artist, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I win? He Wen said reluctantly. Go and try if this super beast armor is really what he said. Zhou Yuan said. Okay then, I'll try first. He Wen jumped off the audience stand and looked at Sam. Don't talk so much nonsense. There is a saying in Huiguo, it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Who do you send out? Seeing He Wen coming on stage, Sam had a look of contempt in his eyes. Nancy, you go. Nancy heard and nodded. Although Sam said to send the weakest player on the field, Nancy still has the strength of a middle-level martial artist. She walked lightly to the arena and put on the suitcase-sized armor. The armor fitted Nancy very well, and when He Wen saw it, his eyes were no longer as contemptuous as before. Although the opponent hadn't activated the super beast armor yet, when Nancy put it on, He Wen obviously felt that the opponent's temperament was a little different. Is this the super beast armor made from the materials on the beast? He Wen carefully felt the breath of the super beast armor, and there were indeed many fierce beasts on the surface. Obviously, this is an armor assembled by different fierce beasts with their strongest parts. Interesting. He Wen didn't panic. Although it was a new thing, He Wen didn't think the opponent's super beast armor was that powerful. He didn't see the existence of thermal weapons on the super beast armor, that is to say, this is just an armor that enhances the user's own strength. Let me see how powerful this armor is. He Wen hooked his fingers and said. Then you have to be careful. A smile appeared on the corner of Nancy's mouth hidden under the armor. She injected vitality into the super beast armor, and soon, as the vitality diffused to every part, the super beast armor was fully activated. With the activation of the super beast armor, the breath of the beast also came out. What a strong momentum. Before it even started, He Wen felt the brutal aura of the fifth order beast. This thing seems to be a bit powerful. Li Xing opened the mouth and said. When she wasn't wearing armor, Nancy from the Eagle Kingdom mission was like a weak woman. But when she put on the armor, the breath of the fierce beast and the great martial artist merged together, giving everyone a sense of oppression. I am coming. Nancy's body in super beast armor moved quickly, and He Wen's eyes froze, and he couldn't see the opponent's body clearly. Slow. He Wen immediately unfolded his talent, and the speed of the super beast armor was also mired in a quagmire under the slow talent. Good opportunity, Thunderbolt. He Wen's hands condensed a cloud of lightning, and the more vitality he gathered, the more terrifying the lightning became. Nancy knew that she had fallen into the other party's talent, and soon, she guessed that the other party's talent should be slow. Very good talent, it's a pity that you met me. Nancy's talent was also mobilized, but the slow talent gradually disappeared under Nancy's talent. What? He Wen was taken aback for a moment. He was very familiar with this scene, it was exactly the same when he was fighting with Li Xing. Seeing that his slow talent was useless, he threw the thunderstorm out of his hand without hesitation. The super beast armor turned into an afterimage, and the thunderstorm passed close to Nancy's body. Seeing that his attack method failed, He Wen immediately adjusted his position. Seeing that He Wen wanted to run away, Nancy could not hide a smile in her eyes. It would be stupid to compete with me in speed. The wind element covered the entire super beast armor, and a phantom was seen, and the super beast armor immediately came behind He Wen. He Wen's back was in crisis, he didn't have time to turn around, and quickly gathered thunder elements to explode from behind. I thought I could forcefully attack the opponent, but Nancy jumped up lightly, and the super beast armor made a punching movement. He Wen didn't even know that the opponent had jumped on his head. By the time He Wen found out, it was already too late. He Wen reluctantly blocked gathering thunder shield's hands above. A huge impact fell from the sky, and He Wen seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. Crack. The ground cracked, and He Wen's legs fell into it, and his arm was numb under Nancy's punch. Feeling the explosive output of the super beast armor, He Wen felt powerless. Thunderstorm. Seeing that he couldn't attack the opponent, He Wen tried his best to use the strongest range attack skills. The entire arena was covered with thunderclouds in the blink of an eye, and as the thunderbolt exploded, countless thunderbolts several meters thick struck towards Nancy's armor. Nancy didn't make any extra moves, she let the lightning strike the armor, and she quickly came to He Wen and kicked him from the ground. He Wen fell heavily to the ground. It only took him a minute to change his mentality from his previous contempt for the super beast armor to his current unwillingness. He Wen. Wang Ye exclaimed on the audience stage, seeing that He Wen was seriously injured, she showed an unbelievable expression. How is this possible? Huang Qingyun was also puzzled that the armor on the opposite side could ignore He Wen's thunder element, and it was still intact even after being bombed more than a dozen times. Well, it's because our team members are showing mercy, otherwise He Wen would have been beaten to the ground. Sam said proudly seeing this scene. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan immediately got up and jumped down. I come. Xiao Zhan didn't wait for Nancy to react, his speed increased to the extreme, and he rushed in front of Nancy immediately. Nancy snorted coldly, and smashed her fist on Xiao Zhan without hesitation. The strange thing is that even though Xiao Zhan received more than a dozen punches in an instant, he didn't seem to be injured at all, and every punch on him was like scratching an itch. Interesting. Nancy realized that Xiao Zhan's special talent might be very rare. Although she couldn't tell what the other party's talent was for a while, she hadn't used her trump card yet. Super Beast Armor, explode. The vitality poured into the Super Beast armor continuously, and a dazzling light erupted from the fist of the armor, and this punch directly knocked Xiao Zhan into the air. Xiao Zhan was smashed into the ground by this punch, and there was a huge pit 5 meters deep in the ground. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood. Nancy thought that the opponent had lost his fighting power, but soon, Xiao Zhan jumped out of the deep pit as if nothing happened. It's me. The weakened talent was reflected on Nancy by Xiao Zhan, and Nancy's blow just now hit the Super Beast armor in the same way. Feeling the familiar power, Nancy vaguely guessed Xiao Zhan's talent. He recovered pretty quickly. Facing the attack reflected by Xiao Zhan after absorbing it, Nancy raised her arm and injected vitality to block it. Seeing that his attack was actually ineffective, Xiao Zhan also understood He Wen's mood at that time. Even the attack he absorbed and doubled the rebound couldn't hurt the Super Beast armor, so he didn't know what to do now. Wind Blade? Weaken. Nancy didn't pay attention to what the other party was thinking. With the blessing of Super Beast armor, her wind element is even close to the realm of a master. Boom. Xiao Zhan was pushed back to the edge of the arena by the wind blade. This time, all the clothes on his body were torn. Even with the absorption talent, his body was still seriously injured to varying degrees. Puff. Xiao Zhan also wanted to reflect Nancy's attack, but the vitality in his body was insufficient. Just now, he had exhausted his vitality to withstand the opponent's full blow. Under the weakened talent, the effect of Xiao Zhan's special talent dropped a lot. Seeing Xiao Zhan like this, the members of the joint team also knew that they were defeated. This Nancy is only the strength of a middle-level martial artist. I didn't expect to break through the limit of a great martial artist after wearing the Super Beast armor. If it is a high-level martial artist, I am afraid that only the captain can withstand it. Li Xing saw Nancy's current strength at a glance. He knew Xiao Zhan very well. Even if Xiao Zhan couldn't catch Nancy's attack, it could be said that no one in the entire joint team could do it. The scene fell silent for a while. When Wang Ya and Zhu Xia carried them out of the field, Sam almost couldn't hold back the smile on his face. The joint team is really powerful. Even our Miss Nancy needs to deal with all her strength to defeat your team members. This strength is indeed quite good. Sam said with an admiring expression. This guy is too arrogant. Huang Qingyun immediately scolded, even he couldn't stand Sam's appearance. Captain Zhou, how do you feel about the Super Beast armor we developed? It's not bad. It can display the strength close to that of a master in the realm of a great martial artist. This armor is already the pinnacle of strengthening strength at present. Zhou Yuan said truthfully. Thank you Captain Zhou for your compliment. I wonder if anyone else on your side wants to try it? The discussion just now is actually just a small test of our Super Beast armor, and there are some functions you haven't seen yet. Seeing what Sam said, Li Xing couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, I don't know if there is any function that I haven't seen. Isn't it just running fast? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Li Xing jumped off the stage and asked. No problem. Sam looked at Nancy, seeing her nodding, he replied with a smile. Don't you need to rest? Li Xing looked at Nancy and asked. No need, the Super Beast armor comes with high-level Yuanqi energy. Although I have been manipulating the armor, it doesn't consume much energy. Nancy explained. Hearing Nancy's explanation, the joint team showed a shocked expression. This Super Beast armor can not only enhance the user's own strength, but also save vitality. If it is placed on the battlefield, it will be a big killer. Seeing what Nancy said, Li Xing also nodded. He took out the long sword, and the red light gathered on the long sword. This move is called Broken Galaxy. The long sword turned into a lightsaber, and the terrifying aura continuously gathered on the blade. Seeing this, Nancy injected all the vitality in her body into the Super Beast armor. Every part of the Super Beast armor glowed faintly, and under the infusion of vitality, all functions of the entire armor were fully activated. The ferocious beast power in each part also became active at this moment. Under Nancy's mobilization, all the power gathered on the arm. It turns out that this super beast armor contains the power of a beast, no wonder it is called a super beast armor. Under the stimulation of vitality, the power of the beast is stimulated, and then the user shoots out the power. This blow has reached the power of a master. Feeling the power in Nancy, Bai Fengshi said with complicated eyes. Guo Yu has also been researching the research and development of super beast armor, but has not produced satisfactory results. At this time, she also came to the auditorium, looking at the armor on Nancy's body. Her eyes showed a frenzied light. So that's it? Seal the power of the beast in the armor and release it when needed. This is the real super beast armor. Guo Yu was deeply inspired by witnessing Eagle Kingdom's super beast armor. The super beast armor that gathered the power of all the beasts turned into a prehistoric beast and fired a beam of energy towards Li Xing, and Li Xing's long sword also burst out a beam of destructive light. Two forces exploded in the middle of the arena, and as a billow of smoke filled the air, Li Xing's figure flew out backwards. Brotherly! Zhu Xia exclaimed, and everyone looked at Nancy again. Although she looked a bit embarrassed, she was in much better condition than Li Xing. Puff! Li Xing spat out a touch of dark red, and then struggled to stand up. I'm fine. Li Xing. The joint team immediately jumped down 2 players and took Li Xing off the field. Sorry, although I won this game, but after all, it relied on external force, so it's still a bit ineffective. Sam said with a smile. What, if they have battle armor, they can also use it. I think they are too backward, they don't have anything. Eddie scoffed. Eddie, be careful what you say. Sam scolded, but his expression was completely devoid of blame. I don't know if there are other members of the joint team who are willing to come up and try. Seeing that the other party was silent, Sam asked with a smile. Take off the super beast armor if you have the ability. What kind of ability is relying on foreign objects? Huang Qingyun finally couldn't help but speak. Haha, of course, we can't just rely on super beast armor. Eddie burst out with the aura of a great martial artist, and the face of the joint team changed. This arrogant blonde man is actually a high-ranking great martial artist? The members of the joint team were speechless. The 3 strongest of them were all defeated by Nancy, and now no one can fight against Eddie. Why don't you talk anymore? Isn't the joint team the strongest elite in Huiguo? Is it like this? Eddie asked arrogantly. Damn it, I really want to go down and beat him up. Han Chen was trembling with anger at Eddie's appearance, but he was only a martial artist, not warm enough for others. It would be great if Chen Yang was here. Han Chen suddenly thought of that voice that always seemed relaxed but extremely trustworthy. Outside Yen City, Chen Yang managed to get out of the city. Seeing the refugees everywhere in Yen City, Chen Yang felt a little uncomfortable. It's a good thing to kill that fire dragon, otherwise Yanchinj will be in crisis. At this time, Chen Yang was glad that he followed Huolong and found an opportunity, otherwise the whole Yanchinj would face the same situation as Guanghui base. Okay, Chen Yang was planning to report to the joint team, when his eyes fixed, he suddenly found a familiar face. It's actually them. Chen Yang laughed out loud. Get lost, who doesn't know that this place used to be my territory? Where did you come from? Dare to use my surroundings as a refuge? It was Zhang Hao who spoke. Knowing that the assassination of Chen Yang failed, several people transferred their property to the glorious base overnight. Unexpectedly, disasters happened again and again, and not long after settling in the glorious base, there was a beast tide incident. Although they evacuated for the first batch of civilians, a lot of money in the glorious base was not taken away in time. The 2 successive moves cost Zhang Hao's family more than half of their losses, and even the clubhouse was taken over by the government. Chen Yang watched with interest from the side. Zhang Hao seemed to want to take down his clubhouse again, because the move was rather hasty, and after withdrawing to the glorious base overnight, his clubhouse was directly banned. Regarding the banning of Zhang Hao's property, Chen Yang actually didn't know. All of this was done behind the scenes by Han Chen. Now the Yanchinj government regards this place as the foothold of the civilians of the glorious base. Zhang Hao agreed to see where he saw it, and immediately rushed out to stop it. Mother. The clubhouse was full of refugees, and a little girl hid behind a woman in fear and looked at Zhang Hao in horror. Zhang Hao gave a glance to Zhang Xiongling beside him. Zhang Xiongling understood, and immediately stepped forward and kicked the refugees at the door down. I'll give you half an hour, now let me move out. Zhang Xiongling poured vitality into her throat and shouted. Why, this is the area planned by the Yanchinj government for the Guanghui base, why do you drive us out? The man who was kicked down at the door of the clubhouse retorted loudly. Untouchables. Zhang Xiongling went up with a slap. This slap is unbearable for ordinary people. The man's face quickly swelled up. Father. The girl screamed. Zhang Xiongling turned her head and glared at the girl. The girl immediately covered her mouth, not daring to breathe. Brother, this is not good. If the government pursues it, will it? Zhang Qian was still a little hesitant. She was afraid that the news would spread and Chen Yang would come to her. What are you afraid of? This club is for young Master Lin. In the future, young Master Lin will take care of us, so we need to be afraid of that Chen Yang. Zhang Hao didn't care. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was because he was fawning over a young man. At first, Zhang Hao didn't know that this young man was the son of the Lin family. The two hit it off with each other, and spent every day in the bar of the Guanghui base. After asking, they found out that the other party was actually the eldest son of the Lin family. This time the glorious base was destroyed. Zhang Hao evacuated with the Lin family, thinking that there are so many people in the Lin family in Yanqing, if he can find a big foothold for the other party, he might be able to be sheltered by the Lin family at that time. For this reason, after staying in Yanqing for a while, Zhang Hao set his sights on his previous property. Zhang Hao didn't know why his clubhouse was used by the government as a refuge for refugees, but through his observation, no high-ranking officials had entered it during this period. Because of this, he had the idea of wanting to take it back. Zhang Hao quickly shared this idea with the eldest son of the Lin family. The eldest son was very good, agreed with Zhang Hao's idea, and said that he could just ask him for anything. With the backing of the Lin family, Zhang Hao no longer has any scruples. The place was originally his, and now he wants to take it back when he comes back. This is all reasonable. Get out of here, did you hear that? When Zhang Xiongling saw that the people inside hadn't left, she tried to beat her up. Don't bully my father. The girl broke free from her mother's arms and stood up bravely. Zioxi, come back quickly. The woman hurriedly tried to pull the girl away, but Zhang Xiongling didn't care so much. He was a gangster to begin with, and when he saw the little girl dare to stand up to block him, he was so angry that he slapped the girl on the face. Whoosh! Just as the girl closed her eyes and screamed, a pair of strong hands blocked Zhang Xiangling's slap. It's okay, little girl, I'll make the decision for you. A magnetic voice said to the girl gently. The expected slap did not come. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and saw Chen Yang in white clothes blocking her elder brother. The girl was a little puzzled. For some reason, when this strange brother stood in front of her, she actually felt a sense of security. Where did you come from to be a poor man? How dare you? Before Zhang Xiongling finished speaking, seeing Chen Yang turn around, his voice stopped abruptly. Yes, you. Suddenly panic appeared on Zhang Xiangling's face. He would never forget the appearance of the young man in front of him for the rest of his life. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chen Yang showed a smile. Frightened by Chen Yang's smile, Zhang Xiongling took a step back. Although Chen Yang didn't show any malice, his smile looked like a devil's smile to Zhang Xiongling. Chen Yang. Zhang Hao also spotted Chen Yang. He thought he would be able to win it today, but he didn't expect to meet the person he least wanted to meet. You don't have to be so excited to see me, do you? Chen Yang saw that Zhang Hao and a woman next to him showed expressions of fear, and he immediately understood that the other party was afraid that he would hold them accountable for the assassination. Speaking of which, if he hadn't seen the two of them today, Chen Yang would have almost forgotten the two guys who assassinated him. But since they are so destined, Chen Yang doesn't mind punishing them. Chen Yang looked at another strange woman, and he quickly judged through some details that this woman should be Zhang Hao's sister. I've never seen her, but why does she know what I look like, and why is she so frightened? Could it be she called those killers? Chen Yang had a guess in his mind, but he didn't know that his guess was already close to 10. Why are you here? We should clear things up. Zhang Hao endured the fear in his heart and said, I just happened to pass by here. I didn't expect to see you bullying the civilians of the glorious base as soon as I came here. You are worthy of being gangsters in the slums. You are really arrogant. Chen Yang said lightly. So what? This clubhouse is originally our family's property. Maybe you want to snatch it too. Thinking of the eldest son of the Lin family behind him, Zhang Hao felt a little confident. I'm not interested in knowing how your clubhouse is, but since this place has become a refugee settlement, I think the government has their arrangements. If you didn't do something illegal, your clubhouse shouldn't be forcibly expropriated. Bar. Chen Yang stared at Zhang Hao and asked. Seeing that Chen Yang did not budge, Zhang Hao's face turned dark. Third brother, let's go. This account will be settled at that time. Zhang Hao had a plan to retreat, and thought in his heart that he would find Mr. Lin's family to talk about it later. Am I letting you go? Seeing that Zhang Xiongling wanted to leave, Chen Yang said. What do you want? Zhang Xiongling said uneasy. Is that the thing about you bullying this refugee family? Chen Yang asked condescendingly. What do you want? Zhang Xiongling knew something was wrong, but she didn't know how to deal with it. You hit this girl's father without an apology. Can't you justify it? You can see that her father's face is swollen from your slap. At least he has to pay tens of thousands of dollars, right? Seeing Chen Yang's lion opening his mouth, Zhang Hao almost cursed. It's just a slap in the face of the other party, and you have to wait for someone to pay 1,000 million yuan, which is really a money grab. You are dreaming. Zhang Hao went all out and shouted. Since you don't want to, then I can only do it myself. Chen Yang didn't have a good impression of Zhang Hao. As for his third brother, because he was physically disabled by himself before, he is probably better than ordinary people now. I really don't know where they got the confidence to fight against him. Zhang Xiongling only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and then her body was blown away by a huge force. With burning pain on his face, Zhang Xiongling got up from the ground and looked at Chen Yang with resentment. Seeing that Chen Yang was so strong, Zhang Hao was furious. But thinking that even the martial artist failed to assassinate Chen Yang, he resisted the desire to step forward. Third brother, let's go first. Chen Yang, you wait, you will regret it when the time comes. Zhang Hao supported Zhang Xiongling and threatened Chen Yang. Chen Yang sneered. It was good that he didn't bother him, and now he dared to threaten himself. I'd like to see how you can make me regret it. Chen Yang exuded the aura of a great martial artist and pressed towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was instantly overwhelmed and knelt on the ground. Big brother. Zhang Qian quickly helped Zhang Hao up. Under Chen Yang's coercion, she felt like her blood was frozen. Suppressing the physical discomfort, several people left the club in humiliation. Chen Yang ignored these clowns, but turned around and helped the man on the ground up. Are you okay? Chen Yang said with concern. Thank you, little brother, I'm fine. The man got up and said gratefully. It's a trivial matter. This is my call. If they dare to come again, I will not spare them. Chen Yang handed his contact information to the man. He was worried that Zhang Hao would retaliate against these refugees. I'll meet them in person later tonight. Chen Yang planned in his mind that he has not yet settled with them about his assassination. Brother, thank you, you are such a good person. If only I could become a practitioner, my parents would not be bullied by bad people. The girl smiled and said to Chen Yang. Haha, Xioxi, as long as you work hard in the future, you will definitely become a cultivator. Chen Yang stroked the girl's head with a smile. Brother is leaving, you must remember to call me if you have anything to do, understand? Thank you brother. The girl nodded heavily. In the arena of the joint team, Huang Qingyun was punched flying by Eddie, and the ribs in his chest heard a clear cracking sound. The faces of the members of the joint team were blue. Not only Huang Qingyun, but also Wei Cheng and Zhou Lun were defeated by Eddie. The joint team is nothing more than that. It seems that I overestimated your strength. Even if you don't wear super armor, you are not my opponent. Eddie fiddled with his hair and said relaxedly. What's the arrogance? If the strongest person in our team wasn't there, it would be your turn to be arrogant. Pooh. Huang Qingyun cursed loudly. His spiritual talent was forcibly deciphered by the opponent, and he was seriously injured. Oh, is there any strong player in your team who didn't play? Eddie looked curious. Everyone in the joint team was silent, and the pictures of the glorious base kept reappearing in everyone's minds, and the back of the person who stood up was so clearly visible. Seeing that the members of the joint team did not speak, Eddie laughed. You don't have to feel ashamed. After all, the cultivators of our Eagle Kingdom are stronger than you. It is already very good to be able to compete with us like this. Let's continue to work hard. Eddie said that he was about to leave. He said it nicely, but his expression was full of disdain for the joint team. Captain Joe, I wonder if you would like to compete with me. Sam was very happy to see that the joint team that Eddie played was speechless. Forget it, let's stop here for this discussion. Our joint team is willing to bow down. Zhou Yuan did not accept Sam's challenge. He knew that he had just stepped into the realm of a master, and he was definitely not Sam's opponent. Why is everyone in this joint team a coward? Even their captain dare not make a move, no wonder they are so weak. Seeing that the other party refused, Eddie couldn't help ridiculing. They were already strong, so they couldn't help showing their country's strength when they came to Huiguo. I didn't expect the united team to play so hard. It really wasted my expectations. I didn't even finish the warm-up. Seeing Eddie being so arrogant, everyone in the joint team couldn't help but curse. Shut up, go back and practice hard for me. Zhou Yuan frowned and stopped. How about this, Captain Zhou? Our Super Beast armor is still in the experimental stage, and a lot of actual combat data is not complete enough. How about letting our Eddie wear the Super Beast armor to compete with you? I hope Captain Zhou will be successful and let we collect more data on the Super Beast armor. Sam doesn't intend to end the sparring just like this. He wants to tell everyone that even your Grandmaster is not the opponent of the great martial artist of the Eagle Kingdom. Zhou Yuan paused as he was about to leave. If he left like this, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Huaguo? Oh, what Super Beast armor, is it very powerful? Just when Zhou Yuan was in a dilemma, a familiar voice came from the top of the auditorium. Han Chen and the others quickly turned their heads, and then showed incredulous eyes. Chen Yang, you are still alive. Han Mensi let out an exclamation, and even Bai Fengshi became excited. I knew you kid wouldn't be so short-lived. Why did you come back now? You're so worried about us. Bai Fengshi rushed up, looked at Chen Yang and said. He unfolded the master's breath to check Chen Yang's physical condition, and found that the other party was in very good condition. Li Xing and the others also smiled at Chen Yang. Although there were some conflicts in the friendly match before, they were full of admiration and gratitude to Chen Yang after what happened at the glorious base. Who are you? Seeing that the members of the joint team reacted so strongly, Eddie was a little puzzled. This is the strongest member of our joint team. Han Chen said loudly and proudly. Intermediate great martial artist, is that all? Sam laughed out loud. Captain Zhou, this joke of yours is so funny. A middle-level great martial artist can become the strongest member of your team. It seems that I still overestimated you. Sam couldn't help laughing too. Oh, where did the foreign monkey come from, talking so arrogantly? Chen Yang saw that Sam and the others didn't deal with it well, so he asked in doubt. Chen Yang's words made Han Mensi smile. For some reason, when she saw Chen Yang, she felt a sense of security in her heart. Boy, what did you say? Eddie pointed at Chen Yang and scolded. I said, which remote place are you monkeys from? How dare you act presumptuously in the joint team? Chen Yang said calmly. Isn't he just a middle-ranked great martial artist, speaking so arrogantly? Do you think you are our opponent? Asked Sam. You are too weak. I guess you are the only one who can receive 2 punches from me. Chen Yang pointed to Sam and commented. Captain Zhou, you team members are interesting. Did you come out on purpose to disgust us? Sam only thought that the joint team couldn't beat him, and deliberately found someone to disgust them. Of course not. This player is indeed the strongest member of our joint team. If the members of your mission can defeat him, then our joint team is willing to bow down. Zhou Yuan glanced at Chen Yang, seeing the confidence in the other's eyes, he also spoke. Then I want to see how powerful the so-called strongest is in your mouth. Do you dare to compete? Sam asked with a smile. No problem, I just want to exercise my muscles. Chen Yang jumped down from the stairs in the auditorium, and the ground beneath his feet sank. Sam's eyes froze. He thought that the other party just sent a clown out, but he didn't expect to show unusual strength just by landing on the ground. Sam didn't realize that Chen Yang mobilized his vitality, that is to say, the collapse of the ground was entirely due to Chen Yang's own physical strength. Rod, you go. Sam said to a burly black man behind him. Leader, let me do it, I haven't had enough fun just now. Eddie chimed in. It's okay, why don't you go up together, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Chen Yang suddenly said. Boy, what did you say? Eddie stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes, the yellow-haired boy in front of him dared to provoke him like this, he must make this boy unable to eat and walk around. Seeing that Eddie wanted to show off so much, Sam nodded. Be careful, this guy is a body trainer. Head, don't worry, no matter how much you try to train your body, you are not my opponent. A burst of golden light radiated from Eddie's body, and Chen Yang smiled slightly, understanding the special talent of the other party. No wonder you are so confident, it turns out to be a divine talent. Chen Yang murmured. Chen Yang, be careful, he is very powerful, and he also has spiritual talent. Wang Ya cried out worriedly. Chen Yang waved his hand as a gesture of invitation. Come on, I'm in a hurry to chat with my teammates. Seeing Chen Yang's still relaxed expression, Eddie finally couldn't help but rushed forward. With the talent of divine physique, Eddie's body even surpassed that of the master. After this punch, even the regiment leader dare not take it easily. It's a pity that Eddie picked the wrong opponent. Chen Yang didn't even mobilize his vitality. Seeing the opponent's fist waving towards him, he simply raised his right hand. Court death. Seeing that Chen Yang was so careless, Eddie couldn't help laughing wildly in his eyes. The talent of the divine body is one of the strongest talents to increase strength. Not only that, but with the talent of the divine body, the whole body becomes indestructible. Seeing that Chen Yang wanted to block his fist without even mobilizing his vitality, the power of Eddie's punch increased again. He wanted to punch the boy on the opposite side, and slapped the joint team fiercely. Seeing Chen Yang's simple defense, Han Mensi and others couldn't help exclaiming. What is unexpected is that just when everyone thought Chen Yang was underestimating the enemy, Eddie, whose physical talent had been brought to the extreme, finally hit Chen Yang with his fist. There was no unexpected scene where Chen Yang flew out. When everyone saw clearly, Eddie's fist was simply held by Chen Yang. With this little strength, I dare to come up. Chen Yang grabbed Eddie's wrist with a backhand. As his powers climbed, Eddie became a toy in his hands. Chen Yang grabbed Eddie and threw it in the air for a few laps, only to hear a huge impact, and Eddie smashed into the wall of the arena in embarrassment. Hiss. Han Mensi and the others went from being worried to shocked at the beginning. Seeing that Eddie was not the enemy of Chen Yang's one move, they gasped, and then burst into cheers. Eddie got up with difficulty, his punch just now seemed to hit the steel plate, and his hand was almost fractured by the force of the rebound. How is this possible? Eddie didn't believe that he was defeated by a single move by a middle-level great martial artist. He gathered all his vitality and controlled his talent to cover Chen Yang. Chen Yang still didn't make any unnecessary movements. He drank lightly, and Eddie's talent for controlling disappeared immediately. This is impossible. Eddie showed a frightened expression, as if seeing a ghost. Even his regiment leader wouldn't be able to decipher his special talent so easily without opening the domain. How did this man, who was only an intermediate martial artist, do it? This guy's strength has reached the level of a master. Sam saw that Chen Yang was special. He could reach the level of a master only by relying on physical strength. This was only possible for a few super geniuses in China, and they were all over 30 years old. Eddie, you are no match for him. Seeing that Eddie was still planning to step forward, Sam immediately stopped him. I said, you go together, don't blame me for bullying you. Chen Yang said lazily, as if he didn't care about this exchange. This guy, really relieved. Han Chen cheered on the stage. Li Xing saw Chen Yang defeat Eddie so easily, a wry smile appeared on his face. It didn't take long before the gap between the two was pulled to an unreachable distance. Captain, I want to try the Super Beast armor, Eddie said unwillingly. Sam nodded, agreeing to Eddie's request. He saw that Chen Yang was only at the level of a great martial artist, so he should have no domain power. If Eddie puts on the Super Beast armor, maybe he can fight the opponent. Seeing Eddie take out a huge suitcase, Chen Yang showed a curious look. What is this? It seems interesting. Chen Yang asked. Chen Yang, be careful, this thing is Super Beast armor, which can greatly improve the user's strength. Eddie himself is a high-level martial artist, wearing this Super Beast armor must have the power of a grandmaster. Han Chen reminded. Chen Yang, you don't have to worry about it. Zhou Yuan indicated that Chen Yang could use the power of the domain, but he didn't know that Chen Yang didn't plan to use the domain at all. He wanted to see how powerful this so-called Super Beast armor was. The white Super Beast armor was attached to Eddie's body, making him look like a god of war. Feeling the power of the Super Beast armor, Eddie regained his confidence. Be careful, the opponent's physical strength should have reached the realm of a master. Sam exhorted. Don't worry, Captain, watch me blow him up. Under the vitality injected by Eddie, the Super Beast armor glowed faintly. His aura continued to rise, and it didn't take long for him to break through the realm of a great martial artist. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Eddie's confidence exploded. Warcraft Fist. Eddie seemed to have a mighty force in his hands, and punched Chen Yang. Chen Yang finally mobilized the energy in his body. Weaken, fire element, bloodthirsty. Chen Yang's body was surrounded by flames, he exerted force on his legs, and the flames collided with Eddie fiercely under his control. A huge spark exploded in the entire arena. Before Eddie could feel the power given by the super beast armor, he was shrouded by Chen Yang's weakened talent. A white figure was blown away, and everyone saw that the blown figure was Eddie's super beast armor. Brilliant. Han Chen's blood was boiling with excitement. The super beast armor they were worried about was like paper in front of Chen Yang. Eddie spat out a mouthful of blood, and under Chen Yang's attack, the super beast armor was actually shattered. Eddie. Nancy exclaimed. Eddie thought that Eddie, who had the power of the super beast armor, would be able to fight Chen Yang twice, but unexpectedly, the opponent still exploded with one punch, and even the super beast armor was completely shattered. Sam's heart was bleeding when he saw it. The cost of each piece of super beast armor is as high as hundreds of millions. The armor built with so much money is now all broken into pieces, and there is no possibility of repairing it. It's pretty solid. Seeing that Eddie was still able to move, Chen Yang said in surprise. These words were particularly harsh to the ears of the Eagle Kingdom mission. They looked at Chen Yang angrily, as if they wanted to tear Chen Yang into pieces with their eyes. This time you won, we admit defeat. Sam helped Eddie down with a dark face. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Chen Yang took 2 steps forward. Come on, I still want to compete with you, leader. I won't strike too hard and scare you. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't need so much strength. Chen Yang said with an innocent face. Too deceiving. Eddie spit out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. Seeing that Chen Yang still wanted to continue, Sam showed a fierce look. The power of a Grand Master is no better than that of a great martial artist. If you want to challenge me, you can confiscate it later and stop. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. It's okay, you have to try first. Chen Yang didn't care. Okay, since you want to feel the power of the master so much, I will grant you. Sam's mood at this time is the same as that of Zhou Yuan before. However, he was very confident in his own strength. Even if Chen Yang showed strength beyond the limit of a great martial artist, Sam was still not afraid. The biggest difference between a Grand Master and a great martial artist is the domain. Under my domain, you won't have any chance to resist. Sam put Eddie down, and his body floated slowly. Chen Yang understood that the other party was using his vitality to achieve the effect of floating in the air. He did this to show the strength of the master and make himself feel afraid. Sam floated in front of Chen Yang, and he looked down at Chen Yang like an ant. Don't whine, let's get started. Chen Yang was a little disgusted with Sam's actions. Since you don't know what is good or bad, I will let you know what strength is. The Grand Master's coercion on Sam's body exploded, and the surrounding vitality solidified under Sam's control, locking the space around Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang was indifferent, Sam smiled coldly, and the power field opened instantly. This is the domain of power that only a Grand Master can comprehend. Didn't your captain teach you that under the power of the domain, all great martial artists are like ants? The members of the joint team showed worried expressions when they saw that Sam had deployed the power domain to suppress Chen Yang as soon as he came up. Only Li Xing knew that Chen Yang also had the power domain. But he also didn't think that Chen Yang's power domain in the realm of a great martial artist was comparable to that of a Grand Master. If Sam got serious, Chen Yang's advantage in the power domain would disappear. Chen Yang felt the opponent's power field and picked his ears. You know what? I hate it when people stand on my head and talk, come down. Chen Yang's mid-level power domain instantly countered the opponent, his coercion talent disrupted Sam's aura, and his gravity talent and mind power talent grabbed Sam's thighs and dragged him down from midair. Boom. Sam couldn't react in time. Hundreds of times of gravity made him lose control of his body and vitality in an instant, and he knelt on the ground with a bang in the blink of an eye. Han Chen felt that this scene was a little familiar. The other party was a Grand Master. When did Chen Yang even suppress the Grand Master at will? The entire arena was silent, and even the members of the Eagle Kingdom mission dropped their jaws in shock. In their eyes, Sam, who was invincible in their eyes, was dragged out of the mouth of the sky by a great martial artist, and now he is still kneeling on the ground. If people in China know about this, they will probably laugh out loud. Sam is suffering now and can't tell. Originally, he wanted to use the coercion of the master and the power domain to intimidate the other party to embarrass Chen Yang, but Chen Yang also has the power domain, and the opponent's power domain is one level higher than his own. With the blessing of the middle-level strength field, Sam felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, but when he wanted to get up, he sank deeper and deeper. Too deceiving. Sam exploded his speed force and his own talent, and then escaped from Chen Yang's domain. He was furious, and all the vitality in his body was mobilized by him. Get out of here. Sam exuded infinite aura. This blow he wanted to let Chen Yang know what would happen if he humiliated himself. Seeing that the other party was attacking him with all his strength, Chen Yang finally became serious. Then try to see if you can catch my punch. Chen Yang's various strength-enhancing talents were gathered on his fist, and a phantom of a white tiger enveloped Chen Yang's body under the condensed power. Tiger Brilliant Fist. The white tiger slammed towards Sam with a low shout from Chen Yang. The two energies collided, and the whole arena trembled. Boom! Like a landslide, the entire arena was shrouded in smoke from the aftermath of the explosion. Han Chen and the others were hit by the aftermath of the explosion. Just by feeling the power of the aftermath, they knew how terrifying the collision between Chen Yang and Sam was. Zhou Yuan also widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. Although he didn't know how Chen Yang broke through to the realm of a great martial artist, even he didn't dare to confront the power that erupted. What a genius! Zhou Yuan said to himself. He was completely shocked by Chen Yang's cultivation talent. The smoke filled the air, and as time passed, the center of the arena gradually became clear. The ground of the playing field has been completely cracked, and a huge hole 10 meters deep suddenly appeared on the field. Next to the cave stood a young man in white clothes, and the head of the Eagle Kingdom's mission had disappeared. Hey, are you okay? Just as everyone was looking for Sam, Chen Yang shouted down the 10-meter giant pit. No way. Bai Fengxi's eyelids twitched. He thought that Chen Yang was perverted enough, but he couldn't imagine that Sam was thrown into the ground by Chen Yang's punch. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Sam's voice sounded from the 10-meter giant pit. Cough, cough, cough. Sam was seriously injured at this time, and the clothes all over his body were wiped out by the energy of the collision between the two. Hearing the group leader's painful cough, Nancy and the others immediately ran up to check. I saw that Sam was covered by a mass of gravel in the center of the huge pit. The surrounding soil was stained red with blood, and there was nothing left on his bare body. Captain. Seeing Sam in such a miserable state, Rhodes' back was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he wasn't on the stage before, otherwise his fate might not be so good. Captain Sam, are you okay? Why are you still standing? Call the medical staff. Zhou Yuan came to the giant pit and saw Sam's body covered in dense wounds, and he also mourned for him in his heart. He glanced at Chen Yang, and saw Chen Yang had a smirk on his face, as if he was asking him if his work was pretty. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a while, but he was still full of joy for Chen Yang's safe and sound return. You can't do this next time, and you don't know the severity of the attack. Sam is a distinguished guest of our country. If we let others know that we treat our friends like this, they will be afraid in the future. Zhou Yuan pretended to teach. I didn't know he was so weak. I thought he could take 2 punches from me, but I didn't know that 1 punch would be useless. I don't know if they have master-level super beast armor, so that they can catch me a few more punches gone. Chen Yang said with an innocent face. Sam listened under the deep pit, and couldn't help coughing a few times. The wound on his body opened again and his forehead was in cold sweat. Zhou Yuan also had a dark face. Sam was in the middle-level Grand Master realm anyway, even he was weak, so wouldn't he be a weak chicken? This is too hurtful. He felt that since he got to know Chen Yang, his worldview was constantly being refreshed. He was still happy to step into the Grand Master before, but now he can't wait to return to the realm of a great martial artist. At least not a Grand Master. He won't lose face if he loses miserably. The farce of the exchange between the two countries ended here. Originally, a lot of exquisite food had been prepared for the Eagle Kingdom mission, but now that even the head of the mission was seriously injured, they had no face left to eat. Chen Yang, good job. You are still amazing. How can you kill the Grand Master now? Is it possible that your master gave you some kind of panacea? After the sparring was over, Han Chen groped Chen Yang curiously. Calm down, those who don't know think you are AT. Chen Yang quickly shook off Han Chen's hand. Beside, Han Mensi also kept staring at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was a little embarrassed. Every time he saw Han Mensi, he would always think of the discussion when they first met, how embarrassing it was. What are you thinking? Could it be that you are interested in Han Mensi? You have a girlfriend, so you can't have 2 boats with 1 foot. Han Chen saw Chen Yang staring at Han Mensi in a daze, as if he had discovered some secret. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out. Han Mensi kicked Han Chen, as if feeling that her actions were too arrogant. Han Mensi turned her head away blushing quickly and snorted. Also say I'm talking nonsense. You used to be a big female dragon in front of me, but now you have learned to be reserved. Han Chen said to death. Hearing this, Han Mensi made a gesture to hit Han Chen again. Okay, let's go to dinner first, it's almost night. Chen Yang had no choice but to stop Han Chen who was speaking out loud. It's just right, everyone gathered together. Many people want to thank you for stepping forward to buy time for the evacuation of the glorious base. Han Chen also got up and said seriously. At this moment, Bai Fengxi's voice came from behind him. Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that it was Bai Fengxi who came over with the members of the joint team from the former Guanghui base. General Bai. Chen Yang gave a military salute and shouted. Brother Chen Yang, I feel relieved to see that you are safe and sound. General Bai patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and smiled slightly. Haha, it was a big fate this time, and I finally escaped. Chen Yang said. Thank you, if you hadn't lured the fire dragon away, the death toll in the Radiance base would have been 10 times more. General Bai thanked him. Thank you. The members of the brilliant base joint team behind him bowed to Chen Yang together. You don't need to be so polite. We are a family, and we all fight for the people of Huiguo. Chen Yang said embarrassingly, this gift is too big. No matter what, the Guanghui base should thank you for your help. I, Bai Fengxi, promise that as long as you, Chen Yang, need me in the future, I will definitely help you without saying a word. Bai Fengxi said firmly. Looking at Bai Fengxi's eyes, Chen Yang felt warm in his heart. It seems that his choice at the beginning was not wrong. If he had escaped at that time, Chen Yang might regret it for the rest of his life. General Bai is serious, you are the one we should thank. Chen Yang felt admiration for Bai Fengshi. Everyone knows that entanglement with the 7th level fire dragon is a desperate act, but Bai Fengshi still made the decision to block the fire dragon alone without hesitation. This behavior is worthy of being a soldier of the Hua Kingdom. What are you talking about here? Zhou Yuan also finished dealing with the affairs of the Eagle Kingdom mission, and saw that everyone gathered at the gate of the army, so he came up and asked. They are all thanking Chen Yang for giving up his life for righteousness. Han Chen said with a smile. Haha, Chen Yang really contributed a lot. Let's go, I've booked a hotel for tonight, I'll treat you. Zhou Yuan spoke. Captain, you are awesome. Hearing that someone offered money, Han Chen immediately became excited. Food, why haven't I seen you so excited before? You look like you're going to die every day. Wang Ya complained. Han Chen scratched his hair embarrassingly, and looked at Wang Ya with a shy expression. Seeing the flirtatious glances between the two, Chen Yang immediately understood in his heart. Okay, Han Chen. I kept asking who your girlfriend is, but you didn't tell me. It turns out it's our beautiful Wang Ya. Chen Yang joked. What nonsense, I was embarrassed to tell you before. Han Chen blushed. Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this. Looking at such a harmonious joint force, Chen Yang was filled with emotion. In his last life, he had such a group of brothers. Seeing this familiar scene, Chen Yang became melancholy. Thinking that Bai Fengshi had swallowed the modified magic liquid, Chen Yang was a little worried. Although he had never seen the power of the Demon King, he was terrified just hearing about it from other creatures. I don't know if the improved magic liquid has any side effects, otherwise, if one day Bai Fengshi is controlled by the devil, Chen Yang really doesn't know if he is reluctant to do it. After chatting for a while, everyone went to the hotel together. For this dinner, even Zhang Beicheng and Zhang Lu rushed over. In front of the dining table, the team members of the Guanghui base kept toasting Chen Yang. After drinking dozens of glasses of white wine, Chen Yang's brain was a little dizzy, but he didn't use Yuanli to volatilize the alcohol in his body. After several battles, Chen Yang also needed to relax. Chen Yang, where have you been all this time? Zhang Lu asked curiously. Seeing Zhang Liu's question, the others also put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked at Chen Yang. They all wanted to know what happened next. It's nothing, my master left me some things, and I managed to escape the pursuit of the fire dragon with those things. Later, when I was exhausted, the fire dragon suddenly gave up the pursuit. When I arrived at the glorious base, there was already a sea of fire. Hearing Chen Yang's description, there was a trace of sadness in the eyes of everyone in Guanghui base. They have lived in the glorious base for decades, and now the glorious base is gone. Everything happened too fast, like a dream. Then what happened afterwards? I heard that you haven't returned to Yanchinj since you disappeared, so I thought something happened to you, which made me inquire about you everywhere. Zhang Lu complained. Haha, no, I followed the fire dragon to its lair. Did you know that I found a woman in its lair? Hearing Chen Yang's description, Bai Fengshi and Zhang Beicheng immediately thought of the woman in animal clothes. You mean Tanro, right? Zhang Beicheng said. I didn't know who she was at the beginning, but I felt that her mental state was a little bit wrong. And she had a few bone spurs on her back. She didn't look like a human being at first glance. The woman's legs are gone, she must have suffered a lot injury. I saw the fire dragon take out a black crystal, and then pour all his vitality into the black crystal. The black crystal actually flowed out some black liquid. I saw that the fire dragon wanted to pour the liquid into the woman's mouth, so I came out to stop it. It was good luck, because the fire dragon poured all its vitality into the black crystal, which made him weak. In addition, the fire dragon was seriously injured in the abdomen, so I took this opportunity to find a way to kill it. Chen Yang half fabricated his own story. Hearing that the evil dragon was dead, everyone was excited. Is what you said true? That evil dragon is dead. Bai Fengshi and Zhang Beicheng panted and asked hastily. Yes, that fire dragon was seriously injured. It wanted to heal its wounds through practice, but it was harassed by me all the time. Finally, it took a long time before I killed it. Later, I took out an inner bullet from the fire dragon's body. It happened that I was practicing body training at that time. With the help of the fire dragon's corpse and inner alchemy, I reached the state of mind training. Chen Yang attributed all his cultivation speed to luck. Hearing that Chen Yang has cultivated to the point of refining his mind, everyone cast envious looks. You are so lucky. I heard that you can be like a master if you reach the state of refining your body. No wonder you are so good. You can block that Eddie's attack with a single palm. It seems that this body training method is not right. Wrong. Han Chen said enviously. It's all just luck. After all, it's not always possible to encounter these 7th order beasts. Chen Yang said modestly. It's not because of your good luck. No one thought that the fire dragon could be chased and killed after being injured. Moreover, your cultivation talent is obviously higher than all of us. You can cultivate your body to this level in such a short period of time. The entire Yanchinj and Guanghui base can only be done by you alone. Bai Fengshi praised. Not to mention Yan City and Glorious Base, even in the entire Hua Kingdom, I have never seen anyone with higher talent than Chen Yang. Chen Yang was born in our Yan City. It is the blessing bestowed on us by God. Zhang Beicheng also said one after another. City Lord Zhang and General Bai are absurd. Chen Yang said in embarrassment. Hey, we are all acquaintances, don't be so polite when we are together in the future. You also have the strength of a master now, even surpassing me and Lao Bai. From now on, you can just call me Uncle Zhang. Zhang Baicheng raised his wine glass and said, yes, this General Bai sounds too harsh. I don't even have a glorious base, so what kind of general am I? From now on, you can call me Uncle Bai. If you need to call me for anything, Uncle Bai will come over right away. Bai Fengshi also followed suit. Thank you two uncles, then I, Chen Yang, dare to toast you. Chen Yang got up and agreed. Okay, cheers, everyone. Zhang Baicheng shouted to everyone. Everyone toasted and drank together, and the members of the joint team at the Glorious Bay seemed to have integrated into the big family of Yanshinj at this moment. After drinking the white wine in the glass, Chen Yang wondered whether he should tell them about the magic crystal and the magic star. Chen Yang, what about that woman, where did she go? Han Mensi asked suddenly. Hearing Han Mensi's question, everyone remembered that there was a woman named Tanro. Chen Yang paused for a moment, and then he still planned to tell about the magic crystal. The woman fell into a coma at the beginning. When I was practicing, I fed her a little dragon meat, and her body recovered a little after digesting the dragon meat. Then I took the opportunity to ask some things about her, but her thinking some confusion. She told me something about the black crystal. I don't know if it's true or not. Speaking of this, Chen Yang paused for a while. What is the black crystal? Tell me quickly. Han Chen said impatiently. The crystal is called a magic crystal, and the liquid produced in it is called a magic liquid. This magic liquid can control the mind of a creature, change its physique, and finally become a puppet with confused thinking. And this creature that has swallowed the magic liquid has the new name is alien. These alien species are precisely creatures created by another planet. That planet is called the magic star, and these enchanted crystals are a means for the demon king on the magic star to invade the planet of life. After becoming an alien species, they can have the ability to control fierce beasts. It is estimated that the beast tied in the glorious base was controlled and planned by alien species behind the scenes. Alien. Zhang Baicheng looked at Bai Fengshi seriously. Although the potion Bai Fengshi drank was improved, there was no guarantee that it would not have any side effects. I don't feel any discomfort in my body, but there are indeed some changes in my body. Seeing Zhang Baicheng looking at him, Bai Fengshi immediately understood what the other party was thinking. What will happen to this alien species? Bai Fengshi asked. Heterogeneous species are equivalent to the slaves of the Demon King, and Tanro is one of them. She seemed to see the Demon King after drinking the magic liquid. Since then, Tanro has lost her own thinking. And something happened later. Tanro crushed the magic crystal, and the crystal formed a crack, which was exactly the same as the crack where the beast came over. I didn't notice her for a while, and she ran away from the crack. Because I had scruples, I didn't follow in, but the crack behind it should be the other planet she mentioned. Chen Yang briefly described what happened after the magic crystal was broken. After listening to Chen Yang's description, everyone was in a trance. That black crystal is actually the source of the beasts. No wonder there is a magic crystal in every beast lair. It turned out to be a means of invading the planet of life. Zhang Baicheng gradually understood the connection between the magic crystal and the evil after listening to Chen Yang's economics. If this is the case, will I become a so-called alien one day? Bai Fengshi said suddenly in a depressed mood. Uncle Bai, don't worry, if that day really comes, I will definitely find a way. Chen Yang said seriously. If that day really comes, don't let me hurt human beings. I don't want the person I protect all my life to die in my own hands. Bai Fengshi exhorted Chen Yang. What the hell is that Demon King you're talking about? Zhang Lu was puzzled. I don't know either. The Demon King is the supreme existence in her mouth. I vaguely guessed that the Demon King should have at least 10 levels of power. Chen Yang guessed. 10th order. Everyone fell into a state of dementia. Not to mention the 10th level, even the 8th level is a legendary existence in their eyes, and the entire Blue Star probably has no one who has reached the 8th level. Really, how is this possible at the 10th level? If there is such an existence that invades Blue Star, who can stop it? Han Chen didn't believe it. I agree with Chen Yang's point of view. To be able to create so many magical crystals and drive 7th level beasts, it is definitely impossible to do it with 8th level strength alone. Although I don't know how strong 10th level is, we have to deal with this kind of thing. High direction guessing. Bai Fengshi agreed. Chen Yang smiled wryly in his heart. The 10th level he mentioned was only the strength of the Demon King. There is a demon god above the Demon King. Being able to control the entire demon star would only be more terrifying. He can no longer imagine how powerful the existence above the Demon King is. It should be the kind of thing that can be picked up by the stars, no wonder it can be called a god. I'll report this matter to Baikan, and we'll see how it responds when the time comes. Zhang Baicheng thought about it. Seeing everyone so serious and frustrated, Han Chen was a little overwhelmed. Oh, these things may not necessarily happen. Do you think, how many years have the beasts been in the Blue Star? Up to now, have we met the Magic Star people? Maybe they have forgotten the Blue Star. Han Chen was heartless. Let's wait and see how the country responds. Zhang Baicheng picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Chen Yang, do you still have the spiritual liquid from before? I feel that if you drink a little more, you will be able to break through to become a great martial artist. Han Chen said while eating. Wait for a while, I'll ask when the time comes. Chen Yang suddenly thought that he had snatched so many space bracelets, and he hadn't seen the contents until now. Thinking of this, Chen Yang was a little absent-minded when eating. Really? Then you have to give it to me as soon as possible. We are good brothers, right? I'm willing to pay as much as I want, and I can't lose you. Han Chen patted Chen Yang's back excitedly. Okay, I will get you some if I have something. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Han Chen is actually a very strong person. When he first met Chen Yang, he was just a great warrior. In just a few months, he has undergone such a big change. Seeing that Chen Yang surpassed him step by step, Han Chen also anxiously wanted to become stronger. He didn't want Chen Yang to take the lead every time he encountered a problem, and he also wanted to help everyone share a little. Little did they know that Han Mensi thought the same way. She looked at Chen Yang from time to time, her eyes always flickering with inexplicable emotions. After eating this meal for more than 2 hours, after the party was over, Chen Yang came to a bar. In the bar, Chen Yang's avatar turned into a middle-aged man observing a table of young people, and Zhang Hao and the other 3 were also here. Chen Yang planned to solve Zhang Hao's trouble completely tonight, otherwise he would go to the clubhouse to find trouble with those refugees, and he would not have so much time to pay attention to it. In the bar, the lights were confusing, and Chen Yang put away his avatar and walked towards where Zhang Hao was. Mr. Lin, today's business is unfavorable. Let me first apologize to everyone. Zhang Hao picked up the wine glass and poured it down his throat. Seeing Zhang Hao blowing away a bottle of beer in one breath, Lin Bing, Zhao Minghui, and others clapped their hands loudly and agreed. What's the matter? Why do you apologize as soon as you come? Lin Bin looked at Zhang Hao and asked. Mr. Lin, didn't I say that there is a clubhouse in Yancheng, but it has now become a gathering place for refugees? I wanted to get that place back today, but I didn't know that a blind person kept blocking it. The other party is a martial artist, so I had no choice but to leave. I said before that I would let you go to my place to have fun, but now I renege on my promise. Of course I have to apologize. Zhang Hao complained immediately. It's not easy to handle, just ask my brother to help you. Lin Bin pointed to Lin Bing and said, don't be so troublesome, it's just a slum area. I'll just make a phone call. Whoever is so short-sighted will take us there sometime, and I'll see who dares to stop me. Zhao Minghui on the side hugged a young girl and said loudly, that's right, it's brother Zhao who is more familiar with this matter. Lin Bing said modestly, really? What if it's me? A voice came from behind Zhang Hao. Who are you? How dare you come here? Don't you know that Mr. Zhao is the largest family in Yancheng? Lin Bin sneered when he saw Chen Yang showing his face from behind Zhang Hao. Lin Bing and Zhao Minghui thought they were hallucinating when they heard Chen Yang's voice. When they looked towards the sound, their hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What is he? Lin Bing was shocked. The person Zhang Hao said to stop was Chen Yang, right? Zhang Hao hadn't noticed that the faces of the 2 young masters had changed drastically. He turned around and saw Chen Yang beside him, and immediately burst out laughing. Haha, Chen Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you see the big men behind me? They are the sons of the largest family in Yancheng and Guanghui base. You are against them by blocking me. Now you want to beg for mercy. There is no chance. Relying on the fact that he has Chen Yang, a big family behind him, Zhang Hao became tough when talking to Chen Yang. Are you sure? Let me see which young masters want to deal with me. Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the 2 brothers Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing meaningfully. Lin Bing and Zhao Minghui's complexion changed, and they said in their hearts that it was unlucky. How could such a thing happen to them? Seeing that Chen Yang dared to be arrogant in front of the Zhao family in Yancheng, Zhang Hao couldn't help laughing. It seems that you don't know how powerful the Zhao family is. Mr. Zhao behind me wants to squeeze you to death as easily as an ant. Even if you regret it, it's useless. Hearing Zhang Hao talking to Chen Yang like this, Zhao Minghui's face turned blue. He stood up and was about to apologize to Chen Yang. Zhang Hao thought that Zhao Minghui was going to attack Chen Yang himself, so he quickly gave up his position. Master Zhao, this kid is in the realm of a martial artist, you have to be careful. Zhang Hao flattered Zhao Minghui. Idiot. Zhao Minghui finally couldn't help but slap Zhang Hao's face, and soon half of Zhang Hao's face became red and swollen. Zhang Hao was also very surprised. He looked at Zhao Minghui aggrievedly and wondered why the other party was suddenly angry. Could it be that he stole the other party's limelight? Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I don't know this guy. I'll finish this drink first. Please forgive me if I offend you. As he spoke, Zhao Minghui picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. What did he see? The eldest son of the largest family in Yancheng actually apologized to a young man in a low voice. When did the world get so crazy? Minghui, what are you doing? Aren't you just a martial artist? You need to be so humble. Lin Bin did not understand Zhao Minghui's behavior. Lin Bing next to him quickly blocked his brother's mouth, for fear that Chen Yang would get angry because of it. What are you doing? There is nothing you can't say, even our Lin family is not easy to use. Woo, woo. Lin Bing was so anxious that he almost swears. Why can't his brother know how to watch the situation? Even Zhao Minghui is humbled, so he doesn't want to think about the identity of the other party? This is really wrong to blame Lin Bin. In his eyes, Zhao Minghui is one of the most talkative characters in Yancheng, and there are really few people who can overwhelm him. You can't drink in a bar, just meet someone Zhao Minghui can't afford, right? Seeing that Lin Bin didn't know anything, Zhao Minghui was afraid that Lin Bin would offend Chen Yang by doing something unexpected, so he quickly introduced him. This is Chen Yang, a great martial artist. Of course, Zhao Minghui would not tell the embarrassing things about his family, but if Lin Bin wanted to, he could find out Chen Yang's real identity now. Great martial artist. Zhang Hao's legs started to weaken after hearing this. He thought that the other party was at most a junior martial artist, but he didn't expect to have the strength of a great martial artist. A great martial artist is an area that he can't reach in his life. Even if he wants to make friends with a great martial artist, he can't do it without hundreds of millions. Now not only did he fail to make friends with a great martial artist, but he offended Chen Yang. Zhang Hao suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Not only that, but he also has a Grand Master and Master. In terms of strength, even City Lord Zhang has to look at his face. Following what Zhao Minghui said later, Lin Bin immediately knew what kind of person Zhang Hao had provoked. Grandmaster, there are not many such people in the entire Guanghui base and Yanchinch who can have a master backing them up. Zhang Hao actually provoked Chen Yang. There is no need for such a grand introduction. I am here this time mainly to solve the matter of the clubhouse under Zhang Hao's name. According to my information, the clubhouse should no longer belong to you, right? You said someone behind you wanted it. Could it be the Zhao family? With the Lin family? Chen Yang sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette and asked. It's absolutely nothing. I don't know him at all. Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing shouted at the same time, for fear that Chen Yang would tie him and Zhang Hao together. Knowing that Chen Yang not only has the strength of a great martial artist, but also has a master behind him, his heart is ashamed, knowing that he has messed with the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with the young masters. Seeing that even Zhao Minghui didn't dare to offend Chen Yang, Zhang Hao knew he was doomed. Since it has nothing to do with the young masters, how do you plan to take back the clubhouse? Chen Yang said lightly. Sorry, I was wrong. Zhang Hao knelt down immediately. He only hoped that Chen Yang would show mercy and let him go. It's just that he never thought at the time that cheating a fat man would cause so many troubles in the end. If he knew that Chen Yang was so powerful behind him, he wouldn't dare to provoke him no matter what. I'm just a bastard. Please don't count the faults of the villain, Mr. Chen. As long as Mr. Chen asks, I will definitely do it. Please let me go. Zhang Hao kept slapping his cheek and said. This matter is easy to solve. As long as you don't want to compete for that clubhouse and apologize to that family, I can forgive you. Chen Yang picked up a wine glass and played with it in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. I must apologize. I will apologize now. Zhang Hao thought that Chen Yang had let him off, so he quickly kowtowed and shouted. Seeing someone kneeling and kowtowing on Chen Yang's side, the surrounding guests immediately ran over to watch. When they found Chen Yang sitting on the sofa, they couldn't help but look lively. I don't need to pursue this matter, but I don't know how you plan to solve it. There was a killer before. You should have sent it. You want to kill me. What do you think I should do if I know? Chen Yang drank the wine, looked at Zhang Hao and asked. Zhang Hao originally thought that he would be safe as long as he apologized, but when Chen Yang told about Zhang Qian's hiring of a killer, his expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead to the ground like soybeans. There must be some misunderstanding in this. Even if I, Zhang Hao, have 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to call for an assassin to kill you, my lord. Zhang Hao quickly explained. When I first came in, your attitude didn't seem to be like this. Chen Yang didn't want to play with Zhang Hao anymore. He glanced at Zhao Minghui, and saw that Zhao Minghui's expression darkened immediately, and he kicked Zhang Hao over. Zhang Hao is too much. If Mr. Chen doesn't want to get his hands dirty, let me take care of it. Zhao Minghui looked at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang is very satisfied with this way of handling. He didn't want to let Zhang Hao and others go, especially when he came here. The other party was still trying to deal with him. If he wasn't an ordinary person, he might have been killed by Zhang Hao. He also has a younger brother and younger sister, both of whom are accomplices. Chen Yang spoke. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely deal with it. Zhao Minghui agreed. Master Chen, it's really not what you think. Mr. Chen, please show mercy and let me go, Mr. Chen. Seeing Zhang Hao crawling over and wanting to quibble, Zhao Minghui kicked Zhang Hao unconscious. Seeing Zhao Minghui facing Chen Yang with this attitude, the people around couldn't help but be amazed. Lin Bin was also thankful that he didn't provoke Chen Yang. Otherwise, if the master behind the other party made a move, his entire Lin family might be gone. Then trouble Mr. Zhao, your wine is quite delicious, let's get together next time we have a chance. Chen Yang said a few polite words and left. He wanted to ask Lin Bing something, but seeing so many people watching, Chen Yang thought about it next time. Call. Lin Bing finally let out a long breath, and he finally let go of his worries. He was afraid that Chen Yang would blame him for Zhang Hao's affairs. Thinking that his brother was almost cheated by this guy, Lin Bing also got up and kicked Zhang Hao a few times to relieve his anger. At night, Chen Yang returned to his long-lost home. Brother, you are back. Hearing the sound, Chen Yuling was the first to rush out and rush towards Chen Yang. Whoa, I thought you had an accident. I asked the teacher every day, but why didn't the teacher tell me? Chen Yuling hugged Chen Yang tightly, tears could not stop falling down. Don't cry, you don't care who your brother is, how could something happen? Chen Yang gently stroked the top of Chen Yuling's head and said with distress. Just as Chen Yuling was crying, a silver monkey rushed over. When Chen Yang saw it, he didn't expect it to be Xiaoan. Xiaoan, you came to my house no matter what. Chen Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Chen Yang, Xiaoyan also rushed over excitedly, hugging his thigh and constantly dawdling, completely unable to see the appearance of a sixth-order ferocious beast. Chen Yang stood helplessly on the spot, holding his younger sister in his arms, and a silver monkey hanging on his lap, which looked very strange. After comforting for a long time, Chen Yulin finally calmed down. Fortunately, it was in the bedroom, otherwise even the parents would be woken up. Brother, next time you want to leave, you must tell me first, Chen Yuling said with red eyes. Through Zhou Chu's answer, Chen Yuling guessed that Chen Yang's situation must be bad, and even Han Chen kept avoiding him. Later, Chen Yuling met Xiaoan, and after the two communicated telepathically, she was even more worried about her brother's safety. If it wasn't for Xiaoyan's vague feeling that Chen Yang was fine, Chen Yuling would definitely die in panic. Okay, don't cry, this time it's really an emergency. You know, the entire glory base has been destroyed. If it weren't for your brother and me, the entire glory base would have died, Chen Yang explained. Little Silver was a little puzzled when he heard this. He didn't know why human beings were willing to risk their own lives. I don't care. My brother's life is the most important thing. Don't take such risks again in the future. Chen Yuling shook Chen Yang's arm. I will definitely listen to Rain Spirit in the future, that's fine. Chen Yang wiped away the tears from his younger sister's face and said with a smile. Well, brother must count on what he says. Chen Yuling nodded obediently. Since the last awakening of her talent, Chen Yuling has changed more and more. She was a thin and sickly girl before, but now Chen Yuling's face has obvious blood color, and her body is much healthier. Chen Yang observed his younger sister's talent and found that she was already a mid-level martial artist. Seeing that his sister had grown a few centimeters all of a sudden, Chen Yang was very pleased. Go to bed early, brother will accompany you to go shopping tomorrow, Chen Yang said. Really, great, I want to call my classmates together, Chen Yuling said excitedly. You go to school. Chen Yang was a little surprised, because he had been busy with other things, and he didn't know that his sister had entered junior high school under Zhou Chu's arrangement. Well, I've met a lot of friends. Chen Yuling and Chen Yang talked about the school for a long time. Seeing his sister so happy at school, Chen Yang also felt very happy. Chen Yuling has not communicated with her peers for a long time, and it is also a very good thing for her to make some friends at school now. Moreover, Chen Yuling also possessed the power of a great warrior. If he wanted to bully her, it would depend on whether he was qualified enough. After finally persuading Chen Yuling to fall asleep, Xiaoan was finally able to communicate with Chen Yang alone. After not seeing Chen Yang for a long time, Xiao Yin was also very excited. Seeing Xiaoan's appearance, Chen Yang's heart moved, and he took Xiaoan to the open space outside Yanchinj. Come on, this is a gift for you. Chen Yang threw out the body of the black python and said. Seeing the huge black python dozens of meters long, Xiaoan was taken aback for a moment, then jumped up and down happily. Eat it quickly, this big python should be able to improve you a lot. Chen Yang also took out all the remaining spirit liquid. After thinking for a while, he took out a giant spirit fruit and handed it to Xiaoan. The giant spirit fruit can greatly increase the user's strength, which is more effective for a beast like Xiaoan who specializes in strength cultivation. Xiaoan swallowed the giant spirit fruit, his body rapidly grew bigger, and soon turned into a berserk giant ape roaring. Chen Yang roasted the black python with fire elements. Xiaoan grabbed the body of the black python and pulled it, then chewed it with relish. Within a moment, the whole black python was eaten by Xiaoan. It closed its eyes and lay down, quietly digesting the inner alchemy of the black python and the power of the giant spirit fruit. The giant spirit fruit constantly nourishes Xiaoan's blood, and as time goes by, Xiaoan's blood becomes more pure. Seeing that Xiaoan entered the cultivation state, Chen Yang couldn't wait to open the space bracelet he had snatched earlier. Lei Ming and the others are all the sons and daughters of the Lei family, and the things in their hands are definitely not bad. Chen Yang searched carefully, and there are tens of thousands of high-level primordial stones in each space bracelet. Get rich, Chen Yang excitedly said to himself. More than 3 high-grade primordial stones, worthy of being a big family, really rich and powerful. In addition, there are more than 1,000 top-level primordial stones inside. If these primordial stones are spread, Chen Yang will immediately become the richest person in Yanchinj. In addition to primordial stones, there are many rare metals and equipment inside, including the URU metal that was taken out of the previous fight. Ulu metal is a material specially used by the Magic Star people to make weapons, and even aircrafts need to incorporate this metal. It only takes a little to become extremely hard. As for the Magic Star equipment inside, Chen Yang decided to put it in a bracelet first. These equipments surpassed Blue Star's technology too much, and Chen Yang was afraid of causing a sensation if he brought it out. Unless he had trusted scientific researchers, he did not intend to announce these equipment to the world. After looking at the space bracelets of several people, I finally came to the counting of the spiritual objects in the apps. Chen Yang poured out all the equipment he had taken away from the apps of the secret realm. Many armors and weapons among them caught Chen Yang's eyes. These weapons are very easy to use even for cultivators of the 8th level realm. Originally, Chen Yang planned to use the 7th level fire dragon skin to make things like inner armor, but now there are ready-made equipment. Chen Yang took a fancy to a long sword. This sword weighed several hundred tons, and it was not easy even for him to hold it. The body of this sword is white and blue, and bursts of cold air continue to radiate from the blade. There is a bewitching red inner alchemy on the hilt of the sword. Chen Yang felt the power of the inner alchemy, which turned out to be made of an 8th order ferocious beast's inner alchemy. There was also a strange metal black dragon hovering beside the inner alchemy. The moment he poured Yuanli into the sword, Chen Yang vaguely heard a dragon roar in his mind. Black Emperor Sword. Chen Yang felt that the soul of a ferocious beast seemed to be trapped in the body of the sword, but when he wanted to control the sword's soul inside immediately resisted. Make it for me. Chen Yang opened up all his domains, and his spiritual talent kept impacting the soul in the sword. It seemed that because of the restriction, Chen Yang gradually gained the upper hand. An hour later, the sword soul in the Black Emperor sword let out an unwilling roar and sank down. As expected of a good thing in the 9th level secret realm, it's really amazing. Chen Yang could barely control the Black Emperor sword, but there was always a faint feeling of resistance in the Black Emperor sword. He didn't know how to completely tame the Black Emperor sword. Recalling the lizardman's memory, he quickly found a slightly more reliable method. It is said that the better the sword, the more spiritual energy it has. Generally, a sword with spiritual energy can be controlled by refining with a drop of blood. Chen Yang's heart moved. He had the blood of Yazi in his body. If a drop of blood could refine this sword, then the effect of his blood would not be bad. Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately cut his finger. The embarrassing thing is that before the blood flowed out, it had already healed automatically because of the self-healing talent. Chen Yang's face darkened, so he had to forcefully cut another knife on the palm of his hand, and controlled the self-healing talent to pause the healing. This time, the blood finally dripped on the Black Emperor sword. The moment the blood touched the Black Emperor sword, the Black Emperor sword trembled, obviously responding to Chen Yang's blood. The body of the Black Emperor sword burst into strange light, and the blood-red inner alchemy also became active after touching the blood. Chen Yang injected his own energy into the Black Emperor sword, and soon, the Black Emperor sword and his arm merged into one. It works. Chen Yang excitedly controlled the Black Emperor sword. Although he hadn't reached the realm of doing whatever he wanted, he could already control it at will. I believe that it won't be long before Chen Yang can completely control it. Chen Yang looked very satisfied with the Black Emperor sword. Just when he wanted to put it away, the Black Emperor sword melted into his body automatically. Chen Yang was startled, and quickly looked inside, only to see the Black Emperor sword floating above the Danshan, and Yuanli continued to slowly moisten the sword body. It's still possible. Chen Yang was a little surprised. Under the nourishment of Yuanli, the Black Emperor sword seemed to become more agile. Seeing that there was nothing abnormal in his body, Chen Yang was a little relieved. Even the Black Emperor sword is so powerful. Chen Yang looks forward to the big cauldron in the main room even more. Chen Yang took out the big black cauldron. He didn't have time to observe carefully in the secret realm before, but he vaguely saw something engraved on the big cauldron. The things that can be placed in the main room are definitely not simple, and there are not many things in the whole main room. This big tripod should be the most precious spiritual thing. Chen Yang turned on the perspective to see the symbols on the cauldron clearly, but his consciousness was suddenly in a trance, as if he had stepped into another world. When Chen Yang opened his eyes, what he saw was not the familiar blue star, but a void continent, more like a spiritual world. Chen Yang checked his body. There was nothing in his body, not even the previous Black Emperor sword was gone. He suddenly understood that this place might not be the real world, but the tripod dragged him into a wonderful place. Chen Yang wanted to find an exit. The whole world was in a state of chaos. When he observed carefully, a black dragon came out of the chaos and rushed towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang quickly made a defensive move, and the black dragon quickly bumped into him. Without the expected pain, the black dragon actually passed through his body. Slowly looking at his body, Chen Yang felt that what happened just now seemed to be an illusion. But soon, a dragon chant sounded behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked back and found a wonderful scene. This is... Chen Yang looked up and saw strange words constantly appearing in the sky. If Chen Yang didn't know it before, but he used his mental power to comprehend it by accident, and the consciousness represented by those words was actually comprehended by Chen Yang. This is actually a body tempering exercise. Chen Yang was overjoyed. There are only 2 books of exercises he practiced. One is Yuanli Control, and the other is Magic Beast Art. After mastering Yuanli and cultivating it to perfection, Chen Yang didn't know how to cultivate the latter part, but he felt that turning the Yuankai in his body into Yuanli was not the end, and there was still a long way to go. However, due to the lack of postscript skills, Chen Yang could only continue to rely on Yuanli to control it, and he could only slowly explore by himself in future cultivation. Chen Yang has also cultivated to the 4th level in the other Magic Beast Ju. Although he has not yet reached the perfect state, he does not have any cultivation methods for the realm after the 4th level. Chen Yang is of course very happy to have a brand new copy of body tempering cultivation technique. It seems that because of the blood of the real dragon in his body, Chen Yang actually quickly understood and memorized the whole exercise. This is a body hardening exercise called Dragon Emperor Ju. It has 7 layers in total, and the first layer corresponds to the 5th order realm. Chen Yang didn't know why this exercise started at such a high level, but he didn't care. Now that the energy in his body was just at the 5th level, this exercise was very suitable for him. There are two necessary conditions for practicing the Dragon Emperor art. The first is to have the blood of the dragon clan, and the other is to cultivate the dragon power. Chen Yang is very fortunate, because he meets these two conditions. Having memorized the exercises in his heart, Chen Yang was preparing to operate in his body according to the first level of the Dragon Emperor art. Just when he started to practice, there was a strong wind blowing around him, and when he could see clearly, his consciousness had already returned to his body. Chen Yang understood that it was his own consciousness that entered the world in the Black Cauldron just now. If it wasn't for the Dragon Emperor art in his mind, he even thought he had a dream. Now that he had learned the new technique, Chen Yang didn't have any ink marks, and immediately began to practice the Dragon Emperor Ju. Because the meridians in his body had been transformed many times, Chen Yang practiced without any hindrance. In just 1 hour, he circulated the first layer of the Dragon Emperor art in his body for a great cycle. Call. Chen Yang opened his eyes, and a ray of dragon energy gradually formed in his body. With the help of the dragon force, this ray of dragon energy became more and more, and finally directly transformed into the existence of dragon force. It turns out that dragon power was formed in this way. Chen Yang sighed silently in his heart. Although he had copied the dragon force before, he still couldn't control it as he wanted. At first, Chen Yang thought it was because he was not a dragon, so he couldn't fully control the dragon's power. Only then did he realize that everything was because he hadn't practiced the Dragon Emperor art. Some ferocious beasts with dragon blood can use dragon power directly, but people are different. Feeling the dragon energy in his body transform into real dragon power, Chen Yang's body instantly became active. More and more dragon power soon filled the whole body. At this time, Chen Yang looked inside his body. On one side of the Danshan was a small lake formed by the condensed energy, and on the other side was the inner alchemy formed by the dragon force. Although the inner alchemy is small, as Chen Yang continues to practice, it will become bigger and bigger in the future. So far, Chen Yang has completely controlled the dragon force in his body. Seeing that the two forces do not interfere with each other, Chen Yang is very satisfied. This means that the energy in his body is now comparable to that of a grandmaster. Even if he has not reached the realm of a grandmaster, the energy can almost allow him to use dual domains for up to 5 minutes at the same time. Chen Yang tried to activate both domains at the same time, and the power domain and speed force quickly covered him. Chen Yang feels that his control of the domain has improved to a higher level, and when using the domain, he can also control the dragon force to leave the body to form a dragon force barrier. Nice one. Chen Yang feels the power of dragon power, which can be superimposed on the domain and his own special talent. It can be said that it is almost the same as the use of vitality. Slowly control the dragon power to spread out in the field, condense the dragon power into shape according to the method of Huolong and Yazi before, and soon a barrier with a diameter of dash meters appears around him, which looks very dazzling. Chen Yang laughed out loud, and the Black Emperor sword in his body also felt the presence of the dragon force and became active. He took out the Black Emperor sword, and at this moment, the Black Emperor sword and his body seemed to be fused together. As he moved, Chen Yang waved the Black Emperor sword twice towards the trees in the distance. Even without the injection of energy, the Black Emperor sword still cut 2 sword winds. With a loud bang, the trees were cut off out of thin air, and the separation looked as smooth as a mirror, as if it should be. Just when Chen Yang was excited, Xiaoan let out a long roar, unwilling to be lonely. As it digested all the giant spirit fruit and inner alchemy, and with the help of the psychic liquid, Little Silver's realm finally broke through to the peak of the middle 6th order. Feeling that Little Silver was only a little short of stepping into the advanced 6th level, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the effect of the giant spirit fruit is very good, and it doesn't cost me a lot of painstaking efforts. After training, Xiaoan patted his stomach to express that he was full. A burst of silver light flickered, and Xiaoan's huge body shrank again. This time it was even more exquisite. Even if it stood up completely, it was only half a meter tall. If they were curled up in a ball, they would even think it was some cute little animal. Seeing that Xiaoan became so cute, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. If you tell others that this ball of silver hair is a 6th order beast, they might think he is crazy. When you reach the 7th level, you won't become as small as a cat, will you? Chen Yang asked curiously. Xiaoan shook his head, indicating that it would be like this from now on. After chatting for a while, the two went home and took a shower. When Chen Yang and Xiaoyan wanted to rest, the sky had already turned white. Brother, wake up. Chen Yuling stood in front of Chen Yang's bed and shouted. Chen Yang stretched his waist, feeling that he had just fallen asleep. Why, it was dawn. Little Silver was also woken up by Chen Yuling's voice, and it also stretched like Chen Yang, very cute. Even Chen Yang suspected that Little Silver had turned into a pet. Wow, is this Xiaoan? Chen Yuling exclaimed. Squeak. Xiaoan jumped into Chen Yuling's arms and enjoyed rubbing back and forth in her arms. Seeing this, Chen Yuling liked it very much. Chen Yang laughed. He hadn't slept in for a long time, and he finally got up when he saw the sun shining on his bed. Looking at himself in the bathroom, Chen Yang didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chen Yang felt that he had become a lot more handsome. Could it be because of the Dragon Emperor art? Chen Yang frowned and then relaxed. Maybe it's my natural beauty, I didn't notice it before. After Chen Yang finished washing quickly, under Chen Yuling's urging, he finally came to the dining table. Little Silver had long been sitting in front of the chair, but unfortunately it seemed that he couldn't reach the table due to his height. Chen Yang found it very funny to see Little Silver imitating the way humans eat. Brother, hurry up and eat, my classmates are almost here, Chen Yuling urged. How many classmates did you call today? Chen Yang asked curiously. Only 2, both of which are my best. I made an appointment with them to meet at 10 o'clock, and it's already 09:30. Chen Yuling pouted and said, okay, I'll be there soon. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he immediately swallowed the breakfast in front of him. Half an hour later, Chen Yang picked up Lu Xian, and by the time the appointment was made, he was already 10 minutes late. What kind of parents are you? They haven't come here for so long. Under a tree by the side of the road, a woman in a white tights covered her forehead with one hand and looked around. Beauty, who are you waiting for? While the woman was watching, a man walked up behind her and smiled. The woman looked back and found that it was a foreigner. You can actually speak Chinese? The woman asked curiously. Haha, thanks to this little thing, beautiful oriental lady. The blonde man pointed to the headset in his ear, which turned out to be a translation headset. Of course, I can also speak a few words in Chinese, otherwise I wouldn't be able to speak so fluently. The blonde man said proudly. Languages of various countries are actually not too difficult for him, because his spiritual power is very high, and it is much easier to learn. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor to invite you for a drink? The blonde man asked politely. Sorry, I'm not free today. There are 2 children beside me. The woman in the white tights refused. Seeing that his invitation was rejected, the blonde man looked a little surprised. I heard that Huaguo likes men in his own country the most, and how could he be rejected by a woman with such a good appearance? Forget it, just say you can't make an appointment, hurry up and complete the bet, and bring 100 million. Another black-haired foreign man patted him on the shoulder and said, who said, I still have a way. The blonde man immediately took out a large handful of banknotes from his pocket, at least tens of thousands of dollars at a glance. Miss, I really want to have lunch with you. As for the 2 children beside you, I can send them back for you. What do you think? As long as you are willing to have lunch with me, these are yours. The blonde man said himself. You are fooling. The black-haired man was dissatisfied. The woman in white tights stared silently at the banknotes in the hands of the blonde man, but when the blonde man smiled triumphantly, the woman refused again. Sorry, I'm not free. After finishing speaking, the woman pulled the 2 children beside her and turned around to leave. And many more. The blonde man didn't expect that he was still rejected. He quickly grabbed the woman's arm, but the woman tried her best, but she couldn't break free. You let me go, the woman said anxiously. The blonde man is still very confident. He thinks that women are just superficially reserved. As long as he increases his bargaining chips, he will definitely win. This trick has never failed. We can discuss it again, how about I double it? The blonde man waved the banknote in front of the woman's eyes, and his hands were already touching her body irregularly. Let go of her. A big black Benz was parked by the side of the road, and the window was lowered, revealing a face that looked a little resolute. Who are you? Are you courting death? The blonde man turned his head to look at the teenager in the car, with a look of irritation on his face. Dare to be a hero to save the beauty at this time, he must teach this boy who is driving a lesson. Chen Yang took off his sunglasses and looked at the blonde man with a smile. Are you sure you're talking to me, Eddie? When Eddie and the black-haired man behind him saw that the person in the car was actually Chen Yang, they took a step back involuntarily, and Eddie's palms were dripping with sweat. Okay, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be here too, Eddie said embarrassingly, completely lost the momentum before. Seeing Eddie suddenly looked like a frightened kitten, the woman in the white tights looked in the car curiously, and Chen Yuling's smiling face appeared in the back seat. Sorry, I'm late, I'm Chen Yuling's elder brother, and my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang ignored Eddie, got out of the car and said to the woman in white. Hi, my name is Yang Shui. A blush appeared on the face of the woman in white, as if she was embarrassed by what happened just now. Well, you guys talk first, I won't bother you anymore. Eddie evacuated quickly. Don't let me see you do such a thing again, otherwise, no matter whether you are a member of the mission or not, I will make you regret it, understand? Chen Yang warned without looking back. Eddie, who left quickly, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Chen Yang's words. He also has some understanding of the other party's character. He doesn't seem like someone who can talk empty words. Unfortunate. Eddie's face was blue, but he couldn't beat the opponent, so he could only swallow this breath in his stomach. Chen Yang saw that the woman in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized that the woman in black was the woman in black that he met in the Salamander territory last time. So your name is Yang Shui? Chen Yang murmured. What did you say? Yang Shui was puzzled. Oh, it's okay, you've been waiting here for a long time, I'm going to pick up my girlfriend, so it's a bit late. Chen Yang introduced Lu Xindao behind him. Hello. Yang Shui looked at Lu Xian, who had creamy skin, secretly surprised at her face. Chen Yuling. Seeing Chen Yuling get off the car, the 2 children immediately surrounded him. These 2 are yours. Chen Yang wanted to ask if it was a child, but seeing that the other party was so young, he immediately took back what he said. That's my younger sister, Yang Wanru. The other child is Jianwei, the youngest daughter of the Qian family. Yang Shui introduced. The daughter of the Qian family. Chen Yang glanced at the child in surprise. Why are you here alone? Where are Chen Wei's parents? Chen Yang said strangely. Chen Wei's parents have something to do, so I came here alone. Besides, there are bodyguards by the side, so don't worry. Yang Shui pointed to several men in suits and said. Chen Yang nodded suddenly. Let's go, Yu Ling, what do you want to buy? Chen Yang spoiled him. I need to buy clothes. I can't fit a lot of clothes after practicing. Chen Yuling said distressedly. It's okay, buy a few more if you can't fit. Chen Yang touched Chen Yuling's head, feeling a little annoyed that he didn't discover these details. I do know a place where the clothes are quite cheap. Yang Shui said. Since it's my sister, of course I have to dress better. There's a big shopping mall next to it. Let's go there. Don't worry, I'll pay the bill. Chen Yang guessed that Yang Shui's financial situation was not very good, so he said in advance. Yang Shui didn't reply, but nodded embarrassingly. When he came to the shopping mall, Chen Yang chose a girl's clothing store that looked more delicate. This dress is nice, Yang Shui, do you want to try Yang Wanru? Chen Yang caught a glimpse of a Lolita-like outfit. Wow, this dress is really pretty, it fits Wanru quite well, but I don't have enough money. Yang Shui praised, the love in her eyes couldn't be concealed. It's okay, I'll pay the bill. Chen Yang didn't care. Thank you, but Yang Shui was embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but at this moment, a voice interrupted her. I bought this dress, share, and I will give it to you. A man suddenly appeared behind Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that it was the leader of the mercenary team he met last time. Peng Dong, why are you here? Yang Shui showed a surprised expression. Why didn't you call me when you came to buy clothes? Are you afraid that I have no money? Peng Dong said to Yang Shui with a trace of blame, and then looked at Chen Yang with vigilance in his eyes. Who is this, your friend? Why have I never seen it before? This is Chen Yuling's brother. Yang Shui pointed to Chen Yuling and said. They saw this dress first, why did you buy it when you came up? Yang Shui was a little dissatisfied, but the other party was the head of the mercenary regiment, and he usually treated her well, so she had no choice but to remind her. Isn't this dress the one who buys it first? I also think it's suitable for Wan Ruan to wear. Peng Dong didn't care. He is a cultivator in the realm of a martial artist. In his eyes, Chen Yang is just a handsome boy, so he naturally ignores him. Are you crazy? Chen Yang would not be used to the other party, so he spoke directly. What did you say? Peng Dong turned his head, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, he couldn't help showing surprise when he saw Lu Xian beside Chen Yang. Before, he only cared about talking to Yang Shui, completely ignoring Lu Xian, but now that he saw Lu Xian's appearance was no less than Yang Shui, he couldn't help liking him a little. I said you were sick. Chen Yang put his hands in his pockets and looked at Peng Dong calmly. Chen Yang, it's not necessary, it's just a piece of clothing. Lu Xian persuaded. Miss, your boyfriend seems to be out of his mind. Peng Dong laughed. I bought this dress, what's the problem? Chen Yang said lightly. Do you know how expensive the clothes here are? You should study more at your age, and you might be able to support your family by getting a clerical job in the future. Peng Dong was eccentric. Beauty, I suggest that you break up with this man, it is more reliable to find a practitioner. Peng Dong. Yang Shui was a little angry, showing reproachful eyes. What's the matter, Shui, you're still angry with me? Peng Dong immediately put on a smiling face. Don't mention that matter again, I am no longer a member of the mercenary group, please don't call me so intimate. Yang Shui said in disgust. Is that why you came out with other men? Could it be that the relationship between us is not as good as this little boy, and you actually want to speak for him? Peng Dong can't understand the woman's thoughts, but he doesn't know that his desire to please is very uncomfortable to Yang Shui. It's not what you think. Yang Shui was a little angry. Then why are you unwilling to accept my gift? Peng Dong was puzzled. You forcibly snatch the clothes I like. You think women will like your personality. Chen Yang felt a little amused. Which onion are you? If it wasn't for Yang Shui's sake, I would have beat you up long ago. Peng Dong said fiercely. In his opinion, ordinary people would shrink back when they saw him like this. Yang Shui, let's go, there is always a fly in my ear, which affects my mood. Chen Yang turned his head and asked. It is good. Yang Shui nodded in embarrassment, and didn't want things between the two of them to become serious. Stop. Peng Dong shouted suddenly, as if he didn't intend to end it like this. A poor boy like you can afford such clothes. If you want to show courteousness in front of Shui, then you are looking for the wrong person. Peng Dong thought that Chen Yang already had Lu Xian and wanted to pursue Yang Shui, so anger was already rising in his heart. Whether I buy it or not is my business, do you need to shout in front of me? Chen Yang ignored it, and left with Lu Xian and Chen Yuling. Seeing that Yang Shui was also following behind him, Peng Dong finally couldn't help the anger in his heart. Yang Shui, could it be that you fell in love with this little boy? Why is it okay for him to give you something, but you don't like what I give you? Peng Dong shouted. Peng Dong, you really let me down. Yang Shui had a frosty face, and left without looking back. Peng Dong stood there with a blue face. In his opinion, Yang Shui's actions were clearly betrayal, but he forgot that Yang Shui never promised him to be his girlfriend from the beginning to the end. Boy, stop for me. Peng Dong exerted force on his feet and blocked Chen Yang in an instant. Did you think that the thing you scolded me just now is over? Peng Dong planned to educate the young man in front of him, otherwise he would lose face. Do you think I'm a bully? Chen Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Why, I am a martial artist, don't you know that ordinary people should respect cultivators? Peng Dong said proudly. Warrior, it seems quite powerful. Chen Yang sneered. You don't apologize even if you know I'm a martial artist. Peng Dong thought that the other party confessed, so he raised his head and said, Chen Yang, forget it. Peng Dong, just let him go, he didn't do it on purpose. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Yang Shui quickly asked Peng Dong, I can let him go, unless I kneel down and apologize. Peng Dong raised his head and said, Oh, Yang Shui is fine. Although the martial artist is powerful, he seems to be a little worse than me. The aura on Chen Yang's body suddenly exploded. Peng Dong was taken aback for a moment, and then felt tremendous pressure on him. The explosive momentum suppressed Peng Dong severely, and within 10 seconds, beads of sweat had already appeared on Peng Dong's forehead. He was horrified. The young man in front of him would be a great martial artist. How could this be possible? Come on, clown. Chen Yang ignored them, and when they walked away, Peng Dong was paralyzed on the ground panting heavily. Seeing that Yang Shui loathed him, Peng Dong clenched his fist unwillingly. Damn it, don't give me shame. Don't think it's great to have a great martial artist as a backer. I will eat you up sooner or later. Peng Dong was born out of courage, wishing to make Yang Shui regret it immediately. For Chen Yang, just now was just a small episode. The other party likes Yang Shui and has nothing to do with him, so he just sent a piece of clothing, and the result was such a big reaction. Chen Yang pushed the unhappiness just now to the back of his mind. Sorry, my friend got a little excited. Yang Shui apologized. It's okay, let's go upstairs. There are also several good clothing stores upstairs. Chen Yang smiled. Yang Shui nodded. For some reason, she vaguely felt the smell on Chen Yang's body was somewhat familiar. After shopping all morning, Chen Yang's body was already full of bags. Chen Yang was a little tired. If he didn't want to expose his talent of space power, he wouldn't have to be so tired. Obviously, Lu Xian hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. She and Yang Shui chatted happily and became good friends immediately. After shopping for a long time, Chen Yuling finally said that he was hungry. Seeing that the children all wanted to eat, Lu Xian and Yang Shui finally stopped their desire to shop. After choosing a restaurant at random, Chen Yang threw his bag on the sofa and was about to sit down when a female voice behind him stopped him. Chen Yang, you are here too. Chen Yang turned around and saw that it was Zhang Lu. He looked behind Zhang Lu, and sure enough Zhang Beicheng was also sitting behind. Uncle Zhang, you're here too. Chen Yang said hello. Haha, what a coincidence, I finally went out with Lu Er today, I didn't expect to meet my brother. Zhang Beicheng was also very surprised. It happened that they didn't order food, and several people joined together at one table. Who are these two? Zhang Lu looked at Lu Xian and Yang Shui in doubt. This is Lu Xian, and she's my girlfriend. This beauty in white is Yang Shui, and she's the older sister of my younger sister's classmate. We just went shopping together today. Chen Yang introduced. Wow, your girlfriend is so pretty. Zhang Lu showed an envious expression. Are you City Lord Zhang? When Yang Shui saw Zhang Beicheng, she thought she was mistaken. After all, how could City Master Zhang be so familiar with Chen Yuling's brother? Haha, this is City Lord Zhang. Chen Yang introduced. Zhang Beicheng also looked at her and nodded. Yang Shui's expression suddenly became very rich. I thought Chen Yang was an ordinary rich second generation, but he didn't expect that the other party was not only a cultivator, but even talked and laughed with the master. Yang Shui suddenly didn't dare to vent her anger. Having dinner with a grand master was something she never dared to think about in her entire life. Don't be restrained, we are all friends. This is the youngest daughter of the Qian family, I didn't expect to be with you. Zhang Beicheng looked at Qianwei and said, Hello, Uncle Zhang. Qianwei said sweetly. Hey, so cute. Zhang Beicheng was very happy. Soon, several children chatted together, and the three women seemed to have forgotten the existence of Chen Yang. Only Zhang Beicheng and Chen Yang were left looking at each other. Oh, Chen Yang, I didn't expect that we were the only ones who had something in common in the end. Zhang Beicheng joked. There's a saying that says 3 women make 1 show, just get used to it. Chen Yang said with a smile while sandwiching the vegetables. There is something I just want to ask for your opinion. Zhang Beicheng said suddenly. What's the matter? Chen Yang was puzzled. I have already asked about the things you said yesterday, and what they told me may be more cruel than what you said. I thought you said that the so-called Demon King was just said by Tanro's confused mind. This how could there be a 10th order realm in the world? Zhang Beicheng said sadly. Could it be that Baikan has already sent people into the crack? Chen Yang guessed. Zhang Beicheng nodded. Yes, they know more information than us. If we want to describe our current situation, we are living in a crack. We can only hope that we will not be discovered by the magic star. Then I wonder if Uncle Zhang wants to consult me. Chen Yang asked. It's a plan about Baikan. This plan is called God-making project. Zhang Beicheng said seriously. God-making plan. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that what Zhang Beicheng wanted to talk about was actually this matter. It's not convenient to talk about the details here. At that time, people from Baikan will be sent over. Generally speaking, the God-making plan is to select a cultivator with the most potential in the country, and use the resources of the whole country to make him an existence above the martial saint. Zhang Beicheng explained simply. Above the martial saint. Chen Yang was shocked by this plan. It turned out that Baikan had already been thinking about how to deal with the alien threat. Here in Yanchinj, I will report your name. If you want to say the person with the most potential, your cultivation talent may not be surpassed by anyone in the whole South. Zhang Beicheng praised. Haha, thank you Uncle Zhang for looking at me. Chen Yang picked up a glass of drink and drank it. It was his company's Coke. Hey, Chen Yang, how many boxes of new products did you agree to send me? Zhang Lu asked suddenly. Aren't you busy with other things recently? I just came back yesterday, and I haven't had time to go to the company yet. After a while, I will definitely send someone to deliver it. Chen Yang said in embarrassment. That's good. Zhang Lu nodded in satisfaction. After being joined by Zhang Lu, Chen Yang, and Zhang Beicheng stopped talking about the god-making plan. Uncle Zhang, I think our overall combat effectiveness is still a bit too low. This beast swarm made me understand that if there are a few more masters, no matter how large the beast swarm is, it's nothing to be afraid of. In fact, the super beast armor of the Eagle Kingdom not bad, even facing me, others are really hard to beat, Chen Yang said. Zhang Beicheng nodded, although he didn't go to watch the match between Eagle Kingdom and the United Team yesterday, but he watched all the videos carefully. Super beast armor is indeed a good way to improve strength. If the research bottleneck can be solved, Yanchin's strength will also be greatly enhanced. The Scientific Research Department of the Joint Force is also working hard to develop this matter. I believe we can see the real super beast armor in a short time, Zhang Beicheng said while holding the vegetables. The two chatted about other things, and after more than an hour, the lunch was finally over. Then Zhang Lu also joined the ranks of shopping, and the women became more and more excited, but in the end they made Chen Yang and Zhang Beicheng suffer. But looking at Zhang Beicheng's appearance, it was sweet in his heart. It was not until the evening that the happy day came to an end. Before leaving, Yang Shui looked at Chen Yang as if she wanted to say something, but stopped talking. What happened? Chen Yang was puzzled. I have something to ask you, for help. Yang Shui blushed and said. Chen Yang looked at Yang Shui suspiciously, not knowing why she blushed suddenly. What's going on? Seeing that the other party was embarrassed to speak, Chen Yang asked. I want you to ask the city lord to do me a favor, my sister. Speaking of this, Yang Shui hesitated to speak. You really worried me to death. Chen Yang was angry. No, it must be very expensive to ask the city lord for help, right? Yang Shui said awkwardly. You tell me what happened to your sister first. Chen Yang said with concern. She has a tumor in her body. I have been making money to help her treat it, but... When Yang Shui said this, she felt a little sad. Sister, I'm fine, it seems to be fine now. Yang Wanro sneaked into Yang Shui's arms obediently and said. Chen Yang instantly understood what Yang Shui wanted him to do. Looking at Yang Wanro's immature face, it is unexpected that she has been tortured by the disease. Now Chen Yang understands why Yang Shui took the risk to kill the salamander in the first place. It turned out that it was to treat his sister's illness. Chen Yang felt the same way. Every time he saw Chen Yuling sitting in a wheelchair, he had the same heartache. I see, leave this matter to me, Chen Yang said. Thank you. Yang Shui was embarrassed to say that there were tears rolling in her eyes. Where is your home? I'll take you back to help you take a look. Chen Yang asked. Can you help me see? Yang Shui was taken aback. Otherwise, I can help you with this little matter, Chen Yang said confidently. I'll take Lu Xian and Yu Ling home first, and then I'll go to your house to see a doctor. Thanks. Yang Shui didn't know whether Chen Yang could really help her sister, but he was like Yang Shui's last straw, she could only hold on tightly. An hour later, Chen Yang came to Yang Shui's home. Yang Shui's home is an ordinary apartment allocated by the state. Although it is not big, it looks very clean and tidy. The two walked into the house, but they didn't know that there was a pair of resentful eyes looking at them downstairs. Zizi, I just went to bed when I met you. I didn't expect you to be such a bitch. Peng Dong has been waiting downstairs with Yang Shui. He originally wanted to apologize to Yang Shui, but when he saw Chen Yang and Yang Shui go home together, his heart was instantly filled with jealousy. After closing the door, Yang Shui poured Chen Yang a cup of hot water. I have nothing at home, only water to drink. Yang Shui said embarrassedly. It's okay, just take off your clothes. Chen Yang drank the water in the glass and said. What? Yang Shui's face was flushed, and she was a little angry inside. How can you do this? Yang Shui stood up and scolded. What are you talking about? I asked your sister to take off her coat, otherwise how could I help her check her body? Seeing that Yang Shui misunderstood, Chen Yang quickly explained. Oh, sorry, I thought. Yang Shui didn't say any more, but took her sister to the room and put on a loose t-shirt. Peng Dong hid outside the door and listened carefully to the movement inside. With a rustling sound, Yang Shui brought his sister out. Do you think it's okay to wear this? Yang Shui asked in a low voice. Okay, it may be a little uncomfortable later, so hold it back. Chen Yang looked at Yang Wanro with a smile and said with a smile. Yang Wanro's voice was like a mosquito buzzing, and she seemed a little scared. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Chen Yang hugged Yang Wanro to the bed and asked her to close her eyes. The talent of perspective looked into Yang Wanro's body, and there was indeed a fist-sized tumor in Yang Wanro's stomach. In addition, Yang Wanro's body faintly showed signs of decay and death, which was obviously a symptom of inhaling the death virus. Chen Yang was heartbroken. He didn't know how this little girl could talk and laugh like a healthy person. Has she ever been infected with the deadly virus? Chen Yang asked. Yes, but I have been using my vitality to help her suppress her illness. How is it? Is it serious? Seeing Chen Yang frowning, Yang Shui asked quickly. It should be fine. It will hurt a little later. If you can't help it, don't hold back. Chen Yang said softly to Yang Wanro. Brother, don't worry, it seems like you can hold back. Yang Wanro was a little nervous, but her expression was very strong. Okay, then I'll start. Chen Yang injected Yuanli into Yang Wanro's body, and Yang Wanro immediately felt warm and comfortable. Manipulate Yuanli to protect the organs in the body, and use the talent of perspective to carefully observe the condition of the tumor. With the talent of perspective, he can see more clearly than the X-ray equipment in the hospital, but how to get the tumor out is indeed a difficult problem. Chen Yang thought for a while, and among all his talents, it seemed that only the shadow talent and the power of space were more suitable. After thinking about it, Chen Yang still decided to use the power of space to open a hole in Yang Wanro's stomach, and then use the vitality and thought power as a scalpel to cut off the tumor. Chen Yang rolled up Yang Wanro's top to expose his stomach, and the power of space carefully opened a hole in Yang Wanro's stomach. The vitality condensate formed a tiny scalpel blade, and under the control of thoughts, the scalpel blade gently cut off the tumor. What? Because there was no anesthetic, Yang Wanro suddenly felt the pain of cutting flesh and couldn't help crying out. Peng Dong in the corridor outside the door heard screams coming from inside. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails sank into the flesh. Bitch, you actually do this kind of thing with other men. The aloofness you used to show in front of me is all fake. Peng Dong felt like a knife was twisting his heart, and he also had the idea of destroying Yang Shui if he couldn't get it. Before the bed, Chen Yang suddenly felt that he was really stupid. There is no anesthetic, but he can hypnotize Yang Wanro. He has spiritual talent. As long as he hypnotizes Wanro, she will not be in such pain. Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately unfolded his spiritual talent to appease Yang Wanro's brain. Under Yang Shui's incredible eyes, Yang Wanro gradually fell asleep. Seeing the effect of his spiritual talent, Chen Yang continued to control the scalpel to cut off the entire tumor. Soon, the first step is perfectly completed. Yuanli kept repairing the wound just now, and after 10 minutes, the whole operation was perfectly completed by Chen Yang. Is my sister okay? Seeing Chen Yang stop, Yang Shui asked nervously. It's okay, the tumor in her body has been removed by me, and it will not recur in the future. Chen Yang took a deep breath and then said relaxedly, but the layer of cold sweat on his forehead still exposed his nervousness of the operation. Thank you, I really don't know how to thank you. Yang Shui lowered her head and said, looking very shy and attractive. Haha, it's okay, anyway, I helped you once before. Chen Yang said casually. Before? Yang Shui wondered when she had met Chen Yang. Oh, I forgot, you were unconscious that time. Chen Yang scratched his hair. However, although the tumor in your sister's body has been removed, the disease of decay and death in her body will still affect her. I will help your sister completely cure the disease of decay and death. As Chen Yang said, he took out a bottle of spirit liquid. Most of the dash bottles of psychic liquid left yesterday were consumed by Xiaoyan, and now he only has a dozen bottles in stock. However, only a few drops of spiritual liquid are needed to treat the disease of decay and death. If it is more complicated, it can even be eliminated directly with Yuanli. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Yang Shui's mind went blank. The person she was looking for turned out to be right in front of her eyes. No wonder she smelled familiar when meeting for the first time. Seeing Chen Yang concentrating on treating her younger sister, Yang Shui was extremely moved. If it wasn't for Chen Yang to have a girlfriend, he might be willing to commit himself to her. Thanks. Looking at Chen Yang's handsome and resolute profile, Yang Shui felt a throbbing in her heart. She decided that no matter what in the future, she must help this young man silently behind her back. A drop of psychic liquid was poured into Yang Wanru's mouth, and the psychic liquid quickly entered the body along the throat. Because Yang Wanru didn't practice and was a child, Chen Yang didn't use too much psychic liquid, fearing that the other party wouldn't be able to digest it. When the spiritual liquid enters, the dying virus is like an enemy. Under the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual liquid, it was instantly wiped out. Chen Yang carefully manipulated Yuanli to help Yang Wanru clear her meridians, so that if the other party embarks on a journey of cultivation in the future, it can be regarded as laying a solid foundation for her. Half an hour later, Chen Yang finally took Yuanli back into his body. Under his control, Yang Wanru is now much healthier than normal people, and even the impurities in the meridians in his body have been eliminated a lot. Okay, she will grow up healthily in the future. Chen Yang smiled comfortably. This feeling was like seeing the survivors he rescued every time he went to the scene of the fire and felt a sense of accomplishment. Yang Shui nodded. Thank you for saying too much. At this moment she didn't know how to speak. Seeing Yang Shui's embarrassment, Chen Yang laughed out loud. Hurry up and take a bath for her. I helped her dredge the meridians in her body, and a lot of impurities have been excreted from her body. If you don't hurry up, your bed will be dirty. Chen Yang joked. Thank you, I really don't know how to repay you. Tears welled up in Yang Shui's eyes. Seeing that her younger sister was still sleeping soundly, she finally let go of the burden she had been carrying for many years. It's very late, so I'm leaving first. This is my phone number. If she feels unwell, please call me. Chen Yang left behind a string of numbers, and then left the bedroom. I'll send it to you. Yang Shui hurriedly came out and said. No, you'd better give Wanru a bath first. Remember to contact me in time if you have any situation. Chen Yang waved his hand, opened the door and left. Seeing that Chen Yang left so resolutely, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Shui, what are you thinking about? When Yang Shui returned to the bedroom, seeing the stains on Yang Wanru's body, she quickly carried her sister into the bathroom. Outside the corridor, Peng Dong hid in the dark and watched Chen Yang leave. Hearing that Yang Shui treated Chen Yang so well and was even willing to send him home, Peng Dong felt his lungs were about to burst. Seeing Chen Yang walking away, he came to the door of Yang Shui's room with a gloomy face. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Yang Shui was about to release the water. When she heard the door ring, she thought it was Chen Yang returning. She blushed and hurried to the door and opened it. Chen Yang, did you drop something? The door opened, and a burly body squeezed in. Peng Dong, why is it you? Yang Shui exclaimed. Why, you still think about that brat coming back? A cold smile appeared on Peng Dong's face. You get me out. Yang Shui felt very uncomfortable about Peng Dong breaking into her room. Go out? Why, did you get scared by that brat? Peng Dong approached Yang Shui, greedily looking at her figure. I've been chasing you for so long, but you still don't agree. As a result, you gave him your body as soon as that little boy came. It turns out that I was too gentle with you, and you like violence. Peng Dong approached Yang Shui step by step. You get me out. Yang Shui quickly dodged, remembering the phone number Chen Yang had left for her. She quickly turned on the phone. When Peng Dong saw this, he rushed up quickly. Yang Shui, a martial artist, was no match for a great martial artist. She couldn't dodge in time, and Peng Dong snatched her mobile phone. Do you still want to ask him to protect you? I will definitely make you regret today. Do you know how uncomfortable it is for me to listen outside the door? The woman I love the most actually sleeps with other men. Do you know how much I hate it? Peng Dong said that the more emotional he became, the mobile phone was squeezed into a mass of scrap metal under his vigorous efforts. Yang Shui was forced to face the sofa by Peng Dong. She wanted to explain, but looking at the excited Peng Dong, she felt that it was unnecessary. Seeing that Yang Shui had nowhere to escape, the desire in Peng Dong's heart was also ignited. He looked at Yang Shui's milk-like skin, and with a wicked smile, he rushed forward. Yang Shui's tears rolled down her cheeks. She was not Peng Dong's opponent at all. She was instantly subdued in this small space. Chen Yang. Yang Shui showed a desperate expression. If she hadn't been worried about her sister, she would even have thought of biting her tongue and committing suicide. Hey, that man is gone, now you belong to me. Peng Dong said that he was about to do it. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the door. Peng Dong was startled, and quickly looked behind him. I saw Chen Yang's figure appearing outside the door, looking at Peng Dong with a gloomy face. Why are you here? Didn't you go back? Peng Dong was at a loss and felt a chill in his heart. I found you a long time ago, and I wanted to give you a chance, but you let me down so much. Chen Yang walked into the room unhurriedly. What does it mean to give me a chance? Yang Shui is mine. She actually slept with you. What's wrong with me? I like her. Peng Dong suddenly shouted. True liking is not like this. Another point to correct is that I was only treating her sister's disease before. Only people with dirty thoughts will feel unclean. Chen Yang looked at Peng Dong and said coldly. You don't have that. Peng Dong was taken aback. Chen Yang. Taking advantage of Peng Dong's stunned effort, Yang Shui escaped and hid behind Chen Yang. Seeing Yang Shui in disheveled clothes, Chen Yang was a little angry. You're too embarrassing for a man. If you can't catch up with yourself, use force. What's the difference between this and a beast? I don't care, I just want to get her. Seeing Yang Shui hiding behind Chen Yang like a little girl, Peng Dong roared angrily. It makes me sick to see you. Chen Yang raised his hand and waved. Nianli grabbed Peng Dong's body and threw him out of the window. What? Yang Shui looked out of the window worriedly and let out a scream. Don't worry, he can't die. Of course, if you want him to disappear, I can help you too. Chen Yang looked at Yang Shui who looked like a frightened rabbit and said softly. Yang Shui shook her head, as if she couldn't help herself. You are too unsafe here, find a time to move out, so as not to be harassed by him again. Chen Yang suggested. I see, thank you, every time you help me solve it, I really. Okay, it's okay, who told me to like to be brave? Chen Yang wiped away the tears from Yang Shui's face and said comfortingly. Yang Wanru's voice came from the bathroom. Yang Shui hurried in. Seeing that Yang Wanru didn't feel any discomfort, she let go of her worries. Sister, what happened just now? Yang Wanru said strangely. It's okay, how are you feeling? Yang Shui said with concern. I feel so well physically. Yang Wanru smiled like a child. Seeing Yang Shui immersed in her younger sister's smile, Chen Yang left the room silently. When he came downstairs to the apartment, Peng Dong lay on the ground with a dejected expression on his face. Am I really wrong? Feeling Chen Yang approaching, he suddenly spoke. Seeing that Peng Dong was seriously injured, but still thinking about Yang Shui, Chen Yang couldn't help feeling that this guy was really infatuated. Everything you did today will leave indelible scars on Yang Shui. If you want her to live a better life, I advise you to stay away from him. Chen Yang said lightly. Why did she choose you? Peng Dong really couldn't figure it out. She didn't choose me, she just trusted me. If I have to say why, I only have one sentence. Chen Yang paused and said. Love is not possession. Chen Yang was not afraid that Peng Dong would dare to do anything unfavorable to Yang Shui. He had already set a spiritual hint in Peng Dong's mind. If it wasn't for worrying about Yang Shui's discomfort, Chen Yang would have thrown Peng Dong somewhere. After returning home, Chen Yang finally had time to study the crystal gourd. The crystal gourd seems to be able to automatically absorb the vitality of the heavens and the earth, and convert the vitality in it into spiritual liquid. Chen Yang took a drop of the psychic liquid from the crystal gourd and drank it, and his body felt warm and comfortable. The body felt faintly lifted at the entrance of the spiritual liquid, and Chen Yang was amazed that the effect of this spiritual liquid was much better than before. Chen Yang quickly absorbed the power of this drop of psychic liquid, and the Dragon Emperor art and Huan Beast art were running at the same time, and the two gradually merged together. The body's mind-refining state should absorb the blood of fierce beasts to improve the viscera, but this spiritual liquid seems to be comparable to the power of blood. After absorbing only one drop, the heart-refining state has reached great success under Chen Yang's exercise. The combination of the Eudemon's art and the Dragon Emperor art is too powerful. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Chen Yang smiled knowingly. In the next few days, Chen Yang continued to study the effect of the spiritual liquid in the crystal gourd. He found that as long as he diluted the psychic liquid in the crystal gourd, he could get the same psychic liquid he had before. Chen Yang called the spiritual liquid condensed from the crystal gourd super spiritual liquid, and the previous spiritual liquid was called ordinary spiritual liquid. Each drop of super psychic liquid can be diluted into about dash bottles of ordinary psychic liquid, and it takes a whole day for the crystal gourd to condense a single drop of super psychic liquid. This speed will be faster after Chen Yang injects Yuan Li into the crystal gourd, but one drop of super spiritual liquid every day is already very good. As for that strange Rubik's Cube, Chen Yang didn't research anything special about it. It is possible to know the true purpose of the Rubik's Cube only after feeding it with Yuan Li. Chen Yang did not choose to do this. He was afraid that the Rubik's Cube would cause unexpected effects, so he chose to save it first. A few days later, Chen Yang came to the joint base. Zhang Beicheng, Zhou Yuan, and Bai Fengxi all came to the conference room, and the entire conference room was filled with great martial artists and members of the martial artist realm of the joint team. This meeting is mainly to tell you the instructions from above. Because of the frequent appearance of beast hordes and unknown threats, Baikan intends to let us start the training plan. The entire Yanchinj will find the most outstanding practitioners for cultivation. Be sure to enhance the strength of the joint team in a short period of time. Zhou Yuan conveyed Baikan's meaning to everyone present. Hearing this news, many martial artists looked excited. The support of the state means that they will get more training resources, which also makes them one step closer to the realm of great martial arts masters. Our Yanchinj will gather all the resources to train everyone, especially you great martial artists. You must step into the realm of grand masters within 10 years. Zhou Yuan said to Li Xing and the others. Li Xing and He Wen are the most likely candidates to break through to the Grand Master, but with their current state, it will take at least 5 years. Bai Yang, you are the same. You are a high-ranking great martial artist, and you are only one step away from being a master. As long as you realize the power of the domain, you will be within sight of stepping into the realm of a master. Zhou Yuan said to Bai Yang, Captain, it's not so easy to become a Grand Master. It's not like you can comprehend this field if you want to comprehend it. He Wen said, Indeed, I have been in the realm of a high-ranking great martial artist for a long time, but until now, I haven't even touched the corner of the field of perception. Bai Yang said in frustration. It takes time to understand the domain, like Zhao Kuang and others who have practiced for decades to comprehend the domain, and they are only one step away from becoming a master. But Bai Yang's situation is different from Zhao Kuang's. He is only in his 30s, and his cultivation is almost all accumulated by various elixir. If you want to understand the field, it is almost impossible to do it without a period of precipitation. By the way, how did Chen Yang own the domain? He was only a martial artist at that time, right? Li Xing suddenly asked. Chen Yang was a martial artist at that time, and his memory of the battle with him was still fresh. Facing the suppression of the speed force, he felt like he was facing a master. It's all a coincidence, maybe it's a perception between life and death. Chen Yang made up a reason and said, You can't say that your fields are all stolen, right? Hearing what Chen Yang said, they were a little disappointed. Chen Yang is right. At that time, he fought with Zhao Minghui. I believe many people saw it. If it wasn't for a temporary breakthrough, he might be wiped out by Zhao Minghui's attack. Zhou Yuan thought for a while and said, So, we have to find the beast to fight. Li Xing's eyes lit up, as if he felt that this method was feasible. I can't help you with the power of the domain, but Captain Zhou's words do make sense. Moreover, the laws of the domain and the heaven and the earth are somewhat similar. I think that if you want to understand the domain, you must find the power of the law between the heaven and the earth. This is the power, the cause of the formation of the domain and the speed force. Chen Yang explained. In addition, I have something here that may help you break through the realm. Chen Yang took out the spirit liquid bottle and said. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, he already knew what was inside. Wow, Chen Yang, you still have stock. Han Chen immediately surrounded him. What is this? The other team members didn't understand. This thing is called psychic liquid, and the amount is enough. A bottle of psychic liquid should allow a warrior to break through to a high-level warrior. Chen Yang introduced the function of spiritual liquid. In addition, it can also expand the meridians of the human body, allowing more vitality to be stored, and the speed of cultivation can also be accelerated. Hearing Chen Yang's introduction, the others showed suspicious expressions. Really, are you willing to share such a miraculous thing with everyone? Huang Qingyun questioned. I can attest to the effect of this thing. Zhou Yuan spoke. The last time I stepped into the Grandmaster was because I drank a bottle of psychic liquid to seize a chance. This psychic liquid is far more miraculous than what Chen Yang said. Seeing Zhou Yuan's praise, everyone showed curiosity and even wanted to try it. Even so, Chen Yang, where did you get so much spiritual liquid? Wei Cheng couldn't wait to ask. You don't need to delve into the source of the spiritual liquid, but what I can tell you is that I can take it out as long as you need it. However, the amount is limited each time. I can probably provide about dash bottles a month. Chen Yang did not explain the source of the spiritual liquid. 10,000 bottles. Zhou Yuan's pupils shrank. He thought this kind of thing was very rare and precious. Even a great martial artist drank it and the effect was very obvious. How could this thing be mortal? Chen Yang, what you said is true. Zhou Yuan asked quickly. Of course, when did I, Chen Yang, speak big words? Chen Yang opened the mouth of the spiritual liquid bottle while speaking, and a strong spiritual energy floated out from it. It's so fragrant, just smelling this aura, I feel like my brain is empty. Wang Ya closed her eyes and sighed. Who wants to try the effect of the spiritual liquid? No matter how much good things are said, it is better to try. Chen Yang directly took a glass and poured some questions into it. I come. Bai Yang was the first to stand up. He swallowed a lot of spiritual things, and ordinary spiritual things had no effect on him. But when he smelled the ectoplasmic liquid, an impulse of desire appeared in his body. Seeing that Bai Yang was the first to try whether Chen Yang's spiritual liquid was as miraculous as he said, the other team members showed anticipation. Chen Yang handed the spiritual liquid in the glass to Bai Yang, and Bai Yang swallowed it in one gulp. As the spiritual liquid flowed in his body, Bai Yang frowned, and immediately sat down and practiced the exercises. What happened? Xiao Zhan couldn't help asking. Stop talking, Bai Yang should have realized something. Seeing his son sitting down to practice immediately, Bai Fengshi immediately knew that this spiritual liquid was unusual. Sure enough, with the operation of the cultivation method in Bai Yang's body, the vitality of heaven and earth began to pour into Bai Yang's body continuously. Field power. Zhang Beicheng's eyes were fixed, and he found that there was a trace of familiar power in the vitality of heaven and earth, which was exactly the domain power that everyone was looking forward to. As time passed, the vitality in Bai Yang's body reached a full state, but there was always a trace of inspiration in the air that he couldn't grasp. Seeing that Bai Yang was in trouble, Chen Yang understood that he needed some help. Of course, Chen Yang would not be stingy. He picked up the bottle of spirit liquid and asked Bai Yang to open his mouth. This scene was like the first time Zhou Yuan swallowed the psychic liquid. The psychic liquid in the bottle flowed into Bai Yang's throat without a drop. As the spiritual liquid erupted with strong energy, Bai Yang's frowning brows relaxed, and the sliver of inspiration that could not be grasped suddenly became clear. Boom! An ethereal voice exploded in Bai Yang's body to form a more special state. Bai Fengshi suddenly stood up. This is the formation of the domain? Real or fake? Huang Qingyun and the others looked at Bai Yang intently, and they also felt a strange power forming in Bai Yang's body. This power is completely different from special talents, and it seems to be the realm above the great martial artist. If one wants to become a grandmaster, one must possess domain power, and everyone under a grandmaster is an ant. It is precisely because of domain power that a gulf has opened up between a grandmaster and a great martial artist. Except for Chen Yang, of course, he copied two kinds of domain power in the realm of martial artist, which is why he dared to challenge the great martial artist even if he was only in the realm of martial artist. Time passed minute by minute, and Bai Yang finally opened his eyes after a long time. The excitement that couldn't be hidden in his eyes was clearly visible, and he suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chen Yang. Thank you Chen Yang, I really understand the realm. Not so polite. Chen Yang was taken aback by Bai Yang's action. He quickly helped Bai Yang up. He couldn't bear such a huge gift. Bai Fengshi was equally excited. He thought of many ways, even tried various heaven and earth spirits, but he still couldn't let Bai Yang break through. But the bottle of psychic liquid that Chen Yang took out instantly made Bai Yang find inspiration in the field of perception, which was much more useful than the various spiritual objects he was looking for. I, Bai Yang, deserve this gift. I've already mastered the field of strength, and now I'm only one chance away from being a master. Bai Yang said gratefully. Everyone had heard Zhou Yuan say that the bottle of psychic liquid in front of him was what he relied on to break through to the master. At first, they didn't believe it, but when they saw Bai Yang, they knelt down and were grateful. The spirits of heaven and earth are more reliable. How much is a bottle of this thing? I want to buy it. Li Xing immediately spoke. His words seemed to wake everyone up. That's right. How much is a bottle of this spiritual liquid? I'm willing to pay 1,000 million. Oh no, dash million. Xiao Zhan said 1,000 million at first, but then he thought that this thing could help break through the master, so it was only worth 1,000 million, so he immediately changed his words. What is dash million? Can dash million buy the spirit of the breakthrough master? I think it is at least dash million. Wei Cheng also spoke. Are you sure you have this much money? Han Chen looked at them resentfully and asked. Even if I don't have one, I'll find a way to get it. Xiaozhan said without hesitation. $1 million is a lot, but it's worth it. Thinking of Zhou Yuan's words and Bai Yang's reaction, Wei Cheng gritted his teeth and said. Seeing a few people directly set the price, Chen Yang couldn't laugh or cry. He, the master, hadn't spoken yet, but others had already raised the price to $1 million. Should you ask me for my opinion? Chen Yang asked softly. The conference room was suddenly silent, and they all looked at Chen Yang. Many martial artists looked at Chen Yang anxiously, thinking that the other party would open his mouth like a lion. They immediately felt a little bitter, let alone 500 million a bottle, even 100 million is not something they can afford. Thinking of this, some cultivators were a little disappointed and regretted that they missed such a spiritual thing. As I said before, this thing can provide bottles per month. And the plan that Captain Zhou mentioned before to train practitioners with all my strength, I also took this thing out to support this plan. Since it is for more, many practitioners will benefit, so the price can't be too high, otherwise others won't be able to afford it at all. Speaking of this, Chen Yang paused. Seeing that everyone was staring at him waiting for the quotation, Chen Yang didn't hesitate anymore. In order for all cultivators to use it, I decided to set the price of the spirit liquid at 100 million a bottle. In addition, any cultivator that the team thinks is talented, as long as the other party is willing to join the team, I will give him a bottle for free. After Chen Yang finished speaking, everyone couldn't digest it for a while. 100 million a bottle, everyone suspected that they had heard wrong. You said 100 million a bottle. A martial artist breaks the calm. That's right, it's 100 million bottles. Of course, the amount each person can buy is limited. After all, this thing is to benefit more people, so I don't think each person can exceed 10 bottles per month. After all, no matter how good things are, drink more. It will also affect the state of mind, and the most important thing for practitioners is to lay a good foundation besides improving their realm. Chen Yang replied affirmatively. Seeing that Chen Yang really set the price of a bottle of spiritual liquid at 100 million, everyone was shocked. Even Xiaozhan admired Chen Yang's magnanimity. If the hype was good for such a lucrative elixir, Chen Yang would immediately become the richest person in Yancheng. Today I only brought 1,000 bottles, and then I will send all the ectoplasmic liquid to the joint base. Or you can go to my company to place an order to buy. I will put the stock in the company's warehouse in the future. I think make things available to everyone. Chen Yang said. 1,000 bottles, where do you put them? Han Mensi was puzzled. Yeah, I didn't see you driving a truck. Han Chen was also a little puzzled. Haha, this next thing may open your eyes. Seeing that everyone was curious, Chen Yang showed off the bracelet on his hand. This bracelet is exactly the space bracelet he used to snatch the 3 members of the Lei family, and it is the highest quality bracelet. What is this? Han Chen raised Chen Yang's arm to observe carefully, and found no special effect except that it was a little delicate and made of no visible material. You look good. Chen Yang signaled everyone to get ready, and as he injected Yuanli into the bracelet, a burst of blue light flashed, and a large number of items appeared on the table in the conference room. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was all the spiritual liquid that Chen Yang took out just now. Space bracelet. Zhang Beicheng, Bai Fengxi, and Zhou Yuan exclaimed at the same time. They are not unfamiliar with this thing, because this is one of Huiguo's research projects. There have been several trials before, each capable of storing a cubic meter of items. But Chen Yang took out 1,000 bottles of psychic liquid at once, which cannot be stored in a cubic meter. Everyone's eyes moved from the spiritual liquid to Chen Yang's bracelet. What is this? Han Mensi was puzzled. She clearly felt the surge of the power of space, but it was fleeting. This thing is called a space bracelet, and many items can be stored in it. This thing was found next to the crack, and I only discovered its function after trying a few times. Chen Yang took off the bracelet and introduced it to everyone. Space bracelet. Han Chen showed excited little eyes, and took Chen Yang's bracelet to play with. Is this really a space bracelet? Zhou Yuan was shocked. That's right, if it's a fake replacement. Chen Yang nodded to signal for everyone to watch casually. Could this be Magic Star technology? Bai Fengxi said suddenly. Magic Star. Many team members don't know what the Magic Star is, and only people like Chen Yang who are familiar with this confidential matter know about it. It should be. As far as Blue Star is concerned, it should not be able to make a very delicate bracelet. I have never seen many materials on it, and there is even an identity binding system. Chen Yang took the bracelet back and showed everyone the various functions of the bracelet. It's amazing, we never thought we could see alien technology. Bai Fengxi didn't know how to express his feelings in words. In short, you don't have to worry about running out of spiritual liquid. I hope that every practitioner can quickly break through the bottleneck through this spiritual liquid and become part of Yancheng's strength. Chen Yang put away the space bracelet and said, Naturally, Chen Yang, you have given me too many surprises. Zhou Yuan was shocked by Chen Yang's generosity and didn't know what to say. Why are we being polite? The captain will distribute the 1,000 bottles of spiritual liquid. Chen Yang smiled. Zhou Yuan nodded gratefully. An hour later, the liquid was swept away. The spiritual liquid priced at 100 million can be said to be very cheap, but after only selling bottles, Chen Yang also made $1 billion. Moreover, the money earned is free of cost, and the only thing that needs to be spent may be the ceramic bottle itself. Captain Zhou, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Bai, there is something I want to discuss with you. Afterwards, Chen Yang found several people to talk. Come to my office. Zhou Yuan nodded. He finally finished his work. The ectoplasmic liquid is too popular, and the price is within the range that everyone can afford. Even some great fighters can grit their teeth and get a bottle. The spiritual liquid brought by Chen Yang can be said to have greatly helped Zhou Yuan to promote the genius training plan. When they came to the office, the secretary made some high-quality tea for them. Could it be that you have something good to say? Zhang Beicheng laughed. He was shocked by Chen Yang too many times today, even he couldn't help getting 10 bottles of spiritual liquid back. This matter is actually related to the magic star. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, "Oh, I don't know what you want to say, brother." Bai Fengshi pretended to be listening. "It's like this. I want to get the development right of Jingkai Avenue again," Chen Yang said. "The right to develop Jingkai Avenue?" Zhang Beicheng was puzzled. "It is now planned to be developed and built for the refugees of Guanghui base. Why do you want the right to develop there?" "I want to build an underground base. This base is used to prevent alien invasion." Chen Yang paused and said, "The news I heard from Tanro made me sleepless. I want to build a secret base, and this base must be at least 100 meters deep, and must have all kinds of metals to prevent detection. This is a big project, so I want to get you agreed to." Chen Yang slowly expressed his thoughts. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, and did not speak for a while. "This is indeed a big project, and according to your thinking, you don't intend to let others know." Zhang Beicheng took a sip of tea and said, "That's right, this matter must be done in secret. Please believe me, only by doing so can it really work at critical times." Chen Yang nodded and said, "Then why did you build it around the Jingkai Avenue?" Zhou Yuan couldn't understand it. "I want to use the development of the Jingkai Avenue to cover up the construction of the base. This underground base must be kept strictly secret, and only our own people know about it. Because this base may save our families' lives when necessary," Chen Yang explained. "How can you be sure that the Magic Star people will invade? If there is no invasion, wouldn't it be a waste?" Zhang Beicheng expressed his opinion. "I don't want to bet my family and friends whether or not the Magic Star people will pay attention to land seeing." "I believe you, Uncle Zhang, think so too." Chen Yang stared at Zhang Beicheng's eyes. "I agree," Bai Fengshi said suddenly. "According to the news Chen Yang brought us and all the information in Baikan, this matter is called taking precautions before they happen. Even if the Magic Star does not invade, it is not unacceptable to build a secret underground base. It's just that the financial resources consumed may be large. It's a bit much. Chen Yang, are you sure you can afford it?" Bai Fengshi asked. "It should be no problem. I already have the materials, but the facilities and structures inside need professional personnel to build." Chen Yang took out the rare metal on the Magic Star and showed it to several people. "These are rare metals in the space bracelet. I have tried it, and it is impossible to detect it with our current detection equipment." Hearing what Chen Yang said, the three took the sample that Chen Yang took out and looked at it. "Tisk tisk tisk, this thing is much better than our alloy," Zhou Yuan praised. "Is this a rare metal on the Magic Star?" Zhang Beicheng suddenly gave Chen Yang a meaningful look. He felt that Chen Yang hadn't revealed everything to everyone. But think about it, after all, Chen Yang has his own secrets, and his current strength is not weaker than the Grandmaster. As long as he doesn't endanger the society, Zhang Beicheng is willing to accommodate some things. Yes, this metal is not only very strong, but also has the effect of shielding. Because of the confidentiality of this base, I hope Team Zhou can send troops to build it. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Yuan, wanting to know his answer. "No problem, but you need to contribute money, and I can't help you too much, but 5 billion should be no problem." Zhou Yuan nodded after being silent for a while. "Since it's a backup, let me contribute a little too. I think we'll invest 50 billion each, and the rest will be handed over to Chen Yang. If the Magic Star doesn't invade, we'll lose some money. If we invade one day, this underground base may become our last bastion." Bai Fengshi also agreed. "Since you all agree, I won't say anything to stop it. Okay, I'll invest 50 billion too. Alas, this is all my wealth," Zhang Beicheng said with a heartache. "By the way, why can't others know about this?" Zhou Yuan asked suddenly. "I don't know how to explain this reason, just take it as a safety precaution." Chen Yang glanced at Bai Fengshi and did not express his worries. "Okay, since that's the case, I'll choose some reliable soldiers to do it." Zhou Yuan no longer asked. "By the way, because of your performance in the glorious base, your superiors specially granted you the rank of Major General. In addition, you have been given a level -- authority, and you have the right to use all the things of the joint force," Zhang Beicheng said. Chen Yang was overjoyed. His plan would be easier to realize in this way. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Chen Yang said happily. The matter of the underground base has been preliminarily planned, and the next step is the issue of money. When Chen Yang came to the company, he was a little surprised when he saw that the seats were full. "Brother Yang, you are finally here." Seeing Chen Yang, Gao Xiong trotted up and said, "It's not bad, it looks good in such a short time." Chen Yang couldn't help but praise. "It's all thanks to Xieburuo," Gao Xiong said proudly. "Since it's her credit, why are you so happy?" Seeing Gao Xiong's nympho look, Chen Yang knew that this guy had already been conquered by Xieburuo's appearance. "Brother Yang, you don't know, you might as well be my girlfriend now." Chen Yang raised his brows. Xieburuo is 3 or 4 years older than Gao Xiong. Is this a sibling relationship? Okay, I haven't been to the company for a long time, thank you for your hard work. Is everyone here now? I want to have a meeting. Chen Yang patted Gao Xiong's shoulder and said, no problem, I'll call them now. Gao Xiong immediately came to the office area and shouted, who is that? When everyone saw Chen Yang standing next to Gao Xiong, they were a little puzzled. I don't even know this, but that is the boss of Coke Company, Chen Yang. The introduction of a woman with a nympho look on her face. Many people in the whole company came here because of Chen Yang's name. Of course, it also has a lot to do with the popularity of Coke. Now the whole Yancheng is conquered by the taste of Coke and Sprite. So this is the boss, so young. Those who had never met Chen Yang couldn't help but look at him more. Soon the management staff gathered in the meeting room, and Chen Yang saw that besides the few veterans at the beginning, many people had been added. Chen Yang made a self-introduction, and then asked how the company is currently developing. Mr. Chen, this is the company's financial statement during this period. There are also many investors who want to invest in us, but I have temporarily declined them all. Would you like to meet them? Xiaoburuo handed the document to Chen Yang and said, no, our company does not need investment now. Chen Yang looked at the financial statement. In less than a month, the company's market value has exceeded 50 billion. All of the company's products are very popular, with hundreds of thousands of bottles sold every day. Yes, although it is affected by the glorious base, the current data is still in line with my previous plan. Chen Yang nodded. This time you are called here mainly to talk about two things. Chen Yang paused and took a sip of water. First, our company has already developed in Yancheng. So far, no competitor can compete with us. Then the next plan is to go out of Yancheng. As soon as Chen Yang's words fell, everyone immediately started talking. Getting out of Yancheng was something they didn't even dare to think about. The distance between Yancheng and other cities is very far, and there are often fierce beasts between the two cities. Even if there are any important transactions between the two cities, they are all completed through military protection or mercenaries. But they are a private enterprise and do not have a strong armed force. It is really difficult to sell their products to other cities. I know what you're thinking. Seeing everyone discussing, Chen Yang opened his mouth and said, transportation between cities is indeed a problem, but you should change your thinking. We don't necessarily need to transport things from Yancheng to other cities, we can directly build factories in other cities, so that there is no transportation cost. Chen Yang's words made everyone suddenly realize that if each city had its own company's factory, then it would not be a problem to sell Coke's products to each city. Brother Yang, you are so smart, why didn't I think of this way? Gao Xiong said excitedly. If we only focus on the Yancheng market, it will only be so big forever. We either don't do it, or we have to do our best. We want to do it in the national market. Chen Yang mobilized everyone's enthusiasm. So the first thing to do is to choose the next city we plan to develop and the person in charge of the city. In terms of cities, I think we can choose Yangcheng and Shanghai, which are closer to us. These two cities are very large, and the population is far greater than that of Yancheng. Once these two cities are taken down, our market value in the future will be so high that you can't even imagine. Chen Yang's plan caught everyone's eyes, and when they heard that he was going to be the person in charge of a city, everyone hesitated again. Yangcheng and Mo are not like Yancheng. Not only is there a lot of competition pressure there, but also there are no connections. It is still very difficult to develop. Why, no one recommends himself. Seeing that the voices of everyone discussing have decreased, Chen Yang asked, can I try? It was a middle-aged man who spoke. Chen Yang looked at him and seemed to have some impressions. Are you Zhang Jing sent by Qian Qin? Chen Yang said. Yes, Mr. Chen, I was responsible for many of the previous plans and connections with other bosses. Zhang Jing introduced himself. Can you tell me why you want to be the person in charge? Chen Yang asked. I've basically opened up the channels in Yancheng, and I just need to maintain it. As for why I want to go to Yangcheng, it's because my hometown is in Yangcheng. Zhang Jing explained. Oh, Chen Yang glanced at Zhang Jing in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party's hometown was in Yangcheng, and he didn't know how he got married and had children in Yancheng. What do y'all think? Chen Yang didn't agree immediately, but asked other people instead. I think it's okay. Zhang Jing is very experienced in this area. Many problems that we don't understand and find difficult are solved by Brother Zhang. He is fully capable of becoming the person in charge. Song Ji agreed. Soon Su Qian also expressed his approval one after another. The two of them had the most contact with Zhang Jing, and they also understood Zhang Jing's strength better. Okay, since everyone recommends Zhang Jing, let's make a decision first. I will go to Yangcheng in a while, and Brother Zhang will come with me when the time comes. Chen Yang said to Zhang Jing. Mr. Chen should call me by my name. I don't dare to take on the word brother. Zhang Jing was flattered and said. Haha, I don't care too much about it. Next, let me talk about the second thing, which is the company's future plans in Yancheng. Chen Yang turned on the screen in the conference room, and a map of Yancheng was displayed. This is the entire map of Yancheng. This is the outer city, this is the inner city, and the south is the Jingkai area. Chen Yang pointed to the three areas and said briefly, I believe everyone knows a lot about the Guanghui base. There are hundreds of thousands of people living in the Guanghui base temporarily living in Yancheng. The Guanghui base will definitely not be rebuilt for the time being, so our Yancheng will transfer most of the economic development area. The place is given over to the civilians of the glorious base. If a company only relies on one industry to make money, it will fall behind sooner or later. If we want to become stronger, we must diversify our development, so I plan to invest all the funds in the vicinity of Jinkai Avenue. Hearing Chen Yang's plan for the future, everyone fell into a state of sluggishness again. In just 1 hour, there was too much news to digest in their heads. A beverage company would think of developing real estate. What kind of brain circuit is this? Of course, Chen Yang also has his own ideas, borrowing the name of the company to develop real estate, and then the construction of the underground base will be smoother and deceptive. The main reason why Chen Yang must keep the underground base secret is because of the existence of magic liquid. No one knows whether the improved magic liquid will have any side effects. If one day it is really necessary to use the underground base, and the existence of the base is exposed because of the magic liquid, then everything will be in vain. Chen Yang was very worried about Bai Fengshi's state. His body had been changed by the magic liquid. If there was a way, Chen Yang must find something to restrain the magic liquid. Because you may not have much experience in real estate development, so I will tell you the company plan in advance. If you think you have this talent, you can directly contact me. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoburuo. Xiaoburuo instantly understood what Chen Yang meant. Okay, Mr. Chen, if anyone in the company wants to develop in this area, I will tell you immediately. In addition, I will quickly recruit talents in this area. I wonder when Mr. Chen will need it. Xiaoburuo asked. As soon as possible, I decided to set up a new company called Jinmao, and this company will be responsible for the development and planning of the economic development zone in the future. Chen Yang is very satisfied with Xiaoburuo's performance. He can have such execution ability as soon as he graduates. This secretary is really cheap. By the way, Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is the newly recruited beauty Lu Yan, the secretary, who will be responsible for you in the future. Xiaoburuo pointed to a girl who had been unknown to the side and said. Chen Yang noticed Lu Yan's existence from the very beginning, probably because she had just joined the company and her age, she looked a little shy. Hello, Mr. Chen. Seeing Xiaoburuo introducing himself, Lu Yan immediately greeted Chen Yang. Okay, from now on, you can report to me about the company's affairs. Chen Yang nodded. Lu Yan looked at Chen Yang curiously, blinking her big eyes. She had heard a lot about Chen Yang, and she had seen Chen Yang's strong side on TV before. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang doesn't look very old, but his whole body exudes a superior and mature atmosphere. The meeting lasted for 3 full hours. After planning all the company's future plans, Chen Yang lay down on the sofa exhaustedly. Brother Yang, how do you know so much? Gao Xiong asked curiously. He has known Chen Yang for so long, and since Chen Yang dropped out of school, he seems to have changed. Chen Yang smiled. As long as you study more, you can be like me in the future. By the way, your cultivation has not fallen recently, right? Of course, Brother Yang, I'm practicing hard every day. Gao Xiong said, showing off his muscles. This is psychic liquid. You relied on him to break through the great martial artist before. I'll give you some first, and you can also sell it to outsiders. The price will be 100 million a bottle. Chen Yang took out several bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Gao Xiong. Wow, Brother Yang, this thing should be very precious, you just sell it for 100 million. Gao Xiong exclaimed. There is no cost for this thing, you can just sell it at this price. In addition, we have to organize our own practitioners. If we find talented and good-looking practitioners, we can recruit them to the company. Chen Yang took out a space bracelet while speaking. What is this? Gao Xiong looked at the space bracelet curiously and asked. This is a space bracelet, which can be directly bound to the user's information. No one can use it except me and you. You can see what's inside as long as you inject vitality. I put 2,000 bottles of spiritual liquid in it. Just watch and do as I ask you to do. Chen Yang demonstrated how to use the space bracelet. It was the first time for Gao Xiong to see such a high-tech thing, and he played with the space bracelet in a novelty like a child. Brother Yang, you have too many good things. Looking at the 2,000 bottles of spiritual liquid in the space bracelet, Gao Xiong felt that his worldview had been refreshed. Hey, there are more good things you haven't seen before. Chen Yang took out a pair of inner armor as he spoke. This inner armor was obtained in a secret realm. It is very light and suitable for Gao Xiong. This is for me. Gao Xiong said in surprise. Take it, who told you that you are my brother? Chen Yang threw the inner armor to Gao Xiong. Gao Xiong put on the inner armor in a novelty, and immediately felt that he was extremely burly. Go to Qinqin's place with me tomorrow, and I will take you to learn about the construction plan of Jinkai Avenue. Chen Yang said. Okay, Brother Yang, listen to you? Gao Xiong liked this inner armor very much, and replied without raising his head as he fiddled with the new equipment. The next day, Chen Yang brought Gao Xiong to the government affairs building. Oh, Brother Chen Yang, you finally have time to come over. Qian Qin warmly received the two of them, and then made a pot of good tea. How is Brother Qian feeling recently? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Thanks to my brother, I feel refreshed now. It's not good. And now there is no obstacle in my cultivation. If it weren't for my brother, I might not be able to reach the realm of a great warrior in this life. Qian Qin laughed, looking very happy. He is now very grateful for his decision at that time. If he had chosen to stand aside from the beginning, maybe he would be more developed now. It's just a hands-on effort. Chen Yang smiled and didn't take it seriously. If he hadn't wanted to borrow Qianqin's identity, he wouldn't have made such a fuss. Brother, what's the matter this time? As long as I can do it, I will help you. Qianqin patted his chest and said, it's really a big event, and it has a lot to do with Brother Qian. Chen Yang took a sip of tea unhurriedly. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Qianqin immediately pricked up his ears to listen. I plan to buy the land around Jingkai Avenue. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he glanced at Qianqin's reaction. Jingkai Avenue? Hasn't your beverage factory been completed? Is it going to expand? Qianqin was puzzled. It's not just expansion, I also hope that you, brother, will join in. Chen Yang replied. What's the big deal, brother, just tell me, I'm so anxious. Qianqin changed his previous prudent style, because he knew that every decision Chen Yang made would now involve great interests. You know about the destruction of the glorious base, right? Chen Yang asked. Of course I do. Qianqin nodded. The news of the destruction of the glory base was so uproar some time ago that they even thought it was a dream. If there is no such a large base, everyone thought it was a big joke made by the top management. It wasn't until the refugees from the Radiant base appeared outside Yanqing that everyone suddenly realized that the Radiant base had really been destroyed in the Tide of Beasts. The details were learned from the refugees of the Glorious base, and the culprit who destroyed the base turned out to be a 7th-order beast. Although everyone has never seen how powerful the 7th-level beast is, even the Four Masters can't resist it. The horror of the 7th-level beast can be said to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even everyone was unanimously worried that the 7th-order ferocious beasts would invade Yanqing, and everyone would be in danger. Because of the destruction of the Glorious base, the City Lord and General Bai of the Glorious base have discussed and planned to use the area around the Jingkai Avenue as the residence of the Glorious base. Brother Qian should be able to understand this business opportunity, right? Chen Yang looked at Qianqin meaningfully and said. Hearing Chen Yang say that the higher authorities plan to vigorously develop the Jingkai Avenue area, Qianqin's brain instantly turned. Is this news reliable? Why haven't I received the news yet? Qianqin asked again for confirmation. Brother Qian, don't worry, although this matter has not been confirmed for a long time, it was indeed said by City Master Zhang himself. Not only that, but also City Master Zhang, Captain Zhou Yuan of the Joint Team, and General Bai of the Guanghui base will all agree after the development. For the development plan of the avenue, each of them is even willing to give me -million yuan to buy the surrounding land. What do you think about this matter, Brother Qian? When Qianqin heard Chen Yang say that several master-level figures above gave funds to Chen Yang and manipulated them at will, this trust made him feel incredible. If this is the case, then I have to think about it. This matter is too big. Qianqin was lost in thought. Brother Qian, it's not as complicated as you think. Now we have the support of the City Lord and Captain behind us. As long as you have a way to get the land around the Jingkai Avenue, we can help you solve the obvious problems. Chen Yang knew that Qianqin was afraid that if he took too much land around Jingkai Avenue, it would affect the interests of other families and cause trouble. But what Chen Yang is not afraid of most now is trouble. As long as money can handle things, it is not a problem. If other families want to threaten with force, they have to see whether their fists are hard or their own. Taking advantage of the fact that the policy has not yet been issued, first take down all the land over there. By the time they react, it will be too late to make trouble. When they saw the support of the City Lord and others behind them, even if they were unwilling, they could only admit that they hadn't had time to seize the opportunity. Since my brother said so, then I will do it now. This matter is urgent. How much money do you have available now, brother? I have to have a plan. Qianqin didn't say anything. Since Chen Yang had so many masters behind him, even if those big families reacted and wanted to make trouble, they would have no chance. Qianqin realized that this was the best opportunity for him to rise. Yanqing had not had such a large-scale plan for many years. Even the construction of the Jingkai Avenue was only done in case of need in the future. At that time, everyone's idea was to get the factory there, and they never thought that one day it would become a residential and commercial area for many people. And now the big family doesn't know the news of the death of the 7th-order beast at all. They are even worried about whether to transfer assets in advance, leave Yanqing, and stay away from the 7th-order beast. Otherwise, when the 7th-order ferocious beasts attack Yanqing, their hard work in this life may be in vain. Therefore, they would never think of investing in the development of the economic development area at all, which also gave Chen Yang a very good opportunity. I currently have about 100 billion funds in my hand. Adding in the City Lord's funds, it will be nearly -billion. But you don't have to worry about the follow-up funds, Brother Qian. I have a lot of money, even if it's not a problem to ask for -billion. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, of course, the -billion he said did not include his own high-level primordial stones and top-grade primordial stones at all. A high-level primordial stone is worth 1,000 million. If all of this is converted into money, it is not an exaggeration to say that Chen Yang is the richest person in Yanqing. So much. After hearing this, Qianqin's mind went blank. When he met Chen Yang before, he was still worrying about several hundred million. It's been a while since I haven't seen each other, and the other party has been able to take out tens of billions at will. Of course Qianqin knew that the Zhao family had paid Chen Yang 100 billion in compensation, but he didn't know why Chen Yang had the confidence to take out -billion at will. Okay, since you have prepared so much money, bro, leave the next thing to me. It just so happens that some people want to run away, and I just happen to get the land from them. But bro, if destroy the Radiance, the 7th Order ferocious beasts at the base attacked Yanchinj, and this deal will be a loss. Chen Yang said worriedly. Don't worry, there won't be any 7th Order beasts appearing. Chen Yang affirmed. Chen Yang was shocked when he heard the news. Seeing Chen Yang's affirmative expression, he believed Chen Yang without hesitation. Even the city lord and the others are willing to hand over the funds to Chen Yang, and the 7th level beast may really never appear again, as Chen Yang said. Chen Yang knew that his speed was a little faster. If everyone knew the news that the 7th Order beast had been eliminated, the major families would react soon. Even if the city lord doesn't want to say it, they will still focus on the Jinkai area, because only there can accommodate the people of the glorious base. Brother, then I will go to work first, and wait for the good news from my brother. Chen Yang got up and said, Brother Chen, please tell me directly when you need to pay, and I will call you the money immediately. Chen Yang replied. With Chen Yang's reassurance, Chen Yang began to buy land from the big families without hesitation. In addition, there are many development lands that are being sold by the government. When they see someone buying so much land at once, they are extremely excited besides being confused. Because of the joining of the refugees from the glorious base, the government is not rich in money, and many refugees need their assistance. Now that Chen Yang, a rich man, is sending money to the government, they were too happy, and sold a large amount of land to Chen Yang without even thinking about it. I don't know where this Chen Yang got so much money to dare to buy land at this time. He is really brave. He is not afraid that the 7th level beast will appear again. At that time, all the money will be lost. A senior government official looked at Chen's operation and shook his head. The news of Chen Yang's purchase of the land was soon known by the major families. Their reaction was much the same as that of the high-level government. The news of the appearance of the 7th Order ferocious beast puts everyone in the family at risk, and they don't want to use money to develop the economic development area. Although some people have long been optimistic about the place next to the Jinkai Avenue, it is precisely because of the 7th Order fierce beast that they still dare not let go. Chen Yang was different. He was the first person to know about the death of the 7th Order ferocious beast. If he didn't tell, even the city lord and the others wouldn't know about it. He is in control of this information now, and after the major families know the news, it will be too late to make another move. Poet. Shi Yiyan sat on the sofa helplessly. Chen Yang's operation today made it really hard for him to understand. Everyone knew that if the people in Guanghui base wanted to stay in Yanchinj, the only place they could go was the undeveloped economic and technological development zone. But everyone dare not take action now. They are still waiting for news, waiting for the city lord to announce that Yanchinj is officially safe. But Shi Yiyan knows that Chen Yang is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Chen Yang's youthful appearance often easily confuses many people, and everyone even thinks that Chen Yang is just a child. But Shi Yiyan found out that everything Chen Yang did was planned after going through the Zhao family incident. According to the character of the other party, he must have ulterior motives for buying a large amount of land in the economic development zone. Daughter, what do you think? Shi Yiyan really couldn't guess Chen Yang's thoughts, but he didn't want to give up the development rights of the Jinkai area. If they buy the land in the Jinkai district now like Chen Yang, even if it is not much, if it really becomes the focus of development by then, the poets will also be able to make a lot of money. I believe him. Since Chen Yang dared to purchase land on such a large scale, he would not be afraid of being destroyed by a 7th Order beast. Maybe he already has inside information, and maybe there is support from Baikan. Shi Ziyawai said without hesitation. You trust him that much? Shi Yiyan looked at her daughter in surprise. Isn't it a miracle that he came back alive? Shi Ziyawai said with a sweet smile. Almost everyone in the major families knew about Chen Yang attracting the 7th Order fierce beast by himself. They thought that a generation of geniuses would die, but they didn't expect Chen Yang to come back unscathed. Thinking of this, Shi Yiyan's pupils flashed a bright light. Okay, since you trust him so much, daughter, then I will fight. As soon as Shi made up his mind, he immediately called his secretary and asked his men to go buy the land development rights of the economic development zone. Just after Shi Yiyan made the call, Shi Ziyawai received a message. If you believe me, let your father buy some land in the economic and technological development zone now. Sign it with Chen Yang. Shi Ziyawai was taken aback for a moment, and then passed the message to Shi Yiyan to read. It seems that the decision this time is not wrong. Shi Yiyan lit a cigarette and breathed a sigh of relief. Besides Shi Ziyawai, Sun Qian and Li Wixin also received a text message from Chen Yang at the same time. Both of them had inexplicable trust in Chen Yang. They quickly informed their family of Chen Yang's actions and SMS messages. Soon after hesitating for a moment, the two families chose to buy some land in the economic development zone. Within the Zhao group, Zhao Kuang was at a loss as he listened to the secretary's description of Chen Yang's actions. This Chen Yang is crazy. He dared to make such a bold decision at this juncture. Isn't he afraid that the 7th Order beasts will launch another wave of beasts to attack Yanchinj? Zhao Kuang kept trying to figure out Chen Yang's intentions. If you ask me, Chen Yang is a fool. Other families can't wait to evacuate all their family's properties. How can they continue to develop in Yanchinj? I think he is relying on his own little money, and he has the mentality of an upstart. Investment. If the evil dragon comes with a wave of fierce beasts, most of the entire Yanchinj will definitely be destroyed. Zhao Weiman said in disdain. I think so too. How is the family's assets transferred now? Zhao Kuang asked the secretary. Everything has been arranged in the devil's capital, and they can all be migrated there within a month at most. The secretary said softly. Okay, we won't pay too much attention to this matter. No matter whether the seventh order beast will appear or not, our focus from now on will be on the demon city. Zhao Kuang nodded and said in a low voice. There are at least martial saint level powerhouses in the devil's city. Even if we encounter a seventh order fierce beast invasion, we can still protect ourselves. Unlike Yanchinj, this small place will have to be abandoned sooner or later. Zhao Weiman also agreed with Zhao Kuang's decision. At that time, I must make Chen Yang look good. Zhao Weiman thought of the scene when Chen Yang bullied him at the beginning, and the blue veins on his forehead couldn't help becoming hideous. Don't worry, we will add fuel to Zhao Kai's death this time, and it will all be on Chen Yang. The patriarch of the Zhao family in the demon city is dead, and this matter will not be so easy to end. Zhao Kuang snorted coldly. If it was in the past, he would have swallowed his anger if he couldn't move. Now that he has the support of the Zhao family in Shanghai, as long as he speaks a few more words in front of that old man in Shanghai, even if Chen Yang's master comes forward, it will not be easy at that time. Because Chen Yang has sufficient funds, he has won many land development rights. After he released the news, it was already half a day later. The entire Yanchinj fell into a strange atmosphere. Some families wanted to follow suit and buy the land on Jingkai Avenue, but some were hesitant. It was only when they made up their minds to buy that they realized that all the areas they were looking at before had been taken down by Chen Yang. Chen Yang listened to Qian Qin answering the phone calls, with a satisfied smile on his face. Once Chen Yang takes over half of the land development rights in the economic and technological development zone, the entire company will definitely skyrocket. Seeing the continuous outflow of funds in the card, Chen Yang didn't feel heartache at all. Since you plan to do something big, you must take some risks. These risks include the invasion of the Magic Star people. If the Magic Star really invaded Blue Star, not to mention Yanchinj, even the demon capital of Baikan, a big city like Yangchang would be implicated. Maybe the small Yanchinj is not taken seriously by the other party. And with a lot of land development rights, Chen Yang can build more underground bases. He now has a large amount of high-grade primordial stones as a fund reserve, and he is not afraid of the construction projects in the future. The so-called 3 caves of the Cunning Rabbit, Chen Yang intends to use Yanchinj as his base. Not only should the people around us have a safe underground base, but also a safe fortress for the general public. Under Chen Yang's operation, Qian Qin also boldly acquired most of the land. The engineering team has long been on standby at any time according to Qian Qin's instructions. Once Chen Yang decides to start construction, the engineering team will soon enter the site for development. Team Zhou, I think the death of the 7th Order Ferocious Beast can be announced. On the sofa, Zhang Beicheng said while drinking tea. Well, for so many days, the civilians in Yanchinj and Guanghui base have been panicking. There have even been a lot of thugs and robberies recently. If Chen Yang hadn't brought the news, I still don't know what to do. Zhou Yuan nodded. I think this kid Chen Yang has already taken advantage of it. It's almost time for him to take down so many sites. Bai Fengshi laughed. Originally, he also wanted to buy some land for development, but after thinking about it, he was a general after all, and doing business might not be a good thing for him. As a soldier, the first task is to defend the country. He is afraid that once he owns the Yanchinj property, his descendants will not think about making progress. This is the last thing he wants to see. But anyway, he invested 10 million yuan, so I believe Chen Yang will give him some land no matter what. Zhang Beicheng thought the same way. He only had a daughter and no son. No matter how much money he has, he still makes wedding dresses for others. Zhang Beicheng is afraid that his daughter will be targeted by people with ulterior motives when she grows up. Although he is still in charge now, if one day he suddenly leaves, if his subordinates have too many assets, his daughter will not be able to manage them. Zhang Beicheng's family was already very wealthy, so he didn't think about how much money he would spend. The main reason why he invested in Chen Yang was because he was optimistic about the underground base that Chen Yang mentioned. Chen Yang has a lot of strange metals in his hands. If he really uses those metals to build an underground fortress, among other things, at least Yanchinj must be the safest place. Zhang Beicheng only wanted to leave a way out for his daughter, and now he trusted Chen Yang very much. Although Chen Yang is young, when he comes into contact with Chen Yang, he often feels that Chen Yang is like a fox that has lived for decades. In his eyes, Chen Yang not only has the strength comparable to a master, but also has an unparalleled economic brain. The underground base built by him must also be the best, Zhang Beicheng thought to himself. Then I'll announce to the entire Yan city that City Lord Zhang and General Bai are together. Zhou Yuan got up and said, "It is good." Zhang Beicheng and Bai Fengshi nodded. Soon, the largest press conference was held in the Warrior Building. Hurry up, I heard that the news was announced by 3 masters at the same time. We have to release the news as soon as possible. The outside of the martial artist building has been completely surrounded. It is not common for 3 masters to appear at the same time. Facing the dense crowd under the stage, the 3 of Zhou Yuan sat on the chairs and showed a faint smile. People of Yanchinj, people of Guanghui base, first of all, I would like to thank you for your support. I am Yancheng City and Advocate Bei Cheng. I believe that everyone has been looking forward to this press conference for a long time. Since the destruction of Guanghui Base, the news rumor has it that our people have been living in pain and fear of ferocious beasts. Especially the people of Glorious Base. After witnessing the horror of 7th Order ferocious beasts, you will inevitably have thoughts of worrying about Yancheng. Many big families have already begun to transfer their own property. Everyone is worried that Yancheng will become the end of the Glorious Base. You are afraid that the 7th Order beasts will attack Yancheng, and you are afraid that your city lord and joint troops will not be able to stop the 7th Order beasts. Offensive. But I want to announce one thing here, and it is also something that the entire Yancheng and Guanghui Base should be grateful and gratified. The 7th Order ferocious beast has been wiped out by us. Following Zhang Beicheng's words, the audience fell silent. In front of the TV, almost all the people on the 9th floor of Yancheng were paying attention. When Zhang Beicheng told the news that the 7th level beast had perished, they even thought they were hearing hallucinations. City Master Zhang, is what you said true? A reporter in the audience immediately responded and asked. That's right, what I said is true. Yancheng no longer has to worry about the invasion of the 7th level beasts, and you also don't have to worry about being buried in the fire one day. Because the beasts that destroyed the Glorious Base will never appear again. Now, our Yancheng is safe. Zhang Beicheng responded loudly. Hearing Zhang Beicheng's affirmative words, the people in the audience and in front of the TV burst into appalling cheers. This news should be the best news people have heard since the Glorious Base was destroyed. Many people in the Glorious Base shed tears of relief. Many of their family members and even friends died in the Glorious Base. And now, the souls of those who died can finally rest in peace. Following Zhang Beicheng's announcement, the entire Yancheng fell into a carnival. Some sensitive families immediately understood Chen Yang's intentions during the day, and they hurriedly contacted the people in charge of the land of the government building. But what they waited for was that the land development rights in the Jingkai district had been sold out. In Zhao's villa, Zhao Kuang watched TV with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? It's a 7th Order ferocious beast. Even Zhao Kai, the patriarch of the Zhao family in the demon capital, died in the hands of that ferocious beast. How did Zhang Beicheng and the others kill it? Zhao Weiman also showed a puzzled expression, but since Zhang Beicheng announced it in front of the whole city, there is a high probability that the news is true. Chen Yang. Zhao Kuang immediately knew why Chen Yang bought land in the economic and technological development zone during the day. Now the whole city knows that Yancheng is no longer threatened by ferocious beasts. The refugees from the Glorious Base always need a place to develop, and the Jingkai district is their shelter. Chen Yang has already bought all the places with the most development potential in the entire economic development zone. If the current Zhao family wants to take advantage of it, let alone the bones, they probably don't even have to drink the soup. Zhao Kuang's face was ashen. If he knew that the 7th Order beast had been dealt with, he would not transfer his family's power by saying anything. Now that such a great opportunity has been missed for nothing, it is too late to regret it. Brother, what should I do? I asked our people just now, and they said that there are no good places to buy in the economic and technological development zone. Zhao Weiman stared at Zhao Kuang and asked. Tomorrow we will unite with people from other families to protest. This is completely manipulated by that guy Zhang Beicheng. I believe other families will definitely not agree. I want Chen Yang to spit out all the meat he ate in his mouth. Zhao Kuang said with a pale face. Qian family. Qian Qingsong was furious when he saw the information in his hands. At first, he was wondering why Chen Yang dared to buy so many lands one after another. When the news about Zhang Beicheng was released, Qian Qingsong immediately knew that these big families had been put together. Zhang Beicheng? This old thing didn't inform us, but let Chen Yang take advantage of it. And Qian Qin, as our Qian family, dare not tell us such important news. Call him immediately. Come here. I'd like to see how he explains it. The phone rang in Qian Qin's ears. Looking at the incoming call, he knew that the master of the house was here to trouble him. Brother Chen Yang, Qian Qingsong wants to blame me now, what should I do? Qian Qin called Chen Yang and asked. He had expected such a situation a long time ago, but after learning about Chen Yang's financial strength, he still chose to help Chen Yang without hesitation. It's okay, I'll go with you. Knowing that the Qian family mainly held Qian Qin accountable, Chen Yang smiled easily. It's just a high-ranking martial artist. Could it be that these people feel that they will be afraid of them? They also bullied Qian Qin who had no strength. If Qian Qin also had the strength of a great martial artist, it would not even be too late to flatter him. Hearing that Chen Yang was willing to go to Qian's house with him, Qian Qin let out a long breath. If he were to face Qian Qingsong's coercion alone, he really wouldn't dare to go alone. Family dinner. Qian Qingsong sat on the main seat and looked at Qian Qin. He wanted to question the other party's behavior today, but when he saw Chen Yang following behind, he immediately felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Brother Chen Yang, what is the purpose of coming to my house? Qian Qingsong finally spoke. I've heard about Patriarch Qian's name for a long time. It's hard to find time to visit this time. Patriarch Qian will not be unhappy. Could it be that I'm bothering you? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Of course not. I welcome little brother Chen Yang to come to our Qian family. It's just that today is a family matter of the Qian family, so it's inconvenient to say it in front of outsiders. Qian Qingsong cryptically refused. He secretly scolded Chen Yang for not being ignorant of the rules. This is his Qian family's business. When will it be Chen Yang's turn to discipline him? As soon as he saw Qianqin's appearance, he knew that this guy was relying on Chen Yang to be behind, otherwise it would be a question of whether he dared to come today. Qianqin is my elder brother. I am here today mainly to meet Patriarch Qian. In addition, I am afraid that someone will bully my elder brother. I can't just watch him being taught by some lower-ranked people, right? Chen Yang said slowly. Chen Yang. Qianqing Song couldn't control the anger in his chest. Chen Yang didn't take him seriously at all, because he still wanted to marry his daughter to him before. Chen Yang didn't know Qianqing Song's careful thinking. Since he wanted to let Qianqin gain a firm foothold in the entire Qian family, he had to express it. He wants to tell everyone in the Qian family, Qianqin, he is covering it. If anyone wants to touch him, first ask Chen Yang if he agrees. What's the matter, Patriarch Qian, did I say something wrong? Chen Yang said calmly. Qian and Qian Wei looked at Chen Yang curiously. Qian Wei always thought that Chen Yang was just an ordinary brother, but she didn't expect him to appear at the Qian family's family banquet. She looked at Chen Yang worriedly. Although she didn't have much contact with him, she was still young and didn't have any thoughts. She just liked someone based on feeling. Qian also stared at Chen Yang very curiously. The last time she saw Chen Yang was at the Grand Master banquet in Zhouyuan, but the one that left the deepest impression on her was the duel between Chen Yang and Zhao Minghui at the warrior training ground. Originally, with Zhao Minghui's breakthrough, the ending has been decided. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang, who has just stepped into the rank of a great martial artist, also broke through to a martial master under the inconceivable eyes of everyone. It can be said that this is the most intense competition in history, and it is also the most talked about by everyone. Once, because of that competition, Qian has always been very curious about Chen Yang. It was a pity that Chen Yang did not study in the Warrior Academy, otherwise the entire Warrior Academy would be bustling, and Chen Yang would definitely become a man of influence in the entire school. Qianqing Song wanted to speak angrily, but seeing that Chen Yang hadn't done anything too extreme, he held back the swear words he wanted to swear and swallowed back. Qianqin, are you still from the Qian family? Qianqing Song changed his target, unfolded his aura of a great martial artist, and yelled at Qianqin with his momentum. Patriarch, I, Qianqin, have never done anything detrimental to the family. Why am I not from the Qian family? Qianqin replied neither arrogant nor humble under the coercion of Master Qianqing Song. Since you still consider yourself to be part of the Qian family, why didn't you reveal anything to the family about the purchase of the land in the economic development zone today? Qianqing Song refused to let go, and began to question him directly. Patriarch, I'm just a middleman in this matter, and I don't need to tell the family. And even if I tell you, will you believe me? Have you really taken me seriously? Qianqin straightened his chest and faced Qianqing Song. Although the coercion of the great martial artist made him very uncomfortable, fortunately he had been promoted to the level of a great martial artist, otherwise the coercion would have made him fall down. Qianqin no longer intends to be an unknown person like before. According to his seniority, he is considered an elder in the Qian family. But even the nanny and even the bodyguards would make things difficult for him occasionally, so he lost all prestige in the Qian family. Qianqin had made up his mind a long time ago. He could either leave the Qian family by himself, or follow Chen Yang's request and become the one with the most say in the Qian family. If he wants to have the right to speak, then he can no longer be humble. Seeing that Qianqin ignored his coercion, Qianqing Song was furious from the bottom of his heart. I'm the head of the Qian family? It's your fault if you didn't tell the family, and you're still arguing. Do you know how much our Qian family will lose in the future because of your actions? Qianqing Song stood up, with even more coercion. Qianqin's straightened chest was slowly drooping under the pressure of Qianqing Song's aura, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but his eyes kept staring at Qianqing Song, as if expressing his position. Seeing this, Chen Yang exuded the aura of a great martial artist covering Qianqin's body. Qianqin breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Yang didn't help him, he might not be able to last long against Qianqing Song's coercion with just his will. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Yang make a move, Qianqing Song questioned him immediately. I said before, Qianqin is my elder brother, I can't let him be bullied. Chen Yang expressed his opinion. This is my Qian's family, don't tell me you don't care about us. Qianqing Song shouted loudly. Brother, what are you talking about with him? Do you really think my Qian family has no one? Qian's Haiqiang couldn't take it anymore, and at this moment he also opened his mouth to scold. Based on seniority, Qianqin should be your second brother, right? Chen Yang suddenly turned his head and asked Qian's Haiqiang. So what? Qian's Haiqiang didn't know why. Since it's your second brother, isn't it a little too much for you to treat him like this? He is your elder. Shouldn't you respect him? Chen Yang continued to ask. When Qian's Haiqiang heard this, his face flushed immediately. What do you need to worry about my Qian family? If you leave now, I can let you go. Qian's Haiqiang said forcefully. If you want to be reasonable, I will accompany you to reason. If you want to talk about force, I can accompany you to the end. I will put my words here today. This matter has nothing to do with Qianqin. If you want to make trouble, just ask me, Chen Yang. Chen Yang unfolded his talent of coercion. Not only Qian's Haiqiang, but also Chen Qingsong was scared away by Chen Yang's aura. This is impossible, the breath of the master. Chen Qingsong looked at Chen Yang dully. He never thought that Chen Yang could release the aura of a master. Do you think that I am instructing Chen Qi not to tell you about the development of the economic and technological development zone? Even if I tell you, so what? The beast that destroyed the Guanghui base is not dead. You really dare to throw all the funds in the economic and technological development zone area. Chen Yang stared at Chen Qingsong's eyes and said, so what? That's what Chen Qin didn't tell us about the 7th order beast. Chen Qingsong forcibly resisted Chen Yang's aura and said, why did I tell him about the death of the 7th rank beast? Are you all fantasizing? Chen Yang laughed. Too deceiving. Chen Qingsong was left speechless when asked by Chen Yang. Seeing that he was wronged, his vitality surged, and he was about to break all the coercion on Chen Yang's body. Does Master Chen want to use force here? Chen Yang's talent for mind power was pressing towards Chen Qingsong, and Chen Qingsong immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Seeing that Chen Yang pinned down his elder brother without even moving his hand, Chen's Haiqiang felt a storm in his heart. How could this Chen Yang be so powerful? His master must have given him something, otherwise it would be impossible. Chen's Haiqiang guessed in his heart. Just when Chen Qingsong was so oppressed by Chen Yang, a guru's aura poured in from outside the door, breaking through Chen Yang's coercive talent. Who? Chen Yang's eyes were fixed, and he saw a man in his 50s outside the door, but Chen Yang knew that the man was definitely over 60 years old. Father. Chen Qingsong looked at the man outside the door happily, and other people in the room bowed their heads to salute the man. Father. Chen Yang checked the opponent's talent information. Half-alien, Chen Yuanzhang. Cultivation realm, elementary grandmaster. Power, 2,312 tons. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talents, strength, intermediate perception, power field, low level, speed, intermediate perception, super speed force, low level, tenacity, spiritual level, phantom sound, spiritual level, spiritual pollution, spiritual level, half-alien. Chen Yang looked at the man in front of him, and he immediately understood the man's identity. He was the previous head of the Qian family. Lin Bin mentioned before that an old man in the Qian family died of old age, and he survived after swallowing the improved magic liquid. You are Chen Yang. Chen Yuanzhang looked at Chen Yang and said calmly, it's me. Chen Yang stared at Chen Yuanzhang curiously. If other families knew that the Qian family had a grand master, the status of the Qian family would immediately improve a lot. You want to help Qin Qin to the top? Chen Yuanzhang asked again. Mr. Qian, there are some things that should not be said indiscriminately. Qian Qin and I help each other. How can it be said that we want to support him to the top? But since Qian Qin is the elder of the Qian family, it seems unreasonable to treat him like this. Chen Yang said without fear. How dare you meddle in our Qian family's affairs? If you hadn't provoked Qian Qin would not have become like this. Hand over the land you bought today, and I will let you go. Chen Yuanzhang finally showed his true colors. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yuanzhang had bad intentions, Qian Qin quickly persuaded him. Shut up, how can you speak? As Qian Yuan was talking, he slapped Qian Qin across the face. They only felt a gust of wind blowing across everyone's cheeks, and Qian Yuanzhen's palm was already in front of Qian Qin. Snapped. Qian Qin had already closed his eyes, but the expected pain did not come. He opened them slowly, only to see Qian Yuanzhen's palm was blocked by Chen Yang. Boy, get out of the way. Qian Yuanzhang tried hard, but then he was surprised to find that he couldn't shake Chen Yang's palm, and the other party looked at him with a smile instead. Physical strength. Qian Yuanzhen's pupils dilated, and Chen Yang's strength was beyond his imagination. Can we talk calmly now? Chen Yang asked, copying the other party's talent by the way. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the physical strength of a grandmaster. I admit that your talent is unique in the entire Yanchinj, but you underestimate the power of a grandmaster. The field of strength unfolded, and Qian Yuanzhen's palm was strengthened several times under the blessing of the field of strength. Chen Yang still looked at Qian Yuanzhang with a smile, and his power field also expanded accordingly, and Qian Yuanzhen's palm retreated instead of advancing. As the tiles on the ground cracked, Qian Yuanzhen's footsteps sank into the ground. Intermediate strength field, this is impossible. Qian Yuan is struggling to fight against Chen Yang's power, but his power domain has no chance of winning in front of Chen Yang. Spiritual pollution. Qian Yuanzhen's eyes turned cold, and he decided to use a special talent. I thought that Chen Yang would be tricked, but when the mental pollution invaded Chen Yang's mind, he was silent. Qian Yuanzhang felt that the worldview was collapsing. He was a junior master who couldn't even deal with a great martial artist. Could it be that young people are so powerful nowadays? Qian opened his mouth wide to watch his grandfather and Chen Yang confront each other. She thought that Chen Yang would lose quickly, but she didn't expect Chen Yang to surprise her again. Even the grandfather who was promoted to the Grand Master couldn't get the slightest advantage in front of Chen Yang. How long has it been? He was a martial artist last time, and now he can fight against a Grand Master. Is his talent really so terrifying? Qian couldn't understand it. In the past, she always set her sights on Zhao Minghui and others, and even regarded them as her strongest opponents. It wasn't until she got to know Chen Yang that she suddenly realized that her vision was so low. I thought that Chen Yang would suffer a lot if he came to Qian's house alone, but he and others were the ones who got slapped in the face in the end. When Chen Yang came to the hotel, he was stunned by everyone in the hotel. Before, he felt that Gao Xiong and Lu Yan were exaggerating. Looking at the more than 1,000 people in front of him, Chen Yang felt dizzy. It's not necessary. Why don't we just buy more land? Is it necessary for so many people to come? Chen Yang was speechless for a while, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Mr. Chen is here. When everyone in the hotel saw Chen Yang, they immediately surrounded him. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's physique as a master, he would definitely be squeezed into meatloaf by them. Everyone, calm down. Please take your seats first, and I will answer your questions one by one later, Chen Yang said to several reporters. In addition to the reporters, there are more families who want to share some benefits from Chen Yang. Now everyone knows that the economic and technological development area will become a key development area in Yanqing in the future. By then, the economy there will definitely increase greatly, and housing prices will not be cheap. Before that, many families were still hesitating whether to take the risk of acquiring a few lands in the Jingkai district. Because of the hidden danger of the seventh order beast, they still hadn't made up their minds. Now that the hidden danger is suddenly gone, they naturally set their sights on this sweet pastry. But when they wanted to make a move, they suddenly found that the land next to Jingkai Avenue had been bought by a man named Chen Yang. Chen Yang's name was so familiar to their ears, they thought it was the same name at first. After all, it is impossible for Chen Yang to have so much money to invest. But after some investigation, it was found that it was the Chen Yang they thought. Ever since, the entire high society in Yanqing was boiling. Now that the first-hand opportunity has been lost, it is necessary to fight for the second-hand opportunity. Many people want to contact Chen Yang to buy the land from him now, even if the price is twice as high, it doesn't matter. But there are too many people who have this idea, and every company and every family wants to come forward to get a share. This is what created the current situation. But the Li family, the Poet family and the Sun family wanted to thank Chen Yang secretly. If Chen Yang hadn't told them about this business opportunity, even poets might not have bought too much. Seeing that the entire venue was full of people, Chen Yang wiped off his sweat. Facing so many people is even harder than letting him fight a sixth-order beast, but the cause he planted still has to be solved by himself. Chen Yang came to the stage of the venue, and following his silence, the entire venue fell silent. My friends, first of all, I welcome everyone's enthusiasm. I also understand the thoughts of most of you when you come here. I said something earlier. The Jingkai district has now become the biggest cake in Yanqing. Everyone wants to get a share of it. But not everyone has this qualification. I am standing here now to hear your thoughts. How can you persuade me to share the resources in my hands with you? Chen Yang threw the question to everyone in the venue. Lu Yan stood by the stage and looked at Chen Yang adoringly. Not only her, but also the employees of the company who came to the scene stared at Chen Yang intently. They joined the Coke company just because of the company's high salary and generous treatment. They thought that the young Chen Yang just started a company for fun. No one would have thought that he would turn the Coke company into Yanqing's best one of the companies with potential. My Lu family is willing to buy land from Mr. Chen at twice the price. A middle-aged man stood up and said. My Zhang family is also willing. Then another man stood up. We would also like to. Soon, the venue fell into chaos again. Quiet. Chen Yang manipulated Yuan to spread his voice throughout the venue, and everyone felt that Chen Yang's voice seemed to be echoing in their ears. Seeing that everyone stopped arguing, Chen Yang finally spoke. Do you think that I can take so many lands but I don't have the ability to develop them? Since I can spend tens of billions at a time, it means that I am not short of money. Those who want to buy land from me can cancel you because I, Chen Yang, will not buy my land to you. I only accept one form, and that is to buy shares. Chen Yang expressed his attitude. Invest in shares. When everyone heard that Chen Yang didn't intend to buy or sell land, they felt a bit cold in their hearts. I don't know what form Mr. Chen plans to let us invest in. A reporter asked. That's a good question. Everyone should want to know, right? Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Chen Yang knew that these people were not willing to give up this big cake. You must be wondering why I gave up now when I had an opportunity to double my capital immediately. First, I, Chen Yang, am not short of money now. The main reason I bought the land around Jingkai Avenue is to give us a stable home for the displaced people of Glory Base. If I resell these places, they will also need to spend more money to buy them, which I don't want to see. Chen Yang paused and continued. The economic and technological development zone should not be a money-making machine for businessmen, but a warm home for people in Guanghui Base, so I only accept one form of cooperation. My company holds 60% of the shares, and you can develop the land as you like, but the selling price it's up to us to decide. I will never allow some people to raise housing prices in order to make money, so that people in Guanghui Base can't afford to live. Chen Yang's words made everyone in the venue fall into silence. Everyone thought that Chen Yang wanted to eat this big cake all by himself, but unexpectedly his first thought was for the people of the brilliant base. If Chen Yang hadn't bought so much land, this area would definitely be looted by everyone now. Maybe the price of the land would have doubled, and it would only be higher. If what Chen Yang said is true, there will be no scenes where housing prices are too high and civilians are harvested for money in this area. At that time, all the people in the glorious base will even thank Chen Yang. After learning about Chen Yang's real purpose, many families who wanted to make money had the idea of giving up. If you can't control the right to sell the entire land in your own hands, it's no different from working for others. But some people still hope that Chen Yang can sell some to them with a glimmer of fantasy. They didn't know that there were hundreds of billions in Chen Yang's backpack, which was more than enough to develop the entire area, and Chen Yang was not short of money at all. And as the development time prolongs, the money in his pocket will only increase. What Chen Yang has to consider is how to spend the money. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Yang was not in a hurry. He knew that what he said might confuse many people, and his decision shattered many people's illusions, but this was Chen Yang's original intention. The reason why he wanted to buy land on a large scale was to prevent the developers of the major families from hype price. I didn't expect Brother Yang to see so far. Gao Xiong showed admiration. Not only him, many reporters and employees fell silent after learning about Chen Yang's true thoughts. If it were someone else, they would have wished to put more money into their pockets, but in the end it was the people of Guanghui Base and Yanqing who were unlucky. Okay, sure enough, I saw him right. Zhang Beicheng understood Chen Yang's thoughts through the live broadcast, and seeing that Chen Yang was willing to give up huge benefits to benefit the people, even he couldn't help admiring him. Chen Yang spent this day in constant busyness. After expressing his attitude, Chen Yang received many families who were willing to cooperate according to his wishes. In order to allow the people in the brilliant base to move in as soon as possible, Chen Yang demanded that if he wanted to become a shareholder and cooperate, he had to work overtime and work 24 hours a day. In this way, within half a year at most, the entire economic development zone will be prosperous. In addition, Chen Yang also wants people from the outer city to live in, and then transform the outer city into a business area for trading beast materials. Of course, this idea cannot be completed in a short time, and Zhang Beicheng's support will be needed later. Although Chen Yang didn't deliberately seek gold, the market value of his company soon exceeded 10 billion. Chen Yang planned to quickly set up Jinmao Company as a land development company in the economic development zone. After Qian Qin learned of Chen Yang's plan, he quickly helped him find employees and a construction team. After a full day of work, Chen Yang barely had time to rest. Many families gave up cooperation because of Chen Yang's request, but some families agreed to Chen Yang's conditions. After all the cooperation matters are finalized, the Yanqing Economic and Technological Development Zone will start construction. In the next few days, Chen Yang has been busy between the company and the Economic Development Zone. With Qian Qin's help, Chen Yang's Jinmao Company was established soon. With Chen Yang as a big name, many elites in the real estate industry can't wait to rush in, which makes those families who lost the opportunity to cooperate very angry. The Qian family also came over many times, but Qian Qin refused them all. Not to mention knowing what Chen Yang was thinking, even if he didn't know, Qian Qin didn't intend to let the Qian family members participate. This is the best opportunity for him to rise, and he must rely on this opportunity to become a big man whom the Qian family admires. A few days later in the morning, Chen Yang was called to the Government Affairs building. Zhang Beicheng, Zhou Yuan, and Bai Fengxi are also here. Chen Yang got out of the car and saw that the entire government building was surrounded by people from various families. After listening for a while, he realized that they were all here to blame Zhang Beicheng for not notifying everyone in advance that the 7th Order beast had been eliminated, which caused them to miss business opportunities. It's ridiculous. These guys didn't dare to thank you, but they still blame us. Bai Fengxi frowned and looked at the crowd under the government building with disgust. Haha, Uncle Bai, you don't need to be so angry. You must know that they are all businessmen, and businessmen only pay attention to immediate interests, and don't care about the lives of civilians. Chen Yang didn't care. Even if they knew that I killed the 7th level beast, they wouldn't be grateful, because my existence caused them to lose the opportunity to make money, and they might curse me in their hearts. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhang Beicheng showed a thoughtful expression. Chen Yang, I'm really curious about what your brain is made of. We all thought you were going to make a fortune with this opportunity, but we didn't expect that it was for the sake of the people in the end. Could it be that you planned it out from the beginning? Zhou Yuan was puzzled. That's right, we didn't expect what would happen if other big families got these lands, but your few words woke us up. If these developers are allowed to mess around, then the entire economic development zone will be polluted. Bai Fengxi said very gratefully. Haha, I just experienced more. Chen Yang smiled. A lot of experience? Don't think that I know that you have been in the slums for 19 years. What can you experience? Even the most business-minded people in Yanqing can't beat you in these things. Could it be that your master is behind the scenes? Zhang Beicheng thought Chen Yang was joking. Let's take it as the city lord. Chen Yang smiled and did not explain, allowing them to misunderstand. Zhang Beicheng thought he was right. After all, he had investigated Chen Yang's background clearly. If he said that Chen Yang thought of all these things alone, he would never believe it. Moreover, the amount of money needed to win so much land is almost astronomical, and Chen Yang probably cannot afford so much money by himself. So Zhang Beicheng attributed all this to the master behind Chen Yang, and only this kind of person would have such control over the whole situation. What should we do with these people? Zhou Yuan asked. The one who takes the lead can be arrested. I think the Qian family and the Zhao family are the most violent. I guess they didn't get anything, so they just don't want to be reconciled. Zhang Beicheng said indifferently. If he can be baffled by these people, then he is not the right city lord. It's not good to catch it directly. Why don't you go down and persuade City Master Zhang? Zhou Yuan said. Okay, well, these guys are really annoying. Zhang Beicheng sighed and walked downstairs. City Lord Zhang has come out. Seeing Zhang Beicheng appear, a group of people surrounded him. Master Zhang, you have to decide for us. Several leaders hurriedly cried out. Say something slowly, what does it look like to make trouble here? Zhang Beicheng's guru aura was released, and everyone felt it was difficult to breathe. Master Zhang, that Chen Yang is really outrageous. He has acquired most of the land development rights of most of the economic development zone by himself. How can we live with this? A slightly thin man pretended to be pitiful and said. You didn't see it yourself, so what's the matter with Chen Yang? Zhang Beicheng stared at the thin man and asked. This is because Chen Yang knew the internal information in advance. If we could also know the news of the death of the 7th Order beast in advance, Chen Yang would definitely not take advantage of such a big loophole. City Lord, you must investigate this matter carefully. Let's go, Chen Yang. That's right, Chen Yang is using the convenience of his public office to benefit himself. In my opinion, all his property should be confiscated, and then put up for auction again. A fat man also agreed. Oh, do you have any evidence to prove it? Zhang Beicheng was unmoved. Hearing this, several people felt embarrassed for a while. They can only guess that Chen Yang got the inside information first, but they really don't know the evidence. I have. Just when everyone was in trouble, Qian's Haiqiang ran out. Seeing the important figures of the Qian family come out, everyone seemed to have a backbone in their hearts. I have a video here to prove that Chen Yang knew about the death of the 7th level fire dragon. Qian's Haiqiang turned on the video on his mobile phone, and it was the video of Chen Yang chatting with everyone last time. Was Chen Yang a little surprised to see Qian's Haiqiang taking out the video? He stood up and looked at Qian's Haiqiang's cell phone with converging eyes. The angle of the video should be recorded by the waiter hiding in the dark, but most of the part she recorded was from the back, and did not record Chen Yang's narration of the death of the fire dragon. This video can prove that Chen Yang knew about the death of the 7th rank beast in advance. He took advantage of his position to learn the news in advance, and then bought land arbitrarily. Isn't this a legal operation? City Lord Zhang, you were there at the time. Logically speaking of this matter, you also know, do you want to protect that kid Chen Yang? Qian's Haiqiang asked. So what? How can you, a great martial artist, have the courage to question my decision? Seeing Qian's Haiqiang's attitude, Zhang Beicheng was displeased. Zhang Beicheng, even though you are the lord of Yancheng, it's not good for you to protect Chen Yang like this. In the distance, a man in his 50s came over. He looked at Zhang Beicheng without a trace of fear in his eyes. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with a trace of curiosity. Dare to directly call City Lord Zhang's name like this, unless he is also a master, otherwise it is disrespectful to the City Lord. You are Grandmaster. Zhang Beicheng was taken aback for a moment. Apparently he did not expect that Yancheng would have a Grandmaster. That's right, I am Qian Yuanzhang from the Qian family, that is, Qian Kingsong's father. Everyone looked at Qian Yuanzhang with a hint of panic. Unexpectedly, the Qian family also produced a Grandmaster. It seems that the power of the entire Yancheng is about to change. Qian Yuanzhang enjoyed everyone's amazed gazes. He has not appeared in front of the world since he stepped into the Grandmaster. The purpose is to make a blockbuster. Unexpectedly, he was overwhelmed by Chen Yang as soon as he came out, and when he learned that the other party had cut off the wealth of most people in Yancheng, he had an idea and came up with a plan to get Chen Yang out of the horse. Because of the video, people in many families also gained confidence. Although I don't know where this video came from, but the evidence is solid, unless Zhang Beicheng clearly supports Chen Yang, otherwise they will dig a piece of flesh from Chen Yang. I didn't expect that the Qian family could produce a Grandmaster, but I think your aura is a bit strange. I'm afraid you didn't break through the Grandmaster by normal means. Zhang Beicheng said calmly. So what? I didn't come here today to discuss how to become a Grandmaster. As a member of the joint team, Chen Yang actually used his position advantage to cut off my money. I don't know how City Master Zhang plans to settle this account. With a satisfactory answer, most of the families in Yancheng probably won't be convinced. Qian Yuan was puffing out his chest and said, That's right, Chen Yang has gone too far. If he left half of the land for me, we wouldn't be so angry. But he wants to eat such a big piece of fat all by himself, and I will never accept it. With the backing of the Grandmaster, this group of troublemakers became bolder. Zhang Beicheng looked at the crowd with a sneer. Of course, the development of the economic development area is for those who are capable. If you want to be reasonable, then I will tell you, I'm afraid you will regret it. Zhang Beicheng said calmly. Why should we regret it? Chen Yang should be the one who should regret it. It's fine that he monopolizes so much territory, and he doesn't even give us the opportunity to cooperate. This clearly means that we are not allowed to enter the economic development zone. An unknown company boss yelled. Yes, let him spit out those places. Spit it out. Looking at the angry crowd, Qian's Haiqiang felt that his goal had been achieved. Master Zhang, let Chen Yang come out by himself, otherwise this matter won't end like this. Now it's hard to agree, he just needs to eat enough for Chen Yang, and he has to spit out what should be spit out. We ask no Gao, give us 80% of the land he bought, and forget about it. Qian Yuanzhang said to Zhang Beicheng, satisfied with the attitude of everyone. If you want me to come out, just tell me, where do you have the confidence to think that I will give you the land I bought? Is it based on your master's strength? Chen Yang jumped down from upstairs and looked at Qian Yuanzhang with a smile, but there seemed to be a hint of danger in this smile. Chen Yang. Qian Yuanzhang took a step back in fright from Chen Yang's aura, and the image of Chen Yang's intermediate power domain immediately appeared in his mind. But thinking of being watched by everyone now, he couldn't show any fear. Do you admit that you knew the news in advance, and then bought a lot of land in the economic development zone? Qian Yuanzhang questioned. I admit this. Why? I have the strength to take down these lands. That's my ability. Before that, why didn't you dare to buy them? Chen Yang looked at Qian Yuanzhang with a smile on his face and asked. If you know that the 7th Order Fierce Beast is dead, how can this piece of fat get your turn? Qian's Haiqiang shouted at the side. You also know that the premise is to know that the 7th Order Beast is dead, and your news is behind. How can you blame me? Chen Yang said lightly. That's not because the City Lord and the captain of the joint team shielded you. They are definitely the first to say that they are insiders. I suspect that this matter was ordered by the City Lord Zhang to suppress our families. Several company bosses said angrily. That's right, City Lord Zhang, you've gone too far. Everyone started pointing at Zhang Beicheng. Ha ha ha, Chen Yang, what would they think if they knew that the evil dragon was killed by you? Zhang Beicheng laughed and turned to ask Chen Yang. Should they be afraid of me? Chen Yang agreed. What? Chen Yang killed the 7th Order ferocious beast? Haha. City Lord Zhang, are you lying to children? Qian Yuanzhang laughed. People from other families also felt that this excuse was very low level. Chen Yang was only at the level of a martial artist, how could he kill a 7th level beast? You big families are really damned. Chen Yang helped Yanqing solve a big problem. You didn't know how to thank him, but you beat him back. It hurts me. Zhang Beicheng's eyes suddenly brightened. City Master Zhang, don't use this kind of reason to lie to children. Qian Yuanzhang didn't believe it. I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it? Chen Yang said suddenly. What advice? Qian Yuanzhang suddenly panicked, but he quickly got rid of this feeling. He didn't think that Chen Yang could really kill a 7th Order beast. If I can prove that the 7th level fierce beast was killed by me, what should you do if you make trouble like this today? Chen Yang asked. Qian Yuanzhang was taken aback for a moment, seeing that Chen Yang was so confident, a strange idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that the 7th level beast was really killed by Chen Yang? Impossible? You can't kill him. Qian Yuanzhang shouted. Then shall we make a bet? Chen Yang looked at Qian Yuanzhang meaningfully. Qian Yuanzhang can't get out of the fire now. If he doesn't agree, others will think that the Qian family is afraid of Chen Yang. Thinking of this, Qian Yuanzhang had no choice but to agree. What bet? I'll take it, old man. Qian Yuan raised his head and said. Okay, if I can prove that the 7th level beast was killed by me, you can apologize in front of the whole city. If I can't prove it, how about I give you all the land I bought? This condition is for you, it should be very suitable, right? Chen Yang said calmly. Hearing Chen Yang's bet, Qian Yuanzhang panicked for no reason. He vaguely felt that Chen Yang really seemed to have confidence. Okay, I promise you. Qian Yuanzhang looked at the eyes of everyone and knew that he could not back down, so he gritted his teeth and responded. Then you can watch it. Chen Yang smiled coldly, and with a big wave of his hand, a huge dragon skin filled the entire front of the government affairs building. The aura of the 7th rank beast emanated from the dragon skin, and the people of those families were frightened by the breath of the 7th rank beast and took a few steps back, looking at them in disbelief. This is the leftover dragon skin of that 7th rank ferocious beast. If you don't believe me, you can go up and feel it for yourself. Besides, not only City Lord Zhang, but also all the members of the joint team at Guanghui base can prove it for me. Qian Yuanzhang, how about you? What can I say? A ray of light shot out of Chen Yang's eyes and sank into Qian Yuanzhen's brain. It was his spiritual talent. This is impossible. Qian Yuanzhang was affected by Chen Yang's spiritual talent. Looking at the height of the 7th level fierce beast in front of him, he collapsed on the ground, his eyes lost their luster. At this time, there was no guru aura in Qian Yuanzhen's body, and now the evidence was so strong that Qian Yuanzhang could not distort the facts in front of him no matter how thoughtful he was. Qian Yuanzhang, fulfill your promise. Chen Yang put away the dragon skin and left the entrance of the government affairs building without looking at Qian Yuanzhang. Uncle. Qian's Haiqiang hurriedly supported Qian Yuanzhang, but Chen Yang's spiritual talent kept invading Qian Yuanzhen's mind. Seeing Qian's Haiqiang approaching, he was in a daze, thinking it was a terrifying beast. Don't come here, beast. Qian Yuanzhang waved his hand, and his vitality sent Qian's Haiqiang flying. Uncle, it's me. Qian's Haiqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Qian Yuanzhang puzzled. Qian Yuanzhang didn't react until Chen Yang walked away. Looking at Qian's Haiqiang who was blown away by him, Qian Yuanzhang regretted it for a while. He quickly thought of the bet between himself and Chen Yang. If he really apologized to Chen Yang in front of the whole city, he would really lose face of the Qian family. If someone makes trouble because of this matter again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Yuanzhang, you can figure it out yourself. Zhang Beicheng didn't pay any attention to it, but ordered his subordinates, if any family dared to make trouble again, they would be arrested directly for violating laws and disciplines. Brother Chen Yang, did you expect these people to be so disgusting? Zhang Beicheng followed up and said, what's the matter? Businessmen are all profit-seeking. They have no human touch in their eyes, only money. I have seen this clearly for a long time. I even predicted that it would definitely happen when I made the decision to buy the land in the economic development zone. The current situation. Chen Yang didn't care. Forget it, being with these people will only disturb our mood. Go up, I just received a message that someone from above has been sent over. Zhang Beicheng said. You mean Baikan? Chen Yang asked in a daze. Yes. Zhang Beicheng nodded. Why are you here in Baikan? Chen Yang was puzzled. He didn't expect Baikan to send people here so soon. Could it be to solve the problem of the 7th order beast? But logically speaking, they should already know it. Remember the god-making plan I told you before? Zhang Beicheng asked. Of course I remember. Chen Yang understood in an instant. It seemed that the people from Baikan came here for the god-making plan. In addition, it must be because my own words want to come and prove more things. Chen Yang's guess is already close to 10. This time Baikan sent people here to find a suitable genius, and also wanted to talk to you about some of the details. Don't worry, they won't make things difficult for you. But after all, only you know some things about the magic star. I think they mainly want to exchange information with you. Zhang Beicheng explained. Okay, I will cooperate. Chen Yang nodded, showing a little interest in the person from Baikan. Qian Qin was waiting for Chen Yang up there at this time, and when he saw Chen Yang coming up, he hurried up to greet him. Well, those families didn't embarrass you, did they? Qian Qin said with concern. It's too tender for them to eat a piece of meat from me. Don't worry, Brother Qian. By the way, is Brother Qian interested in becoming the general manager of my new company? Chen Yang asked. Me. Qian Qin was taken aback. This kind of position is usually given to the people closest to him. Unexpectedly Chen Yang thought of himself first. Well, Brother Qian already has experience in this area. I don't feel relieved to hand it over to others, so I hope Brother Qian can help me. Chen Yang said sincerely. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to take on this great task. Qian Qin was very moved, but he was too embarrassed to accept it. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I'll take care of anything for you. No one is more suitable for this position than you. Don't you want the Qian family to impress you? This is the best opportunity. Chen Yang looked at Qian Qin and said in confidence. Okay, since my brother said it, I will definitely do my best. Qian Qin hesitated for a while and then agreed. Faced with Chen Yang's trust, Qian Qin didn't know how to thank him. You must know that once he takes over the Jinmao company, he will soon become the target of everyone in Yanqing. This honor is no less than being the head of a big family. I believe Brother Qian can do a good job, but the development and construction must follow strict standards. In addition, it is best to build more underground air raid shelters. Chen Yang explained his plan to Qian Qin that the most important thing is to make new houses affordable for the people in the Guanghui base. As for why an underground air raid shelter was built, Chen Yang did not elaborate. It is better not to know about the magic star in advance, otherwise it is easy to despair. After chatting for a long time, the people from Baikan had come over. Chen Yang followed Zhang Beicheng, Zhou Yuan, and Bai Fengshi to meet him. A big black Benz stopped in front of the government affairs building. The door opened, and 2 men about 40 years old stepped down from it. Minister Tang, Minister Liu, welcome to Yanqing. Zhang Beicheng greeted him with a smile on his face. Master Zhang. The two reached out and held each other tightly. The two of you must be very tired from running around. Let's go upstairs and rest. Zhang Beicheng signaled. Then thank you, City Lord Zhang. The two nodded, and then walked towards the government affairs building together. This is General Bai. In the reception room, Tang Hongfei looked at Bai Fengshi and smiled. Hello Minister Tang, I am really ashamed to say the title of general now. I am ashamed of the people of the entire Guanghui base. Bai Fengshi said lonely. General Bai doesn't have to blame himself so much. What happens in the Radiance base is unpredictable for everyone. If he knew in advance that there was a 7th order beast appearing, I believe that General Bai will have a way to help the Radiance base survive this disaster. I already know everything about the Radiance base. It's all because it happened so suddenly. It's already good to be able to do this. Tang Hongfei said comfortingly. This is Captain Zhou, right? Such a young master is rare even in Baikan. Liu Yangbing praised it. My little strength played almost no role in the battle at the Guanghui base. Minister Liu, don't praise me. Zhou Yuan was embarrassed to say. After all, you have just stepped into the Grand Master, and it is not easy to survive the attack of the 7th level beast. Liu Yangbing smiled. Zhou Yuan's cultivation talent is indeed outstanding. He became a master at the age of 30 or so, and his potential in the future is even more boundless. After speaking, Liu Yangbing looked at Chen Yang. Minister Liu, Minister Tang. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Chen Yang hurriedly greeted them. Brother Chen Yang, I didn't believe it when I heard that you killed a 7th level fierce beast. I thought City Lord Zhang was lying to me. I didn't expect that you are only 20 years old, and you already have the strength of a middle-level martial artist. I was taken aback. Liu Yangbing said in surprise. It is known that Chen Yang has reached the strength of a middle-level great martial artist after only 1 year of practice. This kind of talent makes it difficult for both of them to hold a candle to. It's just luck. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "Don't be humble, you dare to follow the 7th order beast under such circumstances, even I admire this courage." Tang Hongfei praised. Not only that, Chen Yang now has a body comparable to the strength of a grandmaster. Don't underestimate him. Even a high-ranking grandmaster may not be Chen Yang's opponent now, Zhang Beicheng said proudly. Really, it's so powerful. Their eyes lit up and they glanced at each other. A 20-year-old grandmaster, even Baiken doesn't have such an outstanding talent. It seems that this time he came at the right time. Tang Hongfei said excitedly. Mr. Tang is talking about the god-making plan, right? Zhang Beicheng asked. That's right, the North City has already known about the existence of the magic star. Because the other party is too terrifying, we have not spread the news. But since Chen Yang has already said it, there is nothing to hide from you. Tang Hongfei paused, and took a sip of his tea. Because of the threat of the magic star, the headquarters is going to launch the god-making project. The main reason we came this time is to find candidates for the god-making project. Since Chen Yang has such talent, it seems that the candidate must be Yugon. Candidate? Chen Yang was puzzled. Yes, the god-making project is a big project after all. The headquarters intends to gather the power of the whole country to create an existence above the 8th order. This is the god-making project. This plan involves too much, and the North City side attaches great importance to it. The candidate is the most critical part. We have to select the most potential practitioners, and then select the most suitable geniuses. This is the god-making plan. Hearing Tang Hongfei's explanation, Chen Yang immediately understood the general method of the god-making plan. Select the most talented cultivation geniuses from all over the country, and finally select among this group of people until they find the most suitable person for the god-making plan. It sounds simple, but the whole process must be very complicated. The god-making plan must not only consider the strength and talent of the practitioner, but also the xingxing aspect must be the top priority. If one accidentally chooses an ambitious cultivator, even if the god-making plan is really successful, let alone resisting the magic star, this cultivator may become the most terrifying existence in the entire Hua Kingdom. Sure enough, Tang Hongfei told several people about the selection requirements of the god-making project, the most important of which was indeed the issue of xingxing. Candidates for the god-making project must be loyal to the country and have the spirit of daring to sacrifice for the country. Chen Yang is already very qualified in this regard, and his deeds in the Guanghui base have directly met the requirements for being shortlisted. Willing to risk his life alone to lure away the 7th level beast, this kind of courage is one of the best in the entire Huiguo. And at that time, Chen Yang was only a junior martial artist, so it was really rare to be able to do this. Chen Yang, are you willing to be a candidate for the god-making project? Tang Hongfei asked suddenly with a serious expression. Chen Yang hesitated for a while. In fact, he doesn't lack any resources now, and the god-making plan is just icing on the cake for him. But looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Chen Yang nodded and agreed. He now has the ability to wrestle with the strength of the 7th level. Even if the martial saint wants to be unfavorable to him, he doesn't need to be afraid. It was also in consideration of this that Chen Yang chose to agree to the god-making plan. Before, he was always afraid that his talent would be discovered by others, but now he has the strength to protect the friends around him. Even if someone is really jealous of him and wants to harm him, he has to consider the consequences. Seeing Chen Yang agreeing, Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing showed gratified smiles. I am very optimistic about you. You can have the strength of a master at such a young age. I think you should be the best among all the candidates for the god-making project. Chen Yang scratched his hair embarrassedly. The other thing is about the magic star. City Lord Zhang didn't report it in detail before. I want to know what happened to you during that time, and I would trouble you to explain it in detail again. Tang Hongfei said solemnly. Seeing that the other party attached so much importance to it, Chen Yang considered whether to tell them everything. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang decided to speak out, so as to give the country more information. Since Minister Tang asked, I will tell the truth. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Bai, Captain Zhou, please allow me to hide something before, but I was afraid that you would fall into despair, so I kept hiding it in my heart and didn't say it. Following Chen Yang's opening, Zhang Beicheng and others' eyes widened. Chen Yang told the whole story of what happened after he absorbed the power of the fire dragon. From entering the crack to stepping into the beast city, apart from entering the secret place, he told everyone present about everything he knew about the magic star and the beast star. Listening to Chen Yang's experience, Zhang Beicheng and others were deeply shocked. The strength of the 10th Order Devil King is almost unimaginable, but judging from their ability to conquer other life planets at will, the strength of the Devil King is probably the top existence among the intelligent groups in the entire universe. As for the demon god on the magic star, they dare not even imagine it. Even the Demon King can change the celestial phenomena of a planet. If the demon god takes action, wouldn't the entire planet be destroyed in an instant? The destruction of the planet mentioned here does not mean the destruction of all the creatures on the planet, but the real breaking of the planet into pieces. Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing fell silent. They have occasionally entered the cracks before, but the information they have learned is limited. After all, there are not many grandmasters with spiritual talents, and it is even more impossible for them to have so many spiritual talents like Chen Yang. Therefore, they didn't know much more than Chen Yang. At least they didn't know that there was a demon god above the Demon King. If what Chen Yang said is true, then even if the god-making plan is successful, we may not be able to resist the invasion of the magic star. Tang Hongfei said sadly. You can't think like that. Liu Yangbing shook his head. No matter how strong the magic star is, we still have to face it. We can't expect them not to come to Blue Star forever. According to Chen Yang, the current magic star people just haven't taken care of Blue Star, but this day it will always come. If we don't want to be destroyed or become slaves of the magic star, we must implement the god-making plan. Even if we lose in the end, for the sake of dignity, I will fight until I die. Liu Yangbing's words aroused everyone's desire for life. That's right, even if we really lose at that time, we can't back down. While we still have time, I believe we can definitely narrow the gap in strength between us and Demon Star. Bai Fengshi also said firmly. Although the magic star Chen Yang described was terrifying, human beings survived in despair. When the fierce beast descended on Blue Star, human beings thought that the end of the world was coming. In the end, a line of defense was established with the persistence of a group of people, and finally the current situation came into being. Even for the seniors who sacrificed, they must carry forward with heavy burdens. Chen Yang, thank you for telling all these things. I will tell the higher UPS immediately. If there is anything to add, please let me know. Tang Hongfei opened his mouth and said. No problem Minister Tang, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Chen Yang nodded heavily. Is the space bracelet you mentioned before still there? Liu Yangbing asked suddenly. Chen Yang immediately understood what the other party meant. They wanted to study the technology in the space bracelet. Chen Yang nodded, and he handed over a space bracelet without saying a word. This is the space bracelet. As far as I know, this space bracelet is considered a very high-level space product even in the entire magic star. Chen Yang showed the various functions of the space bracelet to everyone. If Lei Li hadn't reminded himself at the beginning, Chen Yang might not have thought of asking about more uses of the space bracelet. Tang Hongfei and others felt very novel about this space bracelet. They all felt a sense of urgency when they saw the magic star's technology for the first time. This thing is far ahead of us. It seems that the god-making plan is not enough. We need to know more about magic star technology. For example, the battleship floating on the Beast City mentioned by Chen Yang and the aircraft he rides on. If we can also manufacture it, and we will have more confidence in dealing with the magic star people. Tang Hongfei said. If there is a chance, I will definitely find a way to get the design drawings of these things. But the most important thing is their metals. The metals used to build these aircraft and battleships are very different from those on our Blue Star. Chen Yang expressed his thoughts. Let's wait until we return to Baikan to see how the higher UPS decide. Liu Yangbing nodded in agreement. By the way, I have a question I've been wanting to ask the minister. Chen Yang showed a curious expression. What is the problem? Tang Hongfei said. Why is there so little news of 7th order beasts in the entire Hua Kingdom? Even in Yanqing and Guanghui base, there have only been 1 or 2 of them so far. Chen Yang was puzzled. So it's this one. Tang Hongfei smiled. Actually, there are not many ferocious beasts in the south. What really needs to be defended is the north of the northern city. There will be 7th order ferocious beasts appearing there all the year round. So far, there are no less than 20 kinds of 7th rank ferocious beasts recorded. As for each the 7th order fierce beasts that appear will be directly blocked by the martial saint, so no news is released. Hearing Tang Hongfei's words, Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully. Then how many martial saints are there in the entire Hua Kingdom? Chen Yang continued to ask. There are 5 martial saints in the north city, and 3 in the south city. As for Yangcheng and Demon City combined, there should be 3. Tang Hongfei said while calculating. There are only 11 martial saints in the entire Hua Kingdom. Chen Yang felt a little inconceivable about this number. Logically speaking, even the small city of Yan has 3 masters, but the entire Hua Kingdom has only 11 martial saints. If this is all the power of the Hua Kingdom, then it will be too difficult to deal with the magic star. Now Baikan has announced the full launch of the training plan, and all talented practitioners can receive a large amount of subsidies from the state. I believe that in the near future, the strength of practitioners in our country will become stronger and stronger. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Tang Hongfei immediately knew what he was thinking, so he comforted him. Chen Yang nodded. He could only hope so. He thought that the spiritual liquid had been circulated in the entire joint team and the upper echelons recently, and when those families knew the effect of the spiritual liquid and that he was the boss behind the scenes, he wondered what kind of expression they would have. Chen Yang, thank you. That's the end of today's conversation. We have to quickly sort out the information you said to the higher authorities. Tang Hongfei got up and said. Okay, Minister, you have worked hard here, so take a good rest in the afternoon. Chen Yang nodded. Zhang Beicheng and others also got up immediately to send off. Seeing Tang Hongfei and others leaving, Zhang Beicheng sighed. Well, I thought we could already protect the safety of the people, but I didn't expect that I would be a frog in a well. Not to mention the distant magic star, even the fierce beasts on the blue star may not be able to beat it. If an 8th level fierce beast appears on the blue star, there will definitely be countless casualties, and we still have a long way to go. It doesn't have to be like this, we just do our best, and it will definitely depend on the young people in the future. Bai Fengshi looked at Chen Yang and said. Zhang Beicheng understood what Bai Fengshi meant. Chen Yang has become a middle-level great martial artist at the age of 20, and he will be able to step into the realm of a grandmaster in a short time. I believe that within 10 years at most, Chen Yang will be able to become the top fighting force of human beings. By then, these old guys will really not be enough. Brother Zhou, is there enough spiritual liquid? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Yuan smiled wryly. The spiritual liquid you took out has been sold out long ago, and now many people are asking me about the spiritual liquid. Chen Yang heard that he took out a space bracelet again. There are 5,000 bottles of psychic liquid in here, you can use it. Seeing that Chen Yang shot so generously, Zhou Yuan felt as if he was eating soft food. I will transfer the money from the sale to your card at that time. Zhou Yuan took the space bracelet and said, I didn't expect you, kid, to have a private possession. If Minister Tang and the others hadn't come over, I thought you only had a space bracelet. Zhang Beicheng joked. Chen Yang didn't have the nerve to answer the question. It was really selfish to say that at the time. After chatting for a few words, Chen Yang returned to the company. When Chen Yang stepped into the company's gate, all the employees looked at him with admiration. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Mr. Chen, what you have done is so powerful that everyone is discussing you today. Su Qian ran over and said, everyone, work hard, and when the houses in the economic and technological development zone are completed, I will directly reward you with a house for anyone who contributes to the company. Chen Yang said, really? Several employees thought Chen Yang was joking. Of course it's true. Do you think I look like someone who can't afford a house? Chen Yang put on a dull look. Yeah, thanks boss. Get to work, everyone. Lu Yan immediately shouted to many employees. Hearing Chen Yang's promise, everyone was more motivated to work, and even wished that one person could be used as two. When I came to the office, I saw Gao Xiong sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. Why are you sitting here alone, Xieburuo? Chen Yang asked curiously. She has gone to deal with some things. Brother Yang, it's not like you don't know. If I really want to manage the company, I must be powerless. So I'll let Xieburuo decide many things. Brother Yang, you won't blame me, right? Gao Xiong sat up and said, I know, but you still have to learn a lot of things. Don't rely on Xieburuo all day. After all, she is a woman. If you want to always rely on her, what should you do if one day she suddenly leaves? Chen Yang said. After listening to Chen Yang's words, Gao Xiong vaguely felt a sense of crisis. If Xieburuo felt tired one day, would she really just leave? Brother Yang, I understand. I'm going to study company management now. Gao Xiong immediately stood up and said, hey, I didn't ask you to go now. Chen Yang was speechless. This fat man was too impatient when he did things. How did you arrange the matter of the ectoplasmic liquid? Chen Yang asked. This thing is too expensive. I'm afraid that someone may have bad intentions, so it hasn't been officially launched yet. However, there are many practitioners who want to join us, and I'm still testing their character. Gao Xiong puffed out his stomach and said. Chen Yang couldn't imagine how Gao Xiong tested the minds of these practitioners. After hearing Gao Xiong's plan, he couldn't help but praise him as a talent. Gao Xiong set up 3 checkpoints for these practitioners, namely the temptation of money, the temptation of beautiful women, and the courage to act bravely. He called a group of actors to act, and anyone who can pass these 3 tests is eligible to join the company. So far, only 3 people have passed Gao Xiong's test for the time being. Chen Yang couldn't help but think of the jokes that often appear on the internet on the earth, which are exactly the same as Gao Xiong's current method. Yes, it's a good idea. Although you can't test a person's xingxing 100%, you can roughly screen out some people who are loyal to the company. After all, the market price of a bottle of psychic liquid is not cheap. The purpose of training them is to train a group of a reliable cultivator. But fat man, your own cultivation speed must not drop. Don't be stronger than you at that time. You, the boss, can't justify it. Chen Yang joked. Brother Yang, don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you. Gao Xiong swears. The safety issue you mentioned, I'll let Little Silver follow you when the time comes. It's boring at home by itself, so let it stay in the company. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, Little Silver. Gao Xiong became excited after hearing Chen Yang's words. Little Silver is a beast pet with a 6th level strength. With it, if anyone dares to make trouble, they will be sent flying with a slap. Gao Xiong felt excited just thinking about that scene. Let's go to dinner. In the afternoon, I will accompany you to finish the sale of the spiritual liquid. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, okay, Brother Yang, I'll call Ruruo. Gao Xiong ran out while talking nonsense. In the afternoon, under the leadership of Chen Yang, the shop for selling lingual liquid was settled. The sales point of the spiritual liquid was placed in the warrior building, where he saw the charming President Sun Lin again. Oh, little brother Chen Yang, long time no see. Seeing Chen Yang coming to the warrior building, Sun Lin hurried forward to greet him. Sister Sunday. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Wow, brother Yang, isn't this the beauty you drank with last time? Gao Xiong looked at Sun Lin, who was wearing an elegant cheongsam, with bright eyes, and said droolingly, aren't you Ruruo, you are still so interested in other women. Chen Yang tapped Gao Xiong's head and said, hey, man's nature. Gao Xiong was embarrassed to say, what's the matter with my brother coming here this time? Could it be that I miss my sister? Sun Lin said with a small cherry mouth. Chen Yang was a little embarrassed. It was really troublesome to deal with such a stunner. Sister Sun, you happen to be running a chamber of commerce here. I have a cooperation here. I don't know if you want to hear about it. Chen Yang smiled. Brother wants to cooperate, of course it's no problem, come in quickly. Sun Lin invited. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Chen Yang felt a little hard to handle. Don't look at this woman's beauty, she is the young lady of the Sun family, learn to speak later. Chen Yang warned Gao Xiong. As Sun Lin came to the living room, the passers-by around showed surprised eyes. There were not many people who could be received by Sun Lin in person. When they saw Chen Yang clearly, they suddenly realized that it was him. What good news did my brother come to share with my sister this time? I left my brother's contact information last time. I didn't expect my brother to be so ruthless. He didn't even call for such a long time. Sun Lin stared at Chen Yang with a hurt expression and said, Sister Sun misunderstood. I'm busy during this time, so I don't have time to contact you. Chen Yang said helplessly. Sister Sun, I have a batch of spiritual liquid here, do you have any ideas? Chen Yang put aside the topic and said, Spiritual liquid? Could it be the spiritual liquid that is making a fuss in the market? Sun Lin's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, That's right, it's that spiritual liquid. As Chen Yang said, he took out the spiritual liquid. Sun Lin's pupils shrank, and she quickly noticed the space bracelet on Gao Xiong's hand. What is this? I don't seem to have seen it before. Sun Lin didn't ask about the spiritual liquid immediately, but instead asked about the bracelet on Gao Xiong's hand. This thing is called a space bracelet, and there are only 2 in Yancheng. Chen Yang explained. There were originally 3, one was given to Tang Hengfei and they took it back to study, the other was temporarily given to Zhou Yuan, and the rest was in Gao Xiong's hands. Space bracelet. Sun Lin immediately became interested. Is my brother willing to sell this thing to my sister? I can buy it no matter how much it costs. Sorry, this item is not for sale. Chen Yang refused. Seeing Chen Yang's firm eyes, Sun Lin sighed and gave up the idea of buying a space bracelet. Soon, Sun Lin set her sights on the spiritual liquid that Chen Yang took out. She opened the bottle of the spiritual liquid, and sure enough, an unusual spiritual energy emanated from it. It's really spiritual liquid, where did you get it? Could it be the spiritual liquid inside your joint team? Sun Lin exclaimed. She knew that the ectoplasmic liquid flowed from the joint team in the first place, but most people would never sell this kind of thing, and many people just heard about it and never saw it. She was very curious to see Chen Yang taking out the spirit liquid and intending to sell it. Brother, although the price of this thing is very high, you should also need it very much. It is a treasure for cultivators. You don't drink it yourself, why sell it instead? Chen Yang showed a mysterious smile. To tell you the truth, Sister Sun, the spirit liquid of the joint team is actually mine. What? Sun Lin didn't understand what Chen Yang meant at first, but soon, she understood what Chen Yang was talking about. You mean, you also provided the spirit liquid of the joint team? Yes. Chen Yang nodded and admitted. Sun Lin opened her mouth wide and fell into a daze. She also learned about the ectoplasmic liquid of the joint team through Sun Qian, but Sun Qian didn't tell her where the elixir came from. Unexpectedly, the owner of the spiritual liquid was actually Chen Yang. After learning this information, Sun Lin realized a huge business opportunity. The improvement of spiritual liquid to practitioners is very obvious. If she can monopolize the sales of spiritual liquid, then her chamber of commerce will become the largest chamber of commerce in Yancheng. Not only that, if the spiritual liquid is sold to other places, the Sun family may become an existence that surpasses the other 3 major families. Such a good thing, why does my brother sell it? Sun Lin was still confused. This thing is indeed very rare for you, but I can tell Sister Sun a secret. I can produce spiritual liquid indefinitely here, so Sister Sun doesn't have to think about why I want to sell it. Sun Lin was stunned again when she heard that Chen Yang could produce spiritual liquid indefinitely. Brother, is what you said true? How could I lie to Sister Sun? Chen Yang said with a faint smile. I don't know how my brother plans to cooperate. Sun Lin asked immediately. It's actually very simple. You should know that the current price of ectoplasmic liquid is 100 million, but due to scarcity, the market price has risen to 100 million or even tens of millions. I hope to borrow Sister Sun's Chamber of Commerce to sell psychic liquid, but I have the first requirement is that the price can only be set at -million. Sun Lin thought she heard it wrong. Why is such a top-quality spiritual object only priced at 100 million? Brother, are you saying that no matter what, you can't exceed the price of 100 million? Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Why is this? You must know that the ectoplasmic liquid is very popular in the market now, and there is no market for it. This is obviously a good opportunity to make money. As long as we promote it a little, the price of the psychic liquid will become sky high. Sell for 100 million. Sun Lin was puzzled. Because I want all cultivators to be able to consume the spiritual liquid. Although the spiritual liquid is good, it does not cost much. I am not convenient to explain some things to you. Sister Sun only needs to know. I want to use the spiritual liquid. It would be great to improve the strength of the entire Yancheng practitioners. Chen Yang relayed his thoughts to Sun Lindao. Lin couldn't help but look at Chen Yang a few more times. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang was so young, but he thought so far. Is it because the glorious base was destroyed? Sun Lin guessed. It can be regarded as one of the reasons. The current Yancheng needs to improve its strength, and I don't want to take advantage of it. Chen Yang nodded. I understand, brother, don't worry, since my brother asks for this, I will definitely do it. I wonder how much elixir my brother can supply to the Chamber of Commerce every day. Sun Lin asked. I'll give you 200 bottles a day, Chen Yang said. 200 bottles. Sun Lin was shocked. She thought that Chen Yang would supply her with about 10 bottles a day at most, but she didn't expect such a large number. Now she finally understood what Chen Yang meant when he said no cost. It turned out that there was really no cost. Sun Lin wondered where Chen Yang got these spirit liquids. Even a martial sage is not as proud as Chen Yang. Of course, Chen Yang would not tell Sun Lin the source of his spiritual liquid. He only needed Sun Lin to sell it according to his requirements. Chen Yang didn't want to see the scene where the price of the spiritual liquid was raised crazily, and it was even possible that he would lower the price of the spiritual liquid in the future. Brother, your deal scares my sister. Sun Lin hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Then Sister Sun is willing to cooperate. Chen Yang waited for Sun Lin's reply. Of course I am willing. I don't know what the specific cooperation is like. Sun Lin said expectantly. It's very simple. I'll give you the spiritual liquid for 90 yuan, and then you can sell it for 100 million yuan, sister. Chen Yang spoke out his thoughts. 90 million. Sun Lin thought about it, and the profit was indeed a bit lower compared to other items, but fortunately, the demand for the spiritual liquid was very high, and overall, she was not at a loss. Okay, then follow what my brother said. Sun Lin nodded in agreement. Seeing that the cooperation here is done, Chen Yang is ready to leave. Is my brother leaving so soon? Sit down and have a chat with my sister. Sun Lin asked to stay. Seeing that Sun Lin's kindness was hard to turn down, Chen Yang had no choice but to stay and chat with Sun Lin. Gao Xiong thought it was quite interesting, with such a beautiful woman by his side, even if he was not allowed to do anything. In addition to the sales point in the warrior building, Chen Yang also set up a spiritual liquid sales point downstairs in his company. As the outlet opened, it was immediately surrounded by people. The reputation of Chen Yang's company has been greatly improved again, and there is almost no one in Yancheng who can compete with Chen Yang's company. No one would have imagined that in just over a month, a newly opened company would become one of the biggest forces in Yancheng. After finishing these things, Chen Yang thought of his promise to Zhang Lu. At the beginning, I always said that when the company releases new products, I must send her a few boxes first. As a result, he hasn't developed a new drink for so long. Chen Yang found time to come to the R&D laboratory. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, Su Rudong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Mr. Chen, why do you have time to come over today? Su Rudong greeted him. I just have a few new ideas, you can help me experiment. Hearing that Chen Yang had developed a new product so quickly, Su Rudong showed an expectant expression. The soft drinks before were very novel, even she who worked in the beverage laboratory all the year round had never thought of it. Now Chen Yang has a new idea, she can't wait to know what the new drink is right away. During the period of her research alone, she has never been able to develop a product that tastes better than soda, and she even felt incompetent because of this matter. Mr. Chen, follow me. Su Rudong led Chen Yang into the laboratory and said, there are all kinds of materials in the laboratory. Chen Yang thought about many beverages before, but the product he wants to produce most now is the tea series. Gao Xiong had always said before that he had no feeling for tea, especially good tea. Taking this opportunity, Chen Yang intends to concoct the most popular tea pie series of beverages on earth. Under Su Rudong's shocked gaze, Chen Yang just thought for a while before starting to operate. With the talent of deep learning, Chen Yang quickly found a way to mix tea pie. In just half an hour, Chen Yang concocted 3 flavors. Sister Su, try it. Chen Yang handed the drink in the cup to Su Rudong and said. Taking a sip of tea into her throat, Su Rudong's eyes widened. She had never tasted this taste in her life. How on earth it's done, combining the aroma of the tea with the drink is just amazing. Su Rudong felt that his confidence had been severely hit. She is a professional drink maker who is no better than a layman. Could it be that Chen Yang is the legendary genius? Sister Su, see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Try to achieve production in the next few days, and then send a few pieces to the city lord's daughter. Chen Yang planned. Mr. Chen, you are really amazing. Su Rudong's tears were about to fall, she felt that she had spent half her life studying drinks in vain. Seeing Su Rudong's expression, Chen Yang immediately guessed what the other person was thinking. Of course he would not tell Su Rudong that he plagiarized these things. This is Blue Star, logically speaking, it shouldn't be considered plagiarism, right? Chen Yang thought in his heart. A few days passed quickly. Under Chen Yang's operation, the entire Yancheng fell into a frenzy of cultivation. With the help of psychic liquid, the cultivation speed of many people who have been stuck in the realm of martial masters increased instantly, and there were many more practitioners in the realm of great martial arts in Yancheng. Under the arrangement of Zhou Yuan, the construction of the underground base is also progressing rapidly. Chen Yang directly used the talent of the earth element to construct the space 100 meters underground into the appearance designed by the engineer. The rest is the fine processing and the layout inside. With Chen Yang's help, the construction of the underground base is progressing very quickly. In just 1 month, the shape of the underground base was roughly completed. Most of the special metals that Chen Yang snatched from the unlucky Lei family were smelted into the shell of the underground base. Even he could hardly notice that there was an underground base in Yancheng. After dealing with the matter of Yancheng, Chen Yang set his target on Yangcheng. In the company, Chen Yang was lying on the boss's chair with his eyes closed. Lu Yan, call Zhang Jing for me. Chen Yang opened his eyes and stretched. Not long after, Zhang Jing came to Chen Yang's office. Mr. Chen. Zhang Jing came in and said hello. How are you preparing recently? I plan to take you to Yangcheng in a few days. Chen Yang said. Mr. Chen, I'm almost ready. The families in Yangcheng who are suitable for cooperation and the addresses where the factory can be built have all been selected, and we can go there when Mr. Chen speaks. Zhang Jing said excitedly. Oh, which families did you choose for cooperation? Chen Yang sat up and asked. This is the information I compiled recently. Zhang Jing stepped forward and handed Chen Yang a document. Chen Yang took it and took a closer look. Zhang Jing chose two families as partners, one was the Song family and the other was the Tan family. The information about the two companies is very detailed. It seems that Zhang Jing has indeed made sufficient preparations. Okay, then you arrange things at home, and we will leave the day after tomorrow. Chen Yang nodded and said. Yes, Mr. Chen. Zhang Jing nodded excitedly. Brother Yang, why are you going to Yangcheng? Gao Xiong didn't understand. Since we want to develop, we will get out of Yancheng sooner or later. Although our company is developing well now, Yancheng is only so big after all, and we can only earn so much. I have a plan, which is to build Yancheng. Creating a military fortress is not something hundreds of billions can do. Chen Yang said. Build the entire Yancheng into a military fortress. Gao Xiong was frightened by Chen Yang's thoughts. Is this really possible? Gao Xiong didn't understand. Nothing is impossible. Since I was born in Yancheng, I must protect Yancheng. It is impossible to rely on me alone. If Yancheng encounters an even more terrifying beast tide next time, do you think Yancheng can protect it? Are you coming through? If it's a 7th order ferocious beast, it shouldn't work. Gao Xiong thought for a while and said. So if we want to protect the land of Yancheng and want our relatives and friends to live in safety, we must continue to develop. Chen Yang said. In fact, he had more in mind. It is definitely unrealistic to rely on the resources on the Blue Star to defend against aliens. Chen Yang plans to gather a group of top scientists, and he will bring the magic star technology to the Blue Star, and let these scientists continue to study. He believed that one day, Yancheng would become an unbreakable castle. If you want to achieve this, it is definitely not enough to rely on the hundreds of billions in Chen Yang's hands. Weapons and training alone require a large amount of consumption. In addition, Chen Yang also wanted to visit other cities. If he could establish a support line in each city, he would be able to get timely support in case of a crisis in the future. It is with these ideas in mind that Chen Yang must expand his industry to other cities. Brother Yang, your thinking is always way ahead of ours. I, Gao Xiong, are rather stupid, but as long as Brother Yang asks me to do something, I will do it, and I can't worry about other things. Gao Xiong smirked. Haha, let's go. Chen Yang looked at his brother with a slight smile. A day later, Chen Yang, Zhang Jing and Lu Yan set off for Yangcheng together. Yangcheng is one of the largest cities in the south, along with Modu and Nancheng. Among them, Yangcheng and Modu are the closest to Yancheng, while Nancheng is the farthest. Of course, Chen Yang didn't plan to go there by car, not to mention the long distance and bumpy roads. Even the beasts that appeared on the road could torture Chen Yang for a long time. He used his teleportation talent to open a teleportation channel. According to his current strength, he only needs a few teleportations to reach Yangcheng. Half an hour later, the three of Chen Yang arrived not far from Yangcheng. There are still dozens of kilometers away from Yangcheng, and they can reach Yangcheng safely with just one more teleportation. Mr. Chen, how many special talents do you have? Why have you never used this special talent before? On the way, Lu Yanhao asked. There are some things I don't want many people to know, do you understand? Chen Yang explained with a smile. That's right, there are often frictions among practitioners. Mr. Chen is a thorn in everyone's eyes now, so it's better to hide your own strength. Zhang Jing agreed. Chen Yang nodded. This Zhang Jing saw the situation very clearly. But he may not know that there is probably no one in Yancheng who is more powerful than Chen Yang. There was only one teleportation left to reach Yangcheng. Chen Yang rested for a few minutes, and then opened the passage. Just as he was about to enter, a burst of exclamation reached his ears. Someone. Chen Yang looked towards the east. You go over there, I'll go over there and have a look. Chen Yang said to the two of them. Okay, Mr. Chen will call when the time comes. Zhang Jing nodded. Seeing the two leave, Chen Yang rushed towards the place where he exclaimed just now. Go away. In the woods, I saw a girl looking at a man opposite in horror. The man has a wretched look on his face, and he is not a good person at first glance. Hey, Song Qing, you're not going to fall into my hands in the end. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out now, so you just listen to me obediently, or you will feel better. The man approached the girl step by step, and the girl sat on the ground and kept backing away, but this was of no avail. She would fall into the clutches of the opponent sooner or later. Wu Di, please let me go, I can give you whatever you want. The girl kept begging for mercy, but the more she begged for mercy, the more excited the man was. Let go of you, how is it possible? I managed to trick you out. If I hadn't told you that there was a heavenly spirit grass here, would you have come with me obediently? Unexpectedly, this is the trap I set. Since I set a trap at such a high price, of course I want to get you. As long as I get you, the entire Song family will be mine. Hu Di greedily looked at the white thighs exposed by Song Qing's tattered trousers. He had waited for too long, and now he finally found a chance to take him down. You pervert, I shouldn't have trusted you in the first place. Song Qing understood that it was meaningless for her to beg for mercy. The bodyguards who came out with her this time were all killed by Woody. Song Qing knew that she was not Woody's opponent, and when she thought that her uncle was also killed by the other party, her eyes showed unwilling anger. Woody, don't try to succeed. Even if I die, I won't make your wish come true. Song Qing shed tears and said in despair. Just when she was about to bite her tongue to kill herself, a joking voice came from not far away. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I went out. Seeing that Hooty's clutches were about to touch Song Qing, Chen Yang jumped down from a tree and walked towards them swaggeringly. Stop. A group of men in combat uniforms suddenly rushed out from the side, and they were Woody's subordinates at first glance. Who are you? Hooty was interrupted by Chen Yang, dissatisfied. I'm just a passerby passing by. Chen Yang smiled. Humph, if that's the case, then die, kill him. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't answer, Hooty said directly to the subordinates next to him. So ruthless, I'm just passing by. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly when he saw the opponent's subordinates coming towards him. Careful. Seeing Chen Yang's inattentive look, Song Qing thought that the other party was petrified and quickly reminded him. Seeing that the opponent's weapon was about to stab Chen Yang's figure suddenly flashed, and several of his subordinates fell to the ground immediately. Warrior. Hooty shrank his pupils and looked at Chen Yang with an unnatural expression. Blood flowed from the chest, and in that instant, all these subordinates were killed. To be able to deal with them so easily, the minimum has to be a martial artist. Who are you? Woody took a deep breath and asked. Didn't I say that? I was just passing by. Chen Yang walked towards Woody unhurriedly. This strong man, please save me. Seeing that Chen Yang was so powerful, Song Qing seemed to grasp at straws. As long as you save me, you can ask me any conditions. Hearing what Song Qing said, Chen Yang was a little moved. Seeing that Hooty couldn't sit still, he quickly wooed Chen Yang. Brother, I was wrong before. As long as you don't care about your business, you can ask for anything at that time. Woody said hurriedly. Is it possible to ask for anything? Chen Yang said lightly. Of course, if you want money, I can give you $1,000,000. This money is enough for you to spend a long time. How about it? This deal is a good deal. Seeing Chen Yang hesitate, Hooty felt that he had a chance to bribe him. Did you see this chick? After I eat her, if you like her too, you can taste it afterwards. Woody seduced Chen Yang again. It might be really tempting to change someone. Not to mention the $1,000,000, just Song Qing's appearance can make ordinary people want to stop. If you can save me, I will give you 200 million. Seeing that Chen Yang was tempted, Song Qing quickly increased his bargaining chips. Actually, I'm not interested in money, Chen Yang said. Hearing Chen Yang's answer, Song Qing's eyes darkened, knowing that the other party might also choose to stand by Woody. Don't say you give me $1,000,000, even if you don't, I can't watch you being defiled by this beast. Just when Song Qing was in despair again, Chen Yang stood in front of Song Qing. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang's back in astonishment, but he didn't expect this young man to still choose to help him. Hehe, aren't you just a martial artist? I don't know how to cherish the face I give you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hooty's aura burst out, and he was actually a martial artist. Be careful, he is a high-level martial artist. Song Qing worried, although Chen Yang's previous attack was very shocking, but Hooty's subordinates are all warriors and great warriors. Of course they are like sheep in the face of warriors, so they can't see Chen Yang's true strength. I'll give you another chance. Do you choose not to see it or become my soul under the knife? There was a trace of cold blood in Woody's eyes. In fact, no matter how he chooses, he will kill Chen Yang afterwards. The fact that he framed Song Qing was not allowed to be known by anyone. Ever since Chen Yang appeared, he had been murderous. Let's make a quick decision. I'm still in a hurry to go to Yangcheng for lunch. Chen Yang picked out his ears and said indifferently. Insanity. Woody's eyes froze, the blade was unsheathed, and a cold light was printed on his face. Since you don't know how to cherish the opportunity given to you, then goodbye. Woody's special talent and vitality exploded at the moment of the shot, and a wind of death swept towards Chen Yang. Break. Chen Yang didn't move at all. As soon as he uttered a word, Woody's body flew upside down, and the previous viciousness disappeared. Song Qing's eyes widened, and Chen Yang acted like a god, disintegrating all Woody's attacks with just one word. Looking at Chen Yang's young face, he never imagined that he is so powerful. How is this possible? Woody fell to the ground and was very puzzled, why the opponent burst out a force that he could not resist without moving a hand, and that force even disintegrated the full blow of his high-level martial artist in an instant. What special talent do you have? Woody lay on the ground and struggled to get up and asked unwillingly. Is it possible that I am not a martial artist? Chen Yang raised his hand and said, Great martial artist. Hooty and Song Qing fell into a daze, seeing that Chen Yang was about to kill him. Hooty hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I can give you everything you want. I can give you money, 1 billion, 10 billion, as long as you let me go, I will. Puff. An icicle sank into Woody's chest. Woody's pupils widened unwillingly. Why did he kill him? Could it be that this young man doesn't even care about 100 billion? A pillar of fire burned the bodies of Hooty and his subordinates into ashes. After finishing everything, Chen Yang turned around and looked at Song Qing stretching out his right hand. Get up, do you want to change clothes? Chen Yang asked. Songqing looked down at his tattered trousers revealing his snow-white skin, and felt shy for a while. You thief, don't look at me. Songqing covered his body and shouted. Haha. Chen Yang smiled and took out some women's clothes and threw them to Songqing. Hurry up and put it on, I'm in a hurry to go to Yangcheng for lunch. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang used the earth element to cover Songqing. Songqing looked at the clothes in his hands for a while, confused. Where did the boy take out the clothes? Could it be that the other party has the rare power of space? After changing the clothes that Chen Yang threw to her, Songqing came out from the bunker. Chen Yang's eyes lit up, the white t-shirt and skinny jeans perfectly displayed Songqing's figure, and with Songqing's almost perfect face, it was no wonder Woody wanted to violate her. Look stupid, idiot. Songqing drank tenderly. Are you going to Yangcheng? Chen Yang asked with a faint smile. Of course, I will live in Yangcheng. Thank you. When I get to Yangcheng, I will ask the family to pay you enough. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, Songqing was disappointed for a while. The other party seemed not interested in the so-called reward. What's your name? Songqing asked. Chen Yang, since you want to go back to Yangcheng, I'll take you for a ride. Chen Yang raised his right hand, and a portal appeared in front of Songqing. Mind teleportation. Songqing exclaimed. In just a few minutes, Chen Yang showed 3 or 4 special talents. She racked her brains to search for Chen Yang's information in her memory, but after searching for a long time, she still didn't know who he was. Let's go, don't be in a daze. Chen Yang stepped into the portal. Wait for me. Songqing hurriedly followed, and as the teleportation channel was closed, the two arrived outside Yangcheng. Zhongjing and Zhongjing should have been looking for a hotel. Chen Yang made a phone call to confirm the location of the other party and planned to leave. Hey, Chen Yang, where are you going? Seeing that Chen Yang was about to leave, Songqing hurried up to ask. I have something to do when I come to Yangcheng this time. I'm afraid I won't have time to accompany you in the future. Chen Yang explained. What's the matter? Maybe Miss Ben can help you. Songqing straightened his chest and said. Just you? Chen Yang looked at Songqing's puffed-up chest and smiled maliciously. Why, you don't know much about Yangcheng. You don't know who I am, do you? I'm from the Song family in Yangcheng, and the head of the Song family is my father. Songqing said proudly. Song family. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that Zhongjing told him that one of the partners he was going to look for was the Song family. What a coincidence, I happen to be going to Song's house. Chen Yang said unexpectedly. Then you don't come with Miss Ben, or I'm afraid you'll get lost in Yangcheng. Songqing was talking, but his mind had already started to think about it. I have to meet up with my companion first, you go back first, and come to you when I have time. Chen Yang waved his hands. Oh wait, you must not be familiar with Yangcheng, I'll be with you. Songqing said while catching up. Seeing that Songqing wanted to stay by her side, Chen Yang also let her go. But one thing Songqing said was right, he was really not familiar with Yangcheng, it would be much more convenient if Songqing led the way. The two then came to the door of a hotel. Molin Hotel. Chen Yang looked up at the name, and confirmed that Zhongjing and the others booked the room here. Why not go to the capital and? Songqing muttered softly when he saw the name of the hotel. Why, can't it work here? Chen Yang saw that the decoration style inside was very luxurious, and he didn't know why Songqing hated it. No, Mo's hotel is not bad, but there is one guy who is too annoying. Songqing didn't explain too much, and immediately followed Chen Yang into the hall. Songqing, why are you here? I heard that you went out to look for the celestial spirit grass, and you picked it so quickly. A young man wearing a famous brand hurried up to greet Songqing when he saw Songqing. It's unlucky, why is he here too? Songqing felt like running away when he saw the person coming. But the other party has already found himself, and it seems too late to leave now. Mo Feng, what a coincidence. Songqing smiled awkwardly. Who is this? When Mo Feng saw Chen Yang, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. His name is Chen Yang, he is, my boyfriend. Songqing rolled his eyes and said quickly. What? When did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't I know? Mo Feng shouted suddenly, as if he didn't believe what Songqing said. When Chen Yang heard Songqing's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. When did he become Songqing's boyfriend again? Help me block it. Songqing leaned against Chen Yang's ear and whispered. Seeing that the two were so close, Mo Feng's face darkened and he looked at Chen Yang. I don't know which son you are, why have I never heard of this name before? Mo Feng said maliciously. I'm not from Yangcheng, of course you don't know me. Chen Yang was speechless. No matter where you go, you will encounter this kind of thing. Could it be that you are too handsome? Chen Yang was thinking wildly. Isn't it from Yangcheng? Could it be from the family of Modu? Mo Feng guessed and asked. No, I'm from Yancheng. Chen Yang reported his family background. Yancheng. Songqing glanced at Chen Yang in surprise, never expecting such a talented practitioner to appear in such a place. Yancheng, hee. I thought it was a young master from Shanghai or Nancheng, but it turned out to be a small place in Yancheng. When Mo Feng heard Chen Yang say that he was from Yancheng, he immediately stopped paying attention to him. Yancheng does not have a very powerful family. No matter how powerful the strength behind Chen Yang is, it is not enough in Yangcheng. I advise you to stay away from Miss Song. If you want toads to eat swan meat, you should give up as soon as possible, otherwise I won't let you go. Mo Feng stared into Chen Yang's eyes and warned. Seeing Mo Feng's attitude, Chen Yang felt uncomfortable. The other party did not allow him to contact Song Qing, so he chose not to do what the other party wanted. Why, don't you allow others to chase women you can't catch? Chen Yang put his arms around Song Qing's waist and replied provocatively. Song Qing was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was stained with a blush. You. Seeing that Song Qing didn't resist, Mo Feng immediately believed it. Song Qing, I won't give up on you. Boy, do you dare to make gestures? Mo Feng stared at Chen Yang with angry eyes and shouted. Not interested in. Chen Yang ignored the other party, and walked directly to the elevator with Song Qing in his arms. You stop for me. Seeing that Song Qing was planning to go upstairs with the other party, Mo Feng yelled. This is my hotel, I announce that you, Chen Yang, are not allowed to enter. It was the first time that the people in the hall saw Mo Feng so angry. They looked at Chen Yang with a hint of pity in their eyes. Hehe, it's interesting. I didn't expect that Molin Hotel treats guests like this. It doesn't matter, you are not the only hotel in the whole Yangchang. Chen Yang didn't care. Get out of here. Mo Feng was trembling with anger. If Song Qing hadn't been here, he would have rushed up and taught him a lesson. Song Qing seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing Mo Feng chasing him away, she tugged at the corner of Chen Yang's clothes. Why don't you go to our family's hotel, and it doesn't cost money to stay? Can. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Seeing the two leave, Mo Feng felt that he had failed. He really didn't understand why Song Qing liked Chen Yang, but he didn't realize that it was just a play they played. Tell me why you want me to play your boyfriend. Chen Yang let go of Song Qing and asked. That Mo Feng has been chasing me, but I don't like him. So I can only ask my benefactor for help. You won't be angry, will you? Song Qing smiled sweetly. No, but since I helped you, you have to do me a favor too. Chen Yang said. What's up? Song Qing asked curiously. The other party doesn't even care about 100 billion, so what else can I help? Take me to your father. Chen Yang said. Why are you going to see my father? Song Qing's eyes suddenly changed, and he looked at Chen Yang coldly. Is there anything wrong? Seeing that Song Qing's attitude changed so quickly, Chen Yang asked strangely. Who sent you? Song Qing looked at Chen Yang warily. What are you talking about? Don't you think I was sent by your opponent? Chen Yang couldn't laugh or cry. He never thought that such a simple request would cause such a big reaction from the other party. Song Qing also seemed to feel that she reacted too much. After thinking for a while, she felt that she might have misunderstood Chen Yang. You really come to Yangchang for the first time? Song Qing asked in a slightly gentler tone. Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Then what's the matter with you coming to see my father? Let's talk about cooperation. I want to open a beverage factory in Yangchang. I heard that the Song family has more prestige in Yangchang. If I can have your father's help, my plan will go much smoother. Chen Yang explained. Seeing Chen Yang's sincere eyes, Song Qing lowered his head. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Song Qing said, if Chen Yang came to Yangchang for the first time, then he should have nothing to do with that matter. Did something happen to your family? Seeing that Song Qing's expression was a bit wrong, Chen Yang asked. This matter has nothing to do with you. You should not get involved. Unfortunately, my father may not be able to meet you recently. Song Qing said with a lonely look in his eyes. Why? Chen Yang was puzzled. My father is ill. Song Qing turned his head, unable to bear to let his tears fall. Isn't your father a master? How could he be sick? Chen Yang was puzzled. Before coming here, Chen Yang knew that the heads of several major families in Yangchang were all grand masters. To become a grand master, one must have a very strong physique, so how could one be infected by a disease? It's not an ordinary disease. My father was poisoned. Hearing Song Qing's words, Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. It must be a very powerful poison to be able to poison the master. That's why you went to look for the sky spirit grass. Chen Yang immediately understood why Song Qing fell into Woody's trap. Presumably Woody used the celestial spirit grass to lure Song Qing out of the city, and then wiped out all the people around her. That's right, I didn't expect that Woody was lying to me. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid. Song Qing didn't dare to imagine, if Chen Yang hadn't appeared in time, her body would have been defiled. Now that I haven't found the sky spirit grass, my father may have no hope of recovering. Song Qing thought of his father's increasingly thin cheeks, and tears fell down without disappointment. In this case, why didn't you agree to become Mo Feng's girlfriend? With their power, maybe they can help you find the sky spirit grass. Chen Yang asked. If it really gets to that point. Song Qing didn't say the rest, but looking at her expression, Chen Yang was sure that the other party would choose to compromise in the end. Do you believe me? Chen Yang asked, wiping away Song Qing's tears. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. Take me to have a look, maybe I can find a way. Chen Yang smiled. Really? Song Qing seemed to have grasped at straws. Although I don't know what kind of poison your father was poisoned with, I can try. Chen Yang nodded and said. That's great, I'll take you to see your father now. Song Qing forgot that she was wary of Chen Yang before. For some reason, she trusted what Chen Yang said. Maybe it was the reason why Chen Yang saved her. Wait, I'll make a call to ask my companion to come down. Where is the Kide Hotel you mentioned, and I'll send them the location. Chen Yang turned on the phone. A few minutes later, Chen Yang sat in a taxi and drove towards the community where the Song family was located. The Song family community is in the most famous wealthy area in Yangchang, where most of the rich and powerful people in Yangchang live. As the taxi stopped, Chen Yang came to a villa. This is my home. Song Qing introduced to Chen Yang. At the door, several men in black suits saw Song Qing coming back, and hurried forward. Miss Song, the master is dying, go and have a look. Song Qing's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she hurried to the house. Chen Yang also followed, but several bodyguards blocked him. Idlers are prohibited from entering. He is my friend. Song Qing shouted hastily. Sister, not everyone in the Song family can come in. Just when Song Qing asked the bodyguards to let him go, a young man came out and said indifferently, now is the critical time. If those who want to harm the Song family are allowed in, my father may be in danger. This is my friend. He came to see a doctor. How could he harm my father? Song Qing quickly explained. See a doctor. The man glanced at Chen Yang. What kind of medical skills can you have at such a young age? Sister, you are still young, don't be fooled by outsiders. The man said disdainfully. Chen Yang saw that the relationship between the two was a bit strange, but after all, this was someone else's house, so he couldn't say much. This is the person I invited, you don't need to worry about it. Song Qing changed his face. The person you invited has to be sure that he is safe before letting him go. I think he must have malicious intentions. What kind of strength can he have at such a young age? It's not like you don't know how serious your father's illness is. This can be solved by any outsider. Is it done? The man still doesn't flinch. Song's Haihao, don't go too far. Song Qing stared into the man's eyes without flinching. I'm not going too far, sister, you know best in your heart. If something happens to your father when he goes in, can you afford it? Song's Haihao shouted loudly. What's the matter? Make trouble at the door of the house. A young man came out of the room again, who looked only a little older than Song Qing. Second brother. Song Qing greeted the young man. What's wrong? It's so noisy outside. Song Qing's second brother asked. It's not that my younger sister is ignorant. She wants to take a stranger home, and she says she's here to see a doctor. This kind of excuse is just deceiving children. Song's Haihao said disdainfully. Since it's my sister's guest, it's not good to just stop it outside. Whether it's for father's medical treatment or not, let's talk about it first. The second brother said. No, if you can't prove his identity, I will definitely not allow him to come in. Song's Haihao still did not flinch. Master Song, are you afraid that I will cure your father's illness? Chen Yang said suddenly. What did you say? Song's Haihao's eyes were fixed, and he looked at Chen Yang with a bad face. There are so many of you at home, if I do something that is not good for the Song family, I won't be able to run away even if I want to. Chen Yang said calmly. It's really funny. Now anyone can claim that they can cure diseases, and they just talk about it. Song's Haihao sneered. Whether it can be cured or not can only be known after seeing it. But I, Chen Yang, are still very sure. Even if Patriarch Song's illness cannot be cured, it will definitely make him feel better. Chen Yang said confidently. Second brother, look, he's not sure either. Song's Haihao said lightly. I guarantee that something will happen, let him see it before we talk about it. The second brother agreed. I want to see how powerful the person my sister finds. Seeing that his second brother also supported his sister, Song's Haihao no longer felt embarrassed. Chen Yang looked at Song's Haihao's thoughtful expression, and with his talent of clairvoyance, he discovered that there was a strange bag on Song's Haihao's body. However, Chen Yang didn't carefully examine what Song's Haihao was carrying. He nodded towards Song Qing's second brother, and then entered the villa. Hi, I'm Song Qing's second brother Song Hui, you can just call me by my name. Song Hui stretched out his hand. My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and held hands with Song Hui. I heard from my sister that you are sure to cure father. I wonder if it is true. Song Hui asked with some expectation. We'll have to see Lingfu state to find out. After all, I don't even know what kind of poison Lingfu has been poisoned by now, Chen Yang said euphemistically. When Song Hui heard this, the look of anticipation on his face disappeared. In that case, please come with me. Song Hui showed Chen Yang the way. Following Song Hui upstairs, Chen Yang came to the master bedroom. There were several women sitting in the room, and one of them was wiping the forehead of the man on the bed, who seemed to be Song Qing's mother. Mom. Song Qing saw her mother and immediately rushed forward and hugged her. The grievance buried in his heart spewed out at this moment, and Yang Lei couldn't stop venting it. What's the matter, Qinger, did someone bully you? Mother Song asked while holding Song Qing tenderly. Song Qing shook his head, not intending to tell his mother what happened before. Who is this? Only then did Mother Song realize that there was a stranger in the room. This is brother Chen Yang, who came to help father see a doctor. Song Hui introduced. So young. Song's mother was a little surprised. She thought it was Song Qing's friend, but she didn't expect to come to see a doctor. Seeing that his mother didn't believe Chen Yang either, Song Qing raised his head. Mom, Chen Yang is very powerful. Yes. Mother Song fondled Song Qing's hair. Aunt Song. Chen Yang said hello. Hello, can you really help uncle see a doctor? Mother Song was a little skeptical. Look first. Chen Yang did not directly say that he was 100% sure. After all, as a big family in Yangchang, they must have hired a lot of people to treat Patriarch Song, and even they couldn't help it. If you are not sure, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. If you see something wrong, your life may be lost. Song's Haihao sneered. Chen Yang ignored it, but came to Patriarch Song instead. He put his hand on Patriarch Song's wrist and closed his eyes as if he was seeing a doctor. In fact, he secretly used his perspective talent to observe the internal situation of Patriarch Song. The talent of perspective was activated, and the internal appearance of the main body of the Song family was clearly visible to Chen Yang. I saw balls of black liquid constantly surging in Patriarch Song's meridians. Although there was resistance from Yuan Qi, the black liquid always prevailed and continuously devoured Yuan Qi and Patriarch Song's vitality. What is this? Chen Yang was a little surprised. The black liquid looked very strange, and even the vitality of the practitioner could not be dispelled. It was obviously different from ordinary poison. How about it? Seeing Chen Yang frowning, Song Qing hurriedly asked. Don't disturb him. Song Hui stopped. Chen Yang didn't answer Song Qing. He tried to manipulate his Yuan power into the main body of the Song family, and felt the invasion of external forces. The black liquid in the main body of the Song family immediately became active. Yuan Li tried to destroy the black liquid, but despite Chen Yang's great efforts, he was still unable to drive back the black liquid, let alone eliminate it. Chen Yang doesn't believe in evil. If Yuan Li is not enough, he will try Long Li. His Danshan was running quickly, and the dragon power quickly absorbed the vitality of the heaven and earth under the Dragon Emperor art and turned into dragon power, and then merged into Patriarch Song's meridians along Chen Yang's arm. The black liquid felt the dragon force as if it was facing a formidable enemy. The effect of the dragon force was indeed much better than that of the Yuan force. With the continuous injection of the dragon force, the black liquid in the main body of the Song family continued to retreat, which seemed to have an effect. Seeing this, Chen Yang accelerated the operation speed of the Dragon Emperor Ju, and a layer of dragon force was vaguely covering his body, and soon emitted a faint golden light. Seeing the abnormality on Chen Yang, several people showed expressions of astonishment. There is a big difference between the breath of dragon power and vitality. Song Hui and others wanted to explore dragon power, but they were isolated by a strange force. What is this? It seems to be more powerful than vitality. There was a strange light in Song Hui's pupils, and he had a little confidence in Chen Yang. Seeing this, Song's Haihao had a strange expression on his face. He stared at Chen Yang firmly, as if he didn't want Chen Yang to really succeed. Under Chen Yang's control, dragon power was continuously poured into the main body of the Song family, and soon, a large black liquid in the meridians was forced back by Chen Yang. With the talent of clairvoyance, Long Li continuously compresses the living space of the black liquid, but these black liquids are very cunning. They seem to have their own consciousness, and they even started to shift the battlefield to avoid Chen Yang's dragon force. Because of the complexity of the meridians, Chen Yang couldn't block the flow of the black liquid quickly. Although part of Patriarch Song's meridians returned to normal for a while, the rest was very difficult. An hour later, beads of sweat appeared on Chen Yang's forehead. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a foul breath. How about it? Seeing Chen Yang opened his eyes, Mother Song immediately asked with concern. The internal situation of the Song family is more complicated than I thought. Chen Yang said. You still need to tell me. Don't tell me that you can see this in an hour. You are wasting our time. Mom, Dad's illness can only be cured with the help of the Heavenly Spirit Grass and the Grand Master, and he is not enough grid. Song's Haihao sneered. Really? Mother Song looked at Chen Yang and asked unwillingly. Song's Haihao is right. To cure Patriarch Song's illness really needs the help of the Grand Master. Chen Yang nodded. Seeing that Chen Yang also agreed, the eyes of Song Mu and Song Qing immediately dimmed. Not many people know about Patriarch Song's illness. If it gets out, the entire family's property will be hit. Don't talk about asking other masters for help. It's not bad if they don't come to take advantage of the fire. I was too anxious to pin all my hopes on you. Song's mother sighed. Now she seems to be in a hurry to go to the doctor. Even if Chen Yang's identity is not clear, she agrees to the doctor to see her husband, which would definitely not be agreed in normal times. If it wasn't for her husband and the situation was getting worse, Mother Song wouldn't be so anxious. Is there no other way? Song Qing did not give up, but looked at Chen Yang with hopeful eyes. Sister, are you stupid? I really think this guy can help my father. Song's Haihao scolded. Song's Haihao, don't go too far. Song Hui stopped. Why, am I wrong? Such a young doctor, no matter how experienced he is, how good can he be? Song's Haihao said with a fierce look. It's not impossible. Chen Yang spoke suddenly. What are you talking about? Can you cure my husband? Song's mother asked quickly when she heard it. Mother, don't be fooled by him. Even the master can't help it, let alone him. Song's Haihao said disdainfully. Mom, don't listen to big brother, maybe Chen Yang really has something to do. Song Qing persuaded. Brother Chen Yang, if you can cure my husband, I can promise you anything, as long as it's not too much. Mother Song still had a glimmer of hope. There is a way. I have treated Patriarch Song some time ago. Although the effect is not particularly obvious, it should still be helpful. As long as I give me a day, I can completely expel the poison in Patriarch Song's body. Chen Yang said slowly. Really? Mother Song asked in surprise. Chen Yang nodded, indicating that there is no problem. Boy, if you dare to lie to my Song family, you will lose your head. Song's Haihao stepped forward and threatened Chen Yang. I don't know why you keep targeting me. If you don't want me to cure your father, I can just leave. Chen Yang stared into Song's Haihao's eyes. For some reason Song's Haihao showed signs of dodging. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? Song Qing also felt something was wrong. Ever since Chen Yang arrived, Song's Haihao had been targeting Chen Yang. If you can't cure it, I'll settle the score with you later. Song's Haihao also realized that there was something wrong with his behavior, so he left the room after putting down a harsh word. Sister, let's go first too. If brother is better, remember to let us know. Another woman in the room stood up and spoke. Only then did Chen Yang carefully look at the strange women in front of him. Although they were sitting in the room and guarding, they didn't look like they were taking care of them. Seeing the two women get up and leave, Chen Yang showed a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, there are quite a lot of things going on in this family. Chen Yang, is what you said true? After the two women and Song's Haihao left, Song Qing quickly confirmed. No problem, I'll make some preparations today, and I should be able to treat my uncle tomorrow. Chen Yang gave Song Qing a positive look and said, thank you. Regardless of whether Chen Yang can cure his father, Song Qing wants to say thank you to Chen Yang. Uncle may wake up later, you take care of him here, I'll come back tomorrow. Chen Yang said. I'll take it to you. Song Qing got up quickly. Song Hui originally wanted to say something to Chen Yang, but seeing Song Qing take Chen Yang away directly, he gave up the idea of going forward temporarily. Chen Yang, you can stay at our house, we have quite a lot of vacant rooms here. Song Qing leads the way. Chen Yang followed Song Qing and admired the Song family mansion. It is indeed one of the largest families in Yangcheng, and the decoration inside is all decorated with the most luxurious materials. But the Song family didn't seem harmonious, especially that Song's Haihao, although he didn't fully express his ambition, but Chen Yang knew that guy must have other thoughts. Song Qing, who were those two women in the room before? Chen Yang asked. Those are my two aunts. Song Qing's tone was flat, and he didn't really want to discuss them. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully. Patriarch Song is now in a coma. Although the two aunts are Patriarch Song's biological sisters, it can be seen from their expressions that they have nothing to do with Song Ming's illness. Although people are sitting there, they have other thoughts in their hearts. Looks like it's another drama where wealthy families compete for property. Chen Yang chuckled in his heart. Especially that Song's Haihao, there must be something wrong. Chen Yang, you can live in this room. If you have anything to do, you can come to me directly, and I will live next to you. Song Qing pointed to the room not far away and said, are you okay? Seeing Song Qing's unnatural expression, Chen Yang asked. Song Qing shook her head. What happened this morning hit her heart hard. Since her father fell ill from poisoning, she has seen many people's faces clearly. It's almost noon, shall we go eat first? Song Qing said. It is good. Chen Yang nodded. Patriarch Song's condition cannot be cured instantly, and the illness that can poison the Grand Master is not that simple. Chen Yang planned to make more preparations, and he would consider where to start after the meal. In the afternoon, Zhang Jing and Lu Yan followed Chen Yang's arrangement and checked into the Capitaland Hotel. Chen Yang took out the crystal gourd and continuously poured Yuan Li into it to stimulate the gourd to produce super psychic liquid. If you want to completely remove the toxins in Song Ming's body, it is definitely not enough to rely solely on Long Li. Chen Yang planned to use the super psychic liquid to repair the damaged meridians in Song Ming's body. Coupled with his poison talent and dragon power, he could expel all of Song Ming's venom. As time passed, the crystal gourd finally dripped a drop of super spiritual liquid. Chen Yang controlled Yuan Li to wrap this drop of psychic liquid inside, and under his control, it quickly turned into a psychic liquid pill. Finally mobilizing the super psychic liquid, Chen Yang is much more confident. Whether he can succeed or not depends on tomorrow. Outside the mansion, a woman is nestled in the arms of a man. How is your brother's condition now? The man asked. I don't think it will last long. It's not like you don't know that the Guzin-san needs the heavenly spirit grass to undo it. Maybe the whole Yangcheng city doesn't have the heavenly spirit grass. My eldest brother will lose his cultivation in 3 days at most. Song Yu lay in the man's arms and murmured tenderly. It seems that our progress has been accelerated. This time, no matter what, we must get some of the property, otherwise it will be cheaper for your sister-in-law, the man said with a gloomy face. Don't worry, brotherin, when the eldest brother dies, we will definitely get some of the property. Song Yu believed in herself. Do you know where his suicide note was placed a few days ago? Wan said worriedly. It should be in the hands of his secretary, but I asked a few times, and the secretary won't say anything unless we use force. But now that the eldest brother has not left, it is not good to do so. Song Yu thought about it. As soon as your eldest brother dies, we will control that secretary. Then we will directly modify the content of the will, and the entire Song family will belong to me. Wan kissed Song Yu's cheek and said excitedly. Hate. Song Yu made a coquettish expression. But there is one thing that might mess up our plans. Song Yu frowned suddenly. What happened? Wan was puzzled. Today Song Qing found a young man from nowhere, and that young man said that he could cure elder brother's illness. Although I don't really believe it, but in case. Song Yu didn't say anything after that. Song Qing is back. Wan was taken aback. Didn't he send his nephew to lure Song Qing out? Could it be that the nephew didn't do this little thing well? Not everyone can solve the hook heart powder, unless there is a grand master who is willing to take action, but if others know that the patriarch of the Song family is not good enough, they will not have time to do anything, let alone help. Wan didn't care. Brotherin, will you marry me when we get the property of eldest brother? Song Yu said shyly. Of course, when the time comes, I will definitely hold a beautiful wedding for you. Wan gently kissed Song Yu's lips. Seeing Song Yu enjoy with closed eyes, Wan sneered in his heart. Song Yu is just one's tool, and when he gets the property of the Song family, he will immediately kick this woman away. I'm afraid Mother Song didn't know that it was Huan who made the Goxian powder. There is only one person who knows about this, and that is Song's Haihao. Song's Haihao also has a lot of thoughts of his own. Originally, as the eldest son in the family, more than half of the entire family's property is logically his. But his father liked Song Hui and Song Qing very much. Once he accidentally learned that his father planned to transfer 1/3 of the family property to Song Qing, which made him very angry. Song Qing will marry outside sooner or later. What is the difference between giving property to Song Qing and giving it to others? Thinking that Song Hui might compete with him for the family property, Song's Haihao knew of Wan's plot, but he still chose to hide it. Once his father died, he would expose what Wan had done, and then find an excuse to drive his younger sister and younger brother out, and the entire Song family would belong to him. For this reason, Song's Haihao even bought some hook hearts from the black market and put them in Song Qing and Song Hui's room. Once his father really died, he could immediately frame the two of them out of the Song family. Another younger sister of Song Ming, Song Mingling, is also considering how to distribute the property of the Song family, but unfortunately she is already married, and there is not much property that can be given to her in her turn. Why hasn't that kid come back yet? After spending the afternoon with Song Yu, seeing that it was getting late, Wan frowned and took out his phone. The phone you are calling is off. There was a crisp female voice on the other end of the phone, which made Wan feel strange. Could it be that the plan he arranged failed, and this kid was afraid to go home for fear of being discovered? After thinking for a moment, Wan didn't care. It's just that Woody is looking for fun by himself, and he doesn't take it seriously. Unbeknownst to him, Woody's cell phone had been reduced to ashes. The master of House Song is in the bedroom. Mother Song sat next to Song Ming, gently holding Song Ming's hand and looking at him. With a deep voice, Mother Song stood up in surprise. Brother Ming. Song's mother stared at Song Ming on the bed. Song Ming's eyelids twitched slightly, showing signs of awakening. A few minutes later, Song Ming slowly opened his eyes, seeing his wife waiting by his side with a tired face. A little light rose in his eyes. Brother Ming, how do you feel? Mother Song asked happily. Since falling into a coma the day before yesterday, Song Ming never opened his eyes again. Unexpectedly, after Chen Yang made a move, Song Ming actually reacted. Mother Song couldn't help but think of that young man. It turned out that he was really sure. Wei, er. Song Ming wanted to sit up, but the weakness and pain in his body made him unable to support his body. Brother Ming, take a good rest, I'll feed you something to eat. Song's mother hurriedly comforted Song Ming, and brought over the porridge she had prepared a long time ago. Song Ming's consciousness has been plunged into darkness, and he can feel that his body is powerless. Just when he was about to give up, a strange energy injected into his body. Song Ming raised a glimmer of hope, thinking that his wife had found a master to detoxify him. But soon his hope was shattered again, because under that strange energy, the black liquid in his body was still in an attacking posture and constantly invaded the meridians of the body. Just when he was desperate, another kind of energy entered Song Ming's body. Under this energy, the black liquid showed signs of shrinking. If it wasn't for this strange force that drove away the black toxin in his body, he might not even be able to open his eyes. Who, help me? Song Ming wanted to know which master helped him to get rid of the toxins. Although the effect was not very good, at least it gave him a chance to come back to life. Brother Ming, take a good rest and stop talking. Mother Song carefully fed the porridge into Song Ming's mouth. Brother Ming, don't worry, your illness will be cured tomorrow. Mother Song couldn't help sobbing. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's appearance, she really didn't know what to do. Help me call the secretary. I want to amend the will. Song Ming didn't think that mysterious person could cure him. After all, only he knew his physical condition best. Brother Ming, don't think so much, you will definitely get better. Mother Song comforted her. After drinking a bowl of porridge, Song Ming fell asleep again. Soon, the news of Song Ming's sobriety spread throughout the Song residence. Damn it, could that guy really cure father? Song's Haihao's face was gloomy and uncertain. If his father woke up, wouldn't his plan to fight for the family property fail directly? On the other side, Wan also showed a nervous expression when he learned that Song Ming was sober for a while. He was the one who ordered the hook heart powder. If that young man were to cure Song Ming, everything he did might be discovered. At that time, he will become the greatest enemy of the Song family. With his current strength, he will not be able to resist the Song family's revenge. Brethren, what should we do? Song Yu said anxiously. No, Song Ming cannot be woken up. Wan said with a fierce look in his eyes. But we can't take action against Big Brother, right? That bitch Li Wei has been guarding in front of Big Brother. If we take action, we will definitely be discovered. Song Yu said uneasy. We don't have to attack Song Ming, that young man is the key. As long as we find a reason to let him come out alone and kill him, Song Ming won't have a chance to wake up. Wan instantly thought of a solution. Then how do we lure that boy out? Song Yu boarded the pirate ship at this time, and could only follow Wan's arrangement. You just. Wan whispered his plan in Song Yu's ear. At night, Chen Yang was sitting in his room practicing, when there was a knock on the door suddenly. Chen Yang got up and opened the door, and the person standing outside was actually Song Qing's aunt. Auntie, what's the matter? Chen Yang was puzzled. You are Song Qing's friend, why have I never seen you before? Song Yu walked in with a smile. We haven't known each other for long. Chen Yang replied. Do you like her? Song Yu asked. Listening to Song Yu's irrelevant questions, Chen Yang didn't know what the other party was thinking. I have no intention of that with her. Chen Yang truthfully spoke out what was in his heart. Song Yu was taken aback when she heard this. She thought that Chen Yang was Song Qing's suitor, but she didn't expect that the other party didn't mean that at all. No way, do you think our Song Qing is not good enough for you? Song Yu was puzzled. I have a girlfriend. Chen Yang explained. Really, how beautiful your girlfriend is, it can make you ruthlessly reject Song Qing. Song Yu approached Chen Yang. Seeing that Song Yu approached him, and the body fragrance from his body penetrated into his nostrils, Chen Yang took 2 steps back. Aunt Song, do you have anything else to do? Chen Yang felt a little uncomfortable. I have a friend who wants to see you. He also did some research on poison, but unfortunately he couldn't cure the eldest brother's illness. He heard that you have a way, so he wants to see you. Song Yu finally revealed her purpose. We will meet when we meet, why are you so tempting? Seeing Song Yu's shy expression, Chen Yang couldn't help complaining. People who didn't know thought he had done something. Then let's go, just go out to get some air. Fearing that Song Yu would come up with some tricks, Chen Yang stepped out of the bedroom door as if fleeing. Hateful. Seeing Chen Yang dodging away, Song Yu cursed inwardly. She originally had 2 plans. One was to seduce Chen Yang. No matter whether she succeeded or not, she could frame him. When the time comes, let other people see it. No matter what you say, you will not let Chen Yang see Song Ming again. But seeing Chen Yang running so fast, the plan obviously failed. Seeing Chen Yang leave the room, the corners of Song Yu's mouth rose slightly. Even if the plan to frame Chen Yang failed, the second plan would definitely succeed. As long as he is led out of the Song residence to the planned location, Chen Yang can be dealt with without anyone noticing. Even if she was questioned at that time, Song Yu could still explain that Chen Yang was a liar, and she was afraid of being exposed and ran away. Brethren, he has already come out. Song Yu got on the phone. Okay, bring him here as planned. Wan nodded in satisfaction. Song Yu immediately hung up the phone and followed closely. Where are we going? Chen Yang was not very familiar with Yangchang, but looking at the increasingly remote streets around him, he vaguely felt that calling him out this time was not so simple. It's almost here, he lives a little far away. Song Yu slammed on the gas pedal as she spoke, and soon the car stopped on a sparsely populated street. Arrive. Song Yu's expression was no longer as gentle and shy as before, but with a hint of coldness. Of course, Chen Yang could feel the difference before and after. Seeing that the other party took him to such a deserted place, he already guessed how the next thing would develop. You are Song Qing's aunt, and I'll call you Auntie now. I don't know what Auntie Song brought me here, so don't hide it, just tell me. Chen Yang said lightly. Clap clap clap. In a dark corner, a man in black casual clothes came out clapping his hands. You must be Chen Yang. It really looks like a hero out of a boy. Wan walked out slowly. Song Yu also got out of the car at this time and came to one side and hugged his wrist. Chen Yang looked at the man in front of him quietly, wondering how he planned to perform. Tell me quickly if you have anything to say, my time is precious. Don't tell me, you brought me here to discuss Patriarch Song's condition. Chen Yang opened his mouth to break the point. Young man, don't worry, I called you here this time to cooperate. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Wan. Although my family is nothing in Yangchang, I have a plan related to you. Brothers, do you want to hear it? Wan said. Oh, what plan? Chen Yang showed a curious look. I heard that you can cure Song Ming's illness, is it true? Asked Wan. Of course, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Chen Yang nodded. But the poison must be cured by the master and the sky spirit grass. What method do you use? Wan was puzzled. Does this matter have anything to do with our cooperation? Chen Yang asked rhetorically without replying. Haha, I don't care if you can cure the poison in Song Ming's body. I know the poison in him very well. I am afraid that he is already terminally ill. Even if the master takes action, he will be unable to recover. Although I don't know how you made him sober, but definitely a flashback. Wan paused and continued. You must have your own purpose in getting close to the Song family, either for women's money or for power. I think our goals are the same. Join me, how can I satisfy you? What do you want me to do? Chen Yang asked. I hope you leave the Song family. After Song Ming dies, I will come to you. At that time, you can ask me anything you want, even if your annual income exceeds -million, it will not be a problem. Wan threw an olive branch. If it's that simple, there shouldn't be any need to win me over as an outsider, right? You said you know the poison in the main body of the Song family all too well. Could it be that you were responsible for that poison? Chen Yang revealed a slight smile. Sometimes, it's not good to be too smart. Yes, I did the poison. Wan readily admitted. You are afraid that if I really cure Patriarch Song, your affairs will be revealed. Although you are very confident in the poison you poisoned, you are still afraid of accidents. That's why you want to ask me out to prevent me from taking action tomorrow. Are you right? Chen Yang explained Wan's plan in detail. Yes, how about it? Please tell me your choice. Wan clapped his hands. Do I have a choice? If I don't agree to you, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here today. Chen Yang got out of the car, looked at the darkness around him and sneered. I just like to deal with smart people. I appreciate you very much. Being able to gain Song Qing's trust shows that you are still useful to me. Since you choose to cooperate with me, I will wrong you to stay with me first. Wait for all this dust settled, I will naturally fulfill my promise when the time comes. Wan made a gesture of please. When did I say I'm going to choose to work with you? Chen Yang said slowly. Are you kidding me? Seeing that Chen Yang was unmoved, Zhu An's expression darkened. Boy, do you know who you are facing? If you refuse, this is your fate. Wan raised his hand and shot a wind blade, and the electric pole not far away was cut in half. I want to join you too, but that Woody of your family probably won't allow it either. Chen Yang sighed. Woody? Have you met my nephew? Wan gave a physical pause. Until now he has not contacted his nephew. I thought he was going out to be cool, but when he heard Chen Yang mention it, Zhu An suddenly felt a little bad. It turned out to be your nephew. That nephew of yours is really bad. He actually planned to tarnish Song Qing. Could it be that you are also planning behind this? Chen Yang joked. What happened to my nephew? Wan didn't know that the other party bumped into his nephew to carry out the plan, but he couldn't figure it out. He clearly arranged the location outside the city. How did Chen Yang find out? It's nothing. He wanted to kill me, and I killed him. Chen Yang said lightly. What? Damn. The blue veins on one's forehead popped up. Seeing the other party provoking him so much, the aura of a great martial artist instantly permeated his body. A wind blade with a diameter of 2 meters struck towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang just dodged lightly. The wind blade brushed against Chen Yang's body and cut the car behind him in half. Okay. Seeing Chen Yang dodging his attack easily, Wan was a little surprised. It turns out that you have some strength. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. But after all, young people are too conceited. If you didn't kill my nephew, maybe you really wanted to save your life. If you want to blame, you should blame yourself for not getting involved in this come in battle and die for me. The aura of the mid-level great martial artist on one's body locked onto Chen Yang, and his vitality gathered together and slapped towards Chen Yang. Is it? Chen Yang raised an arm to resist. Seeing this, Wan thought that the other party was stupid, and he didn't even know how to use his vitality. But soon, shock appeared on his face. The palm collided with the opponent's raised arm, and Wan felt that his palm was slapping the steel, but the opponent was fine. How is this possible? Wan couldn't believe his eyes, but the touch from his palm brought him back to reality. Even steel will turn into a discus under his palm, but Chen Yang is fine, he is a great martial artist. Chen Yang raised his arm slightly, only to hear a click, and Wan's wrist suddenly dislocated. What? Wan was knocked into the air by a huge force, his back hit the wall heavily, and his right hand hung down softly like a caterpillar. You, who are you? Wan looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his body had already suffered a lot of internal injuries. Seeing that Wan was knocked into the air, Song Yu screamed and ran to Wan to help him up. Brotherin, don't scare me, are you okay? Song Yu looked back at Chen Yang in horror. At this time, Chen Yang's harmless smile looked like a devil in her eyes. I'm just an ordinary person. Chen Yang walked towards the two of them slowly. Why, didn't you expect that you would encounter a hard stubble, didn't you? Chen Yang looked at Wan condescendingly. Who the hell are you? I've never heard of your name. Ahem. You definitely come from a big family. Wan didn't believe that Chen Yang was an ordinary person. Of course you haven't heard of it. I'm not from Yangchang. Sigh, I wasn't interested in meddling in your affairs. But I need Patriarch Song to wake up. After all, I finally got such an opportunity. I can't waste time looking for someone else. Since you also want to kill me, so I'm sorry, you can rest in peace. As Chen Yang said, he was about to get rid of the opponent, but Song Yu suddenly stood in front of Huan and begged bitterly. Please let him go, I can give you whatever you want, as long as you let him go. Chen Yang was a little surprised to see Song Yu dare to stand up. He thought that the other party was a selfish woman. After all, when he saw Song Yu for the first time, Chen Yang had set such a label in his heart for her. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too. Chen Yang said coldly. No, I don't want it. Just let him go, okay? Tell me what you want, as long as you let him go, I can promise you anything. There was no sign of shrinking in Song Yu's eyes. Seeing Song Yu defending himself like this, Huan felt a sudden pain in his heart. Go away, I have brought this on my own. I never thought that one day I would fall on a child. Wan knew that he was not Chen Yang's opponent. Although he didn't know how Chen Yang achieved such terrifying strength, he didn't want to hide behind a woman. Especially this woman was just his tool from beginning to end. It's really affectionate, but I don't want to let go of my enemy. Chen Yang's spiritual talent was activated, and Song Yu, who begged bitterly, closed her mouth instantly, and stood aside like a puppet being led. What did you do to her? Seeing Song Yu standing aside with a dull expression, Huan asked quickly. Don't worry, she'll be fine, don't worry. A long golden sword passed through one's chest, and before he could even react, his heart was pierced. A flame burned one's body into ashes. Chen Yang looked back at Song Yu. If the other party was not Song Qing's aunt, he might have killed him too. The mind control talent rewrote all Song Yu's memories. Seeing that the car next to him had been destroyed, Chen Yang had no choice but to grab Song Yu's arm and teleport to Song's house. Why am I here? After a long time, Song Yu regained consciousness. She looked at the familiar surroundings in a daze, but vaguely felt that she had lost something precious. The next day, Chen Yang will prepare everything. When they came to Song Ming's room, Song Qing's 2 aunts had already come over. Song Yu glanced at Chen Yang and completely forgot what happened yesterday. Song's Haihao sat on the side and looked at Chen Yang coldly. At night, he also thought about whether to get rid of Chen Yang, but when he looked for Chen Yang, he found that he was not in the bedroom at all. In order to avoid suspicion, Song's Haihao changed his plan and hid Go Zinsen in Chen Yang's room. If Chen Yang really cured his father, he would beat him up when the time comes, and Chen Yang must be in bad luck. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, Song Qing and Li Wei looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Chen Yang, is it really all right? Li Wei asked. It should be fine. Didn't Uncle Song wake up yesterday? I have made sufficient preparations today, and I should be able to completely remove the toxins from Uncle Song's body. Chen Yang believed himself. That's troublesome little brother, Li Wei said. Song Qing and Song Hui also nodded slightly towards Chen Yang. Go out first, this treatment cannot be disturbed by anyone. Chen Yang turned around and said to everyone. Chen Yang, what kind of tricks are you going to play? What if you hurt your father? Song's Haihao quickly refuted. If I want to harm Uncle Song, I don't need to bother. Chen Yang replied lightly. Howard, get out. Li Wei shouted with a dark face. Seeing his mother speaking, Song's Haihao reluctantly left the room. Soon, other people also left the master bedroom, and finally only Chen Yang was left. Song Ming lay on the bed without moving his eyelids. After Chen Yang's detoxification yesterday, his body was slightly better than before, but he was still far from fully awakened. Chen Yang controlled Song Ming's mouth to open slightly, and the super spiritual liquid condensed into pills was stuffed into Song Ming's mouth. The pill melted in the mouth and quickly flowed down Song Ming's throat into his body. Under the action of the super psychic liquid, the vitality in Song Ming's body instantly became active and full, and his previously weak body also improved. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately activated the poison talent and injected dragon power into the meridians of Song Ming's body. With the entry of the super psychic liquid and dragon power, the black liquid seemed to be resisted by an enemy. I still want to struggle. Chen Yang's dragon power became stronger, and the power emitted by the red energy control super spiritual liquid pierced through the black liquid like a bamboo. Seeing that he was invincible, the black spiritual liquid quickly scattered towards Song Ming's body parts. As long as he found a chance to wait for the dragon power to disappear, they could make a comeback. How could Chen Yang give them a chance? If the black liquid was allowed to disperse, it would be very difficult to remove the toxin. I'm sleepy. Longli formed a defensive barrier in Song Ming's body, and the black venom was instantly trapped by Longli. Longli protected all the meridians. Even if the black poison wanted to escape, he had to ask Shen Yang Tong for his consent. Seeing that the black toxin was controlled by him within a certain range, Chen Yang showed a slight smile. The next thing is much easier, just control the dragon force to refine all the black toxins and wipe them out. Refining toxins is a physical activity and requires a steady stream of dragon power. Fortunately, Chen Yang has psychic liquid to replenish the dragon power in his body, otherwise such a big project would not be easy. Chen Yang swallowed a mouthful of psychic liquid, and the consumed dragon power in his body instantly replenished. With the talent of clairvoyance, all the black toxins had nowhere to hide. Longli kept destroying the black toxin. After 2 hours of refining, the toxin in Song Ming's body was only a ball of black to retreat to his arm. The remaining part is the most difficult to refine. This black ball is the essence of all the toxins. Chen Yang took a deep breath, and the dragon force turned into a big net to firmly catch the black ball. The black ball wants to escape, it bumps around, constantly looking for opportunities. Chen Yang would not give the black poison time to react. The super spiritual liquid quickly improved Song Ming's body. With the recovery of the vitality in Song Ming's body, a steady stream of vitality followed the dragon force to force the black ball back into Song Ming's hands. Palm. Come out. Chen Yang Longli covered Song Ming's arm completely, and Longli threw the black sweep out like a general, and a ball of black liquid flowed to Song Ming's fingers along the blood. In its unwilling resistance, the toxin was finally squeezed out of Chen Yang's body. A ball of black liquid was forced out from Song Ming's fingers and fell on the floor, and soon the floor was corroded with a big hole. Chen Yang manipulated the fire element to burn the toxin that was forced out of his body. Seeing that the toxin in Song Ming's body finally disappeared, he let out a long breath. The process of removing toxins seems simple, but every step is very difficult. The toxin was really powerful. Even though Chen Yang had a special talent in the poison system, it took nearly 3 hours to force the toxin out of Song Ming's body. As the toxin left, the meridians in Song Ming's body quickly returned to their peak. With the tempering of the super spiritual liquid, his meridians expanded again, and his vitality was also much stronger than before. The golden core in Song Ming's body also emitted a faint light, and with a light cough, Song Ming's eyelids moved. Outside the house, everyone waited anxiously. Why hasn't healed up after so long? Could it be that Chen Yang was unsure and didn't dare to come out? Song's Haihao walked up and down restlessly. I believe in him, Li Wei said flatly, but her tightly furrowed brow betrayed the thoughts in her heart. Crack. The door of the master bedroom opened, and Chen Yang's figure walked out from inside. How's it going? Seeing Chen Yang coming out, Li Wei quickly got up and asked. Song Hui and Song Qing also surrounded them. Seeing everyone's lifelessness, Chen Yang chuckled lightly. What's going on? Why are you laughing? Seeing Chen Yang's relaxed face, Song's Haihao suddenly felt that the development direction of the matter might run counter to his own ideas. Fulfilling his mission, Uncle Song's body has almost recovered. I have forced out the toxins in his body, and he should be awake now. Chen Yang glanced at Song's Haihao and then said relaxedly, really? Li Wei rushed into the room, and when Song Ming opened his eyes, she immediately burst into tears. Brother Ming, how are you feeling? Li Wei exclaimed, realizing that her voice was too loud. She quickly lowered the volume. Vil, Song Ming shouted in a low voice, looking at his wife with a weary look. I'm fine, I feel much better now. Song Ming said that he was about to get up. Dad, you need to rest for a while. Seeing that her father was able to move, Song Qing felt relieved instantly. Looking at his daughter who was worried about him, Song Ming showed a gratified smile. Dad, you finally woke up. Song's Haihao also hurriedly came to the bed with a worried expression on his face. Song Ming nodded, looked at the two younger sisters who came in, and greeted them softly. Seeing that Song Ming was fully awake, Chen Yang left the room. What happened next didn't have much to do with him. Chen Yang walked out of the mansion and felt the scent of birdsong and flowers. One who poisoned him had already been killed by himself, and this time the matter might not be resolved. Whoever cured my illness, invite him in quickly. Song Ming looked around for a week and didn't find the figure of the person who was treating him, so he asked strangely. Li Wei and Song Qing hurriedly looked outside the door, but there was nowhere to be seen Chen Yang. He may be too tired, I'll go find it. Song Qing turned his head and said. Forget it, I'll thank him personally tonight. Song Ming stopped it. It should be, that child took a lot of effort to cure you. I asked a lot of doctors before and said that there is no way, unless the master takes action and must have the sky spirit grass. I didn't expect that child to be so powerful. I still doubt him. Speaking of which, he is really the lucky star of our Song family. Li Wei felt a little guilty. Child. Song Ming showed a puzzled expression. He always thought that no matter how young he was, he had to be a middle-aged person. Yet, he looks like he's only 20 years old. Li Wei looked at Song Qing and asked. Song Qing was taken aback, she didn't know how old Chen Yang was this year. Brother Ming, take a good rest first, and I'll get you something to eat. Li Wei said softly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the additional wrinkles and tired expression on his wife's face, Song Ming was moved in his heart. Seeing this, Song's Haihao and the two aunts left the room after saying a few words. Chen Yang, why are you here? Song Qing walked out of the gate only to find that Chen Yang was actually sitting in the courtyard of the mansion playing with his mobile phone. Uncle Song finally woke up, you don't need to talk more. It's awkward for me to be there as an outsider, so I just came out. Chen Yang fiddled with his mobile phone and replied. Thank you so much, I don't even know how to thank you. Song Qing lowered his head and said softly. It's okay, I came to Yangcheng this time to see Uncle Song. What I did is just a little effort, don't worry about it. Chen Yang said disapprovingly. How about that, when we have dinner at night, I must ask my father to prepare some more gifts for you. Do you have anything you want? Song Qing asked in confusion. She didn't know what kind of things were worthy of Chen Yang's help this time. And yesterday morning, if I hadn't met Chen Yang, I'm afraid now. Thinking of this, Song Qing blushed slightly. It just so happens that I have something to ask for this time. If you really want to thank me, then just agree to cooperate with me. Chen Yang didn't care. Song Qing listened to Chen Yang's words thoughtfully but did not know what exactly the cooperation Chen Yang was talking about. After a day of recovery, Song Ming was already full of energy. Under the nourishment of the super psychic liquid, Song Ming's physical fitness was even more perfect than before the poisoning. Even Song Ming couldn't imagine what the other party ate for him, and now he has vaguely touched the realm of a high-level master. There is still a lot of energy from the super psychic liquid remaining in the body. If Song Ming absorbs all of this energy, Song Ming has a premonition that his strength will increase a lot. In the evening, Chen Yang asked Zhang Jing and Lu Yan to come to the Song family's mansion. As the dinner began, the whole Song house was full of joy. In front of a 3-meter-long dining table, all kinds of exquisite food are continuously presented. Looking at the many delicacies in front of him, Chen Yang couldn't help but think of Han Chen. If he was here, I'm afraid he would jump up happily. The Song family already had strength in Yangcheng, and tonight's feast gathered rare food from all over the world, the richness of which cannot be described in words. Chen Yang was also conquered by the arrogance of the Song family. Unfortunately, places like Yancheng do not have such extravagant conditions. Even if they have money, it is difficult to buy so many ingredients. Chen Yang was in the guest seat. Seeing Song Ming looking at him in surprise, he smiled slightly at Song Ming. Patriarch Song, congratulations on your recovery. Chen Yang stepped forward to congratulate and said, you are the one who cured me of poisoning. Song Ming looked at Chen Yang with an incredulous expression. The main reason is that Chen Yang is too young. He can't imagine how a boy in his 20s can solve the toxin that even the master can't do anything about. Dad, it's him. Song Qing said impatiently. Oh. Seeing his daughter being so kind to another boy for the first time, Song Ming showed a different expression. Brother Chen Yang, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I might have died on the bed, and you are my savior. No matter what, I must respect you for this glass of wine. Song Ming picked up a glass of red wine and bowed. Hey, Patriarch Song, you're really embarrassing me. Chen Yang hurriedly replied. It's nothing. Since you are my savior, I, Song Ming, should respect you. Don't call Patriarch Song, just call me Uncle Song. Song Ming invited Chen Yang to sit down and said. Looking at Song Ming's respect for Chen Yang, Zhang Jing and the two found it incredible. They only came to Yangcheng for 2 days, how did Chen Yang manage to get into this relationship? If he didn't know that Chen Yang was from Yancheng, he would even think that Song Ming was Chen Yang's distant relative. Now that everyone is here, let's start the dinner. Seeing that everyone was sitting down, Song Ming spoke. This dinner was the happiest time for Song Qing. During this time, she was always worried and frightened. When her father was not poisoned before, she had a more arrogant personality and lived like a little princess every day. But when his father lay down on the bed, Song Qing felt fear for the first time. The eldest brother spoke coldly to him, and his 2 aunts also had their own thoughts. Only his mother and second brother still protected him. It was Chen Yang who gave her the last hope, so the person she was most grateful for at this dinner was also Chen Yang. Song Qing secretly looked at Chen Yang's profile, and unconsciously found that although the other party was elegant, he couldn't hide his handsome face. Seeing his daughter keep peeking at Chen Yang, Song Ming showed a smile in his eyes. He doesn't understand his daughter's thoughts. If Chen Yang is willing, it's not that he can't accept the relationship between the two. Chen Yang, you've done me a big favor this time and the Song family. Is there any request you would like to make? I heard Qinger said that you came from Yancheng to find someone to do. I don't know what it is specifically. Song Ming asked. Seeing Song Ming mention it, Chen Yang put down his chopsticks and looked at him. Uncle Song, it's actually not a big deal to come here this time. I want to open a beverage factory in Yangcheng. This is the manager of my company. He is familiar with Yangcheng. On his suggestion, I will come here for the first time. It's time to find the Song family to cooperate. Chen Yang directly stated his purpose. Open a beverage factory. Song Ming was taken aback for a moment, thinking that the other party would open his mouth like a lion, but he didn't expect such a simple request. That's right, I don't need funding here. But I hope the Song family can help me find a place for the factory. After all, this involves a lot of communication in the future. If Uncle Song is willing to help with this, I will be very happy. Thank you, Chen Yang nodded. Haha, of course it's okay for such a small thing. Do you have any other requests? Even if you want me to give you 10 billion, I won't hesitate. Song Ming laughed loudly. Thank you, Uncle Song, for your kindness. I only have one request, Chen Yang said lightly. Seeing this, Song Ming nodded in satisfaction, but Song's Haihao gritted his teeth. He can solve such a simple matter, but it's a pity that he didn't meet Chen Yang one step earlier, otherwise the current situation might not have happened. If Chen Yang hadn't interrupted him, Song's Haihao might have become the new head of the Song family by now. Chen Yang, what do you think of my Song Qing? Song Ming asked suddenly. Huh? Pretty good. Chen Yang glanced at Song Qing, only to see her blushing and lowering her head. Although Ms. Song was born in a big family, she has a gentler personality than many girls. And Ms. Song is as beautiful as a fairy. I believe she must be very popular with everyone. Chen Yang replied. Song Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then do you like her? Song Ming asked again. This. Chen Yang's throat was suddenly blocked. He never thought that the head of the Song family, one of the largest families in Yangcheng, would ask such a thing. I disagree. Seeing that his father planned to match Song Qing and Chen Yang together, Song's Haihao hurried back. Chen Yang looked at Song's Haihao in surprise. Why did he get involved in this matter again? Why, do you think they are inappropriate? Song Ming didn't know why his son had such a big reaction. Of course Song's Haihao didn't want Chen Yang and Song Qing to be together, because then he would have another opponent. Although I don't know what Chen Yang's strength is, but the toxin that even the master can't solve is actually handled by him. If you think about it with your toes, you can know that Chen Yang's cultivation talent is amazing. If she really married into the Song family, wouldn't her father favor her younger sister even more when the family property was divided? So no matter what, he couldn't let the two of them be together. Zhang Jing and Lu Yan felt that this incident was not surprising. I don't know how many people in Yancheng wish to betroth their daughters to Chen Yang, but it's a pity that Chen Yang doesn't like other people, otherwise he would have been surrounded by confidant. Why do you disagree? Song Ming asked. Father, I always feel that this matter is too strange. It's a toxin that even the master can't solve. An outsider who doesn't know what level he came to solve father's problem. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with other families. Song's Haihao rolled his eyes and said immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yang took a lot of effort to cure his father. How could you slander him like this? Song Qing quickly raised his head to refute. However, you can't talk nonsense without evidence. Song Ming said unhappy. Dad, I don't have evidence. I saw Chen Yang sneaking around and chatting with Aunt Song Yu, and he hid a bag of black things. I suspect that there is evidence in his bedroom. Song's Haihao directly fabricated a lie. Hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback. He thought that Song Yu's entry into his room had been discovered, but he didn't know that it was all made up by Song's Haihao. Chen Yang, is there such a thing? Song Qing asked quickly. Chen Yang shook his head to express that he did not know. Impossible, I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, we can search his room now. Song's Haihao bit his tongue and refused to let go. However, don't be rude, Li Wei said a little angrily. Song Yu also looked puzzled. She had no memory of when she entered Chen Yang's room. Father, please trust me. Song's Haihao insisted. He had already left the poison of Guzin-san in Chen Yang's room, and if he searched, he would definitely be able to find evidence. Don't talk about this again. Song Ming was slightly angry. Uncle Song, it's okay. I have a girlfriend, so this matter is indeed inappropriate, but Mr. Song suspects me, which is indeed a slander. If Mr. Song really thinks that I have something to do with this matter, then please. Chen Yang said lightly. How could he not know that his room was tampered with by Song's Haihao, not only his room, but also the rooms of Song Qing and Song Hui? As a great martial artist, if he doesn't even know that someone has entered his room, then he has cultivated to this level in vain. When Song Qing heard Chen Yang say that she had a girlfriend, she silently lowered her head, looking a little lonely. Chen Yang, Hauer is at fault for this matter, so you should stop fussing with him. Song Ming apologized. He knew very well that it was impossible for Chen Yang to harm him. Not to mention that the two had never met before, he could conclude that Chen Yang must have nothing to do with this matter based on the residue of the super spiritual fluid in his body. Because it is impossible for my enemy to give me such a big opportunity in turn. Uncle Song, if you don't clarify this matter, I'm afraid Mr. Song will always have a knot in his heart. If he wants to search, let him do it. Chen Yang didn't care about it. Chen Yang, or Song Ming still wanted to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Song's Haihao. Okay, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. With that said, Song's Haihao hurried upstairs. Seeing this, Song Ming and others hurriedly tried to stop him, but Song's Haihao broke into Chen Yang's room and searched. Chen Yang sat at the dining table without any panic. The hook heart powder that Song's Haihao left in his room had already been taken away by him. Even if he turned the floor over, he could not find any traces. After a while, beads of sweat covered Song's Haihao's forehead. Impossible, impossible, absolutely here, I clearly saw it. Song's Haihao searched unwillingly, but found nothing in the end. He must be hiding. Song's Haihao suddenly turned his head and walked towards his brother's room. Hauer, what are you doing? Seeing his eldest son rushing into Song Hui's room and searching it like a demon, Song Hui's face turned livid. Brother, do you think I'm covering Chen Yang? Brother, you are too much. Song Qing also scolded angrily behind her. She really couldn't understand why her elder brother hated Chen Yang so much. Logically speaking, it was the first time they met. Even if you don't like it, there's no need to be so targeted. After searching Song Hui's room, Song's Haihao still didn't find any trace of Gozinsan. He looked at the messy room in disbelief. Snapped. Song Ming grabbed Song's Haihao and slapped him. Hauer, you've disappointed me so much. Seeing that his father misunderstood him, Song's Haihao quickly explained. No, father. I really saw it. I really saw it. Let's go, it's really a joke. Song Ming shook his head in disappointment, leaving behind Song's Haihao with a look of astonishment. He obviously left the hook heart scattered. Why there is no trace? Could it be that all his plans were discovered? Seeing Song Ming and others come down, Chen Yang immediately knew the result. Sorry, let the little brother see a joke. Song Ming apologized. Uncle Song, you're being polite. I believe eldest young master is just being on guard for a while. After all, this kind of thing did happen out of nowhere, and it's normal to be a little worried. Chen Yang didn't care. It's really strange what happened this time. I'm sure brother Chen Yang has nothing to do with this incident. As for your want to find a factory, leave it to me. I can even provide the equipment you need provided to you for free. Song Ming appreciated it. Haha, thank you Uncle Song. Don't bother Uncle Song about the equipment, my manager can take care of it. Chen Yang replied. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's eat quickly, the food is going to be cold. Song Ming changed the topic. In the following time, most of the people were eating sullenly, only Song Ming kept asking about Chen Yang. After the dinner, Zhang Jing and others went back first. Chen Yang stayed because he wanted to discuss something with Song Ming. Brother Chen Yang, I don't know if you have anything to discuss with me. Don't worry about your factory, I will help you deal with it. Song Ming invited Chen Yang to the study and said, Uncle Song, what I want to talk about is not the factory. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. Not a factory. Song Ming was a little puzzled. Is there anything else? Song Ming thought that Chen Yang wanted to negotiate terms, but he admired Chen Yang in the first place, and he saved his life this time. As long as it wasn't too much, he would agree to the other party. Uncle Song, how do you feel about your body now? Chen Yang asked. It's pretty good. I don't know what you fed me. If I practice for a few days now, I might be able to break through to a high-level master. Speaking of this, Song Ming suddenly remembered the remnants of the super psychic liquid in his body. The things you feed me must be very expensive. I'm afraid you can't buy spiritual things that can have an effect on the master. Song Ming looked at Chen Yang gratefully and said, although it's precious, it's nothing compared to Uncle Song's life. Chen Yang said hee hee. I found Uncle Song alone because of the spiritual liquid that Uncle Song drank. Oh, you said? Seeing Chen Yang mentioning the spirit in his body, Song Ming immediately became interested. Even Song Ming was shocked by the effect of allowing him to touch the threshold of a high-ranking master. The thing I gave Uncle Song to drink is called super spiritual liquid. It can expand the body's meridians and improve physical fitness. Even Grand Masters can use it. I have a weakened version of super spiritual liquid in my hand. I call it spiritual liquid. I want to sell this elixir throughout Yangchang. Chen Yang took out a bottle of spirit liquid. Hearing what Chen Yang was talking about was the weakened version of the super psychic liquid, Song Ming immediately didn't expect that much. He took the bottle and opened it casually. As the aura floated out of the bottle, Song Ming was shocked. Is this a weakened version of the super spiritual liquid? Song Ming was shocked. I thought that this weakened version of the super psychic liquid must not be much stronger, but just smelling it, Song Ming felt refreshed. Although this thing is really not very useful to the Grandmaster, but it is a rare treasure for the Grandmaster. How many of these do you have? Song Ming asked quickly. Don't worry about the quantity, Uncle Song. Apart from opening a beverage factory this time, I also want to sell spiritual liquid. Chen Yang said calmly. What price? Song Ming asked curiously. Chen Yang stretched out 2 fingers. 200 million? Although I haven't experienced its efficacy, I feel that the price is too cheap. Song Ming said unexpectedly. It's not 200 million, it's 2 million. Chen Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Why these big families always talk about hundreds of millions? What? 200 million. Song Ming thought that Chen Yang's brain was burned out. Such a good thing was only sold for 200 million. Are you wrong? Song Ming asked uncertainly. Uncle Song, you heard me right, it's 200 million. Chen Yang confirmed. If it's so cheap, wouldn't it be sold out all at once? Song Ming was puzzled. That's not the case. I can provide you with 1,000 bottles every month. I don't want to sell this thing to make money, but to improve the strength of practitioners so that they can cope with various disasters. Chen Yang said seriously. Song Ming immediately remembered the bad news from the Guanghui base before he was poisoned. Is it because of the glorious base? Song Ming asked. Chen Yang nodded, confirming Song Ming's guess. Because of the situation in the Radiance base, I realized that the overall strength of human beings is still too weak. So I hope that the spiritual liquid can create a group of human elites, so that they can deal with various crises more calmly in the future. Hearing Chen Yang's thoughts, Song Ming felt ashamed that he originally thought that the other party came to the Song family for money, but the other party even took out such things as ectoplasmic liquid, so he didn't look like a master who was short of money. Your thoughts make me feel ashamed. If you can regard the entire human race as your goal, there are few in the entire Hua Kingdom who can be as generous as you. Song Ming said embarrassedly. Uncle Song praised me too much, I just want to do my best. Chen Yang smiled. Uncle Song, I can give the spiritual liquid to your Song family for sale, but the price cannot exceed 200 million. This is my only request. Chen Yang said seriously. I see, I respect your opinion. Song Ming nodded. Soon, the details of the sale of the ectoplasmic liquid were finalized following the negotiation between the two. Chen Yang sold it to the Song family for 150 million, and then the Song family sold it to practitioners in Yangchang for 200 million. Coming out of the study, Chen Yang found Song Qing waiting for him outside the door. Why don't you go to rest? Chen Yang asked. It's only past 9 o'clock, and I can't sleep. Song Qing fiddled with his hair and looked at Chen Yang Dao. Can you give me a hand? After a few seconds of silence, Song Qing asked. What are you busy with? Chen Yang was puzzled. I want to know who it is that poisoned my father. Song Qing looked a little strange. Chen Yang didn't know how to reply. He already knew who was behind the plot, but he had already killed that man. Let's go out and talk. Chen Yang thought for a while and said. Song Qing followed Chen Yang's footsteps, and the two walked to the yard and sat down. I've been wondering whether to tell you, but I'm an outsider after all, and you should have the right to know. Chen Yang paused for a while, and told Song Qing the truth of the matter. You mean, my aunt was involved too? Song Qing couldn't believe it. She never thought that the person closest to her was the culprit. Do you know why Song's Haihao keeps insulting me? Chen Yang said. Song Qing shook his head. Because he wants to take this opportunity to control most of the Song family's property, but he doesn't know. With his current strength, if Uncle Song really dies, he will not be able to protect the so-called family property at all. Chen Yang laughed at Song's Haihao's behavior. He has always wanted to prevent me from curing Uncle Song, because then he can become the head of the Song family. And he put the medicine of hook heart powder in my room. He wanted to frame me from the beginning. Fortunately, I was more cautious and found out his plan. Impossible, my elder brother will never be this kind of person. Song Qing shook his head unwilling to believe it. Really? Look what this is. Chen Yang took out the black medicine bag. I found this in my room, and there are also yours and Song Hui's room. As for why I know, you can take it as my special talent. Chen Yang threw a bag of hook hearts to Song Qing. Seeing that the other party's mind was in chaos, Chen Yang sighed and left Song Qing's house. Too many things happened in the past 2 days, and Chen Yang didn't know if Song Qing's mentality would change because of this, but he still felt it was necessary to tell the other party the truth. Back at the hotel, Zhang Jing and Lu Yan looked at him adoringly as soon as he opened the door. Chen Yang touched his nose and walked into room F. Why, do I have flowers on my face? Mr. Chen, you are really amazing. Zhang Jing couldn't help but praise. We have reached a cooperation with the Song family in just 2 days. I planned to spend a week in contact with the other party at the beginning, but I didn't expect that my plan would be scrapped before it started. Haha, as long as you have the strength, it is not difficult to get in touch with a big family. Chen Yang sat on the sofa and opened a bottle of soda. In the future, your vision should be higher. Although the big families in Yangchang seem to be very large, it is only their business. If you only talk about the force of a cultivator, I am no worse than them. The first time he heard Chen Yang reveal his strength, Zhang Jing fell into a daze. What Chen Yang meant was that there is no need to be afraid even in the face of the grandmasters. Doesn't that mean that their bosses are more powerful than the grandmasters of these big families? Mr. Chen, why are we going tomorrow? Lu Yan didn't think so much, but asked about tomorrow's itinerary. You have to relax when you come to Yangchang for the first time. You don't have any plans tomorrow, so let's go shopping. Oh, yes. It's inconvenient for Yangchang to be so big without a means of transportation. Let's buy the car we need tomorrow. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, Okay, Mr. Chen. Lu Yan wrote down all of Chen Yang's plans. Seeing that things were busy, Chen Yang picked a room. Capitaland Hotel is the Song family's own hotel, and Song Qing directly opened the presidential suite to Chen Yang. Feeling the service of the high-end hotel in Yangchang, Chen Yang fell asleep on the big soft bed. On the other side, Song Qing was sitting in front of his windowsill looking up at the starry sky. Although her father's illness has been cured, but knowing the truth, she is at a loss as to how she will face her elder brother and aunt in the future. In the early morning, there was a hasty knock on the door. Chen Yang yawned, opened the door and saw that it was Song Qing. I saw Song Qing with delicate curly hair draped behind her shoulders, a beige floral dress, a pair of flesh-colored smooth stockings on her legs, and white high-heeled shoes that made her show her femininity. How did you come? Chen Yang looked at the time. It was only 7:30 in the morning. Why, this is our hotel, shouldn't I be here? Song Qing pouted. No, I'll put on some clothes first. Chen Yang closed the door. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang who was only wearing a pair of shorts, and his face turned red. Rogue. After Chen Yang changed his clothes and finished washing, the door opened again. Zhang Jing and Lu Yan had already done it, but he was the slowest. Go down and have breakfast first, the buffet in our hotel is pretty good. Song Qing saw that Chen Yang was wearing a casual attire, and his slightly moist cheeks looked quite interesting. Okay, listen to the host. Chen Yang nodded. Several people came to the restaurant, and the waiters around saw that Song Qing actually received several people in person, and couldn't help being curious about Chen Yang's identity. They had seen almost all the prominent and respected people in Yangchang, but Chen Yang's face was so unfamiliar that he didn't know which big family he was from. This hotel looks really luxurious. Lu Yan followed to the restaurant and couldn't help sighing. The decoration of the restaurant looks very artistic, even Chen Yang couldn't help but praise it. The buffet in the morning was very rich, and Chen Yang had a big appetite, so he picked up the plate and picked up food without hesitation. Song Qing's movements were more ladylike than Chen Yang's. She elegantly chose her favorite food, and only selected a little of each item. Looking at Chen Yang again, his plates were already piled high. This soup is not bad, it is our special dish. Song Qing brought a bowl of exquisite soup in ceramics and said, Thank you. Chen Yang accepted it bluntly. Do you have any plans for today? Although my father agreed to cooperate, but one day is definitely too late, at least the venue will be confirmed tomorrow. Song Qing asked. It's okay, don't worry, it's my first time in Yangchang. I just happened to go shopping. Chen Yang chewed his food and said vaguely. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't care about his image so much, Song Qing couldn't help but let out a sneer.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.